Shen Yuan traveled to another world and obtained a divine beast system. He summoned various magical beasts: the Hell Hound, the nine-colored phoenix, the golden true dragon, the North Sea divine Kuan, the blood Kirin, the sky-eating sparrow. In this wondrous and fantastical world, a myriad of talents flourished. Beast tamers who wield magical beasts, bug masters who raised insects with curses, summoners who called upon the undead, puppeteers who controlled dolls, and mechanists who devised intricate traps. In this vibrant world, powerful figures from various races showcased their abilities. What kind of exciting stories would unfold from their clashes? When the name Shen Yuan resounded throughout the world, everyone realized he was a god-level beast tamer. Chapter 1. Annulment of Engagement? Bring it on. Shen Yuan, I want to annul our engagement. Annulment? That sounds a bit familiar. Should I then shout 30 years east of the river? 30 years west of the river. Do not bully the young and poor. Boom! Suddenly, Shen Yuan's mind felt like it exploded. A torrent of memories surged in, stimulating every nerve in his body. Shen Yuan, you are the son of Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan, you are a genius beast tamer with limitless potential. Brother Yuan, Yuer really likes you. After the massive influx of memories merged, Shen Yuan barely regained his consciousness. Yuaner, say something. Shen Yuan looked at his son, feeling a deep pain. The former genius beast tamer had lost his beast tamer bloodline due to a single drink, forever losing the qualification to become a beast tamer. I remember sitting on the toilet reading a novel. How did I end up here? Shen Yuan felt very confused. However, as a seasoned novel fan, Shen Yuan quickly realized he had crossed over into the body of someone with the same name. Shen Yuan couldn't help but look at the woman who spoke of annulment. She was very beautiful, with an exquisite appearance and a perfect figure, the standard modern socialite physique. This woman was Shen Yuan's fiancée in his memories, Chen Yu. After looking at the memories for a while, Shen Yuan quickly adapted to his current identity. Chen Yu, the annulment is fine, but I can't let the Shen family lose face. Let's have a match in a month. If you win, I'll agree to the annulment. If you lose, it proves you're not worthy of me, and I will divorce you. How about that? Yuaner, Shen Yuan became anxious. Father, let me handle this. Shen Yuan gave Shen Yuan a reassuring look. Shen Yuan, you are no longer the genius beast tamer you once were. Are you sure you could defeat me in a month? Since you want to fight, why not add some stakes? If you lose, you will publicly declare in front of everyone in Danyang City that you are a waste. Chen Yu smiled slightly, and upon seeing this, Shen Yuan felt disgusted. After all, just the night before, Chen Yu had been in his arms, saying how much he liked him. But due to a drink the previous night, Shen Yuan had fallen from heaven to hell, and Chen Yu had come to annul their engagement today, as if she were a different person. Heh, and if you lose? Shen Yuan sneered. Let me lose? If I lose, I will marry a beggar in the city. How about that? All right, it's a deal. With that, Chen Yu left the Shen residence. Master, you really have a good son. If he wants to embarrass the Shen family, he has to do it in front of everyone in Danyang City. Senior brother, who told him to be the head of the family. If Shen Yuan loses a month later and still has the face to be the head of the family, that would be impressive. One of the two elders beside Shen Yuan said something sarcastic before leaving. Yuaner, you have disappointed me too much. Shen Yuan wanted to get angry, but thinking of Shen Yuan as the most pitiful person, he sighed and left. Shen Yuan looked at Shen Yuan's helpless and lonely back, murmuring to himself, Father, I won't let you down, because I am a traveler, a traveler. What must one possess? System, come here. Ding, binding the divine beast system. Ding, binding complete. Hearing the mechanical electronic sound, Shen Yuan laughed a wild and crazy laugh. Heaven truly hasn't disappointed me. Shen Yuan calmed his excitement and began to communicate with the system in his mind. System, quickly tell me what you can do. System prompt. Please look at your right hand's ring finger. Huh. Shen Yuan looked down and saw a ring on his ring finger. This is the ring my wife gave me. What do you want? System prompt. Do you have a wife? Oh, right. I originally didn't have a wife. Shen Yuan smiled awkwardly, then quickly realized. Are you saying this ring is my system? System prompt. Correct. Then how do I use it? Shen Yuan found this system quite novel, as others' rings usually contained old men, while his contained system. System prompt. Rotate the ring once to open the divine beast system. Rotate it again to close the divine beast system. Thank you very much. Shen Yuan immediately rotated the ring on his ring finger, and a system panel appeared in his mind. Where are my divine beasts? Shen Yuan felt a bit impatient. System prompt. Please refer to the divine beast system user manual, and stop talking nonsense. This system is quite Sundara, Shen Yuan remarked, starting to study the system carefully. After a while, Shen Yuan roughly understood. This system currently has two functions. One is signing in, and the other is a lottery. Signing in once a day allows for one lottery draw. As for a newbie gift pack, it simply doesn't exist. Sign in, system prompt. Congratulations, you have received a pet dog. Woof woof woof. The sound of barking echoed in Shen Yuan's mind. What the heck? Where's the divine beast I was promised? Shen Yuan suspected this system was playing tricks on him. The system did not respond. Lottery, system prompt. Congratulations, you have received a special growth card. Special growth card? Shen Yuan was about to ask the system, but thought better of it. This system was too tsundere, so he decided to research it himself. Sure enough, the user manual contained an introduction to the special growth card. The special growth card can be used on pets, allowing them to instantly grow to the level of a Demon Emperor. Demon Emperor? That sounds quite powerful. Shen Yuan immediately used the special growth card on the pet dog he had just drawn. System prompt. Congratulations, you have obtained a Demon Emperor level Hellhound. Woof! A dog bark that shook the heavens and made the ghosts weep nearly caused Shen Yuan to have a cerebral hemorrhage. What the hell? Why are you barking so loudly? After regaining his composure, Shen Yuan felt the Hellhound's presence on the system panel in his mind, nearly scaring him to death. This creature was terrifying. The Hellhound had 3 heads, each one independent, bearing its fangs in a bloody grin. While its fur was coiled like venomous snakes, its tail resembled a giant python, and its forelegs looked like those of a lion, exuding an intimidating aura. This is my divine beast. Shen Yuan felt as if he were dreaming. Just a moment ago, it had been a little puppy, and now it had suddenly transformed into such a fierce divine beast. With you, winning against Shen Yu won't be a problem. Shen Yuan knew that Shen Yu was merely a second-tier beast tamer, capable of commanding only beasts at the level of demon kings. According to the memories in Shen Yuan's mind, he knew that magical beasts were divided into 6 levels. Beast level, Demon King level, Demon General level, Demon Commander level, Demon Emperor level, and Demon Sovereign level. The place where Shen Yuan resided was called the Ancient Lulan Kingdom. The Ancient Lulan Kingdom. There were Qi refiners, body refiners, and beast tamers, with beast tamers being superior to both Qi refiners and body refiners due to their rarity. Those with beast tamer bloodlines were extraordinarily rare. The Shen family in Danyang City was a family of beast tamers, with a 5th-tier beast tamer stationed there. As for the Chen family, they're also a family of beast tamers. Back then, Shen Yuan was exceptionally gifted and was favored by all the beast tamers in Danyang City, with hopes of becoming a 6th-grade beast tamer, or even stronger in the future. Therefore, the Chen family went to great lengths to arrange a marriage with the Shen family. However, fate played a cruel trick. A single cup of wine last night took away Shen Yuan's beast tamer bloodline, causing him to plummet overnight. Shen Yuan knew that the previous Shen Yuan was already dead at heart. Otherwise, how would he have had the chance to traverse here? Don't worry. From now on, I am you, and you are me. I will help you take revenge. Shen Yuan was very clear in his heart that the cup of wine from last night was not simple. Chapter 2. Last night, I felt weak. Xiao Yuan, why are you still standing there? A woman approached, looking a head taller than Shen Yuan. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. Her figure was slender, and her beauty was natural, with an extraordinary temperament, resembling an ethereal fairy. Sister. Shen Yuan quickly recognized the woman from his memories. Her name was Shen Shi, Shen Yuan's older sister. In his memories, Shen Yuan had a very good relationship with his sister, and Shen Shi cared for him deeply. Xiao Yuan, don't think too much. From now on, your sister will protect you. No one will dare to bully you. Shen Shi took Shen Yuan's hand and left the reception room, being held by such a beautiful woman. Shen Yuan felt a bit out of place at first, but he quickly adapted because it felt incredibly good. Shen Shi brought Shen Yuan to her room. The room looked very simple. If it weren't for the faint fragrance, Shen Yuan would doubt it was a goddess's residence. Shen Shi had Shen Yuan sit down, walked to the bedside, took out a box, and handed it to Shen Yuan. Xiao Yuan, this was left to me by our mother. Inside is a dragon-scale soft armor. It can withstand a fatal blow from a Demon Emperor level beast, and also from a 6th-grade Qi refining master or body refining master. You should wear it. Sister, what are you doing? This is our mother's gift to you. How can I take it? Shen Yuan felt warm inside. He didn't expect his sister to give him such a precious item. Shen Shi rolled her eyes at Shen Yuan. Our mother is also your mother. If she were still here, she would have given you the dragon-scale soft armor too. Alas, no one expected you would get into trouble. Shen Yuan sighed. He knew he couldn't refuse now. He had to wait for a month, and then he would let everyone in Danyang City know that he, Shen Yuan, was still the genius beast master he once was. Thank you, sister. If I don't need it in the future, I will return it to you. Shen Yuan understood this was a precious relic left by their mother to Shen Shi. Shen Shi patted Shen Yuan's shoulder. Xiao Yuan, you shouldn't go out for the time being. Your sister will stay at home with you these days. Sister, I didn't expect I would become useless, yet you are still so good to me. Shen Yuan couldn't help but feel moved and cried. Shen Shi wiped Shen Yuan's tears. Silly brother, I'm your sister. If I don't treat you well, who will I treat well? Even if you are no longer a beast master, what does it matter? You will always be my good brother. Sister, I will definitely protect you in the future and will never let you suffer even the slightest harm. Shen Yuan hugged Shen Shi's waist. This was his promise to her. Okay, sister believes in you. Shen Shi embraced Shen Yuan, and her eyes couldn't help but moisten. Evening. Shen Yuan sat alone on his rooftop. The night in this world was beautiful. The sky was dotted with stars, and the moonlight was bright and clear, the dazzling stars resembling a still galaxy painting. Last night, around this time, the eldest elder's grandson, Shun Beichun, and the second elder's grandson, Shen Hao, had dragged him to a tavern in the city for drinks. When Shen Yuan arrived, he discovered that Shen Yu was also there. At that time, Shen Yu stood up and said, Shen Yuan, it's your birthday today, you didn't forget. Did you? I have prepared a surprise for you. Shen Yuan touched his head, awkwardly smiling. I've been so busy with cultivation lately that I forgot my birthday. Where? You remembered. You're so nice. Then, Shen Beichun said, you two can stop showing off here. When there's no one around, do whatever you want, right? Shen Yuan remembered that after Shen Beichun said this, he shot a strange look at Shen Yu. At that moment, Shen Yuan didn't pay much attention. Later, Shen Hao suddenly raised a glass and handed it to Shen Yuan, saying, you forgot your birthday, so you should drink one for yourself. Shen Yuan felt a bit embarrassed, and since he was happy, he took the cup and drank it all in one go. After finishing that drink, Shen Yuan suddenly felt weak, as if his vitality had been drained. Recalling this, Shen Yuan could basically confirm that this was definitely a conspiracy. The current Shen Yuan was not the same as before, so he dared to boldly speculate that many people might be behind this conspiracy. Shen Beichun, Shen Hao, and Shen Yu, I'll start investigating from you three. The next day, morning, Shen Yuan's first task was to sign in with the system. Sign in. System prompt. Congratulations, you have obtained a pet bird. Lottery. System prompt. Congratulations. You have obtained a low-level growth card. Low level? Shen Yuan felt disappointed, because the low-level growth card could only allow the pet to grow to the demon beast level. It was not very useful. After thinking for a moment, Shen Yuan decided to use this growth card and let the pet grow again when he obtained higher level cards in the future. Pet bird, use low-level growth card. System prompt. Congratulations, you have obtained a demon beast level sky swallowing sparrow. Sky swallowing sparrow? Sounds impressive. Shen Yuan checked in the system. The sky swallowing sparrow was not large and looked like an ostrich, with black-green feathers all over. This guy probably hasn't fully developed yet. Shen Yuan estimated that every demon beast would have different appearances at each level, and he believed that the sky swallowing sparrow would definitely be majestic when it reached the demon emperor level. Yuaner. Shen Outyan suddenly walked over. Father. Shen Yuan bowed and looked up at Shen Outyan, noticing that his father had wrinkles on his eyelids and a few strands of white hair. Shen Outyan looked at Shen Yuan meaningfully. Son, even if you can no longer be a beast master, you can still become a chi refining master or a body refining master. Don't be discouraged. Those powerful body refining masters can combat demon beasts with pure physical strength. And chi refining masters can also use powerful techniques to defeat demon beasts. They are equally impressive. Shen Yuan knew his father was worried that he might be upset, so he came to enlighten him. Father, don't worry. I will definitely not be discouraged. I still want to prove myself in Donyang City. Good. Then I can rest assured. Shen Outyan turned to leave. Shen Yuan watched his father's back and felt he was not as upright as before. I will practice chi refining. And I will also practice body refining. My true identity is a beast master. Shen Yuan was very clear about his current positioning. In the ancient country of Lulan, the reason beast masters were above chi refining masters and body refining masters was that beast masters could refine chi or body while taming beasts. Therefore, every beast master would choose to become a chi refining master or a body refining master while practicing beast taming. Of course, there were very few beast masters who practiced both chi refining and body refining. However, ordinary beast masters would not do this because the blood and tears of their predecessors taught them that greed leads to ruin. With this in mind, Shen Yuan decided to go to the Shun family's training ground, where the Shun family members practiced chi refining and body refining. Oh, isn't this our genius beast master Shen Yuan? As soon as Shen Yuan arrived, he heard a sarcastic voice. Looking up, he saw Shen Beichun and Shen Hao standing in front of him. In Shen Yuan's memories, these two had previously acted like his sycophants, always polite to him. But now, things had changed. Chapter 3: The Luo Siblings. Shen Yuan took a few steps forward and fixed his gaze on the two. Did you have a hand in this? Shen Beichun sneered. What does it matter whether or not we did? You are already useless. No one will pay attention to how a genius turns into a waste. Very well. Since you are involved, you will definitely pay the price. Shen Yuan stared at the two, his eyes like a venomous snake, making them shudder. Shen Yuan, if you lose a month from now, let's see how you stand in Dongyang City, huh? The two laughed wildly as they approached Shen Yuan, deliberately bumping into him with their shoulders as they passed. Shen Yuan almost stumbled. You guys, don't get too proud. Shen Yuan wished he could release the three-headed dog of hell right now to bite them to death. Oh, our genius is angry. Come and hit us. We promise not to fight back. The two stood with their hands on their hips, laughing with glee. Just wait. Shen Yuan knew he couldn't act impulsively right now. Once he found the evidence, he would make these two kneel and talk to him. Dongyang City. It can be ranked among the ancient countries of Lulan because Dongyang City has 4 prominent families: the Shen family, the Qin family, the Luo family, and the Huang family. Among them, the Shen and Qin families are beast tamers, while the Luo family focuses on refining qi, with a 6th grade qi refiner stationed there. The Huang family specializes in body refinement, also with a 6th grade body refiner in place. In terms of apparent strength, the Shen family is at the top, followed by the Luo family, then the Huang family, and the Qin family at the bottom. In Shen Yuan's memory, the reason the Shen family was able to become the top of the 4 families was that his great-grandfather was not only a 5th grade beast tamer, but also a 5th grade body refiner. Truly the number 1 person in Dongyang. Shen Yuan arrived at the tavern where he had drunk that night. Young Master Shen, you're here? The waiter recognized Shen Yuan. Pour me some wine. Shen Yuan found a seat by the window. As the waiter poured wine for Shen Yuan, he secretly slipped a silver coin to the waiter. I ask you, when did Miss Qin Yu come to the tavern the night before yesterday? And what did she do after she arrived? Hearing Shen Yuan's question, the waiter slowed down the pouring. Young Master Shen. Miss Qin came to the tavern around dusk the night before yesterday. After she arrived, she ordered a jar of Daughter's Red, then asked me to pour her wine. I poured her 3 bowls, and she drank them all in one go. After I poured her a 4th bowl, she picked it up to drink, but suddenly stopped. Suddenly stopped? What happened then? Shen Yuan knew there had to be something suspicious here. Then she told me to leave. Because I was curious why Miss Qin suddenly stopped drinking, I kept staring at that bowl of wine, but it didn't move again until you arrived, young Master Shen. I ask you, did I end up drinking that bowl of wine? The waiter nodded, and the wine was also filled to the brim. Don't tell anyone about what I asked you, or else. I understand, young Master Shen, please drink slowly. After the waiter left, Shen Yuan hadn't had time to digest what the waiter just said when 3 people suddenly approached him. The leader was a young man with a refined appearance, holding a white fan in one hand and resting the other behind him. He smiled slightly, like a spring breeze. Young Master Shen, how have you been lately? Shen Yuan looked up and recognized this person. He was Luo Tianxia, the eldest son of the Luo family, commonly referred to as Young Master Xia. Young Master Xia, are you feigning ignorance? Shen Yuan could tell from Luo Tianxia's expression that he definitely knew something had happened to him. It's been a while since we last met. Young Master Shen, but your temper seems to have grown quite a bit. I wonder if your abilities have also increased? Luo Tianxia, you must be quite pleased, right? Shen Yuan knew that the title of Dongyang's #1 genius had likely fallen to Luo Tianxia now, though everyone still didn't know it. Luo Tianxia waved the fan and smiled. I am indeed quite happy, but when I'm happy, I can't keep my thoughts to myself. Oh. Shen Yuan knew there was more to Luo Tianxia's words. Luo Tianxia sat down opposite Shen Yuan, and his 2 bodyguards poured him wine. Luo Tianxia raised his wine bowl. Shall we drink to that? All right. Shen Yuan did not refuse. The 2 drank it all in one go. Luo Tianxia set down his wine bowl and said while fanning himself, a few nights ago, I saw Qin Yu hugging a man. Seeing you in such a good mood, I didn't want to disturb you. Is that so? Thank you for your kindness, young Master Luo. Young Master Shen, I'm feeling a bit dizzy, so I'll take my leave first. Luo Tianxia gave Shen Yuan a meaningful glance before leaving with his bodyguards. Qin Yu, you little green tea BTCH. Shen Yuan couldn't help but mutter. It turned out that this was all part of a conspiracy. Shen Yuan felt a bit irritated and directly lifted the wine jar, downing it in one go. Brother Shen Yuan, why are you drinking so much? Hearing the sudden voice, Shen Yuan put down the wine jar and looked up to see a graceful young girl standing before him, resembling a peony flower about to bloom, shy and timid. Luo Tianxiang, your brother just left? Why are you here too? Shen Yuan felt a bit dizzy. Did my brother come? I just came down from upstairs after eating and happened to see you drinking from the wine jar. Brother Shen Yuan, what's wrong? I've never seen you like this before. Luo Tianxiang's tone was filled with concern. I'm fine. Waiter, bring the wine. Shen Yuan shouted, and the waiter quickly brought another jar of wine. Brother Shen Yuan, you can't drink anymore. Luo Tianxiang tried to take the wine jar away, but was pushed back by Shen Yuan. None of your business. Go away. After saying that, Shen Yuan lifted the wine jar and drank it all. After putting down the wine jar, he felt a bit dizzy and suddenly felt weak, collapsing onto the table. Shen Mansion, Located in the east of Danyang City, it occupies a vast area and is heavily guarded. Halt! The guard stepped forward to stop Luo Tianxiang, who was carrying Shen Yuan. Young Master Shen? One guard squatted down to take a look and quickly helped him down from Luo Tianxiang's back. Thank you, miss. No need to thank. Hurry and help him inside. The guard carried Shen Yuan inside, and Luo Tianxiang watched their backs with a sigh of helplessness. In the evening, Shen Yuan slowly woke up. He patted his heavy head. Everything in front of him was blurry, and there seemed to be a woman sitting by the bed. Xiao Yuan, how many times have I told you not to go out? You still went out to drink. Are you planning to keep being so dejected? Although she was reproaching him, she was also worried. Sis, I'm fine. Shen Yuan slowly sat up from the bed. Shen, she suddenly asked something. Shen Yuan shook his head, unable to remember for a moment. Clearly, he had completely forgotten what happened before he got drunk. Shen, she rolled her eyes at Shen Yuan. After all these years, can't you see it? Luo Tianxiang likes you. She has liked following you since she was little. And now that she's grown up, she still hasn't forgotten you. What? A girl likes me? Chapter 4. Because I am the protagonist. Shen Yuan immediately woke up. But for a moment he forgot that he had traveled here, and as a result, he accidentally revealed his true nature. She looked at Shen Yuan in confusion, feeling that her brother seemed to have changed. Shen Yuan realized he had misspoken and quickly chuckled awkwardly. Sis, I'm not in the mood for romance right now. I just want to cultivate properly. I want to become stronger than everyone else. You said the same thing yesterday, but today you went out to drink. You really disappoint me. She no longer believed Shen Yuan's words. Seeing the disappointment on his sister's face, Shen Yuan took her hand and said, Sis, I didn't go out to drink. I was investigating. I already know who has harmed me. Hearing Shen Yuan's words, she shook her head. Don't investigate this matter anymore. Anyone with a bit of brains can figure out who did it. The key now is, you no longer have the Beast Tamer bloodline. Who in the family will still support you? Have you thought about this? Sis, precisely because I know no one will help me. I want to personally root out those who harmed me. I want them to pay the price. Upon hearing this, she sighed. Xiao Yuan, you are still young and don't understand many things. If you continue to investigate, it will only harm you, harm father, and harm the Shen family. Do you understand? Of course, Shen Yuan understood what she said. However, is it possible for someone to harm him and expect Shen Yuan to swallow his anger? But Shen Yuan was not reckless either. Sis, you don't need to interfere in this matter. I will handle everything myself and bear the consequences alone. Xiao Yuan, I know you've grown up, but you should also understand that a gentleman's revenge is not too late even after 10 years. If you recklessly uncover certain unknown matters now, it won't benefit us at all. Instead, it will make you even more dangerous. Do you understand? Shen Yuan knew his sister's concerns, but he couldn't allow those people to run rampant. Well, then you should rest well. Shi's eyes glistened with tears as she left Shen Yuan's room. How could she not want to help her brother take revenge? But now Shen Yuan no longer had the Beast Master bloodline, which was an undeniable fact. First Elder, Second Elder, just wait. In the next half-month, Shen Yuan began his chi refining and body training, and because he had the Divine Beast System, he didn't want to waste any time on the identity of a Beast Master. It was precisely because of this that it allowed those people to be convinced that Shen Yuan's Beast Master bloodline was indeed gone. As for his Divine Beast System, recently, he had been receiving pets as a daily sign-in reward, and as for the lottery, he no longer had such good luck. Basically, he drew low-level beginner growth cards every day. In the past 2 days, Shen Yuan discovered that the system had a new feature called achievements, meaning that by meeting certain conditions, he could complete specified achievements, and upon completion, the system would provide rewards. Achieving rare accomplishments could unlock new features. Currently, Shen Yuan had completed 3 achievements. 1. Own a basic pet. Achieving the basic pet achievement, reward, 1 low-level growth card. 2. Own a demon beast level demon beast. Achieving the demon beast advancement achievement, reward, 1 beginner growth card. 3. Own a demon emperor level demon beast. Achieving the demon beast advancement achievement, unlock the system's commerce area. In this commerce area, Shen Yuan looked around and found that everything sold was related to demon beasts, and purchasing goods required divine beast coins. The way to obtain divine beast coins was very simple. By selling demon beasts to the system, one could receive an equivalent amount of system currency. For example, selling a demon beast level demon beast could yield 100 divine beast coins, and so on, as the level of the demon beast increased. The price in divine beast coins would multiply by 10. One thing to note is that basic pets cannot be sold. Currently, Shen Yuan had not sold any demon beasts. While cultivating, Shen Yuan studied the system and investigated the truth of the matter. As time passed, the events Shen Yuan was investigating became increasingly clear. And now, the day of the duel with Chun Yu was approaching. The news of their duel had already caused a stir throughout the city days ago, becoming the focus of people's discussions over meals and tea. In Shen Yuan's courtyard, Shun Outyan and Shun she sat there with furrowed brows. Yuaner, you have no chance of winning this duel at all. Just admit defeat. Little Yuan, what father says is the truth. If you forcefully enter the battle, not only will you embarrass yourself in front of the entire city, but you might also get hurt, and then your foundation could be damaged, rendering you truly useless from then on. Father, sister, you have to believe me, I won't lose because… Shen Yuan interrupted Shen Yuan. Because what? Because you are the protagonist? Stop living in the past. The protagonist of Danyang City now is Luo Tianxia, not you. Shen Yuan was taken aback by his father's words because he really was the protagonist. Little Yuan, you have great talent in body training. If you work hard for a few more years, you can defeat Shen Yu and even Luo Tianxia. So promise your sister you won't go, okay? Shen Yuan shook his head decisively. I must go. Otherwise, I will live in the shadow of this for the rest of my life. Do you understand? Sigh. Both father and daughter sighed. Shen Yuan was indeed right. If he couldn't defeat Shen Yu, he would truly live in the shadow of this matter forever. Well, if you insist on going, wear the dragon scale armor. Shen Shi gave up trying to persuade Shen Yuan. Okay, I will. Suddenly, Shen Yuan stood up, turned his back to Shen Yuan, and sighed heavily as he walked away, muttering to himself, I'm old, really old. It's time to step down. Shen Shi looked at her father's sad figure and helplessly followed him. Shen Yuan watched the father and daughter leave, murmuring, Father, you won't step down. You are still the head of the Shen family. It's them who should leave. Time passed, and it was the deep night before the duel. The bright moon hung high, and the stars shone brilliantly. Shen Yuan sat alone on the rooftop, his back looking very upright, for he had never been dejected. What demon beast should he use to fight Shen Yu tomorrow? Initially, Shen Yuan planned to use the Hellhound directly, but if the Hellhound appeared now, it would be imposing. But many unnecessary troubles would follow. To be cautious and prevent others from suspecting, Shen Yuan decided to use a Demon King-level demon beast, the Flame Lion. A sleepless night passed. The next day, Shen Yuan, led by the head of the Shen family, Shen Yuan, and the two elders, arrived at the central square of Danyang City. On the Chun family side, they were led by the head of the Chun family, Chun Zhengnan, along with several elders. The central square of Danyang City was already filled with people, a sea of faces. Many prominent figures were also present to watch the match. The four great families of Danyang City, the Luo family and the Huang family, were also there, along with other families and various forces. The referee for this duel was the city lord of Danyang City, Situ Tianming. Chapter 5. The final battle, shocking the audience. Everyone quiet. Situ Tianming's deep and powerful voice echoed throughout the venue. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, all eyes on Situ Tianming. Today, Shen Yuan will battle Shen Yu, and I will officiate. You two, please take the stage. As his voice fell, Shen Yuan and Shen Yu walked onto the arena in the center of the square. The method of combat is unrestricted. Whoever falls off the stage loses, and whoever admits defeat loses. Do you have any objections? None. The two exchanged glances. Well then, let the match begin. Wait. Chen Zhengnan, the head of the Chen family, suddenly called out. What objections does the head of the Chen family have? Situ Tianming looked at Chen Zhengnan with some dissatisfaction. Chen Zhengnan stood up, first bowing to Situ Tianming, which eased some of Situ's anger. City Lord, what will happen if you win? And if you lose? Shouldn't this be announced to everyone? Oh, I'm not very clear on that. You can discuss it among yourselves. Chun Zhengnan sneered and looked at Shen Yuan, saying, just as young Master Shun and my daughter said that day, what do you think? Humph, you just want them to say it again, right? Hearing his father's words, Shen Yuan looked at Chun Yu and said loudly, if I win, it proves that Chun Yu is not worthy of me, and I will annul the engagement. If I lose, I will say in front of everyone in Danyang City that I am useless. Chun Yu chuckled a couple of times and said, if I win, it proves that Shen Yuan is useless, and I will break off the engagement with him. If I lose, I will marry a beggar in the city. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Especially the beggar who heard this couldn't help but light up with excitement. Situ Tianming stood up, signaling for everyone to be quiet, then glanced at Shen Yuan and Chun Zhengnan. Do either of you have any objections? None. They both shook their heads simultaneously. Well, you may begin. Situ Tianming announced the start, but the two did not rush to fight. Instead, they stared at each other for a moment. Shen Yu suddenly smiled. Shen Yuan, you are no longer a beast master. What do you have to fight me? Humph, you'll know once you try? Shen Yuan did not intend to reveal his identity just yet. All right, today I will make you suffer a crushing defeat. With that, Shen Yu summoned her contracted demon beast. Look, this is the Moonshadow Wolf. Yes, it is said that the Moonshadow Wolf has unparalleled speed and is very powerful. Shen Yuan is no longer a beast master. What can he use to fight the Moonshadow Wolf? The audience began to discuss among themselves. You can bring out such a trashy demon beast? Shen Yuan laughed. Although the Moonshadow Wolf is not the worst, It is indeed ranked in the lower middle tier among demon beasts. Humph, the Moonshadow Wolf is enough to deal with you. If I summon my other contracted demon beast, won't it scare you to death? After speaking, Shen Yu rolled up her right sleeve and raised her hand high. Look, there are indeed 2 Beastmaster rings on Miss Chen's wrist. She really has another contracted beast. Everyone is saying that Miss Chen is already a second-tier Beastmaster at such a young age, and it seems to be true. Miss Chen's future is limitless. The crowd below clearly has high hopes for Shen Yu, as she is not only beautiful, but also very powerful. Shen Yuan looked at the Beastmaster rings on Shen Yu's wrist. He knew that these things were the most important for a Beastmaster because the Beastmaster ring is where the contracted beasts are stored. One ring represents one contracted beast, and the Beastmaster ring also proves the status of the Beastmaster. One ring represents a first-tier Beastmaster, 2 rings represent a second-tier Beastmaster, and so on. However, what truly determines a Beastmaster's strength is the color of the Beastmaster ring. A white ring represents a beast level, a green ring represents a king level, a blue ring represents a general level, a purple ring represents a commander level, an orange ring represents an emperor level, and a red ring represents an emperor level. The Beastmaster ring is formed by the beast itself after making a contract, attaching to the owner's wrist. And the Beastmaster cannot remove it unless they cancel the contract with the beast. Therefore, a Beastmaster cannot fake it. Come on, little wolf pup. Shen Yuan took a combat stance and beckoned the Moonshadow Wolf. The Moonshadow Wolf bared its teeth at Shen Yuan, waiting for its master's command. Moonshadow Wolf, tear him apart. With a command from Shen Yu, the Moonshadow Wolf dashed out like a shadow at lightning speed. The little pup has some skills. Shen Yuan was caught off guard and was pinned to the ground by the Moonshadow Wolf. Utterly vulnerable. Shen Yu crossed her arms in front of her chest, looking like a spectator. Get off me. Shen Yuan seized the opportunity, kicking the Moonshadow Wolf in the belly and throwing it over his head. A woof. The Moonshadow Wolf yelped and pounced at Shen Yuan again. This time, it showed its sharp claws. With a tearing sound, the Moonshadow Wolf scratched Shen Yuan's right arm, ripping his clothes. It seems my combat experience is still too lacking. Otherwise, with my second-tier body-refining master abilities, I would have easily dealt with the Moonshadow Wolf. Shen Yuan realized he was not the Moonshadow Wolf's match. In the Shen family stands, Shen Yuan and Shun Shi were unable to watch any longer. Meanwhile, the Chen family was laughing heartily. The spectators below were cheering for their goddess Shen Yu. From any angle, Shen Yuan was being crushed. Shen Yuan, admit defeat. What's wrong with being a good-for-nothing? Just stretch out your hands for clothes and open your mouth for food. Shen Yu laughed triumphantly. Shen Yuan shouted loudly. In an instant, a whirlwind swept across the arena. When the wind settled, everyone was stunned. The next second, the crowd erupted. The flame lion, entirely fiery red, with fur like flames, looked strong and powerful. What? How could this happen? Shen Yu was incredibly shocked. Shen family stand. How is that possible? Wasn't he supposed to be useless? Shen family stand. Yuaner, I didn't expect you to deceive even your father. Little Yuan. Shun Shi really didn't know how to express her feelings at this moment. Her eyes were filled with tears. Flame Lion, take down that little wolf pup. With Shun Yuan's command, the Flame Lion charged at the Moonshadow Wolf like a tiger descending a mountain. A woof. An absurd scene unfolded as the Moonshadow Wolf, sensing the Flame Lion's imposing aura, immediately crouched down, wagging its tail, looking both ridiculous and pitiful. Roar. Instantly, Shen Yu's body went soft with fear, and she collapsed. At that moment, Shen Yu didn't even have the courage to summon her second contracted beast. I admit defeat. In that instant, Shen Yu cried. No one expected that what was supposed to be a crushing situation would be instantly reversed by Shen Yuan. At this moment, Situ Tianming stood up. I announced that Shen Yuan wins. Hearing these words, the 2 elders beside Shen Yuan couldn't help but frown, unable to feel happy. Meanwhile, the expressions on the faces of the Chun family members were like they had lost their mothers. Brother Shen Yuan, I knew you could do it. You will always be my great hero. On the Luo family stand, Luo Tianxiang jumped up, cheering loudly. Luo Tianxia looked at his sister and shook his head helplessly. Shen Yuan, you really did well. Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan. Cheers for Shen Yuan erupted from the crowd below. At that moment, Shen Yuan truly experienced what it meant to be human. Brother Yuan, I love you. It was all Shun Beichen's doing. He instructed me to do this. Please give me another chance, okay? Yuer can't live without you. Shen Yu, now disregarding her dignity, directly clung to Shen Yuan's leg, crying bitterly. Shen Yu, stop disgusting me. Get lost. Shen Yuan kicked Shen Yu away, as this woman truly made him feel nauseous. Brother Yuan, I beg you. Shen Yu was in a desperate state. Shen Yuan looked down at the crowd and shouted, someone bring a beggar up here. I owe him a favor. This kid really shows no mercy to the Chen family. Situ Tianming shook his head helplessly. Now, everyone was eagerly looking for a beggar. To everyone now, a beggar was a treasure. Shen Yu saw that Shen Yuan was serious, and she immediately panicked and shouted, "Dad, save me. I don't want to marry a beggar." Shen Zhengnan looked at his daughter, heartbroken. He never expected today's outcome. After a sigh, Shen Zhengnan looked toward the Shen family stand. "Elders, why aren't you taking action?" Chapter 6. The Return of Dongyang's First Person. Bang! The Shen family's Grand Elder and Second Elder acted simultaneously, their palms striking Shen Outyan's back. Poof! Shen Outyan was caught off guard and fell off the stand. In the brief moment that passed, everyone was dumbfounded. What is happening? What is going on with the Shen family? Shouldn't they be happy for Shen Yuan's victory? Why are they fighting among themselves? The spectators below began to discuss. The members of various families watched indifferently, as this matter related to their future. Father. Shen Shi hurriedly jumped off the stand to help Shen Outyan. Shen Yuan saw that things were not looking good and immediately grabbed Shen Yu, as she was an important bargaining chip. "Sure, I'm fine." After saying this, Shen Outyan suddenly spat out blood. "Shen Outyan, today is your day to die?" Shen Zhengnan looked at Shen Outyan with a fierce expression. "Shen dog, look at this." Shen Yuan tightened his grip on Shen Yu's neck, glaring at the Chen family. "Everyone, let us prioritize harmony and please give me, Situ, some face." Situ Tianming stood up, scanning the crowd with a strong aura that was palpable. Upon hearing this, Shen Zhengnan suddenly sneered. "Humph, no one can help today. Shen Outyan must die. You can disregard her life too?" Shen Yuan lifted Shen Yu up in an attempt to threaten Shen Zhengnan. Shen Zhengnan looked at Shen Yuan with disdain and said something that shocked everyone. "Her? She's already useless. You can kill her if you want." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. They did not know when Shen Zhengnan had become so cold-hearted that he could disregard his own daughter's life. Shen Yu wanted to speak, but with Shen Yuan choking her, she couldn't say anything and could only cry silently. At this moment, Shen Yu had become the most pitiful person on the stage. "Shen Zhengnan, you truly are a beast." As the city lord, Situ Tianming had to intervene in front of so many people today. "Head of the Huang family, help me hold Situ Tianming back. You don't need to worry about anything else." Shen Jingnan's words once again left everyone in shock. The head of the Huang family, named Huang Wenqing, looked at Shen Zhengnan and said, "Don't forget the promise you made to me, or I will make your death very ugly." After saying that, Huang Wenqing directly attacked Situ Tianming. "You all should make your move now." Shen Zhengnan glanced again at the two elders of the Shen family. Hearing this, Shen Yuan grew anxious. "Shen Feng, Shen Hai, you two old dogs, not only colluded with the Chun family to harm my father, but also let your grandson drug me to harm me. If you dare to move today, you will die." Shen Yuan had just considered that he had no choice but to summon the Hellhound, even if he would face a lot of trouble afterwards. He didn't care anymore. Shen Feng, the elder of the Shen family, did not rush to attack, but looked at Shen Yuan with a fierce gaze. "Shen Yuan, there wouldn't have been any trouble if you hadn't acted so smart. Since things have come to this point, I won't be afraid to tell you that today. All three of you, father and daughter, must die?" "What? Can someone tell me what happened?" The audience was in an uproar, as no one expected the elder of the Shen family to say such a thing. "Hurry up and make your move, or things will change." Shen Zhengnan urged. "Junior brother, you go kill Shen Outyan, and I will deal with Shen Yuan." "Okay." Shen Feng jumped onto the stage to face Shen Yuan, while Shen Hai approached the stands to kill Shen Outyan. However, Shen Shi stood in front of her father. "You, how pitiful." Shen Yuan glanced at Shen Yu, throwing her aside like a dead dog. "Hellhound, come forth." Just as Shen Yuan was summoning the Hellhound, a roar of a beast suddenly echoed from the sky. A new situation had emerged, and Shen Yuan abandoned the summoning of the Hellhound. At that moment, a very strong, beastly aura instantly covered the entire square. Then, blocking out the sun, a gigantic blue bird flew down from the sky. "Today, let's see who dares to lay a hand on my children. If you are unconvinced, feel free to give it a try." With that domineering voice, an imposing old man jumped down from the back of the blue bird. At this moment, Situ Tianming and Huang Wenqing, who were fighting, also stopped. Everyone's gaze in the area turned to the old man with white hair and a youthful face. Luo Hongtai, the head of the Luo family, was the first to recognize the old man. "Is that the ancestor of the Shen family?" The people in the audience had heard of the title of the #1 person in Danyang, but very few had actually seen him. At this moment, the members of the Chen family and the two elders of the Shen family all looked as pale as death. Shen Yuan searched his memory but found almost no trace of the old man. Could he really be my great-grandfather? Shen Yuan felt a bit doubtful. "You must be Shen Yuan, right? Come here so your great-grandfather can take a look." Shen Yulong waved kindly at Shen Yuan. After thinking for a moment, Shen Yuan walked over. "Child, you look very much like me when I was young." "Great-grandfather?" Shen Yuan instinctively called out. Shen Yulong patted Shen Yuan's shoulder and then turned to Shen Outyan. At this moment, everyone in the arena dared not move or speak, only quietly watching, as the pressure from the giant bird above them was overwhelming. Shen Outyan now appeared somewhat weak. He looked at Shen Yuan with deep regret. Grandfather. It's my fault for being useless, allowing such a big issue to happen in the Shen family. Outyin, I believe you did your best. Leave the rest to your grandfather. Shen Yuan took out a pill and handed it to Shen Shi, signaling her to feed it to Shen Outyin. Old Patriarch, you have become a 6th grade beast tamer? Shen Hai, standing nearby, noticed the beast tamer ring on Shen Yuan's wrist. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place was shocked. What does being a 6th grade beast tamer mean? Shen Hai and Shen Feng, I watched you grow up. I never thought that in the 20 years I was gone, you would turn into ungrateful wolves. It truly pains me. After saying this, Shen Yuan suddenly struck Shen Hai beside him, sending him flying onto the stage. Old Patriarch, I was wrong. Seeing the situation, Shen Feng hurriedly knelt down. Although Shen Hai had been hit, he was not severely injured, and he immediately knelt before Shen Yuan as well. Shen Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, glancing at Shen Feng and Shen Hai. Child, realizing your mistakes and being able to admit them is a good thing, but not all mistakes can be forgiven. Old Patriarch, please spare us. We truly know we were wrong. Please give us a chance. Shen Feng and Shen Hai repeatedly knocked their heads and begged for mercy. At this moment, they had no intention of resisting. After all, they were members of the Shen family. Get up. How could my Shen family sons be so cowardly? Shen Yuan scolded. Shen Feng and Shen Hai thought that Shen Yuan had forgiven them, quickly getting up to thank him. Thank you, Old Patriarch, for sparing our lives. Hearing this, Shen Yuan closed his eyes. Children, considering your father's lifelong loyalty to me, you should take care of it yourselves. Chapter 7. If you make a mistake, you must bear the responsibility. Shen Yuan, who seemed kind to his family, shocked everyone with his words. The Chen family members looked as if they had eaten something bitter. Their faces extremely ugly. If Shen Yuan could be so ruthless to his own family, how would he treat outsiders? Shen Feng and Shen Hai did not want to die, so they still tried to plead. But just as they were about to kneel down, Shen Yuan stepped forward and held them, whispering in their ears, "You can go in peace. I can forgive the mistakes made by your grandson, and I will not hold it against them." Upon hearing this, Shen Feng and Shen Hai exchanged glances, as if they had made a certain decision, then simultaneously lowered their heads. No one heard what they said. And then they saw Shen Feng and Shen Hai respectfully bowing to the old patriarch Shen Yuan. Old patriarch, we are going. Safe travels. Shen Yuan closed his eyes. Shen Feng and Shen Hai raised their right hands and struck their own crowns. Puff! The two fell to the ground, lifeless. Shen Yuan watched this scene, fully aware that although the two elders were dead, the conspiracy was not over yet. Others, seeing this scene, did not dare to breathe. Sigh. Shen Yuan sighed deeply. He then turned his gaze to Qin Zhengnan. Zhengnan, you have disappointed me greatly. Your great-grandfather was upright all his life, yet you have committed such beastly acts. Shen Yuan's tone was one of disappointment. Heh, old man Shen, you don't need to put on an act. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Qin Zhengnan, accept it. At this moment, everyone listened quietly as if it were a story. As this was said, everyone seemed to understand. It turned out that Shen Yuan owed the Chen family a favor. So, old man Shen, are you planning to repay the favor to my Chen family? Qin Zhengnan sneered. Shen Yuan looked at Qin Zhengnan. If you say it's repayment, then I have long since repaid that favor. I don't know how many times I helped your father and grandfather. The reason I never mentioned it is that I feel I can never repay your great-grandfather in this lifetime. Qin Zhengnan indeed had never heard of this from his father and grandfather. At this moment, Shen Yuan suddenly sighed. Sigh. I never thought that when it was your turn to be the head of the family, you would do such things. To be honest, I cannot forgive you. So ultimately, you still want to kill me? Qin Zhengnan forced a smile. Shen Yuan shook his head. Before your great-grandfather passed away, he told me that in our lifetimes, we brothers owe nothing to each other. But he also said, if the Chen family ever does something to wrong the Shen family, then they should be killed. What? Qin Zhengnan was taken aback. Others felt an indescribable feeling in their hearts upon hearing this. At this moment, Shen Yuan turned his gaze to Chen Yu. This is your daughter, right? What a good girl. Yet you have led her to become like this. I truly feel heartbroken for your great-grandfather. Old Master Shen, what is going on today? Can you give a clear answer? Qin Zhengnan felt that if he listened any longer, he would surely break down. Shen Yuan glanced at Shen Yuan, then looked at Qin Zhengnan. You sever one arm, and consider it a resolution to the grievances between our two families, thus cutting off our ties. From now on, the Shen and Qin families will be strangers. Good. Qin Zhengnan readily agreed. Immediately after, he publicly severed one of his arms, and the two families' ties were completely severed. Seeing this scene, Shen Yuan couldn't help but sigh deeply. No one present could truly understand Shen Yuan's feelings. In fact, he was the one suffering the most. After a moment of silence, Shen Yuan suddenly spoke. The accounts I needed to settle have been settled. From now on, I, Shen Yuan, will no longer interfere in Dongyang's matters. All the grievances among you younger generations will be resolved by yourselves. If my grandson Outyin is incapable and the Shen family is swallowed by you, I will have no complaints. After saying this, Shen Yulong swept his gaze across the crowd, pausing only for a moment on Shen Yuan and his grandson Outyin. I will wait for you at home. With that, Shen Yulong picked up the bodies of Shen Feng and Shen Hai, leaped onto the back of the Qingyao, and disappeared from the square. Once Qingyao left, everyone felt a great sense of relief and began to discuss in low voices. After all, Shen Yulong's last words were quite thought-provoking. Everyone, I will take my leave now. Head of the Huang family, I have noted today's events. Situ Tianming glanced at Huang Wenqing and turned to leave. Although the city lord had left, the remaining people did not disperse, as they all knew that the matter was not yet resolved. Qinyu, everyone must be responsible for themselves and pay the price for their actions, without exception. Shen Yuan looked at Qinyu, knowing she was a pitiful woman who had been used. But since she had made a mistake, she had to pay the price. Young Master Shen, I found a beggar. Suddenly, a man brought a beggar to the edge of the arena. Good, what do you want? I just want money. Good. Go to the Shen residence to collect your money. Thank you, young Master Shen. Shen Yuan had to admit that this man was indeed clever, knowing what to ask for and what not to ask for. You come up. Shen Yuan looked at the beggar. The beggar timidly climbed onto the stage. Seeing this scene, the crowd below became restless. Young Master Shen really intends to make Miss Qin marry a beggar? Yes. I thought this matter was settled. I didn't expect it. Shen Yuan actually follows through on his words. Now, everyone seemed to have a new understanding of Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan, do you really want to humiliate the Chun family in front of everyone in Danyang City? An elder from the Chun family stepped forward. I ask you, if I had lost today, would you have let me go? The elder had nothing to say, because if Shen Yuan lost, he would definitely force Shen Yuan to declare himself a waste in front of the whole city. You two, get married right here. Shen Yuan said to the beggar and Qin Yu. Young Master Shen, why not let Miss Qin go? Someone suddenly shouted from below. Indeed, many people could no longer stand by. No matter how despicable Qin Yu was, she hadn't harmed the people of the city, and it was only natural for them to plead for her. Yes, young Master Shen, just let it go. Young Master Shen, you are magnanimous. Let Miss Qin go. In an instant, many people below began to plead for Qin Yu. They did this for no other reason than to maintain their last shred of kindness in their hearts. Shen Yuan also knew that if Qin Yu were infamous and wicked, the common people wouldn't plead for her. Since everyone was pleading for her, it was enough to prove that Qin Yu also had a kind side. Just as Shen Yuan was still hesitating about what to do, Qin Yu suddenly spoke. Everyone, I really thank you, but since I have lost today, I must fulfill my promise. After saying this, Qin Yu walked over, took the beggar's hand, and the two jumped off the stage, disappearing into the crowd. Watching their figures, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Qin Yu, the pride of Danyang City, lost to Shen Yuan today and was abandoned by her family, losing everything. Now, everyone couldn't help but admire Qin Yu. If it were someone else, they might have collapsed or committed suicide, but she did not. From this moment on, Qin Yu had completely changed. Chapter 8 Shen Yulong's Instructions. In the evening, Shen Residence. Main hall. Shen Yulong leaned against the wall, sitting at the top of the hall, with Shen Outyin and Shen Shi, Shen Yuan's siblings, sitting to his right, and 3 elderly elders to his left. Shen Yuan knew that these 3 elders did not hold as high a position as the Grand Elder and Second Elder, but they were still core figures of the Shen family. Shen Yulong closed his eyes, leaning back in his chair, and slowly said, Outyin, I didn't expect so much to happen during my 20 years away. Shen Outyin stood up, bent over, and bowed, saying, Grandfather, it's my fault for making the Shen family a mess. How did you die? She suddenly said she had a stomachache not long after giving birth to Shen Yuan, and then died a few days later. When Shen Outyin said this, not only did his pupils shrink, but his body also trembled slightly, and his voice quivered with his shaking. What? Shen Yulong suddenly opened his eyes, anger flashing in his gaze. Then he let out a heavy breath, his eyes filled with sorrow. Did my mother die like this? Shen Yuan couldn't help but feel puzzled because they were in a different world. How could a person die from such a minor ailment? Especially since his mother was not an ordinary person. Grandfather, I was also very puzzled at the time. Yura was fine. Why did she suddenly die? But after searching for a long time, I could not find any clues, and in the end, I had no choice but to leave it at that. Shen Outyin still felt very sad when he thought back on it. Could it be? Shen Yulong lowered his head, resting his chin on his hand, and frowned slightly. Did great-grandfather think of something? Is it related to my mother's death? Shen Yuan guessed secretly upon seeing Shen Yulong's expression. Is Shen Yuan 18 this year? Shen Yulong suddenly asked. Shen Outyin nodded. Yes, he just turned 18 a few days ago, just as I thought. Shen Yulong sighed and closed his eyes again. Great-grandfather should already know, but why isn't he saying anything? Could there be some hidden truth in this? Shen Yulong didn't speak. And Shen Yuan didn't dare to ask either. After a moment of silence, Shen Yulong suddenly said, Out Yin, the Shen family will be handed over to you in the future. I said in the city today, I will no longer intervene in the Shen family's matters. As for how far the Shen family can go, it depends on your abilities. Great-grandfather, what have you been doing all these years outside? Shen Yuan couldn't help but ponder. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was very oppressive. What? Everyone was extremely shocked. No one expected that Shen Yulong returned after 20 years just to say goodbye. Shen Yulong waved his hand. You don't need to be surprised. I have important matters to attend to outside. Just focus on your training. If you can leave Danyang City, we may still have a chance to meet again. They say that cultivation knows no time, and time will smooth over all worldly attachments and bonds. Shen Yuan had always struggled to understand this phrase when reading novels, but now he finally understood it from great-grandfather. In an instant, everyone felt a mix of emotions because Shen Yulong was the kind of person who always kept his word. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. This matter, you must not spread it, remember. The future Shen family will be entrusted to you. Shen Yulong looked at Shen Outyin, then at the three elders on his left. Elder Patriarch, we understand. The three elders stood up and bowed in unison. Yes, you may leave for now. Then, the three elders took their leave. Now, only 4 people remained in the hall, the true bloodline of the Shen family. Grandson understands, and will follow grandfather's teachings diligently. All right, you can leave too. After Shen Outyin left, only the siblings were left. Sheer, come over and let great-grandpa take a look at you. Shen Yulong waved to Shen Shi. Shen Shi stepped forward. Great-grandpa. You've really grown. The last time I left, you were still in my arms, and now, in the blink of an eye, 20 years have passed, and you've become a young lady. Shen Yulong smiled rarely. Great-grandpa, can't you stay and accompany Sheath? Shen Shi truly didn't want Shen Yulong to leave. Shen Yulong shook his head helplessly. Sure. You've grown up and understand that some things are beyond your control. Don't think that just because I'm a 6th grade beast master in Danyang City, I'm invincible. In the vast outside world, with my skills, I'm nothing. Do you understand? Great-grandpa, I understand. Shen Shi could indeed comprehend Shen Yulong's words now. Here. This is something great-grandpa left for you. Take it. Shen Yulong took out a small box and handed it to Shen Shi. Thank you, great-grandpa. Shen Shi accepted it without hesitation. All right, you can leave too. Great-grandpa will accompany you tomorrow. Okay. After Shen Shi left, only Shen Yuan remained. Shen Yuan, let great-grandpa have a good look at you. Great-grandpa. Shen Yuan stepped forward. To be honest, Shen Yuan had little impression of Shen Yulong. He only knew there was such a person. As expected of my Shen Yulong's descendant, handsome and talented. Shen Yulong stroked his beard and nodded in satisfaction. Great-grandpa, I believe you were also a charming young man who captivated countless girls in your youth. Haha. Shen Yuan's words made Shen Yulong laugh heartily, and he joined in the laughter. After the laughter, Shen Yulong had Shen Yuan sit in front of him. Shen Yuan, I've heard about your matters. You did very well. Thank you for the praise, great-grandpa. Shen Yuan was not modest. Shen Yulong continued, I've heard your beast master bloodline disappeared, but now you can control beasts again. There must be some unknown secret behind this, right? Secret? Shen Yuan thought to himself that Shen Yulong was indeed very clever. He had a system, but he couldn't reveal it. It's fine, you don't need to say anything. I don't want to know. As long as you are still a beast master now, that's enough. Shen Yulong said this to protect Shen Yuan. Great-grandpa, can I ask you something? Go ahead. Do you know why my mother died? Do you even know who the murderer is? Shen Yuan's words made Shen Yulong look at him differently, but when it came to this topic, Shen Yulong frowned. After thinking for a moment, he decided to reveal a little to Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan, I do know, but the reason I don't say it is something you should be able to guess with your intuition, right? Shen Yuan could only guess. Great-grandpa doesn't say it because the Shen family is not the opponent of the other party? Shen Yulong nodded. You're right. But that's only part of the reason. I see. Shen Yuan thought to himself that there was indeed a big secret. Shen Yuan, if you really want to know the truth and seek revenge for your mother, then practice hard, become a powerful beast master, and one day leave Danyang City to see the outside world. As your strength increases, the truth will gradually come to light. Do you understand? Shen Yulong patted Shen Yuan's shoulder. He had high hopes for Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan looked at Shen Yulong with an incredibly determined expression. I will definitely leave Danyang City. Chapter 9. Teach Shen Baichen a lesson. The sun rose, and sunlight gradually illuminated the earth. Shen Mansion, Shen Yuan's courtyard. Shen Yuan was doing the most basic exercises to improve his physical strength, flexibility, and agility. In Shen Yuan's memory, the body refiners in Danyang City were distinguished by their strength. A first-grade body refiner could punch with a force of 500 pounds. Shen Yuan was now a second-grade body refiner, and his punch could exert a force of 1,000 pounds. However, as far as he knew, a third-grade body refiner could punch with at least 2,000 pounds of force. After finishing his basic training, Shen Yuan washed up and changed his clothes. Then, Shen Yuan signed in for a lottery draw in the system. This time, the rewards were still very ordinary, without anything special. After that, Shen Yuan went to find his great-grandfather to pay his respects. However, when he arrived, his sister told him that great-grandpa had gone out early in the morning. "Sister, what are you planning to do today?" Shen Yuan casually asked. "Me? I'm planning to go to the shops in the city to take a look and buy some things." Shen Yuan knew that the shops his sister referred to were those of the Shen family, so he decided to go along to have a look. After all, as a prominent family in Danyang, the Shen family had many businesses in the city, covering silk, food, entertainment, and more. The siblings arrived at Danyang City's East Street. At this time, the streets were bustling with people, showcasing a scene of prosperity. "Let's go, sister, I'll take you to the fabric store." "Okay." Shen Yuan knew that the fabric store sold cloth, so he followed along. The business at the fabric store was quite good in the morning. As soon as the siblings entered, they saw the shop packed with people. "Miss, young master, you're here." The owner of the fabric store welcomed Shen Yuan and his sister to the back room. "Sister, what are we here for?" She glanced at Shen Yuan. "Of course. We're here to check the accounts." "I see. Then sister, you must be quite busy today. Let me help you share some of the burden." Shen Yuan understood very well that after Shen Yulong left, all the responsibilities fell onto Shen Outyin, and as his son, he naturally had to help his father. "Xiao Yuan, just focus on your cultivation. Since you're still a beast master, you need to work even harder. After all, contracting a powerful monster is not easy. Moreover, monsters need a lot of monster cores to grow. Relying solely on buying monster cores will slow down their growth, and they won't have much combat experience. So you need to take your monsters to the Monster Mountain range." "Alright then." Shen Yuan could only agree with his sister. Although he could raise monsters with the system, he couldn't let others see it, so he still had to do what needed to be done. Furthermore, as far as he knew, generally, only second-grade beast masters could control monster-level beasts, which relied on purchased monster cores for their growth. However, to further grow monsters into general-level beasts, they had to fight and grow in battle. Otherwise, relying solely on buying monster cores to raise monsters has two major drawbacks. First, the combat experience of the monsters would be very lacking, and they could easily be defeated by other monsters of higher levels. Second, the higher the monster's level, the more monster cores are needed, which are increasingly rare and precious. This requires a significant amount of funds. Even the largest families can't afford it. Although Shen Yuan's monsters were being raised with the system's help, the combat experience of the monsters could not be provided by the system. Therefore, he still needed to let his monsters grow through battles, just like everyone else. While Shen Yuan was deep in thought, he heard Shen Shi's voice. "I've checked it. Let's go?" "Okay." Shen Yuan, with nothing much to do, looked around the store. "Get out of the way." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from outside. Shen Yuan ran out to take a look, just in time to see a figure fly past him, followed by a loud crash as it hit the nearby shop. The rider, startled by his horse, fell to the ground. "It's him, Shen Beichen." Shen Yuan immediately recognized the horseback rider. To be honest, if Shen Yulong hadn't said not to pursue Shen Beichen and shun Hao's responsibilities, they would have probably been dealt with by Shen Yuan by now. "Are you blind? How dare you block my way?" Shen Beichen walked up to the man who had been knocked down and kicked him. "Young Master Shen, I didn't do it on purpose. Please don't hit me." The man, looking very honest, covered his head and begged for mercy from Shen Beichen. Unfortunately, Shen Beichen was not going to let him go, because he could find a sense of superiority over such people. "Get in my way, and see if I don't beat you to death." Shen Beichen liked to see others beaten and left helpless. According to Shen Yuan, Shen Beichen had done this kind of thing many times before, but in the end, he lived comfortably thanks to the influence of the elder, Shen Feng. "Stop it." Shen Yuan rushed over to grab Shen Beichen's arm. "Who dares to meddle in my affairs? Get lost." Before Shen Beichen could finish his threat, he saw Shen Yuan's face. "Young master, is that you?" Shen Beichen immediately changed to a flattering expression, obediently like a dog. At this moment, the area was already crowded with onlookers, and Shen Shi also came out of the fabric shop. Shen Yuan looked at Shen Beichen and sneered. "So you use this hand to hit people, right?" Shen Beichen instinctively nodded. Suddenly, there was a crack. A scream startled the onlookers, who instinctively took a few steps back. "You!" Shen Beichen wanted to explode in anger, but thinking of his grandfather's death, he could only act like a dog in front of Shen Yuan. "I won't dare again. Please let me go, young master." Shen Beichen immediately begged for mercy. Shen Yuan kicked him away. "I won't dare again, I really won't." Shen Beichen crawled away quickly, and after leaving the crowd, he bit his lip until it bled, his eyes flashing with a very harsh glare. "Young Master Shen, well done." Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. "Well done. Excellent." The crowd quickly echoed. "Are you all right? Take this money for medical treatment." Shen Yuan helped the man on the ground up and handed him some money. "Thank you, young Master Shen, for your great mercy." The man took the money and disappeared into the crowd. All right, everyone disperse. If anyone from the Shen family dares to bully you again in the future, come find me, and I will stand up for you. As Shen Yuan dismissed the crowd, he also said something that resonated with the people. After the crowd dispersed, Shen Shi walked over. Xiao Yuan, you've really changed. You didn't care about these matters before. Shen Yuan chuckled. Sister, I've grown up. Shen Shi rolled her eyes at Shen Yuan. You brat, come, let's go to the restaurant. Chapter 10, Finding a Big Brother for Shen Yuan. Great-grandfather. The siblings entered the main hall and saw Shen Yulong sitting there. Sit down. The siblings exchanged glances and sat beside Shen Yulong. Do you know what I did today? Shen Yulong suddenly asked. The siblings truly couldn't think of anything. Shen Yulong took a sip of tea and slowly said, I went to Qingyun Mountain Manor outside the city today. Qingyun Mountain Manor? Shen Yuan seemed not to have heard of it. Shen Shi's eyes lit up. Great-grandfather, are you talking about the Qingyun Mountain Manor of the Qingyun Taoist? Sure. You know? Shen Yulong was slightly surprised. Shen Shi nodded. A few years ago, I went out of the city to handle some matters and encountered a qi refining master who tried to bully me. I was young and couldn't fight back. Just when I was desperate, a Taoist suddenly came to my aid and saved me. Hearing this, Shen Yulong stroked his beard and smiled. It seems that the Qingyun Taoist has a deep connection with our Shen family. When I was young, I was also saved by the Qingyun Taoist. Today, I specifically went to pay him a visit. Great-grandfather, is this Qingyun Taoist very powerful? Shen Yuan unconsciously asked. Shen Yulong smiled slightly. Shen Yuan, I don't know how powerful the Qingyun Taoist is, but I do know that he seems to have lived for several thousand years. While your great-grandfather is only 300 years old. What? A 1,000-year-old monster? Shen Yuan instinctively exclaimed. He agreed to take me as his disciple? In fact, Shen Yuan was not very keen on finding a master. The Qingyun Taoist agreed. After I leave, you should go to Qingyun Mountain Manor to find him. Shen Yuan wanted to say something, but his sister suddenly tugged at his clothes, signaling him to quickly agree to great-grandfather and not say anything else. Okay, great-grandfather. The siblings then bid farewell to Shen Yulong. Sister, to be honest, I don't want to go. Why do you insist on making me agree? Shen Yuan complained a bit. Shen Shi glared at Shen Yuan. You fool. You have no idea how powerful the Qingyun Taoist is. Great-grandfather must have put in a lot of effort to get him to accept you as a disciple. If you can follow the Qingyun Taoist for training, your future path will definitely be much smoother. Her words made Shen Yuan ponder. Indeed, on everyone's life path, without guidance, one would encounter obstacles everywhere. Without a guide, one could sometimes fall into confusion. In this world where the strong are revered, the growth of every genius and the birth of every strong person cannot be separated from their protector. Sister, I understand. Thank you. Shen Yuan opened the door to find the guards of the residence. Young master, the head of the family asked me to tell you that Shun Beichin and Shun Hao have left the Shen family and are missing. They left the Shen family? Does great-grandfather know? The old family head already knows. His intention is to let them be. Also, the old family head asked me to convey a message to you. If you encounter them outside in the future, if you can forgive them once, then forgive them. Okay, I understand. Shen Yuan closed the door and fell into thought. He knew that Shen Beichin and Shun Hao were currently feeling like they were sitting on pins and needles in the Shen family and had no place to stay unless they completely changed their ways. But it was easy to imagine that with their grandfather killed, they must harbor great hatred towards Shen Yuan. How could they possibly change their ways? Shen Beichin, Shen Hao, I hope you 1T provoke me in the future, or I 1T let you go. Great-grandfather must have said that because he remembered the contributions your grandfather made to the Shen family, right? The next day, Shen Yuan didn't go anywhere and stayed at home with Shen Yulong, asking him many questions, such as how the outside world was and how beast tamers should develop in the future. Regarding the outside world, Shen Yulong only vaguely told Shen Yuan about it, while he spoke very detailed about the matter of beast tamers. Shen Yuan also learned from his great-grandfather that the beast that had been circling above the central square of Danyang City that day was the beast emperor-level Qingwan. After a day of chatting, Shen Yuan gained a lot. Time passed, and it was already time for Shen Yulong to leave. Only Shen Outyin and the siblings Shen Shi and Shen Yuan were there to see him off. Outyin, the Shen family will be left to you from now on. If a major crisis arises in the future, be prepared to give up. It doesn't matter if the Shen family is gone, but I hope you can survive. Shen Yuan could see that Shen Yulong was very fond of his grandson Shen Outyin. Grandfather, Outyin will remember. Shen Outyin knelt down and bowed 3 times to Shen Yulong. Shen Shi, Shen Yuan, you are the same. If you face life-threatening dangers in the future, remember not to act impulsively. Preserving your lives is the most important thing. Great-grandfather hopes to see you again in the future. Great-grandfather, we will remember. I want to say anything else. Take care, I'm leaving. Grandfather, great-grandfather. Take care. Shen Yulong mounted the Qingwan and left Danyang under the cover of night. Once Shen Yuan left, the mood of the three was very low. After saying that, Shen Yuan jumped onto the roof, staring in the direction his grandfather had left. Good. Shen Yuan also went up to the roof and quietly sat beside his father. After sitting for half an hour, Shen Yuan suddenly spoke. Yuaner, now that your great-grandfather has gone, I might never see him again. Father. Shen Yuan did not want to say much. The current situation spoke louder than words. Shen Yuan sighed heavily. Yuaner, you should set off for Qingyun Mountain Manor early tomorrow morning. Leave the rest to me. Father, I'll stay home and accompany you for a few more days. Shen Yuan shook his head. No need. A real man should have ambitions that reach the world. Just follow Qingyun Daoist to cultivate. And when the day comes for you to leave, you can step out of Donyang and properly see the outside world for your father. Hearing his father's words, Shen Yuan felt an immense pain in his heart. He knew that his father bore heavy responsibilities and could not leave Donyang, even unable to avenge the one he loved. A knot in his heart remained unresolved. Shen Yuan's words undoubtedly expressed high expectations for Shen Yuan, hoping that one day he could find out the truth behind his mother's death and allow her to rest peacefully in the afterlife. Chapter 11. The Beggar's Jade Pendant. In the early morning, after a light rain, the air was exceptionally fresh. Shen Yuan packed his belongings and bid farewell to his father. The only one seeing him off was his sister, Shen Shi. Little Yuan, take good care of yourself after you leave. I made you 2 sets of clothes. Take them. Sister. Shen Yuan only then realized that his sister had gone to the fabric store a few days ago to make clothes for him. Little Yuan, when you meet Qingyun Daoist, send my regards. Okay, sister, there's something I need to tell you. The dragon scale armor you gave me, I left it on the bed. Please take it back later, I won't be needing it. Alright, take care. Shen Yuan mounted his horse and left, his spirited demeanor slightly marred by the tears that fell from the corners of his eyes. Little Yuan. Shen Shi watched her brother's back, feeling an indescribable sadness in her heart. Qingyun Villa was located in the mountains over 100 kilometers west of the city. Thus, Shen Yuan needed to exit through the west gate of Donyang City. As he rode through the main street in the west of the city, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Qinyu, what are you doing? Shen Yuan dismounted and approached Qinyu, only to find her somewhat unfamiliar. Her clothes were not only tattered, but her hair was also disheveled, lacking the grace of the Chun family's young lady. Shen Yuan. Isn't all of this because of you? Qinyu smiled self-deprecatingly, filled with bitterness and helplessness. Shen Yuan sighed. Is the Qin family really not recognizing you anymore? Why do this? Even if you lost to me, you shouldn't have fallen to this extent. Shen Yuan was taken aback, turning his head to see that it was indeed the beggar from that day. Last time, he and T looked closely. Now, upon closer inspection, the beggar, though dirty, had a youthful face, appearing to be around 20 years old. Shen Yuan observed carefully. The beggar had no disabilities and looked like an ordinary person. He wondered, since he was physically healthy, why would he willingly become a beggar? Why, you are young Master Shen? The beggar recognized Shen Yuan. Yes, treat your wife well in the future. Take this money. Shen Yuan pulled out a large sum of money and handed it to the beggar. Thank you, young Master Shen. Your great kindness will never be forgotten. The beggar accepted the money and bowed deeply. Go. Shen Yuan thought that his relationship with Chen Yu had completely ended, and they would no longer have any connection. The beggar led Chen Yu away. Look at her eyes. It seems she still has something to say. Forget it. Let the past be past. Shen Yuan prepared to turn back and mount his horse when suddenly, he saw something fall from the beggar. Instinctively, he went to pick it up and found it was a jade pendant, with the character Qin engraved on the front. I remember. That beggar just said his name was Qin Feng. Shen Yuan looked up, but the two figures had long since disappeared. Wait, this jade pendant. Shen Yuan suddenly felt a chill emanating from the pendant, seeping into his body. This jade pendant was unusual. It didn't seem like something he had stolen, but rather something that belonged to him. However, as a beggar, how could he possess such an extraordinary jade pendant? Could it be? Shen Yuan was in a hurry to get to Qingyun Villa and couldn't find Qin Feng, so he decided to keep the pendant for now, hoping to return it to him if they crossed paths again. He mounted his horse and rode towards the outskirts of the city. Along the way, Shen Yuan couldn't help but reflect on how much had happened in just over a month since he arrived here, and how his fiancée, he had truly married a beggar. Perhaps she was forced into it. She had her reasons. Sigh. Along Sai, distant yet near. Qingyun Villa is deep in the mountains over 100 kilometers outside the city. There are often low-level demon beasts lurking around the outskirts of the mountains. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Shen Yuan summoned the flame lion to clear the way ahead. Sure enough, when the demon beasts saw the flame lion, they were frightened and retreated, not daring to approach. Shen Yuan followed the map his sister gave him, heading deeper into the mountains, but even after going deep, he still saw no signs of human habitation. The deeper he went, the colder it became, making him shiver. Suddenly, the flame lion stopped. Flame lion, What's wrong? Just as Shen Yuan finished speaking, a massive python suddenly lunged out, charging straight at him. Shen Yuan, who naturally had a fear of snakes, was so startled that he fell off his horse, his face pale. The python's speed was so fast that it instantly knocked Shen Yuan's horse aside, which crashed into a large tree and died on the spot. Shen Yuan narrowly escaped, dodging the attack. Hiss! After knocking the horse away, the python stood still, flicking its tongue and staring at Shen Yuan. Its eyes resembled those of a demon in a deep abyss, sending chills down Shen Yuan's spine. Beside him, the flame lion's eyes turned red, intently watching the python, clearly wary. Otherwise, it would have already pounced to tear the python apart. Shen Yuan lay on the ground, looking up at the massive creature. This black python was entirely dark, with a triangular head, standing as tall as half a towering tree. As for its girth, Shen Yuan estimated it would take 3 adults to wrap their arms around it, and its length was no less than 30 meters. In front of this black python, Shen Yuan felt like a mere insect. Is this how terrifying the pythons are in this other world? Shen Yuan was drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling. Kid, you a mere second-tier beast master dare to invade Qingyan Mountain? Watch me devour you. The black python surprisingly spoke, shocking Shen Yuan even more. As far as he knew, for demon beasts to speak human language, they had to be at least at the demon emperor level. This meant that this black python was at least a demon emperor, or even stronger. Shen Yuan initially thought about releasing the hellhound to fight, but now it seemed the hellhound might not even be a match for the black python. Hiss! The black python opened its massive mouth like a gate to hell, lunging toward Shen Yuan. I am here to find Qingyan Taoist. Shen Yuan instinctively shouted. Sure enough, upon hearing the words Qingyan Taoist, the black python stopped. Shen Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead as the black python spoke again. What do you want with my master? My great-grandfather sent me to find Qingyan Taoist. Shen Yuan said, trembling as he patted his body to produce a letter. Your great-grandfather? Are you of the Shen family? Yes. Shen Yuan nodded eagerly. All right, you can lie on my back and follow me. Lie on your back? Shen Yuan swallowed hard. He was terrified of snakes, and didn't he dare to lie on the black python? A dignified beast master, afraid of a demon beast? Huh. The black python mocked Shen Yuan, but didn't he force him, turning around to lead the way. After calming himself, Shen Yuan sat on the flame lion and followed behind the black python. Chapter 12, Qingyan Taoist. Half an hour later, Shen Yuan finally saw Qingyun Villa as he had hoped. It turned out that Qingyun Villa was located on the highest mountain among the surrounding peaks, towering into the clouds. No wonder he had been unable to find it. Here, the spiritual energy was abundant, and the scenery was spectacular. Occasionally, he could see some flying demon beasts. I almost didn't get to see this world. Shen Yuan felt a sense of survival after a disaster, because the pressure brought by the black python earlier was too great. Xiaohei, you can go down now. A voice came from somewhere. Yes, master. Is it the Qingyan Taoist? Shen Yuan couldn't help but think. Creak. The door in front of Shen Yuan was suddenly pushed open. A woman in white walked out. So beautiful. Shen Yuan was mesmerized. He felt that this woman was like a pure white lotus, with an incredibly pure aura, as if she were a fairy stepping out of a painting. Young Master Shen, my master requests your presence. The woman came up to Shen Yuan, first bowed, and then gestured for him to enter. Okay. Shen Yuan anxiously walked inside. After entering the door, he found that the courtyard was a hidden paradise, serene and elegant, beautiful and fantastical. Once inside, Shen Yuan felt as if he was in a dream, instantly calming his mind as if he were in a wonderful and magical dreamscape. Unknowingly, Shen Yuan walked to the edge of a pond. Young Master Shen, that is my master, the Qingyan Taoist. Under the woman's guidance, Shen Yuan's gaze turned to the center of the pond. Suddenly, he was extremely surprised. In the middle of the pond, there was a huge blooming green lotus, and the Qingyan Taoist was sitting cross-legged on the lotus. The Qingyan Taoist had his back to Shen Yuan, and he quickly bent down to bow. Shen Yuan pays respects to the Qingyan Taoist. Xiaobai, go and brew a cup of tea for Shen Yuan. The voice of the Qingyan Taoist was very magnetic, making one feel very comfortable. Xiaobai was the woman in white who had introduced Shen Yuan. At this moment, Shen Yuan remembered what his sister had said and quickly bent down again. My sister, Shen Shi, asked me to greet the Qingyan Taoist. Your matter? Your great-grandfather has already told me. Do you wish to take me as your master? I do. Upon hearing this, the Qingyan Taoist suddenly floated up, turning in the air before sitting down facing Shen Yuan again. When Shen Yuan saw the Qingyan Taoist, he couldn't help but freeze. He had thought the Qingyan Taoist would be an older man, or even an old man. But upon seeing the true appearance of the Qingyan Taoist, he realized how wrong he had been. The Qingyan Taoist's face looked even more delicate than a woman's, especially his pair of eyes, which had a faint blue hue, resembling a vast ocean that seemed capable of holding everything. If it weren't for the sight of the Qingyan Taoist's Adam's apple, Shen Yuan would have even suspected that the Qingyun Taoist was a woman disguised as a man. In terms of appearance, Shen Yuan felt he could not compare to the Qingyun Taoist. The Qingyun Taoist seemed to see Shen Yuan's surprise and confusion and said lightly, "Don't think too much. This face of mine is cultivated through my practice. As cultivators reach a certain level, they can achieve a transformation of appearance through their heart. Is that so? Thank you for enlightening me, Taoist." Shen Yuan was completely convinced. It seemed his sister was right. This Qingyun Taoist was definitely a master. "Young Master Shen, please enjoy the tea." Xiaobai brought a teacup in front of Shen Yuan. After Shen Yuan thanked her, he prepared to drink it all at once. But just as he brought it to his mouth, he suddenly saw a lotus flower in the teacup, and he felt puzzled. Can lotus flowers also be used to brew tea? After hesitating for a moment, Shen Yuan took a sip. Once the tea was down his throat, he immediately felt refreshed. And a pure white lotus appeared in his mind, purifying his soul. This cup of tea is called concentration tea, and the lotus inside needs to bloom for 100 years before it can be picked, while the tea is refined from 100 years of spiritual liquid. Upon hearing the Qingyun Taoist's words, Shen Yuan's mouth dropped open in shock. In just a short sentence, the value of this cup of tea was revealed. "Xiaobai, take Shen Yuan to prepare for the apprenticeship." "Okay, master." Xiaobai took Shen Yuan away from there, arriving at a small courtyard. "Young Master Shen, please wait here while I prepare." After Xiaobai left, Shen Yuan began to look around. In this courtyard, there were no flowers or grass besides the buildings. But every building was carved with many lotus shapes. Does the Qingyun Taoist really love lotus flowers this much? Shen Yuan couldn't help but ponder, wondering if there was some secret behind it. "Young Master Shen, please come in." Xiaobai's voice sounded from inside, and Shen Yuan hurriedly entered. After entering, Shen Yuan saw the Qingyun Taoist sitting directly in front of him, and behind the Qingyun Taoist on the wall, there was a particularly eye-catching painting. The painting depicted a woman who was picking lotus flowers. "Shen Yuan, begin your apprenticeship. First, bow to the person in the painting." "The person in the painting?" Shen Yuan hesitated for a moment, but still complied. After kneeling 3 times and bowing 9 times, Shen Yuan offered a cup of tea to the painting, which was still the concentration tea with the lotus inside. Afterwards, Shen Yuan formally began his apprenticeship and offered tea to the Qingyun Taoist. After the Qingyun Taoist finished the tea, he handed the cup back to Shen Yuan. "Shen Yuan, from now on, you will be my 9th disciple and also the last disciple of Qingyun." "The last disciple? What does that mean?" Shen Yuan thought there might be some hidden reason behind this. However, he didn't dare to ask. "Xiaobai, take him down to arrange his living quarters and also give him a tour of the Qingyun villa." After saying this, the Qingyun Taoist stood up and left. After seeing the Qingyun Taoist figure disappear, Shen Yuan stepped forward to place the cup on the table, but at that moment, he witnessed something unbelievable. The cup of tea he had offered to the person in the painting not only had its tea gone, but even the lotus inside the cup had vanished, leaving only an empty cup. Shen Yuan instinctively looked up at the painting. How is this possible? Shen Yuan was even more astonished to see that the lotus in the cup had actually appeared in the painting. Shen Yuan was certain that the painting originally only had 8 lotus flowers, but now it had turned into 9. "Young Master Shen, what are you looking at? Let's go?" "Okay, let's go." At this moment, Shen Yuan felt as if he had lost his soul, his thoughts entirely focused on that painting. This scene was simply too bizarre. Shen Yuan didn't know if Xiaobai was aware of it, but he didn't dare to ask rashly. After thinking for a while, Shen Yuan decided to keep this matter to himself. "Miss Xiaobai, does the master have 8 other disciples?" Xiaobai smiled sweetly. "Did the master just say that you are his 9th disciple? Then, of course, there are 8 senior brothers." "Oh, right." Shen Yuan awkwardly smiled, not knowing why he had asked such a silly question. "Are my 8 senior brothers in the villa?" Xiaobai shook her head. "No. Currently, there are only me and the master in the villa, along with that black python down the mountain." "I see." Chapter 13, Knowledge of Monster Beasts. The next day, since it was the first day, Shen Yuan wanted to leave a good impression on the Qingyun Taoist. So he got up early to pay his respects to the Qingyun Taoist. Following the route Xiaobai had taken him yesterday, Shen Yuan found the Qingyun Taoist's residence. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard Xiaobai's voice from behind. "Young Master Shen, you must not disturb the master." "Miss Xiaobai, why is that?" While speaking, Shen Yuan also wondered if the Qingyun Taoist still had the habit of sleeping in. Xiaobai took Shen Yuan outside, and then said, "Young Master Shen, the master does not allow anyone to disturb him before lunch every day." "All right." Although Shen Yuan was eager to know why, he understood that he couldn't ask right now. At this point, Shen Yuan suddenly realized a problem. If that's the case, then the master would have half a day to teach him. So what should he do in the morning? Upon hearing this, Xiaobai smiled, revealing 2 charming dimples. "Young Master Shen doesn't need to worry about this. Your training will be handled by me. You can only ask the master when you encounter something you don't understand. You will guide me?" Shen Yuan was taken aback, thinking this was absurd, to have a maidservant guide him in his training. Wasn't that clearly looking down on him? Young Master Shen, come with me. Where to? Of course, outside the manor. Because inside the manor, practicing and fighting are not allowed. This is the master's rule. There are actually such rules. Shen Yuan felt speechless and thought that the Qingyun Taoist was indeed a strange person. Following Xiaobai, Shen Yuan arrived at a sparsely wooded area a few miles east of the manor. After arriving, he discovered that this was a large training ground, not only beautiful in scenery, but also with excellent terrain, wide visibility, and close to a cliff. Young Master Shen, this is the training ground. You will practice here in the future. Also, could you please summon your contracted demon beast for me to see? Shen Yuan hesitated for a moment. Okay. In an instant, a flash of red light appeared, and a fiery red flame lion suddenly appeared before them. After seeing the flame lion, Xiaobai showed no change in expression and simply said, Flame lion, a high-grade demon beast, with excellent qualifications, not bad. Shen Yuan. Just as Shen Yuan was filled with confusion, suddenly, Xiaobai waved her hand in the air a couple of times, and a white light flew out from her hand, instantly wrapping around the flame lion like a white ribbon. Then, with a slight motion of her hand, the flame lion was suddenly flipped to the ground, showing no resistance at all. What? Shen Yuan was no longer calm. This was simply too exaggerated, right? Xiaobai just waved her fingers and knocked down a second-grade demon beast, the flame lion. This completely refreshed Shen Yuan's perception of Xiaobai and made him look at her with new eyes. Miss Bai Yu. Shen Yuan was so surprised that he didn't know how to ask. Xiaobai smiled slightly. Young Master Shen, you don't need to be surprised. After thinking for a moment, Shen Yuan immediately realized the reason. It was probably because Xiaobai noticed that he looked down on her and was deliberately showing off a bit. Young Master Shen, you can call me Bai Lian from now on. No need to call me Miss. Okay. Shen Yuan nodded and hurriedly asked, Bai Lian, what do you mean by the flame lion being a high-grade demon beast with excellent qualifications? Young Master Shen doesn't understand. This time, it was Bai Lian who was surprised. Shen Yuan awkwardly shook his head. He really didn't understand, because he had a system, so he didn't pay much attention to studying demon beasts. Although Bai Lian was surprised, her temper remained gentle, and she patiently explained, high-grade demon beasts refer to the flame lion being ranked as high-grade among all demon beasts. The grades of demon beasts are divided into 5 levels: low grade, middle grade, high grade, rare grade, and supreme grade. I see. And what does excellent qualifications mean? Excellent qualifications refer to the qualifications of the flame lion. The qualifications of demon beasts are equivalent to human talent. The higher the qualifications of the demon beast, the more powerful the ultimate skills it will comprehend after awakening. You need to understand this. The qualifications of demon beasts are also divided into 5 types: ordinary, good, excellent, perfect, and unparalleled. Bai Lian, what does awakening mean? Shen Yuan now realized that he was completely an outsider, having no knowledge of beast tamers. It was clear that Shen Yuan's initial idea was wrong. He thought that having a system meant he wouldn't waste time on the identity of a beast tamer. Now it seemed he was gravely mistaken. Bai Lian continued to explain patiently. When a demon beast reaches the level of demon emperor, it can awaken. An awakened demon beast gains intelligence and can speak human words. Then what did you mean by the ultimate skills it comprehends after awakening? After awakening, a demon beast will comprehend ultimate skills based on its qualifications. For example, a demon beast with unparalleled qualifications will definitely obtain an innate ultimate skill after awakening, while a perfect qualification has an 80% chance of obtaining an innate ultimate skill, and so on. A demon beast with ordinary qualifications will not obtain an innate ultimate skill upon awakening. Do you understand, young master? Shen Yuan nodded. I understand. It means that we should try to awaken a demon beast with unparalleled qualifications so that it can definitely obtain an innate ultimate skill. Bai Lian was not lacking in patience, but saying it like this was indeed a waste of time. It would be better to understand it by herself. Okay, so how should we practice? Before that, I want to ask you, young master, do you focus more on body refining or chi refining? In that case, I focus more on body refining. Shen Yuan did not mention that he also practiced chi refining. I understand. In the future, your training will be arranged like this: morning for body refining, and in the afternoon, you will take your contracted demon beast to the forest at the foot of the mountain to fight. What do you think? Good. Shen Yuan truly respected Bai Lian now, so he was willing to follow her arrangements. For body refining, I believe you have done basic training, so I won't say much about that. Now I will teach you the basic combat techniques for body refining. Okay, let's get started. Following that, Shen Yuan began to learn basic combat techniques from Bai Lian. The time for training passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the morning was gone. After having lunch, Bai Lian took Shen Yuan to the forest at the foot of the mountain to start hunting demon beasts. Bai Lian's method of teaching Shen Yuan was for the contracted demon beast to find demon beasts to fight, while Shen Yuan also needed to find demon beasts to fight. allowing him to practice coordination with the demon beast, thus maximizing the effectiveness of the beast tamer in body refining. According to Bai Lian, the demon beasts at the foot of the mountain were mostly at the demon beast and demon king levels, with very few at the demon general level, and the grades of the demon beasts were generally below high grade. Therefore, these types of demon beasts were typically not sought after by beast tamers. As a result, these demon beasts became the targets for beast tamers to hunt. Killing these demon beasts could yield demon cores. The growth of demon beasts is closely related to demon cores. However, Shen Yuan had a system to help him raise his beasts, so he didn't need demon cores. Thus, he planned to save them. At dusk, Shen Yuan barely managed to kill 2 demon beast-level blue wolves, while the flame lion hunted down 10 demon king-level jackals. This showed that Shen Yuan had no actual combat experience. He was clearly a second-grade body refining master, yet he struggled so much to kill a demon beast-level blue wolf. As for the flame lion, it relied on its powerful body to hunt down 10 demon king-level jackals. According to Bai Lian's expectations, the flame lion should at least be able to kill mid to low-grade demon general-level beasts, but the flame lion didn't even consider demon general-level beasts at all. Sigh. Chapter 14. Your performance was wonderful. After dinner, Bai Lian took Shen Yuan to meet the Qingyan Taoist. Xiao Bai, how is Shen Yuan's foundation? The foundation is quite poor, but the talent is very high. Bai Lian was indeed speaking the truth. The Qingyan Taoist nodded. Just come to tell me his training progress every night from now on. As for you, Shen Yuan, if there's nothing important, you don't need to come to find me. Okay, just like that. Shen Yuan had not said anything when he was gently sent away by the Qingyan Taoist. Afterward, Shen Yuan jumped onto the roof and started to look around. After a while, Shen Yuan was surprised to find a book called Demon Beast Illustrated Guide, which specifically introduced various demon beasts in great detail. As far as Shen Yuan knew, the Shen family also had similar illustrated guides, but none were as comprehensive as this one, and the ones available on the market were basically the same as the ones at his home. Therefore, this Demon Beast Illustrated Guide was definitely a treasure, and anyone would want to possess such a guide. As for another book called Raising Demon Beasts, the name was very down-to-earth, and it talked about how to raise various demon beasts. Undoubtedly, this book was also a boon for beast tamers, a definite treasure. What kind of person is this Qingyan Taoist? Did he write these 2 books himself? Shen Yuan couldn't come up with an answer, so he stopped thinking about it. After all, they were gifts from his master. Raising demon beasts really costs a lot of money. Shen Yuan took a close look at the growth of the demon beasts. For example, to let a demon beast-level beast grow into a demon king level, it requires 10 demon beast-level demon cores, which is quite simple. However, for a demon king to grow into a demon general, it actually requires 100 demon king-level demon cores, which is quite outrageous. As for what happened later, Shen Yuan just took a cursory glance. The more he read, the more outrageous it became. In short, the growth of demon beasts requires a lot of demon cores. According to Shen Yuan's understanding, demon cores are sold on the market, and the prices vary depending on their levels. A demon core of beast level can be purchased for 1 silver coin, while a demon core of king level requires 10 silver coins. In the ancient country of Lulan, the common currency is gold and silver coins, with 1 gold coin being exchangeable for 10 silver coins. 1 gold coin is enough for an ordinary person to live in the city for 2 months. Thankfully, I have a system to help me raise them, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to afford demon beasts even if I didn't sleep every day. Shen Yuan finally understood why beast masters are so precious and rare. The reason is that it costs a fortune. The next day, Shen Yuan continued his training with Bai Lian. Today, he made significant progress, able to contend with a king-level demon beast unarmed, though he couldn't kill it. Time passed day by day, and Shen Yuan improved bit by bit. Half a month later, Bai Lian no longer needed to follow him, allowing him to train alone, only coming when teaching new things. The place where Shen Yuan trained was getting farther away from Qingyan Villa. One day, Shen Yuan ran to the west of Qingyan Villa and climbed over 2 mountains. His target was a general-level demon beast. Bai Lian had also taught Shen Yuan a simple way to distinguish the levels of demon beasts. First, he would judge by appearance. The higher the level of the demon beast, the larger it would be. Secondly, he would sense the aura of the demon beast. The stronger the aura, the higher the level. Ahead of Shen Yuan, a wild boar appeared about 100 meters away, seemingly taking a bath. Shen Yuan did not rush over, but first flipped through the Demon Beast Illustrated Guide to understand the demon beast and its characteristics. This was something Bai Lian specifically taught Shen Yuan. While training, he should also learn about demon beasts, understand their various habits, and then find their weaknesses to attack their vital points directly. Shen Yuan had to admit that this method Bai Lian taught him was indeed very practical. Unlike before, when he only knew how to be reckless and attack demon beasts directly without seeking their weaknesses. He found it. It was a black-haired boar, a low-grade demon beast. characterized by its pitch-black body, rough skin, thick flesh, and strong power, with the weaknesses being its slow speed and thin skin on its belly. This is it. Shen Yuan confirmed that this was definitely a general-level black-haired boar, measuring 4 to 5 meters long. There was no mistake. Fire Lion, you go distract it. Then I'll find a chance to provoke it. When the moment is right, attack its belly, Shen Yuan instructed the Fire Lion. Roar. The Fire Lion let out a loud roar and dashed to the left front. The black-haired boar, which was bathing, couldn't tolerate the Fire Lion's deliberate provocation and immediately chased after it. Taking advantage of the black-haired boar's departure, Shen Yuan went to destroy the place where the boar was bathing. However, when it saw its bathing spot ruined, it became furious. Humph. The black-haired boar charged towards Shen Yuan. Wow, this guy is really fierce when he goes crazy. Shen Yuan witnessed the black-haired boar break a tree as thick as a water bucket, charging toward him. Watch me. Shen Yuan jumped, grabbing the trunk of a tree on his right, then swung himself up to stand on it. Seeing this, the black-haired boar also ran up, trying to knock Shen Yuan down. The first time it jumped, it was still a meter away from Shen Yuan. The second time it jumped, the distance was closing in. This guy really has immense strength. Shen Yuan realized it was unsafe here and climbed up another trunk. As he got his front foot up, the black-haired boar used its hind legs to smash the trunk he was just standing on. Fire Lion now? Shen Yuan shouted. The Fire Lion roared, seizing the opportunity. Bang! At the moment the black-haired boar jumped, the Fire Lion charged into its belly. Since the belly was the black-haired boar's weakness, it yelped in pain and temporarily collapsed to the ground. Fire Lion, continue the attack. Don't let it catch its breath. This time, the Fire Lion revealed its sharp tusks and bit into the black-haired boar's belly. With a ripping sound, the Fire Lion tore off a piece of the boar's flesh, causing it to grunt in pain. Let me do it. Shen Yuan jumped down from the tree, clenched his fist, and punched the black-haired boar's belly. Roar. A punch with over 1,000 pounds of force made the black-haired boar roll its eyes in pain. Indeed, finding the weaknesses of demon beasts allows for more effective defeat of them. Shen Yuan had to admit that if he had directly confronted the black-haired boar, he would have been badly injured today. Let's finish this. Taking advantage of the black-haired boar's weakness, Shen Yuan pulled out a knife and swiftly stabbed it into the boar's neck. After draining its blood, the black-haired boar truly died. Subsequently, Shen Yuan extracted the boar's demon core. The black-haired boar's demon core was pure black and about the size of an egg. After putting away the demon core, he cut off a piece of hind leg meat. Here, eating demon beast meat is very common, and it can also be sold. However, Shen Yuan had no space for storage, so he could only cut off a bit of hind leg meat, leaving the rest for other demon beasts in the forest to share. Moreover, eating demon beast meat has the added benefit of strengthening the body. Kid, your performance was quite impressive. Suddenly, applause came from behind him. Chapter 15. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Shen Yuan got up and turned to see 3 people standing behind him. From their attire, they seemed to belong to a certain force. Are you planning to rob me? Shen Yuan couldn't help but sneer. You're quite clever, but this isn't called robbery. It's the mantis stalking the cicada, while the oriole is behind. Do you understand? The leader, a short man with a crooked face, smiled at Shen Yuan as if he were looking at a piece of fat meat ready to be devoured. Want something? Sure, just pay for it. Shen Yuan directly showed them the demon core he had just obtained. Buy? You really know how to dream. Come on, attack him. The short man signaled the 2 behind him to attack. To Shen Yuan's surprise, these 2 were also beast masters. They summoned their contracted demon beasts. 2 general-level demon beasts appeared, a mid-grade demon beast, a big yellow cow, and a swift-winged leopard. With such trashy demon beasts, you can still raise them to general level. That's really impressive. Shen Yuan mocked them first. Humph, it's enough to deal with your king-level Fire Lion. At their command, the big yellow cow and the swift-winged leopard charged forward, heading straight for the Fire Lion. Their goal was simple, to make Shen Yuan watch as his demon beast was torn apart. Since that's the case, let's have a demon beast match, 2 against 2, shall we? After saying that, Shen Yuan summoned another demon beast. It was a general-level sky-devouring sparrow. Shen Yuan had completed an achievement in the past 2 days, and the system rewarded him with an intermediate growth card, which he immediately used to upgrade the sky-devouring sparrow to general level. You're also a 3rd-grade beastmaster? The other party seemed surprised. At this moment, the 4 demon beasts were already engaged in battle. Surprised? Shen Yuan chuckled. Senior brother, what grade is that strange bird? I've never seen it before, the thin man whispered to the short man. Yeah, I've never seen it either. Be careful. The short man cautioned them, and then looked at Shen Yuan. So what if you're a 3rd-grade beastmaster? You've already summoned 2 contracted demon beasts, while we have 7 contracted demon beasts. Haha. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan realized they were all 3rd-grade beastmasters. 3 of you. Why not tell me your identities so that your little brother can understand what's going on? Shen Yuan pretended to be submissive. The words reached the ears of the three, and they found it very useful. The short one laughed wildly a couple of times. Haha, we are from the Crazy Lion sect. You seem to be quite smart. Why not join us? However, you have to hand over all your demon cores to me. Yeah, kid, this brother of mine, named Yubin, is the nephew of our sect leader. As long as he says a word, you can join. Yubin. Shen Yuan looked at the short guy. All right, I'll remember you. One day, I'll definitely pay you a visit. Kid, are you trying to play us? Just as they were still arguing fiercely, the battle among the four demon beasts had reached a fever pitch. No one expected that the unknown devouring sparrow would actually have the upper hand. You two, summon 2 more demon beasts. Yubin ordered the 2 beside him. The 2 looked troubled because a typical beast master wouldn't summon 2 contracted demon beasts to fight together at the same time, especially those below the 5th rank. If they reached the 5th rank, they could do so, but summoning 2 at the 3rd rank was risky. If both were injured or even killed, the blow to them would be too great. Unless it was a matter of life and death, they would never summon all their contracted demon beasts to save themselves. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? If I have to take action myself, what use are you two? Yubin shouted loudly. At this moment, the Gale Leopard was already injured. No one expected that the seemingly heavy devouring sparrow could actually match the Gale Leopard in speed. In that instant, Shen Yuan saw the Beast Master ring on the thin guy's wrist. There were indeed 3 Beast Master rings, but only one was blue, while the other 2 were green. This meant that the thin guy had just fought with a demon general-level Gale Leopard, which corresponded to his blue Beast Master ring, while the other 2 green Beast Master rings represented that his remaining 2 contracted demon beasts were only Demon King level. No wonder he didn't want to fight with contracted demon beasts anymore. After Shen Yuan guessed the reason, he couldn't help but smile. Just then, because the Gale Leopard suddenly left the battlefield, the big yellow cow was surrounded and severely injured. Are you trying to kill my big yellow cow? Brother, are you really going to watch the big yellow cow die? He looked at Yubin with red eyes. Yubin was displeased by the shout. He snorted coldly, humph. So what if it dies? It's just a useless demon beast. As long as it holds on a little longer and exhausts that kid's 2 demon beasts, I can summon my contracted demon beasts and kill them all at once, avenging your useless demon beast. Brother, you are so cruel. Moo. Suddenly, the big yellow cow let out a muffled cry, and they all turned to look, only to see that the big yellow cow had already been killed by the joint efforts of the devouring sparrow and the flame lion. Yellow cow. A heart-wrenching cry. Were these 3 here to be funny? Shen Yuan couldn't help but laugh. He thought that if these 3 teamed up against him, he would indeed be in some danger. But now it seemed there was no need to worry at all. Because of Yubin's selfishness, not only did he cause the death of the big yellow cow, but he probably also earned the hatred of his 2 junior brothers. Junior brother, let me avenge you. Yubin sneered and summoned his contracted demon beast. It turned out to be a saber-toothed tiger. Shen Yuan recognized it immediately, as the saber-toothed tiger was of the same rank as his flame lion. Saber-toothed tiger, tear them apart for me. With a command, the saber-toothed tiger charged out like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, rushing towards the flame lion with great momentum. Good. I'll be watching. Shen Yuan didn't think the devouring sparrow could defeat the saber-toothed tiger. After all, it had 2 little combat experience and had already fought once. However, he wasn't worried. His goal was to drag it out for a while. This kid, why does he look completely unflustered? Does he have a backup plan? Yubin finally sensed something was off. Hee, this Yubin. Shen Yuan didn't want to comment on such a person. He could only describe him with one word: trash. Seeing that Huang Shi and Tan Wei seemed somewhat indifferent, Yubin said again, if I run into trouble today, you won't have a good end either. Hurry up and summon your demon beasts. What a mix of soft and hard tactics. Shen Yuan had to admit this guy was despicable and shameless. Chapter 16. The invitation hidden in the gold coins. Sure enough, under Yubin's mix of soft and hard tactics, the 2 agreed. Brother, if your words don't count, we will definitely report it to the sect leader. The 2 were very dissatisfied with Yubin at this moment. This time, both of them summoned their remaining 2 Demon King level demon beasts at the same time, resulting in 4 contracted demon beasts appearing at once. Good. You can finally take the stage. What? What is this? Why is it so big? The 3 were almost paralyzed with fear when they saw the Hellhound. Who are you? Yubin was no longer calm. Me? Of course, I'm a genius beast master. Shen Yuan smiled at Yubin. While they were still talking, the Hellhound charged like a monster from hell and instantly tore apart a Demon King level beast. Yubin shouted. But the Hellhound gave him no chance and directly pounced towards the saber-toothed tiger. Summoning demon beasts also takes a few seconds. It's not instant. The saber-toothed tiger was Shen Yuan's real target, so he wouldn't let it go. Yubin's eyes were almost spitting fire now. The saber-toothed tiger dodged the Hellhound's first attack and narrowly avoided the second, but it wasn't so lucky with the third. It was directly knocked to the ground by the hellhound and pinned down, with 3 dog heads staring at it. How about it? Do you still want your saber-toothed tiger? Shen Yuan did not let the hellhound kill the saber-toothed tiger directly. Senior, please let me go. Yubin immediately knelt down to beg for mercy. This was Shen Yuan's true purpose. Then, Senior, what do you want? Yubin didn't dare to say he had anything. Shen Yuan knew Yubin's little thoughts and chuckled. That depends on your sincerity. Sincerity? Yubin felt bitter. Shen Yuan's words definitely meant he wanted to drain him dry. Quick, give all the demon cores on you to the senior. Yubin said as he took out the demon cores on him. Shen Yuan looked at them. There were only a dozen or so demon cores, among which 2 or 3 were demon general level, and the rest were all demon king level. It seems the sincerity is not enough. Shen Yuan looked at Yubin and smiled. Money, bring out the money. Yubin then took out the gold coins on him. It still seems not enough. Shen Yuan squinted his eyes and smiled. Senior, what exactly do you want? Please give me a clear answer. Yubin was really about to cry. He had tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice. Shen Yuan propped his chin and thought for a moment. Then said seriously, from now on, you must turn over a new leaf, so take off your clothes and leave everything here. This way. It means you are starting anew and turning over a new leaf. All right, we will definitely turn over a new leaf. All right, you can go now. You are welcome to come back for revenge in the future. Shen Yuan said something very malicious. We dare not, we dare not. Looking at their embarrassed backs. Shen Yuan couldn't help but laugh heartily. Dare to rob me? I will return the favor with their own methods. Shen Yuan looked at the clothes on the ground and sighed. Looting everything, isn't it just that? Qingyun Villa. He thought Bai Lian had already gone to rest, but unexpectedly, she was still waiting for him, which moved him. Young Master Shen, did you encounter something today? Indeed ran into a bit of trouble. Shen Yuan didn't say what the trouble was, so Bai Lian didn't ask. Young Master, it seems you gained quite a bit today. Bai Lian noticed Shen Yuan was carrying a large bag of things. Just some demon cores, not worth much. Shen Yuan chuckled. Thank you for your concern, Sister Bai Lian. Shen Yuan's relationship with Bai Lian had been getting better and better recently, and their titles had slowly changed. Shen Yuan originally wanted Bai Lian to call him by his name directly, but she insisted on calling him Young Master, so he had no choice but to let her get some rest. Bai Lian left. Sigh, there's too much, no place to put it. If only there were a space ring or something. Shen Yuan looked at the pile of monster cores on the ground, feeling quite helpless. What is this? Shen Yuan suddenly discovered that among the pile of gold coins was an envelope. He took it out and saw that it was an invitation. However, after opening it and reading the contents, Shen Yuan was stunned. The invitation was from the Luo family of Danyang City. The content of the invitation stated that Luo Tianxiang was to be engaged to the chief disciple of the Shen Hidden Sect. Shen Hidden Sect? What kind of place is that? Shen Yuan rummaged through his memories, but found nothing. Could it be a hidden sect? Shen Yuan vaguely understood that there were some sects in the mountains outside the city where body refiners, chi refiners, and beast tamers without family support would seek refuge. Since even the Luo family had to curry favor with this sect, it seemed quite powerful. Shen Yuan decided he had to take a look, not for any other reason, but because Luo Tianxiang had always been by his side since childhood, supporting him. If Luo Tianxiang didn't tea like the other party, Shen Yuan would absolutely not let the Luo family force her. The next morning, Shen Yuan found Bai Lian and inquired about the Shen Hidden Sect. Bai Lian told him that the Shen Hidden Sect was indeed a larger sect, with a 7th grade chi refiner stationed there. Bai Lian seemed reluctant to let him go down the mountain. There are some matters to handle. I hope Sister Bai Lian can agree. Bai Lian shook her head, saying, Young Master, if you want to continue on this path, you must sever ties with worldly matters. Otherwise, you won't go far. I understand everything you said, but I must go down the mountain this time, or I will regret it for life, Shen Yuan stated firmly. Shen Yuan nodded and waited until noon. The Taoist Qingyun neither nodded nor shook his head, but instead asked, Shen Yuan, what grade beast tamer are you now, and what grade body refiner? Grade 3? Your flame lion is already at the monster general level? Qingyun Taoist said, slightly puzzled, while looking at Bai Lian. Bai Lian shook her head, indicating she was unaware. It's not the flame lion, but something else. Oh, summon it out for me to see. Chapter 17, The Inherited Species of Divine Beasts. What to do? Shen Yuan hesitated because he didn't find any information about the devouring sky sparrow in the Monster Beast Illustrated Handbook, meaning that even Qingyun Taoist might not recognize it. If that were the case, how would he explain it? Seeing Shen Yuan hesitate, Qingyun Taoist spoke again. Do you have something difficult to say? No. It's just that my contracted monster, the Monster Beast Illustrated Handbook doesn't have its information, so I don't recognize this monster. Shen Yuan thought for a moment and decided to adapt. Oh, let me see. Qingyun Taoist clearly became a bit interested. Soon, Shen Yuan summoned the devouring sky sparrow. Shen Yuan didn't know whether it was good or bad for them to see it, but even if he didn't show it this time, he would have to let them know later, so he decided to go all out. The first moment Shen Yuan Daoist saw the devouring sky sparrow, he was stunned. It was the first time Shen Yuan saw his master lose composure. Bai Lian, on the side, was also very surprised, appearing not to recognize the devouring sky sparrow. Once Shen Yuan Daoist realized he had lost his composure, he quickly recovered. Shen Yuan, I finally understand why your great-grandfather insisted on having me take you as a disciple. My great-grandfather? Shen Yuan thought, why is it back to his great-grandfather again? Did his great-grandfather know he had a devouring sky sparrow? Shen Yuan Daoist closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then said, Shen Yuan, I can tell you that your contracted monster is called the devouring sky sparrow. As for other details, I won't tell you for now. I'll explain when the time is right. Shen Yuan Daoist's words surprised Shen Yuan immensely. He didn't expect Shen Yuan Daoist to really recognize the devouring sky sparrow. Of course, Shen Yuan also knew it was the devouring sky sparrow. But he didn't know other knowledge about it, yet Shen Yuan Daoist did. Master, may I ask when the time will be right? When it becomes a monster emperor? Come find me. Shen Yuan Daoist then asked, has the devouring sky sparrow been seen by others? Shen Yuan thought for a moment and recounted the encounter with the Mad Lion sect from yesterday. Sigh, never mind. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, you can't avoid it. Everything depends on fate. I want to ask where you got the devouring sky sparrow. I know this is your secret. I just want to tell you to cultivate the devouring sky sparrow carefully in the future. Shen Yuan Daoist's words also relieved Shen Yuan. Okay, thank you, Master. Master, what exactly is the origin of the devouring sky sparrow? Bai Lian approached Shen Yuan Daoist and asked. Shen Yuan Daoist closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. An inherited species of divine beasts. What? An inherited species of divine beasts? How could there be an inherited species of divine beasts in a place like this? Bai Lian was taken aback. Little Bai, I have already said that I want to ask where Shen Yuan's devouring sky sparrow came from. This is for his good and everyone's good. Alright, you should also go down the mountain. Protect your junior brother secretly. He must not encounter any mishaps. Disciple obeys. Dongyang City. But as soon as he entered, Shen Yuan suddenly heard someone speaking in the main hall. Could there be guests? Shen Yuan thought for a moment, instructed the guards not to make a sound, and squatted down at the door to listen. Master Shen, you shouldn't be so stubborn. With Miss Shen's talent, cultivating her in your already fallen family is simply a waste of her gift. Mr. Han, you don't need to say more. I will not agree to Shi going to the Shen Hidden Sect. Humph, Master Shen, don't be ungrateful. The Shen Hidden Sect has been hidden for a long time and is preparing to emerge. In less than 100 years, the chief disciple of the Shen Hidden Sect, Meng Haoran, will surely reach the 9th grade Qi refiner level. By then, the future is limitless. It would be a blessing for Miss Shen to follow Meng Haoran and be his personal maid. Shut your mouth. Shen Yuan suddenly burst in, pointing at Mr. Han's nose and cursing. Kid, who are you? Dare to insult me? Are you tired of living? Mr. Han glared angrily. Listen clearly, I'm Shen Yuan. Shen, she is my sister. How dare you let my sister become that so-called chief disciple's maid? Does he even deserve it? Shen Yuan looked at Shen Yaoyan. Father, have you forgotten what great-grandfather said? Be tough when it's time to be tough. It seems you really have become cowardly over the years. You little brat. What are you saying? Someone, show him out. Shen Yaoyan glared at Shen Yuan. Master Shen, offend the Shen Hidden Sect, and your Shen family can wait for destruction. Mr. Han angrily tossed his sleeves and left. Shen Shi ran out from behind the hall. Father, did you receive the invitation from the Luo family? Shen Yuan smiled at his sister and directly asked Shen Yaoyan. Yes, how did you know? Shen Yaoyan and his daughter looked at Shen Yuan in confusion. Upon hearing this, Shen Shi pulled Shen Yuan to sit down. Little Yuan, I know Luo Tianxiang likes you, and you have feelings for her too, but for our Shen family, it's better not to interfere in this matter. Yuan, that person just now is from the Shen Hidden Sect, and the young lady of the Luo family is to be engaged to the Shen Hidden Sect, which is why he came to Dongyang City. Father, I know all this. But why did he come to our Shen family and ask my sister to be that so-called maid? Who does the Shen Hidden Sect look down on? Sigh. It's hard to explain. In short, the Shen family has offended the Shen Hidden Sect, and there will be many crises ahead. Shen Yaoyan was very helpless. Shen Yuan held Shen Shi's hand. Sister, don't worry. I will never let you go to the Shen Hidden Sect. If they dare to make a move, I will destroy them. Little Yuan sigh. Shen Shi didn't know what to say. After sleeping at home for a night, the next morning, Shen Yuan took the invitation from the Shen family and went to the Luo family. The Luo family was located in the south of Dongyang City, and by the time Shen Yuan arrived, it was already bustling, with people continuously bringing congratulatory gifts. At the entrance welcoming guests was Luo Tianxia. Luo Tianxia, does your sister really want to go to the Shenin sect? Don't you know as her brother? It's surprising how you, usually so proud, are now scared by a mere Shenin sect. Shen Yuan was so angry that he scolded Luo Tianxia. Luo Tianxia understood that Shen Yuan was here for his sister, So he said, "Young Master Shen, some things are beyond our control. We can look down on anyone in Danyang City, but once we leave Danyang City, we are nothing. Do you understand?" Luo Tianxia said this for Shen Yuan's sake. Although they were rivals, he didn't want to see Shen Yuan get into trouble over his sister. Things can be handled by people. Just watch. Shen Yuan threw the invitation letter to Luo Tianxia and then stepped into the Luo residence. Chapter 18. Luo Tianxiang dies. Shen Yuan's rage. Inside the Luo residence, it was bustling with guests. Shen Yuan, representing the Shen family, was naturally seated in the main position. Since entering, Shen Yuan had been observing and found that most of the faces were unfamiliar, with only a few people he recognized from Danyang City. Of course, one of them was the city lord, Situ Tianming. After a while, everyone had taken their seats. At this moment, the head of the Luo family, Luo Hantai, dressed in a red robe, walked out. "Thank you all for coming." After a series of polite remarks, Luo Hantai got to the point. "Next, let us invite Mr. Han Dongli from the Shunin sect and the chief disciple, Meng Haoren." Applause erupted as an old man and a young man walked out from the hall. The old man had white hair and a long beard, while the young man was handsome and charming. Han Dongli raised his hand to signal for silence. And Meng Haoren followed up, saying, "Everyone, I, Meng Haoren, would like to thank you all for your presence. Today, I am here to announce my engagement with Miss Luo. I ask you all to witness this. Luo family head, please bring Miss Shen out." Han Dongli whispered to Luo Hantai. "All right, I understand." Luo Hantai left the sight of the crowd and went to Luo Tianxiang's room. "Where's the young lady?" "Family head. The young lady has locked herself in her room and won't let us in." "How long has this been going on?" "Half an hour." "You fools." Luo Hantai sensed that something was wrong, pushed aside two maids, and kicked the door open. Upon entering, he smelled a strange odor and shouted, "Not good." Turning around, he saw Luo Tianxiang in a red dress slumped over the table, with a broken bowl beside her. "Tianxiang." Luo Hantai rushed over to support Luo Tianxiang and checked her neck with his fingers. She was cold. "Ah." He let out a piercing scream that startled the entire Luo residence. "What?" Meng Haoren rushed into the inner hall. "It's my father's voice." Luo Tianxia also rushed in. "Is something wrong with Tianxiang? Or is it Luo Hantai?" Shen Yuan speculated, feeling inexplicably anxious. After waiting for about half an hour, Luo Hantai and the three others emerged, their faces looking grim. Seeing this scene, Shen Yuan immediately knew something had happened to Luo Tianxiang, and he could no longer sit still. "Luo Tianxia, did something happen to Tianxiang?" Shen Yuan stepped forward to directly question him. Luo Tianxia looked up at Shen Yuan, his expression complex, but he did not speak. "Not going to say, huh? I'll go check myself." With that, Shen Yuan took a swift step and charged inside. "Kid, are you looking for death?" Han Dongli jumped up and struck at Shen Yuan. "Old man," Shen Yuan shouted and could only dodge. Seeing this, Situ Tianming stood up and asked, "Luo family head, what exactly happened? You should tell everyone." Seeing that it was Situ Tianming asking, Luo Hantai, in a low mood, said, my daughter is in trouble." "What?" The guests present all stood up at once. Luo Hantai initially did not want to say anything, but it was unacceptable to not give everyone an explanation. "Luo Hantai, the murderer who harmed your daughter is standing right next to you. Are you not going to seek revenge for Tianxiang?" Shen Yuan directly pointed at Luo Hantai and asked, "Who is he?" Meng Haoren asked. Then, Luo Hantai whispered a few words in Meng Haoren's ear. "Oh, so it's Shen Yuan? You say I harmed Miss Luo. I have done nothing," Meng Haoren said with a smirk. "Luo Hantai, it seems you are no different from Chun Zhengnan. Both are beasts." Shen Yuan angrily cursed. "Shen Yuan, this is my family matter. When did it become your turn to interfere? If you don't step back, don't blame me for being rude." Luo Hantai, having been scolded by Shen Yuan multiple times, finally exploded with pent-up anger. "Huh, family matters? Is it not true that you forced Tianxiang to her death? To curry favor with the Shunin sect, you were willing to give your daughter to that beast. Now that Tianxiang is dead, you still follow him like a dog. Luo Hantai, do you have no humanity, no guts? And you, Luo Tianxia, usually proud and looking down on others, now your own sister has been killed by that beast. Yet you still associate with him. I understand now. You, Luo Tianxia, are nothing. Your Luo family is finished." Shen Yuan vented his anger on the Luo family. "Elder Han, shut him up." Meng Haoren's face turned pale as he glared at Shen Yuan. Elder Han looked at Shen Yuan. "Kid, I didn't touch you yesterday at your home. And you really think I'm afraid of you? Now I will let you know how insignificant you are." With that, Han Dongli attacked again. "Fire Lion, come out." Shen Yuan was still unsure of Han Dongli's abilities and needed to test him first. Moreover, it was not suitable for the Swallowing Sky Sparrow to appear in front of these people, and the Hellhound was his trump card. "A mere second-tier beast master dares to be arrogant in front of me. I will kill this beast right in front of you." Han Dongli charged at the Fire Lion with great momentum. Roar! The Fire Lion roared and opened its huge mouth. Who is this kid? So fierce. A second-tier beast master dares to challenge Han Dongli. Who gives him the courage? This kid is dead. Did he not see the situation? The guests began to discuss the situation on the field and shared their views. After one exchange, Han Dongli was unharmed, but the fire lion was hit hard. Is this guy a body refiner? Shen Yuan speculated. Just as Shen Yuan was deep in thought, Han Dongli actually punched the fire lion down, then grabbed its leg and threw it into the air, hitting it fiercely a few more times. When the fire lion landed, it was already on the brink of death. This guy? Shen Yuan frowned. He estimated that Han Dongli was at least a 5th-tier body refiner, easily overpowering the fire lion. Now Shen Yuan understood the saying that a powerful body refiner could contend with beasts using their physical strength, leaving the beasts without a chance to fight back. Kid, do you have any more beasts? Hurry and summon them. Otherwise, I might just kill this one. Han Dongli stood on the fire lion's head, provocatively challenging Shen Yuan. Huh, a worthless beast. Meng Haoran sneered at Shen Yuan, his eyes filled with disdain. What to do? Do I really have to summon the Hellhound? But if I do, I might be in even greater danger. Shen Yuan's forehead broke out in cold sweat. He would not use his trump card unless absolutely necessary. At that moment, Luo Tianxia suddenly spoke up. Father, let him go. Upon hearing this, Luo Hongtai hesitated. After all, the number one person in Dongyang, Shen Yulong, was a ruthless character who was extremely protective. If he found out that Shen Yuan was dead, wouldn't he directly flatten the Luo residents? Originally, Luo Hongtai thought that by aligning with the Shen sect, he wouldn't have to fear Shen Yulong, but now that Luo Tianxiang was dead, how could the Shen sect come to his aid? Young Master Ming, how about we let him go? Luo Hongtai finally spoke up. Luo Hongtai, your family is being provoked like this, and you can still let him go. You truly are magnanimous. A mocking voice suddenly rang out among the guests. Shen Yuan turned to see it was a member of the Qin family. Anyone present could tell this was fanning the flames. Luo family head. This matter no longer concerns you. He provoked me, and he must die. Meng Haoran spoke up. Luo Hongtai could only sigh. He was truly helpless now. He wanted to avenge his daughter, but the looming presence of the divine hidden sect felt like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating him. Elder Han, take action. I understand. Han Dongli gathered his power and charged directly at Shen Yuan. Die. Hellhound, come to me. Shen Yuan gritted his teeth, summoning the Hellhound. Suddenly, bang. Han Dongli flew out like a kite with a broken string. Chapter 19. Shen Yuan is saved, cries in despair. What? How did Han Dongli fly out? Meng Haoran furrowed his brow. To spare someone when one can, why resort to such ruthless measures? As the voice fell, a white lotus flower slowly descended from the sky, finally hovering in midair above the courtyard. After the lotus settled, everyone finally saw clearly. On the lotus stood a woman in white, looking pure and flawless, just like the lotus beneath her, untouched by any worldly aura. It's Bai Lian. How did she come here? Shen Yuan pondered. After Han Dongli got up from the ground, he glared at the woman in white. Who are you? Who I am is not important. Bai Lian spoke again, her voice crisp and pleasant, captivating many of the men present. Are you here to save him? Meng Haoran pointed at Shen Yuan and asked Bai Lian. All right, I've noted it. Elder Han, let us go. Meng Haoran was a very cautious person. The fact that Han Dongli could be easily repelled by her proved that her strength was absolutely above theirs. If they stayed any longer, it would become even more dangerous. Those not involved in this matter leave. The guests knew they could not afford to offend her and obediently departed. The Luo father and son, witnessing this scene, were astonished and speculated about Shen Yuan's relationship with the woman. Shen Yuan collected the barely alive fire lion and then directly asked Luo Hongtai, "Where is Tianxiang? I want to see her." Sigh. Luo Hongtai sighed, glancing at the woman in white, and could only take Shen Yuan inside. Although Shen Yuan was mentally prepared, upon seeing Luo Tianxiang lying lifeless on the table, his eyes still became wet with tears. In an instant, memories of his childhood with Luo Tianxiang flooded his mind. Recalling the past, every time Shen Yuan played in town, Luo Tianxiang would follow him around, calling out Shen Yuan Gij all day long. Even now, it was still the same. Tianxiang, I'm sorry, Shen Yuan Gij is late. Shen Yuan cried bitterly, hating himself for not seeing Luo Tianxiang yesterday. Otherwise, how could this scene have occurred today? Tears streaming down his face, Shen Yuan walked step by step toward Luo Tianxiang. Shen Yuan, Luo Hongtai called out. Get out. Let me be with her for a while. Shen Yuan shouted, and Luo Hongtai, fearing the people outside, could only compromise. Shen Yuan walked over to support Luo Tianxiang. Noticing her hands were clasped tightly over her chest, tightly holding a piece of paper. What is this? Shen Yuan instinctively reached to take it, but found he couldn't pull it out because Luo Tianxiang was holding it too tightly. Tianxiang, I'm your Shen Yuan Gij. Shen Yuan gently stroked Luo Tianxiang's forehead and said tenderly. Just then, the paper she held suddenly fell. Shen Yuan crouched down to pick it up, and in an instant, He felt as if he had been struck by lightning, petrified in place. Tianxiang. Shen Yuan's eyes became like springs, unable to stop the tears from flowing. At that moment, Shen Yuan felt as if a large stone had blocked his heart, making it hard to breathe. The paper depicted a drawing of two children. In front was a boy happily running, while behind was a girl closely chasing after him. For words were written near the girl's mouth. Shen Yuan Gij. Ah! Shen Yuan completely broke down. After a loud cry, Shen Yuan barely calmed down a bit. Tianxiang, I will take you away now. I won't leave you in this cold home anymore. Shen Yuan picked up Luo Tianxiang and walked toward the exit. Shen Yuan, where are you taking Tianxiang? Luo Hongtai panicked. Get lost. Shen Yuan's tears had dried up, his eyes turning red. Shen Yuan, you can't take my sister away. Luo Tianxia blocked Shen Yuan's path. Luo Tianxia, you are not worthy to be her brother. If you don't get out of the way, I will kill you. Why has his hostility become so strong? Bai Lian was also slightly surprised upon seeing Shen Yuan. However, when she saw the girl in Shen Yuan's arms, Bai Lian seemed to understand. Perhaps, there was still a glimmer of hope. Bai Lian suddenly said this. Senior, is that true? Please save my daughter. At that moment, Luo Hongtai truly looked like a father. Kneeling without hesitation before Bai Lian, Shen Yuan looked at Bai Lian, asking if it was true. Give her to me. All right. Shen Yuan handed Luo Tianxiang to Bai Lian. At this moment, Luo Hongtai finally felt at ease letting his daughter be taken away. Subsequently, under their watchful eyes, Bai Lian carried Luo Tianxiang away. Shen Yuan, do you know that senior? Can she really save my daughter? No comment. However, I can tell you that I, Shen Yuan, will do whatever it takes to save Tianxiang. But she has no connection to your Luo family anymore. Upon hearing this, Luo Hongtai sat down heavily on the ground. Shen Yuan walked toward the door. Shen Yuan. Luo Tianxia suddenly called out. Her heart has completely died in the Luo family. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianxia also felt weak and collapsed. Xiao Yuan, what exactly happened? Sister. Shen Yuan briefly explained the whole situation. What? Xiao Yuan. She stepped forward and hugged Shen Yuan, just like when they were children. After a while, sister, I'm leaving. Please tell father that you two should avoid going out as much as possible recently. I will handle things with the divine hidden sect. So you don't have to worry. Xiao Yuan, you have really grown up. Shen Yuan left the Shun residence, heading straight outside the city. Late at night, at Qingyun Villa, Sister Bai Lian, can she really be saved? Shen Yuan asked impatiently. Bai Lian rubbed her forehead. She can be saved, but the process is very troublesome and requires many things. In short, it definitely won't be done quickly. That's fine, as long as she can be saved. Bai Lian looked at Shen Yuan, sighed. Young master, you are too impulsive. If I hadn't been here today, what would you have done? Shen Yuan truly did not know what his outcome would be if Bai Lian hadn't appeared. He dared not think about it. At this moment, Shen Yuan suddenly asked, Sister Bai Lian, I want to ask Master tomorrow to warn the divine hidden sect. My family is in great danger now. Sigh. It's best to cut off worldly matters as much as possible. Also, the Master will not interfere in worldly matters, so it would be useless to ask him. If it's useless, I'll go to the divine hidden sect myself. Sister Bai Lian, the reason I want to become stronger is to protect those I want to protect, not to become a cold-blooded powerhouse. If the Master expels me from the sect because of this, I will have no regrets. Shen Yuan's tone was resolute, his eyes extremely firm. Hearing these words, Bai Lian was slightly surprised. Perhaps now she understood what kind of person Shen Yuan truly was. Chapter 20. Free Riding the Nine-Colored Phoenix. The next day, Shen Yuan did not go to practice in the morning, but stood at the door of Qingyun Daoist residence, waiting until noon. Shen Yuan, I am aware of your matters. You should do what you need to do, and leave the rest to Xiaobai. The voice of the Qingyun Taoist came from inside the house. Thank you, master. Shen Yuan solemnly bowed his head towards the room. Lunch and dinner were mostly prepared for Shen Yuan by Xiaobai. The two of them usually ate together. Young master, I didn't expect the master to make an exception for you. You must not disappoint his expectations. Bai Lian had actually gone to speak with Qingyun Taoist last night, and was surprised when Qingyun Taoist directly told her to warn the Shenin sect. This was completely unexpected for Bai Lian. My will. Shen Yuan couldn't figure out what kind of person his master really was. Young master, I will be out for 7 days this time. You can continue your cultivation as before. Remember one thing. If you encounter anyone again, try to avoid them and avoid unnecessary conflicts as much as possible, Bai Lian advised. Okay, I've noted it. After finishing his meal, Shen Yuan went down the mountain. Shen Yuan did not rush to do anything but jumped onto a large tree and silently opened the system. Shen Yuan took a look and realized that to heal the flame lion, he needed to buy a healing pill of the same level as the demon beast. This item was sold in Shen Yuan's system shop. Since the flame lion was still at the demon king level, only a primary healing pill was needed. The primary healing pill was worth 200 divine beast coins. Until now, Shen Yuan had not sold any demon beasts. Now, Shen Yuan planned to organize the system. First, Shen Yuan used a low-level growth card on his pet, obtaining 55 Demon Beast-level Demon Beasts. Then, he used a primary growth card on his pet, obtaining 8 Demon King-level Demon Beasts. Seeing so many Demon King-level Demon Beasts, Shen Yuan considered selling the Flame Lion directly, which would eliminate the need to buy a healing pill, right? To put it simply, they had developed feelings for each other, and it was that simple. Moreover, combat experience was precious. Therefore, Shen Yuan dismissed the idea of selling the Flame Lion. With this in mind, Shen Yuan immediately started operating the system. After a while, the Flame Lion was restored to its original state. Go fight. Shen Yuan released the Flame Lion while he remained on the tree and did not come down. Looking at the system, Shen Yuan also understood at this moment how difficult it was to draw growth cards above the primary level. So far, he had drawn one special growth card on the day the system arrived, which allowed him to obtain a Demon Emperor level Hellhound. And everything else had been low-level and primary cards. My goodness, it seems that all lotteries in the world are the same. Only by stepping in dog poop can one draw good things. Shen Yuan helplessly complained about the system. After complaining, Shen Yuan looked at the system again and found that an achievement seemed to have lit up, indicating he had achieved a certain accomplishment. Shen Yuan clicked to check. System prompt. Congratulations on signing in for 100 days, achieving the Sign-In Master achievement, and receiving 1 fusion card as a reward. System prompt. Congratulations on participating in the lottery for 100 days, achieving the Lottery Master achievement, and receiving 1 advanced growth card as a reward. The continuous system prompt sounds finally relaxed Shen Yuan's worried expression. Has it really been over 100 days? I didn't even notice. Shen Yuan checked the number of sign-in days and began to look at the 2 cards just awarded by the system. This fusion card is a new type of card that allows 2 Demon Beast level Demon Beasts to fuse into 1 mutated Demon Beast. This is great. I can create a mutated Demon Beast. Let me see what surprises I can get. Shen Yuan was very much looking forward to it. Immediately, Shen Yuan randomly selected 2 Demon Beast level Demon Beasts to use the fusion card. System prompt. Congratulations, you have obtained a mutated Demon Beast, the 9-colored Phoenix. 9-colored Phoenix? Why does it look like it has no 9 colors? Shen Yuan looked at the system and saw that the Phoenix did not have 9 colors. It was entirely fire red, resembling a fire phoenix. Where are the 9 colors? Shen Yuan was bewildered. System, did you mess this up for me? Shen Yuan was determined to get an explanation from the system. The system looked down on Shen Yuan and replied, the mutated Demon Beast 9-colored Phoenix refers to it having 9 forms. Oh, I see. Awesome. Shen Yuan, filled with anticipation, used the advanced growth card he just received on the 9-colored Phoenix. With a swoosh, the 9-headed Phoenix instantly grew to the Demon Commander level, looking significantly larger. And its appearance became even more imposing, truly a legendary Phoenix. Having a system is great. Otherwise, relying on demon pills, I wouldn't be able to raise it to the Demon Commander level in 5 years. Shen Yuan couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, Shen Yuan noticed that an achievement had lit up again, and he quickly opened it to check. System prompt. Congratulations on having a Demon Commander level Demon Beast. Achieving the Demon Beast Advancement achievement, and receiving 1 Peerless Qualification Pill as a reward. System prompt. Congratulations on having a mutated Demon Beast, completing the Demon Beast Mutation achievement, and unlocking the system space. Awesome, so awesome. Shen Yuan felt that his luck was through the roof today. He had unexpectedly acquired so many good things for free. He was just worried about not having space to use, and the system gifted him the space system. What a kindred spirit. In the evening, it seems I should study this in my spare time. Maybe there will be surprises. Shen sect, located deep in the Shangfeng mountain range. From the sky, the Shen sect appears vast, covering the area of more than a dozen peaks. At this moment, many people stood in the magnificent hall of the Shen sect. Sect Master, the Luo family and Shen family from Donyang City have insulted the Shen sect. Please investigate, Sect Master. I didn't expect such masters to be in the small Donyang City. However, our Shen sect is about to make its debut. If we act now, it will undoubtedly leave a bad impression on the world. Therefore, we will deal with them after the Shen conference. Zhu Wuxin. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Who is Zhu Wuxin? Everyone in the hall knew that it was the name of the sect master of the Shen sect. However, who would dare to directly call the name of their sect master? Hearing the voice, Zhu Wuxin frowned and quickly made his way to the entrance of the hall. What is that? Zhu Wuxin looked up and saw a lotus flower. At this time, the people inside the hall also came out. When Han Dongli saw the lotus flower for the first time, his pupil shrank, and he immediately thought of the scene from yesterday. However, this time, no one could see who was standing on the lotus flower because the person seemed to intentionally conceal themselves, using a secret method to obscure their body. Sect Master. The woman who repelled me yesterday is also standing on a white lotus flower, Han Dongli whispered to Zhu Wuxin. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wuxin immediately searched his memory for such a person, but after reviewing all his memories, he had no impression at all. This made Zhu Wuxin's frown tighten even more. The other party knew who he was, but he did not recognize the other party. Zhu Wuxin, within 10 years. The Shenin sect must not set foot in Dongyang City, or else, kill. The voice seemed somewhat ethereal, with no discernible gender. However, the final word kill sent a chill down people's spines. Just as Zhu Wuxin was about to ask a question, the lotus flower had already disappeared without a trace. Chapter 21 Ancient World Record. Morning. The morning sun shines brightly, covering the ground in golden light. Qingyan Mountain Villa Training Ground. Shen Yuan was shirtless, illuminated by the morning sun, his skin tan and looking like a golden statue. The golden body technique that Bai Lian taught me has reached the second level. My body should now be able to withstand over 1,000 pounds of force. Shen Yuan finished his cultivation, sitting cross-legged on the ground, breathing in the world's vitality. According to Bai Lian, the golden body technique is a body-refining mental method that includes 7 techniques: leg flick, collapse fist, soft palm, one finger, iron head, elbow strike, and golden body. Shen Yuan recalled Bai Lian's words and couldn't help but feel his blood boil. These 7 techniques are the foundation of all combat techniques and can later evolve into combat techniques that he prefers without learning from others. He can completely create his own. This is the power of the golden body technique. If only there were another good method for refining qi, it would be perfect for dual cultivation. Shen Yuan is a person with great aspirations. If he wants to learn, he wants to be well-rounded. Time passes quickly during cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 7 days have gone by, and Bai Lian has returned as promised. After speaking, Bai Lian took something out of her spatial bag. An ice coffin? Shen Yuan was taken aback for a moment. This is the 10,000-year profound ice coffin. With this, we can ensure that Miss Luo's body will not rot. I have also told you, young master, that bringing Miss Luo back to life is not an easy task, so we must first preserve her corpse well. Hearing Bai Lian's explanation, Shen Yuan cast a grateful look at her. Subsequently, Shen Yuan carefully placed Luo Tianxiang's body into the 10,000-year profound ice coffin. Before sealing the coffin, Shen Yuan silently said, "Tianxiang, I will definitely bring you back to life. Wait for me. Young master, I will keep the coffin for you." Good. Shen Yuan now trusts Bai Lian very much and has nothing to say. "Young master, how is your flame lion?" Bai Lian asked, as she had seen the flame lion on the verge of death. "It's already fine, Sister Bai Lian, don't worry." Hearing Shen Yuan's words, Bai Lian looked at him in disbelief, but remembering what Qingyun Daoist had said, she didn't ask further. Day after day of cultivation. A month later, Shen Yuan threw a punch and had already reached 2,000 pounds of strength, successfully crossing into the threshold of a third-grade body refiner. As early autumn came, the forest seemed to grow desolate. Aside from the evergreen trees, the leaves on other trees had started to turn yellow. Shen Yuan walked through the forest and felt that there were far fewer demonic beasts around him. Of course, with Shen Yuan's current strength, he no longer needed to fight against demonic generals. If a demonic beast were to attack him, he wouldn't mind using his fists to kill it. Bai Lian looked towards the sky, where the slightly red sun hung above the mountains, and she smiled. "Young master, every year at the beginning of autumn, demonic beasts will migrate deep into the mountains to spend the winter." "Huh, do demonic beasts also hibernate?" Shen Yuan asked in disbelief. "Have babies?" Shen Yuan was taken aback. So soon? He felt that the reproduction speed was quite impressive. That's natural. Otherwise, where would so many demonic beasts and humans fight every year? I once heard that a city and its surrounding sects kill about 1 million demonic beasts each year. And the birth rate of demonic beasts in the mountains near a city is also around 1 million. No way. Shen Yuan couldn't help but open his mouth wide, exclaiming how incredible it was. He didn't expect the people here to understand such statistics. Bai Lian smiled and said, "Of course. And the ancient Lulan kingdom has regulations that every city and its surrounding sects cannot engage in large-scale slaughter of demonic beasts. Otherwise, it will upset the balance. If someone reports it, the ancient Lulan kingdom will send people to investigate. Once confirmed, it will implicate the 9 clans." Bai Lian patiently explained to Shen Yuan, "Don't underestimate the ancient Lulan kingdom. Many strong individuals, once they reach a certain level of strength, will voluntarily serve the ancient kingdom." Voluntarily? Shen Yuan felt that was too strange, as serving the kingdom would come with many restrictions. Bai Lian nodded. "Yes, for 3 reasons. First, after serving the ancient Lulan kingdom, there will be very generous rewards and rare resources. Second, once a person reaches a certain level of strength, they will attract the attention of the ancient kingdom. If they do not voluntarily serve at that time, they will face suppression, which may even affect their sect and family. The third is that the ancient Lulan kingdom has a unique teleportation array that can send you to a higher realm world to continue your cultivation. After hearing Bai Lian's words, Shen Yuan felt almost petrified, as the information was too astonishing. The first point seemed acceptable, but the second was clearly bullying. And the third was very attractive. Shen Yuan naturally understood what a higher realm world meant. In simple terms, it was a more powerful world that could make one's strength even greater. Sister Bai Lian, do you know how many countries there are in our world? Shen Yuan had long wanted to know this, but unfortunately, the original memories of this body had none. Hearing Shen Yuan's question, Bai Lian smiled. Young master, it seems you are yearning for the outside world. You must have some grand aspirations, right? Shen Yuan shyly scratched his head. It's still too early to say that. I just want to understand a little. That's fine. With your talent, young master, you will eventually have to go out. I might as well tell you. According to what my master said, the world we currently inhabit is called the Ancient Realm, which contains 5 continents and 4 vast seas. Each continent has several countries, and the 4 seas also have many mysterious forces. That's amazing. Shen Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. He was becoming more and more eager for the outside world. By the way, my master has a book that contains a map of the ancient realm and introductions to various major forces. You can take a look when you have time. Okay, thank you, Sister Bai Lian. Soon, Bai Lian brought that book over. The book is titled Records of the Ancient Realm. Shen Yuan flipped through it briefly, and as Bai Lian said, it contained a map of the ancient realm and a distribution map of major forces in each continent. Most importantly, it also had detailed descriptions. This is definitely a divine book. What kind of person is my master? Why does he have such things? This is simply a modern version of Gouda. Shen Yuan once thought that his master was just a slightly powerful rustic villager. Now, it was clear how foolish his initial thoughts were. Qingyun Taoist could only be described as mysterious. Chapter 22. The 4 great families disappear overnight. A few days later, Bai Lian brought Shen Yuan to Qingyun Taoist. Master. Shen Yuan saluted deeply, as he admired Qingyun Taoist immensely now. Master, I heard from Sister Bai Lian. But I have a question. Will anyone hunt demonic beasts deep in the mountains? This question is indeed interesting, but let me tell you, no beast master would be foolish enough to go deep into the mountains. That would be akin to seeking death. There are many powerful demonic beasts in the depths of the mountains. It is a paradise for demonic beasts, their home. Not to mention whether you can survive entering the depths of the mountains. Even if you do come out alive, the ancient Lulan kingdom would kill you and your family. Because every mountain's depths are protected by the ancient kingdom. Understood, master. Shen Yuan didn't expect that there would be laws protecting demonic beasts here. Qingyun Taoist looked at Shen Yuan. Alright, I called you here today to tell you that since it has reached the cold winter for beast masters, you no longer need to stay in the forest. Go down the mountain. Go test the results of your cultivation over the past few months. Really? Thank you, master. Shen Yuan had long thought of going down the mountain, but he lacked a good reason. However, I must tell you, this time when you go down the mountain, I will not let Xiao Bai protect you in secret. If you are outmatched and die outside, I will consider it as if I have never had you as a disciple. Do you understand? I understand. And most importantly, you must not reveal my name outside. Nor can you say you are my disciple. Even in life-threatening situations, you cannot say so. Otherwise, I will personally clean up my disciples. Okay, disciple remembers. Shen Yuan felt that this sounded somewhat familiar, but he just couldn't recall. Go down the mountain. The disciple is leaving. Shen Yuan gave a deep bow to Qingyun Taoist. And when he raised his head, Qingyun Taoist had already disappeared. Young master, you must remember what the master just said, and what I want to say is, there are heavens beyond the heavens, and people beyond people. After you go down the mountain, keep a low profile and avoid trouble. Bai Lian also earnestly reminded Shen Yuan for a while. Sister Bai Lian, rest assured. Well, I look forward to your safe return next spring. You will definitely return safely. Afterwards, Bai Lian accompanied Shen Yuan to the door, where he was taken down the mountain by the black python. Now, Shen Yuan was no longer afraid of the black python. During his training, he often sought out the black python for conversations, and they had become friends. Kid, I have to say, you are growing quickly. Good kid, I'll be waiting for you. Goodbye. Shen Yuan descended the mountain and set off on his journey. In the mid-autumn evening, Danyang City seemed to have lost its usual hustle and bustle. Shen Yuan walked along the empty streets, with autumn winds blowing and leaves falling. The pedestrians looked desolate. At the Shun residence, flowers bloomed and withered at the entrance, and the ground was covered with golden fallen leaves. Shen Yuan approached and found that there was not even a guard at the gate. Something felt off. Realizing something was wrong, Shen Yuan hurriedly pushed open the gate. What met his eyes was a ground covered in withered leaves and dilapidated houses. Had something really happened? Shen Yuan quickly checked other places in the Shun residence, but the results were the same. Sister, you must be okay? Shen Yuan punched a pillar, causing the house behind him to collapse. Shen Yuan couldn't believe that only about 3 months had passed since he last left, and such a huge incident had occurred. I can't panic. After thinking for a while, Shen Yuan believed it couldn't be the actions of the Shenin sect. After all, Bai Lian had gone to warn them, and the Shenin sect wouldn't offend someone with unfathomable strength over such a trivial matter. Excluding this possibility, the only thing Shen Yuan could think of was the people within Danyang City. Chen family. Shen Yuan left the Shun residence and headed straight for the Chen family. Upon arriving at the Chen family, he saw a scene identical to that of the Shen family. To seek the truth, Shen Yuan went to the Luo family. The result was the same. Finally, Shen Yuan arrived at the Huang family, one of the 4 great families, and found the same situation. All 4 great families of Danyang are gone. Shen Yuan frowned and fell into deep thought. After considering, there was one last place to go, the city lord's mansion. When Shen Yuan arrived at the city lord's mansion, he saw that there were still guards, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as he hurriedly found Situ Tianming. Situ Tianming brought Shen Yuan to his study and brewed him a cup of tea. Shen Yuan, do you believe that in just one night, the 4 great families suddenly disappeared? Situ Tianming frowned. Shen Yuan was very reluctant to believe it, but he had to. City Lord, do you know who did this? Situ Tianming shook his head. After my thorough investigation, I found only a few clues. Now, I have reported the matter to the Lolian Ancient Kingdom. City Lord, please tell me everything you know. Shen Yuan was truly worried about his sister. Shen Yuan, don't be anxious. Let me tell you, according to my investigation, this incident may have been caused by a certain force from the Dali Ancient Kingdom. Dali Ancient Kingdom? Could it really be another country? Shen Yuan was somewhat skeptical. Situ Tianming explained. Our Danyang city is located on the southeastern border of the Lolian Ancient Kingdom, which you should know, and it borders the Dali Ancient Kingdom. According to my speculation, it should have been some force outside of Lijiang City within the Dali Ancient Kingdom. Did you find any evidence? Shen Yuan asked with a frown. Situ Tianming nodded. Yes, on the second day after the incident, I found a kind of insect's corpse in the residences of the 4 great families. Insect's corpse? What can that prove? Shen Yuan was puzzled. Situ Tianming looked at Shen Yuan, his expression grave. In the Dali Ancient Kingdom, there are people who can control any insect and are skilled in raising various insects. These people are called bug masters. Bug masters? There are actually bug masters here? Shen Yuan certainly knew about bug masters, but he hadn't expected that there would be bug masters in another world as well. Situ Tianming said, bug masters are just like beast tamers in our Lolian Ancient Kingdom, so you should be able to understand this. Well, if that's the case, doesn't this make things very troublesome? Because it involves countries. Yes, so handling this matter is very complicated, although I don't want to admit it. I must tell you that the Lolian Ancient Kingdom will most likely not intervene in this matter. You should be able to figure out the reason for this with your intelligence. Shen Yuan nodded. Thank you for informing me, City Lord. I shall take my leave. Shen Yuan, although I am the Lord of Danyang City, I am also an elder who has watched you grow up. I just want to tell you not to act impulsively. You can wait a few years until you are stronger before you go. Shen Yuan knew that Situ Tianming meant well. He turned to Situ Tianming and smiled. Don't worry, I won't act impulsively. That's good. When Shen Yuan left the city lord's mansion, he coldly said, but I will kill that group of guys. Chapter 23, Dali Ancient Kingdom. He was wearing clothes made by his sister. Before leaving, Shen Yuan just wanted to take one last look at this home. Sister, you must wait for me. Shen Yuan believed that his sister was still alive. If the enemy truly wanted to kill, they could have done it directly here without needing to take anyone away. In the sunset, Shen Yuan's silhouette on the road outside the city was elongated. In the deep of night, the bright moon hung high in the sky, and the stars were beautiful, but Shen Yuan had no time to admire them. Shen Yuan sat on a tree in a grove beside the road outside the city. He took out the ancient world record and began to examine it carefully. As Situ Tianming had said, Danyang City was indeed located on the southeastern border of the Lolian Ancient Kingdom, and neighboring it was Lijiang City of the Dali Ancient Kingdom. Between Danyang City and Lijiang City, there was only one road, which was also the trade route between the two countries. The route in the ancient world record was very clear and marked the distance, about more than 1,200 kilometers. Now, Shen Yuan truly realized the usefulness of the ancient world record. It was very practical. However, according to what Shen Yuan knew, to leave the country, one needed to obtain the Lulan Jade token. The Lulan Jade token served as a passport for leaving the country. Without it, one would be expelled when trying to enter another country. At present, Shen Yuan had no time to obtain the Lulan Jade token. Because this item could only be produced by the royal family of the Lolian Ancient Kingdom, and Danyang City had no way to get it. Forget it. I'll think of a way when the time comes. Taking advantage of the night, Shen Yuan rode the Flame Lion and set off under the starry sky. Shen Yuan had previously tested the speed of the Flame Lion, which could run about 200 kilometers in 1 hour. He planned to reach the border exit before the weather turned cold. However, The flame line was still a monster and could get tired. So Shen Yuan summoned other king-level monsters to switch with it to save time. Without stopping, Shen Yuan finally arrived at the border exit before dawn. Here, there was a ferry with a river separating them, and across the river was the territory of the Dali ancient kingdom. On the large river, there was a big bridge, and the guards here were very strict. It was said that there were experts stationed. Given Shen Yuan's current strength, it was impossible to force his way in. He could only rely on his wits. At this moment, a merchant caravan at the entrance of a nearby inn caught Shen Yuan's attention. Upon closer inspection, the caravan seemed to have rested at the inn last night and was just finishing breakfast, preparing to set off. Taking advantage of the fact that it wasn't fully bright yet, Shen Yuan quietly sneaked in front of a horse-drawn carriage. While everyone was checking the goods, Shen Yuan slipped into a sedan chair carriage. As soon as he entered, he found that there was a person inside. Shen Yuan quickly covered her mouth. This had been anticipated. His plan was to knock the person out when someone entered, but he hadn't expected someone to already be sitting inside. Shoo. Don't speak. I won't harm you. To his surprise, it was a young girl, with delicate features and quite charming. Seeing the girl's face turning red from being covered, Shen Yuan whispered, "Don't make a sound, and I will let go of you. Otherwise, I will knock you out directly." The girl quickly nodded. Seeing this, Shen Yuan slowly released his hand to prevent her from shouting. However, the girl did not do that. She remained silent, just took a deep breath, and then looked at Shen Yuan. "Who are you? Do you want to go to Lijiang?" The girl stared at Shen Yuan and asked quietly. Shen Yuan nodded yes. "Just take me there. I won't hurt you." "Humph, I've seen too many people like you. Let me tell you, it's impossible because those people will check each of our jade tokens. You can't just sneak through. Is that so? What if they catch us?" The girl suddenly chuckled. "If they catch us, we will most likely be killed on the spot. I saw someone trying to sneak through last time, and he was caught and killed immediately." Shen Yuan was stunned for a moment, thinking how could this girl laugh about it? Isn't he in danger too? What's wrong? Are you scared? The girl seemed a bit smug. "Haha, it's quite scary, but I must get through." Shen Yuan decided to take a gamble. "All right, I'll wait and see how you get through." At this moment, the caravan had already set off and arrived at the ferry. "Everyone, get down and stand in line. Take out your jade tokens." The voices of the guards echoed outside. "Good luck." The girl smiled and revealed 2 tiger teeth as she got off the carriage. Shen Yuan peeked through the curtain and saw someone walking towards him, likely preparing to check the cart. Time to take a gamble. At this moment, the inspection had begun outside. "Miss Zhao, we meet again. How's it going? Is everything smooth?" The leading guard casually asked while checking the girl's jade token. "Very smooth. Thank you for your concern. That's good. You can go now. Be careful after you pass. I've heard that it's not peaceful on the other side lately." "Okay. Thank you for the reminder." Then, the caravan slowly crossed the bridge and entered the territory of the Dali ancient kingdom. Upon reaching the bridgehead, the guards of the Dali ancient kingdom still needed to conduct an inspection, but fortunately, everything was normal. After the girl got back on the cart, she kept wondering where Shen Yuan had gone. Did he run away out of fear? Just as the girl was resting her chin in thought, the curtain beside her was lifted. "Thank you, miss." It was Shen Yuan who had lifted the curtain. The girl was stunned for a moment, and by the time she regained her composure, Shen Yuan had already disappeared. This person is quite interesting. The girl, whose surname was Zhao and named Zhao Ying, couldn't help but look forward to meeting Shen Yuan again. Upon arriving in the Dali ancient realm, Shen Yuan opened the ancient realm record and took a look. It was over 1,000 kilometers to Lijiang City, but he didn't plan to go to the city, because according to Situ Tianming, they were likely captured by a certain force, and such a force couldn't possibly be in the city. However, if they were in the mountains, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. While Shen Yuan was walking and thinking of a strategy, he came across an inn by the roadside. As soon as he entered the inn, he felt a strong exotic atmosphere. Everyone in the inn was dressed in strange clothes and wore all kinds of accessories on their heads. Overall, it was quite similar to the Miao ethnic attire that Shen Yuan knew. Upon seeing Shen Yuan, the guests in the inn couldn't help but pause and look at him for a moment. "Guest, are you dining or lodging?" "Dining. Please follow me." Let me ask you, do the people of the Dali ancient kingdom speak the same language as us?" "Yes, we all speak Huaxiao language, which is universal. Don't you know?" "Guest. However, we also have our own ancient language, which only a few people speak." "Oh, there really is a foreign language?" Shen Yuan couldn't help but be amazed. "Please serve me your specialty dishes and drinks." Shen Yuan wanted to experience foreign alcohol as well. "Okay, please wait a moment." After the waiter left, Shen Yuan heard people at the adjacent table chattering away. "What bird language are they speaking?" Shen Yuan muttered. Unexpectedly, his words were overheard by someone at the adjacent table, and the person suddenly stood up. "What did you say?" "Say it again." "Oh, I said screw your grandpa." "What does screw your grandpa mean?" "It means screw your grandpa." "Why should I screw my grandpa?" "Because your grandpa deserves it." Shen Yuan could hardly contain his laughter. He was about to die from their antics. There were two men, both with full beards, looking somewhat intimidating. Are you from the Lulan Ancient Kingdom? The other party finally stopped fixating on the grandpa matter. Yes, what's the problem? Shen Yuan suddenly had a feeling that these two guys had ulterior motives. At this moment, the waiter brought the food and drinks over. Guest, please enjoy. Wait a moment, I want to ask you something. Shen Yuan took out a silver coin and handed it to the waiter. Please ask, guest. I will tell you everything I know. The waiter accepted the silver coin and said with a smile. Shen Yuan glanced at the two bearded men beside him and asked, are there any sects or forces around here? From here to Lijiang City, there are three larger forces, Dazhamen, Shizendong, and Hellion Gang. Okay, you can go now. Shen Yuan felt that the two bearded men were eavesdropping on his conversation. After that, Shen Yuan began to drink by himself. He had to admit that the wine was quite unique and very fragrant. After the meal, Shen Yuan planned to rest here for half the night, gather information, and then take action. In the guest room, Shen Yuan opened the ancient realm record. The map only marked a force called Shizendong. The other two mentioned by the waiter were not indicated. Thus, Shen Yuan deduced that Dazhamen and Hellion Gang might be newly emerging forces in recent years, or their influence was too small to be noteworthy, hence not marked on the map. In any case, Shizendong was definitely a force with a long history and significant power. That much was certain. It seemed very likely that it would be Shizendong. Just as Shen Yuan was still pondering, a familiar voice suddenly sounded outside. Peeking through the window, Shen Yuan saw the caravan from the Lulan Ancient Kingdom. It was the girl speaking. Whether it was fate or coincidence, the girl was staying next door to Shen Yuan. He would go directly to Shizendong later. After Shen Yuan made up his mind, it was already late at night. He opened the door and prepared to leave the inn. As Shen Yuan was going down the stairs, the two bearded men from earlier brushed past him. These two guys seemed suspicious. Shen Yuan thought so, but he didn't pay much attention since he still needed to save someone and couldn't care about others. Are they staying there? Shen Yuan suddenly remembered, wait, isn't that where the girl is staying? How did they get in? Could it be? If it were someone else, Shen Yuan might not care. But he owed Zhaoing a favor, so he had to take action. Those two guys. Without hesitation, Shen Yuan kicked open the door. What the hell are you doing? Upon entering, Shen Yuan saw the two bearded men in front of the bed, while Zhaoing lay on the bed motionless. From their appearance, it seemed they were about to undress Zhaoing. It's you? The two bearded men recognized Shen Yuan. Friend, don't meddle in other people's affairs. I advise you to leave. The shorter bearded man said. Screw your grandpa. I'm definitely going to intervene in this matter today. As Shen Yuan spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and charged forward. Stop. Look at what's on your arm. Huh. Shen Yuan instinctively glanced at his arm, and to his surprise, there was a bulge in the vein. Something was inside. If you leave the inn obediently, the heart-devouring bug will leave your body. If you take another step forward, it will drill into your heart. Try it if you don't believe me. You guys are bug masters? Shen Yuan immediately guessed the identity of the two bearded men. You're quite clever. So you know what to do, right? The two bearded men chuckled. Of course I know what to do. With that, Shen Yuan pointed with his left hand and instantly jabbed at the bulging spot on his right arm. The heart-eating bug was killed with a poke. Huh. The two bearded men frowned for a moment and then relaxed. You killed the heart-eating bug. Its poison will flow through your blood to your heart. And you're dead for sure. Is that so? Then before I die, I'll take you down with me. Shen Yuan couldn't care less and charged directly at the two bearded men. You think you're the only body refiner? The two bearded men easily blocked Shen Yuan's attacks and pushed him back. What, these two guys? Shen Yuan thought they were just bug masters. But it seemed he was mistaken. At that moment, because Shen Yuan had just acted, his blood was flowing rapidly, and he quickly felt unwell. Oh no, I need to deal with these two quickly. Firelion, come out. Since they were indoors, when Firelion was released, it took up half the room and looked quite exaggerated. What? You're actually a beastmaster. We're leaving. The two men waved their hands, and many black bugs flew out of their sleeves, taking the opportunity to escape through the broken window. Shen Yuan didn't chase after them because he was in big trouble now. That girl, she must have also been knocked out by some bug from those two guys. Just as Shen Yuan was wondering what to do, Zhaoing woke up. Where am I? Why do I feel so dizzy? Zhaoing said weakly. Can't you remember? Huh. What are you going to do? Zhaoing suddenly saw that her collar was a bit messy. Thinking Shen Yuan had ulterior motives, she immediately screamed in fright. Don't shout. Shen Yuan was quick and hurriedly covered her mouth. At this moment, Zhaoing suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. And when she saw Shen Yuan's face clearly, she finally recognized him. Don't shout. I'm here to save you. Shen Yuan slowly released his hand. Zhaoing still trusted Shen Yuan quite a bit. Then, Shen Yuan briefly explained what the two bearded men had done. Sleep bug? I often come here. I know there's a bug called sleep bug that those bug masters use. If you're infected with this thing, although it's not life-threatening, you'll sleep for 3 days and nights. After Zhaoing finished speaking, She couldn't help but feel a bit scared. Then let me ask you, do you know about the heart-eating bug? Shen Yuan was feeling increasingly uncomfortable, a bit dizzy. Heart-eating bug? I've heard it's a very terrifying bug. You weren't infected with the heart-eating bug, were you? Zhaoing asked instinctively. Yes. Shen Yuan nodded solemnly. Zhaoing rubbed her forehead, feeling much clearer now. She straightened her clothes, sat up from the bed, and said, I know a bug master who can help you get rid of the heart-eating bug, but during that time, you must not move. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan smiled bitterly. It's too late, because I've already killed the heart-eating bug inside me. And I feel the poison has spread to my organs. What? Zhaoing's expression changed drastically. Let me ask you, how long until this poison takes effect? 1 hour. If there's no antidote in 1 hour, you'll die from the poison. Chapter 25, Grudges from 20 years ago. Inside the room, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. After a brief understanding, the two also learned each other's names. Shen Yuan. I didn't expect you to risk your life to save someone you don't even know. Zhaoing had hoped to meet Shen Yuan again, but she didn't expect it to be in such a way. Who told me I owe you a favor? If I didn't owe you, I wouldn't care about you at all. Shen Yuan smiled bitterly. He didn't believe he would die so easily. Wait here, I'll find you an antidote. There must be a way to save you. After saying that, Zhaoing hurriedly ran out. Shen Yuan watched Zhaoing's departing figure and shook his head helplessly. There's no time. I can't wait now. Late at night, Shen Yuan stumbled into the forest. He still needed to find the 13 caves. He had to save his sister. He couldn't die. Sitting on the back of Fire Lion, Shen Yuan felt his vision growing blurrier. Am I really going to die? I'm so unwilling. Sister, goodbye. With a thud, Shen Yuan fell to the ground. Roar. Fire Lion let out a roar, scattering the birds and beasts in the forest. At the same time, in a cave at the foot of the mountain, under the glow of the fire, the silhouette of a one-armed man was cast on the wall. Mondi, I've done what I promised you. When will you fulfill your end of the bargain? Master Chun, don't worry, after 7 days and nights. When the great work is completed, I can give you everything you want. I must tell you, you cannot harm my Chin family. You can do as you wish with others. Good, but I don't know who your Chin family members are. Let us go see them. In the depths of the cave, there was a pool filled with dark green water. Many people were soaking in the pool. If Shen Yuan were here, he would see that his sister Shun, she was also inside. After the one-armed man and Mondi arrived at this place. Chen Zhengnan, you dare to use me. I will make sure you have a terrible death. Chen Zhengnan, I really didn't expect you to collude with outsiders. This conspiracy must have been in the works for a long time, right? Let me ask you, how did my Shen family offend you? Not only do you want to harm me, but you also almost made Shen Yuan lose his Beast Master bloodline. I have no grudges or enmities with you. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhengnan gritted his teeth and said, Humph, what a tale of no grudges or enmities. Lin Yu killed my son 20 years ago. You must know that, right? Your son? Don't you only have a daughter? Where did a son come from? Shen Yuan and the others were confused. So, after Xiao Yuan lost to Chun Yu in the competition, you said Chun Yu was useless, right? Shen Shi asked. Yes, she is the child of that shameless woman. Her biological father is not me. You didn't know that, did you? Chen Zhengnan shouted madly. No wonder. Now they finally understood why Chen Zhengnan was such a cruel father. Suddenly, Chen Zhengnan turned his gaze to Huang Wenqing. Chen Yu, you are the child of you and that shameless woman, right? Chen Zhengnan, don't talk nonsense. Huang Wenqing's eyes clearly showed something wrong as he spoke. Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you know in your heart. Anyway, I've already avenged all the grievances I needed to. Now you just wait to accept punishment. Shen Yuan suddenly thought of something and frowned. Chen Zhengnan, was it you who caused your death? Ha ha ha. It doesn't matter if I tell you now. 20 years ago, I had this bug master put a bug on Lin Yu, and she deserved to die? Chen Zhengnan looked at the man beside him. This was a man dressed in black, whose face was obscured by a hat, so everyone couldn't see his face clearly. Chen Zhengnan, you despicable creature. You don't admit your mistakes, but instead blame others. You truly are worse than a beast. Shen Yuan cursed angrily. Upon hearing the cause of her mother's death, Shen Shi began to cry sadly. That matter of Shen Yuan's Beast Master bloodline disappearing was also caused by you, right? Yes, it was me. But I don't know why that kid escaped a calamity. While saying this, Chen Zhengnan couldn't help but glance at the man beside him, wondering if that guy's bug didn't work. Because of this, you harmed my whole family. I won't let you go even as a ghost. Shen Yuan finally truly recognized Chen Zhengnan today. Chen Zhengnan, then what about me? I have no grudges or enmities with you. Why did you bring me here too? The quiet Luo Hongtai finally spoke. You? Don't pretend. Do you dare say you're not involved in my father's death? We are sworn enemies. Bringing you here will allow my father to rest in peace. You're talking nonsense. Which family among the four of us doesn't have grudges? But no matter what, we were only fighting in Danyang City, but you? You actually colluded with outsiders to harm us. Do you even deserve to be human? Luo Hontai was furious. Shen Yuan sneered. With what you've done, can your father really rest in peace? What a joke. After that, Chun Zhengnan prepared to bring the Chun family members out of the pool, but someone beside him suddenly blocked his way. Master Chun, I've thought about it. The fewer people who know about this, the better. They might start talking nonsense, so let them stay here. Mondi, they are my family. Chun Zhengnan said with a grim face, looking at the man in black beside him. Unexpectedly, Mondi burst into laughter upon hearing Chun Zhengnan's words. Chun Zhengnan, with the way you are now, you still call them family? To be honest, a person like you doesn't deserve to be human. Mondi, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to burn the bridge after crossing it? Chun Zhengnan frowned tightly, his fists clenched. No. At least I'm still a person, not someone like you. However, your Chun family must stay inside. Don't bargain with me. You have no qualifications right now, understand? You. Chun Zhengnan was so angry he couldn't do anything. Here he was in a foreign land, alone, with nothing to confront the other party. Chapter 26, Bamboo Forest Dream. Sister. Father. Qinxiang, you're awake? Shen Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, and what came into view was a woman. Looking around, it seemed to be a bamboo house. Miss, I remember you. Shen Yuan only recalled what happened last night at the inn, but he had forgotten everything after that. I'm Yiming, this is my home. Last night, I heard a lion's roar, went outside to check, and saw you lying on the ground. Yiming's attire looked like someone from the ancient Dali kingdom, but she had a white silk scarf covering her face. Shen Yuan couldn't see her face clearly. Miss Yiming, I remember I was poisoned by the heart-eating goo, which has already spread to my internal organs. Am I really not dead? Aren't you fine now? Rest for another 2 or 3 days, and you'll recover as before. Really? Shen Yuan excitedly sat up and couldn't help but hold Yiming's shoulders to ask. Please, be more respectful. Yiming was clearly unhappy with Shen Yuan's behavior. Shen Yuan immediately realized his mistake and quickly let go. I'm sorry, I got too excited. Miss Yiming, please don't mind. I think you should leave now. Yiming directly issued an eviction order. All right. Shen Yuan didn't want to explain much. He indeed wanted to leave. But as soon as he got out of bed and hadn't taken 2 steps, he fell down. You're too weak. I'll allow you to stay 1 more night. After saying that, Yiming went out. Shen Yuan helplessly got up from the ground and stumbled outside. Outside the house was a yard surrounded by bamboo fences, with a bamboo forest beside it. Shen Yuan saw Yiming sitting on a bamboo chair in the yard, taking out a flute and starting to play. The melody floated in the bamboo forest, lingering in the air, and Shen Yuan couldn't help but be mesmerized. Really? You don't feel anything wrong with your body? After speaking, Yiming smiled lightly. What is wrong with my body? Shen Yuan felt something moving in his belly. Immediately, his expression changed drastically. Miss, what do you mean by that? Yiming stood up and said, it's nothing much. If you don't behave, it will eat your intestines. You. Shen Yuan felt enough was enough. After coming to this wretched place, he had been secretly cursed again and again. Did he Shen Yuan have no pride? However, he had to admit that Goo Masters were indeed hard to guard against. By the way, your little lion is in the bamboo forest. You should go find it. After saying that, Yiming walked into another room. This woman is really strange. Is it just because I touched her shoulder? Is that necessary? Shen Yuan thought to himself that Yiming must have taken him for a lecherous man. After that, Shen Yuan found the fire lion in the bamboo forest. Seeing Shen Yuan was fine, the fire lion excitedly licked him. Sigh, I wonder how my sister is doing. Shen Yuan was very worried. At noon, Yiming brought Shen Yuan a bowl of medicine that looked a bit disgusting. Drink it. This thing, can it really be drunk? Shen Yuan vaguely saw something that looked like bugs in the bowl. Drink it or not. Yiming put the bowl on the table and turned to leave. Her temper is really too big, Shen Yuan thought. He looked at the medicinal soup in the bowl, pondered for a moment, and decided to drink it. Closing his eyes, he picked up the bowl and downed it in one go. This taste is really strong. Shen Yuan couldn't describe the taste. It was too bitter. But when he put down the bowl and saw the bottom, he almost vomited. There were several disgusting black bugs that were still wriggling. To be honest, Shen Yuan was quite afraid of bugs, especially those that wriggled like soft-bodied worms. You, such a lousy beastmaster. Dare to come to the mountains of the ancient Dali kingdom? Did you eat the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? Yiming's voice came from outside. With that tone, you think you're very powerful? Shen Yuan was too lazy to be polite with her now. At this, a cold laugh came from outside. I can kill you in 100 ways. What about you? Are you counting on that little lion? If so, I can add a dish tonight, braised lion head. You. Shen Yuan was so angry he couldn't respond. When a beast master faced a Goo master of the same level, he really couldn't do anything. It was too restraining. I accidentally offended you. Is it really necessary? Shen Yuan thought for a moment, and it was better to admit his mistake. There was no need to argue with a woman. Accidentally offended? Do you know what that means? Yiming said coldly. What does it mean? Isn't it just touching you a little? Did I get you pregnant or something? Of course. Shen Yuan only thought this in his heart. Since you don't know, you still dare to touch me casually. No man has ever touched me in my life. Not even my father. You are the first. From what you mean, if I touch you, I have to marry you or something. Yes, but you are not worthy. So I can only kill you. After saying that, Yiming suddenly stood at the door. Wait, Miss Yiming, can we talk? Shen Yuan was a bit flustered. You don't want to die, right? Then fight me. Here, our women only recognize the strong. The weak don't deserve to be our men. Yiming stared straight at Shen Yuan, making him feel uneasy. If you want to fight, I'm up for it. But can you wait until I recover first? Shen Yuan didn't think he was in a condition to fight. All right, tomorrow morning. After Yiming left, Shen Yuan quickly sat down to recover. A sleepless night. The next morning, in a clearing in the bamboo forest. How do you want to fight? Are we going to wrestle, or what? I am a Gu master, and you are a beast master. Show your true skills. After saying that, Yiming took out her flute. All right, then let me show you. Here. Shen Yuan was not afraid at all. He directly released the Hell Three-Headed Dog. What? Upon seeing the Hell Three-Headed Dog, Yiming was also taken aback. Not to mention the terrifying appearance of the Hell Three-Headed Dog. Just its size was enough to scare anyone. It was more than half the height of the house. You were hiding your strength? Yiming instinctively asked. If I lose, I die. How can I not show my true skills? Hell Three-Headed Dog, go. Woof. The three dog heads barked simultaneously and charged towards Yiming. Humph. Yiming leaped onto a bamboo stalk and started playing the flute. Are you going to release your Gu again? But I'm not afraid now. Shen Yuan immediately began to operate the golden body technique, using it to protect himself, making it impossible for those Gu insects to burrow in. In that case, let us defeat your dog first. While dodging the attacks of the Hell Three-Headed Dog, Yiming blew her flute. In an instant, a swarm of insects flew towards the Hell Three-Headed Dog. Woof. The Hell Three-Headed Dog was extremely bothered by these flying insects. Because it was too big and the insects were too small, it was utterly helpless. However, the bugs couldn't do anything to it. You lost. Shen Yuan appeared behind Yiming at some point, slapping her down. Immediately after, the three-headed hellhound lunged at her, its three giant heads baring teeth and glaring at her. When did you come behind me? Guess. Chapter 27. Searching for the 13 Caves. In the courtyard, Yiming sat there, silent for a long time. Shen Yuan sat beside her, also feeling gloomy for a long time. Marry me. Impossible. Is Shen Yuan the kind of person to be so casual? It seems you are quite interesting. Yiming suddenly laughed. I was lying to you. We don't have such a rule here. Oh really? Then can you get the bug out of my stomach? Shen Yuan had long guessed that Yiming wanted to trick him, and it turned out to be true. Well, didn't you drink a bowl of medicinal soup yesterday? Didn't you see the black bug at the bottom of the bowl? What did you say? Shen Yuan was truly disgusted this time. He didn't expect the disgusting black bug to crawl out of his stomach. I ask you, who taught you that body refining technique? This, I can't tell you. Shen Yuan also realized the power of the golden body technique, which could indeed make one immune to all pests. Then I save your life. How do you plan to repay me? What do you think? Shen Yuan didn't believe this woman would be so easy to talk to. Yiming propped her chin and thought for a moment, saying she would think about it later, and that he could leave now. Shen Yuan patted his backside. He had wanted to leave for a long time. However, before leaving, Shen Yuan still wanted to inquire about something. Do you know where the 13 caves are? Why are you looking for the 13 caves? Yiming seemed to become cautious. To save someone. If you know, please tell me. Shen Yuan bent down and lowered his head, which could be considered begging. Even if I die, I must go, because there is someone most important to me there. I must go no matter what. Fine, if you want to seek death, I won't stop you. Here is the map, take it. Saying that, Yiming threw a scroll to Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan took the map and left, disappearing into the bamboo forest. I'm afraid you will never be able to repay your debt. Yiming took out a flute and began to play. Evening. Following the map's instructions, Shen Yuan arrived in front of a strange and eerie forest, which seemed to exude an unusual aura. After walking a few steps, a swarm of flying insects suddenly flew over, emitting a foul smell. What kind of place is this? Shen Yuan took a few steps back, retreating to the entrance of the forest. As a result, that swarm of flying insects really didn't come out. This place seems like a dividing line. If you step in even a little, strange flying insects will attack. Shen Yuan suspected that these flying insects were highly poisonous, so he didn't dare to rush in. It seems I need to find a way. Wait, I have an idea. Shen Yuan summoned the 9-colored phoenix, a demon-level 9-colored phoenix, fully capable of flying over this place. Previously, Shen Yuan had been worried about being discovered, so he hadn't used the 9-colored phoenix. But it seemed he couldn't avoid it now. Moreover, this is a foreign land. The people here don't control beasts, just as Shen Yuan doesn't understand insect manipulation. So even if someone sees him, they won't easily recognize him. 9-colored phoenix, take me over here. Late at night, a fire shadow streaked across the sky. Shen Yuan looked down and saw that this forest indeed posed a huge problem. It was impossible to see clearly from above, as if it were covered by miasma. This means that the gases inside are all toxic. Fortunately, Shen Yuan didn't walk through it on foot. After flying over this forest, the front was not polluted by miasma, which means it was safe. Here, he was getting close to the mountain body, and after walking for a while, Shen Yuan indeed discovered a strange cave. Then, Shen Yuan thought for a moment and quietly sneaked in. It was pitch black inside. Is there really someone here? Shen Yuan went deeper for a long time, but there was no sound at all. Suddenly, with a swish, the cave lit up, startling Shen Yuan. Stop. If you take another step forward, you will die? Shen Yuan turned around and saw a masked person standing behind him. Hand over the person. Shen Yuan, in a moment of urgency, shouted. Hand over the person? What do you mean? That person was momentarily stunned, truly not understanding Shen Yuan's meaning. Is this the 13 caves? Yes, so what? Did you capture some people here? Kid, I don't understand what you're saying, but seeing you sneaky, you must not be up to anything good. Shen Yuan looked at that person and thought for a moment, quickly coming up with a countermeasure. Fine, I will go with you. That's more like it, don't resist. That person approached Shen Yuan and covered his eyes with a piece of black cloth. Immediately after, a swarm of green flying insects flew out in front of Shen Yuan, and he followed the green light, walking along. After walking for about half an hour, they finally stopped. The person pulled the black cloth covering Shen Yuan's eyes down. Shen Yuan shook his head to adapt to the light as quickly as possible. When he could see clearly, there was a person sitting in front of him. Welcome to the 13 caves. It was a scruffy-looking old man who walked up to Shen Yuan, gesturing excitedly. Who are you? Is this really the 13 caves? Shen Yuan had just observed his surroundings. It was still inside a cave, but it was very spacious and bright. Me? I'm Hishan, the deputy master of the 13 caves. This person seemed very enthusiastic, but the more so, the stronger Shen Yuan's vigilance became. Deputy master, may I ask why you invited me here? Shen Yuan didn't dare to ask recklessly this time. He had to slowly probe for information. I didn't invite you here. You came uninvited. I heard that you seem to be here to find someone. Hishan directly exposed Shen Yuan's thoughts. Since we're on this topic, Shen Yuan didn't pretend anymore. Yes, I'm looking for someone. I don't know if it has anything to do with you. Hishan stroked his beard and smiled. It might be related to the 13 caves, but it definitely has nothing to do with me. You may not know that there are 13 deputy masters in the 13 caves and 1 master. So there are 13 such places, right? Yes. Hishan continued. Our 13 caves have a long-standing heritage, but our reputation has been tarnished by some people. Our master would never casually capture people. If he takes action, it must be open and above board, and generally, no one survives a day under him. From what you're saying, the person I'm looking for might have been captured by some deputy master of the 13 caves? Perhaps. Can you help me? Why should I help you? Shen Yuan looked at Hishan and said, because you hate certain deputy masters very much, don't you? Hishan looked at Shen Yuan in disbelief, as his thoughts had indeed been seen through by Shen Yuan. Although he was also a deputy master of the 13 caves, he truly hated certain individuals. Alright, I agree to help you. Chapter 28, Human Goo. Shen Yuan learned from Hishan that the 13 caves operate independently, and even their own people engage in covert battles. Hishan listed the 3 deputy masters most likely to have kidnapped Shen Yuan and the others. Good. Shen Yuan nodded, and then for the sake of convenience, Hishan found a subordinate's clothes for Shen Yuan to wear. The first one to visit was called Miao Qing, a woman, the master of the 7th cave. Hishan, why are you here? Are you feeling itchy? Miao Qing had a very irritable temperament, and her appearance looked to be around 40 years old. Nothing. Can't I come to see the girl? See me? Your 10th cave hasn't been very honest lately. The master has already set his sights on you. And you still have the mind to see me? Hee. Capturing people? How would I know? Miao Qing spoke very naturally, and her eyes showed no signs of abnormality. Oh, it seems I made a mistake. Perhaps it wasn't your people who did it. So I'll take my leave now and come back to see you another day. Get lost. I don't want to see you. Shen Yuan, is that old woman okay? No. The next visitor is Wu Kong, the master of the 4th cave. A big guy like Hishan. This person seems to be quite taciturn and doesn't have a good impression of Hishan. Just like that. Hishan entered but was kicked out after not even 3 sentences. Shen Yuan felt that Wu Kong looked quite gloomy and hard to judge. The last person Hishan brought Shen Yuan to visit was a man in black, the master of the 2nd cave, named Meng Di. Compared to Wu Kong, Meng Di seemed much more enthusiastic. Hishan, what brings you here? Come sit. Meng Di said. Brother He, you've been highly regarded by the cave master in recent years, and you are expected to be the successor. Brother He, I love to hear that, but there's still that guy from the 1st cave. I'm far from his match. I will have to rely on Brother He for help in the future. Of course, among the deputy cave masters of the 13 caves, I admire you the most. Brother Meng, if you need help in the future, just speak up. While the two were enjoying their conversation, a one-armed man suddenly ran over. Chen Zhongnan. Shen Yuan recognized him instantly, as Chun Zhengnan hadn't even changed his clothes and was still wearing the attire of the ancient Lulan kingdom. Brother Ming, you still have guests here. Then I won't disturb you. Hishan stood up, ready to leave. All right, let's have a drink another day. Mengdi did not try to keep him. Shen Yuan quickly pulled on Hishan's clothes. Mengdi, let go of my family. I can give up all my demands. Chun Zhengnan ignored Hishan and Shen Yuan and spoke directly to Mengdi. Hearing this, Shen Yuan realized that all of this was orchestrated by Chun Zhengnan. Okay, I agree. Mengdi agreed readily this time, as he had achieved his goal. Let's go? Hishan pulled Shen Yuan, wanting to leave. However, the enemy was right in front of them, and his sister might be locked up nearby. Anger clouded Shen Yuan's mind. Chun Zhengnan. Shen Yuan shouted. Huh, who are you? Chun Zhengnan turned to look at Shen Yuan, not recognizing him due to his clothing and decorations. Look clearly. Shen Yuan threw off all the decorations on his head. Shen Yuan. Chun Zhengnan immediately recognized him. Mengdi, he is Shen Yuan. Quickly capture this kid. He is here to rescue people. Chun Zhengnan directly exposed Shen Yuan. Mengdi did not rush to act. I don't know either. Hishan pretended to be confused at a critical moment. Since you don't know, brother you can leave. Shen Yuan was to stay. Mengdi's intention was already quite clear. Quickly say, where are my father and the others? Shen Yuan shouted angrily at Chun Zhengnan. Chun Zhengnan suddenly smiled slyly. They will soon become human goo, and at that time, I will let you see for yourself. How about that? Chun Zhengnan, shut your mouth. Mengdi shouted angrily. Hishan hadn't even left, and Chun Zhengnan had said such things. Wasn't this asking for trouble? Hearing the words human goo, Hishan's expression immediately changed, becoming somewhat ugly. After seeing all this, Shen Yuan realized that the situation was very serious. Hishan propped his chin and thought for a moment. Brother Ming, since I already know about this matter, why not let me see the legendary human goo? At that time, we will be like grasshoppers on the same rope. You don't have to worry about me leaking it out. Mengdi looked at Hishan and thought for a moment. All right, but the human goo hasn't been raised well yet. That's fine, we can wait together. Hearing the conversation between the two, Shen Yuan's expression turned very ugly. It seemed that Hishan was somewhat like a fence-sitter. Mengdi, quickly capture Shen Yuan. Chun Zhengnan urged again. Mengdi ignored Chun Zhengnan and instead looked at Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan, I have heard of you, a genius beast master. And you have great talent in cultivation. To raise you as a human goo, to be honest, I am unwilling. Oh, what do you mean then? Shen Yuan had calmed down now. He could only deal with the situation while thinking of a way out. Mengdi smiled. Why not follow me? I guarantee you a bright future. Shen Yuan propped his chin. Is that so? If I agree to you, will you let my family go? Shen Yuan. In the path of cultivation, one must cut off emotions and desires to go further. Besides, rest assured, even if they become human goo, they are still your family and can accompany you. No way. If you want me to follow you, you must let them go. Shen Yuan thought that if he could temporarily rescue them, he would have a way to escape. Unfortunately, Mengdi hated it the most when others tried to negotiate terms with him. Impossible. Don't try to negotiate with me. You have no chips right now, do you? In that case, can I see them? Of course. Then, Mengdi took Shen Yuan, along with Hishan and Chun Zhengnan, to the place where he raised the goo. It was that large green pool. When Shen Yuan arrived, he saw a pool of people. The heads of the 4 major families were there, along with their family members. And Shen Yuan's father and sister. Seeing that Shen Shi's skin had already turned green, Shen Yuan couldn't help but shout in pain. Tears welled up in Shen Shi's eyes, but she did not speak. At this moment, everyone else seemed oblivious to the arrival of others and had no reaction whatsoever. You beast, what have you done to my sister? Shen Yuan rushed up and grabbed Mengdi by the collar. If you don't want to end up like them, let go of me. Shen Yuan was furious and threw a punch at Mengdi. However, how could he be Mengdi's opponent? He was directly kicked away by Mengdi. I want you dead. In his rage, Shen Yuan summoned the Hellhound. Chapter 29, Death Crisis? A narrow escape. Woof woof woof. Mengdi and the others frowned slightly as they looked at the Hellhound. Shen Yuan, I didn't expect you to become a 5th-rank beast master in such a short time. You really are a super genius. Chun Zhengnan, also a beast master. Judged the level based on the size of the Hellhound. 5th-rank beast master? Mengdi and Hishan were taken aback. The Hellhound was quite large, occupying a large part of the cave's height. Go, tear them apart. With a command from Shen Yuan, the Hellhound lunged at Mengdi and the others like a vicious dog. So what if you're a super genius? You still haven't grown up. Mengdi extended his right hand, and suddenly many black insects flew out from his sleeve, directly blocking the Hellhound. Shen Yuan, these insects of mine are called explosive flying insects. When they touch something, they will explode and release poisonous gas. Although they can't do anything to your beast should be quite wary of them. If you aren't afraid of dying, let it charge in and try. Mengdi's words had already been verified. The hellhound's head crashed into two flying insects, resulting in an explosion. The power was neither too great nor too small. It couldn't hurt the hellhound. But it did release poisonous gas. Shen Yuan felt extremely frustrated now. He had no way to use his strength. If this were the forest outside the cave, the hellhound would have a lot of fighting space. But here the space was too narrow. Once all the flying insects exploded, the released poisonous gas would not be able to disperse. At that time, he would be in danger. So, he had to be cautious. Genius, have you thought it through? Your talent is indeed very high. I don't want you to die prematurely. Meng Di's words were indeed heartfelt. If he could get a capable subordinate like Shen Yuan, the position of cave master would be his for sure. Shen Yuan glared at Meng Di, wishing he could tear him apart. If you follow me, I will teach you to become a Gu master. How about that? Meng Di proposed a tempting condition to win over Shen Yuan. Unfortunately, Shen Yuan was now filled with rage and didn't want to pay him any attention. In a state of helplessness and impulsiveness, Shen Yuan charged out. With a punch weighing over 2,000 pounds, he was easily caught by Meng Di with one hand. Monty clenched Shen Yuan's fist. I forgot to tell you. I am not only a 5th grade Gu master, but also a 5th grade body refinement master. How dare you? Monty's strength was already comparable to Shen Yuan's great-grandfather, and Shen Yuan had no chance of winning in front of him. Shen Yuan could only let out a powerless roar, his impulsiveness putting him in danger. Shen Yuan, your growth indeed surprises me, but unfortunately, this is where it ends. Chen Zhengnan stepped forward and kicked Shen Yuan down. Did I ask you to make a move? Chen Zhengnan. Monty was increasingly dissatisfied with Chen Zhengnan. Although Chen Zhengnan was also displeased with Monty, he had no way out. Shen Yuan, give me an answer now. I have run out of patience. Monty stared at Shen Yuan. Let me deal with a beast like you? In your dreams. Shen Yuan roared. All right. Since you choose to become a human Gu, I will fulfill your wish. Monty pinched Shen Yuan's mouth shut with his right hand and took out a Gu with his left, preparing to put it into Shen Yuan's mouth. Shen Yuan was almost driven mad by despair. Was he really going to die here? In an instant, all the past moments flashed in his mind. And Shen Yuan had no regrets. He only hated that his growth was too slow. Must I stop here? Shen Yuan closed his eyes. Monty, this ends now. At that critical moment, a strong and powerful voice came from outside. Monty and Hishan were very familiar with this voice. Soon after, several people walked over. At the forefront was an old man, accompanied by a woman with a white scarf on her face, very conspicuous. Cave Master. Monty released Shen Yuan, who fell to the ground with a thud. Monty, I heard everything you just said. You actually raised human Gu. That is a taboo for Gu masters. Don't you know? If the royal family of the Dali ancient kingdom finds out, everyone in my 13th cave will be implicated. Do you have anything to say? The old voice was powerful and intimidating. Monty immediately knelt down, showing no sign of resistance against the cave master in front of him, because this person was too terrifying. Gu masters were different from others. Even if a beast master was much weaker, they could still openly compete, and dying wouldn't matter much. Only 3 days left, why? Monty held angrily. Suddenly, the next second, a trickle of black blood flowed from Monty's mouth. Following that, he collapsed and died. Shen Yuan had now recovered, and when he saw that Monty was dead, he looked very surprised. However, the expressions of the others were very natural, as if they had already anticipated this outcome. It's her. Shen Yuan finally noticed the woman beside the cave master. It was indeed Yi Meng. Could it be? Shen Yuan understood. Hishan, what about you? What do you have to say? The old man turned his gaze to Hishan. Cave master, I was unaware of this. I brought him here. Little brother. Quickly speak for me. Hishan knelt on the ground, his face filled with fear, looking at Shen Yuan with pleading eyes. Shen Yuan thought of what Hishan had just done, and he didn't want to speak. However, it was a fact that Hishan brought him here. If it weren't for Hishan, Shen Yuan might not have even come. Nevertheless, the cave master didn't want to give Shen Yuan the opportunity to speak. Hishan, will you do it yourself, or should I do it? Hearing the cave master's words, Shen Yuan fell silent. I will do it myself. Hishan let out a miserable laugh before dying. Watching Hishan fall to the ground, Shen Yuan felt very complicated. Just a moment ago, he was still in a desperate situation, and now, unexpectedly, both of these people had committed suicide shortly after the cave master arrived. This showed just how extraordinary this cave master was. Go bring those people out of the pool. They can still be saved. The cave master said to the few people behind him. They responded and went to rescue the people from the pool. At this moment, Shen Yuan couldn't help but turn his gaze to Chen Zhengnan. This person was the real culprit. Shen Yuan, you really have good luck. You always manage to escape from desperate situations. Chen Zhengnan, who had been trembling, suddenly stopped shaking, as if he had let go of something. Chen Zhengnan, I must say, you are truly impressive. You planned this even before I was born. Haha. Bang. Chen Zhengnan slapped his own head, and as he fell, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, looking seemingly satisfied. No one present could understand why Chun Zhengnan left so peacefully. Chapter 30. Innate Skills, the Gate of Hell. Daylight broke. The sun rose slowly, and everything returned to calm. Thank you, Shen Yuan sincerely said to Yimeng. How will you repay this kindness? The expression under the scarf could not be seen by anyone. Shen Yuan smiled and said, I will repay it slowly. Is that so? Then I will see when you can repay it. Yimeng replied. After that, her father, the cave master Yi Changhe, spoke. Shen Yuan, once those people recover, take them away. This is not a place for you to be. After saying that, Yi Changhe left. Yimeng glanced at Shen Yuan and also left. In the following half-month, with the help of the Gu masters from the 13th cave, everyone from the 4 great families fully recovered. Little Yuan. She rushed over and tightly hugged Shen Yuan. Sister. Shen Yuan didn't want to say anything. He just wanted to embrace what he had. Now, the people from the 4 families had learned that Chun Zhengnan was dead. The grievances from over 20 years ago, the conspiracy that had been plotted for 20 years, finally dissipated at this moment. Past events were like smoke, going away with Chun Zhengnan. With this, the matter came to a perfect conclusion. Before leaving, Shen Yuan met Yimeng one last time. In the future, we will meet again, right? Perhaps. After a simple farewell, Shen Yuan and his group successfully left the Dali ancient kingdom with Yi Changhe's help. The moment Shen Yuan turned to leave, Yimeng picked up her flute and began to play. In Danyang City, in front of the city gate, Shen Yuan, I, Huang Wenqing, owe you a life. If you need anything in the future, just say it directly. Huang Wenqing led the Huang family away. The Qin family approached. Shen Yuan, I, Qin family, will always remember what we owe you. Go. Shen Yuan had nothing to say to the Qin family. He thought there would never be any intersection again. After the Qin family left, Luo Hongtai approached. Shen Yuan, I really have nothing to say. If Tianxiang wakes up one day, please tell her that I am sorry. Shen Yuan only then noticed that Luo Tianxia was not among these people, meaning that Luo Tianxia had escaped this calamity. Perhaps they would meet again one day. As Shen Yuan walked into the city, a sudden cold wind blew. It seemed that winter had arrived. Father, do you still plan to revive the Shen family? Shen Yuan asked what was on his mind. No, I am tired. A few simple words conveyed Shen Aoyan's bitterness over the years. Shen Yuan looked at the dilapidated home. This is fine too. Father, go do what you want to do. Yuaner, you don't have to worry about me. Just spread your wings and fly high. Shen Aoyan truly witnessed his son's astonishing growth speed this time. He believed that one day, Shen Yuan would soar high above the 9 heavens. Sister, what are your plans? Shen Yuan looked at the woman who had raised him since childhood. Shen Yuan vaguely remembered that from the first day he could remember. It was his sister who took care of him every day while their father was busy managing the family and had no time to spare. Thus, Shi took on the responsibility of a mother and raised Shen Yuan to adulthood. Me? Since father has retired, I want to do my own thing too. I want to become stronger and accompany little Yuan all the way. Shi expressed her inner thoughts. All right, then I support you, sister. The siblings hugged again. Marking their parting, Shen Yuan once again embarked on his own path. Late at night, in the vast mountains, Shen Yuan lay on a tree. Due to the overwhelming number of matters lately, he hadn't managed his system for a long time. Now, he had received a bunch of growth cards. But they were all low-level and basic. According to Bai Lian, Demon Emperor-level beasts could awaken, and upon awakening, they could obtain innate skills and speak human language. It seemed it was time to let the Hellhound awaken. To awaken a demon beast, an awakening pill was required, which was extremely precious and not available in places like Danyang City at all. According to the book Raising Demon Beasts, the awakening pill was made from the demon core of an awakened demon beast. Refining an awakening pill required a very skilled alchemist, and in the ancient country of Lulan, very few people practiced alchemy, so they specifically invited some alchemists from other ancient countries to refine pills. This shows how precious awakening pills are. However, Shen Yuan had a system, and awakening pills were available for purchase in his system's merchant domain. So he didn't have to pay a high price to buy them from Lulan. Shen Yuan looked at the price. One awakening pill was worth 999 divine beast coins. A demon beast level could be sold for 100 divine beast coins, which meant he would need to sell 1,000 demon beast level beasts to afford it. Shen Yuan didn't have that many demon beast levels, but he still had demon king levels and some unused growth cards. Next, Shen Yuan got to work, using all the available growth cards and selling off the non-rare demon beasts. In the end, he earned 110,000 divine beast coins, enough to buy the awakening pill. Now, the issue was the quality of the demon beast. According to Raising Demon Beasts, there were almost no demon beasts with innate unparalleled qualities. It was actually very simple to distinguish the quality of a demon beast. Looking into the demon beast's eyes, a white ring represented ordinary quality. A green ring represented good quality. A blue ring represented excellent quality. A purple ring represented perfect quality, and a red ring represented unparalleled quality. Shen Yuan had previously looked at the Hellhound, and the ring in its eyes was blue, indicating that the Hellhound's quality was excellent. Bai Lian had once told Shen Yuan that it was best for demon beasts to reach unparalleled quality before awakening, as that would guarantee obtaining innate skills. If one were to gamble on luck, there was a chance that they might not obtain innate skills, which would render even the best quality demon beast useless. Each demon beast only had one chance to awaken. Shen Yuan had also seen that the merchant domain sold quality pills. However, he didn't need to buy one because he had received a pill of unparalleled quality from the system as a reward for completing an achievement. With this in mind, Shen Yuan immediately fed the unparalleled quality pill to the Hellhound. After consuming the unparalleled quality pill, Shen Yuan looked again, and the ring in the Hellhound's eyes had indeed turned red. Good, now it was time to awaken. Since Shen Yuan's awakening pill was purchased from the system, it could only be used by the system's demon beasts, meaning it could awaken within the system without needing to be summoned. Alright, let me see what's different after the awakening. With that, Shen Yuan fed the awakening pill to the Hellhound. After consuming the awakening pill, the Hellhound's appearance seemed to change a bit, the most noticeable change being its fur, which had become coarser. Come out, Hellhound. Shen Yuan summoned it. In the system, it didn't seem particularly imposing. However, seeing it with real eyes revealed how terrifying it truly was. The Hellhound was currently about 3 meters tall and 7 or 8 meters long, with a very robust physique. Especially those 3 snarling dog heads, which looked extremely frightening. Master. The sudden deep voice startled Shen Yuan. You are the Hellhound, and you can speak now? Shen Yuan asked in disbelief, repeating the question. Yes, Master. Great. You have awakened now. What is your innate skill? Shen Yuan was very eager to know. My innate skill is called the Gate of Hell. The Gate of Hell? Chapter 31, A Special Way of Visiting. In the early morning, as dawn broke, Shen Yuan walked along a path in the woods, recalling the scene from last night. Still feeling a bit shaken. Last night, Shen Yuan had made the Hellhound demonstrate its innate skill, the Gate of Hell. At that time, Shen Yuan was stunned by the sight. The Gate of Hell, true to its name, would appear in front of the Hellhound when it unleashed it. It was a dark and terrifying door, and when opened, sounds akin to those of demons from hell would emerge, mixed with the wails of ghosts and various eerie voices, creating an incredibly chilling atmosphere. Moreover, there seemed to be a strange pulling force from within the door. Anyone frightened enough to weaken their legs would surely be sucked in. As for what lay inside the Gate of Hell, and what would happen to those sucked in, Shen Yuan had no idea. The difference between an awakened demon beast and one that had not awakened was indeed significant. Shen Yuan believed that if he encountered a bugmaster now, he would have a way to deal with them. After walking for a while, Shen Yuan sat on the flaming lion and took out the ancient world record. He opened the nearby map and saw 3 familiar words, the Wild Lion Gate. Back then, the 3 from the Wild Lion Gate had tried to rob Shen Yuan, but ended up being robbed instead. Shen Yuan remembered saying that he would definitely pay them a visit when he had the time. With no clear destination at the moment, Shen Yuan decided to go check out the Wild Lion Gate. Riding the flaming lion at full speed, Shen Yuan arrived at the Wild Lion Gate around noon. From the outside, the Wild Lion Gate looked quite ordinary. Kid, who are you? You look sneaky. What are you up to? Shen Yuan was merely glancing around when someone accused him of being sneaky. The people of the Wild Lion Gate were indeed quite arrogant, not taking him seriously. Me? Of course, I've long admired your reputation and specially came to pay a visit. Shen Yuan couldn't be bothered to argue with that person. By the looks of you, you probably want to come in and steal some skills, right? That person had no intention of reporting to anyone. Seeing this, Shen Yuan made a bold decision. Since you Wild Lion Gate are so arrogant, I will teach you a lesson today. Shen Yuan rolled up his sleeves and charged into the mountain gate. Report, someone has breached the gate. Report, someone has come in. Report, they've already made it to the outside of the gate. Just as these people finished reporting, Shen Yuan had already broken into the main hall of the Wild Lion Gate. Wow, that guy was so cool. He actually fought his way in. Yeah, look at him. So young yet so strong. It's simply amazing. Several female disciples who witnessed the scene gathered together to discuss it. Who are you? In the main hall, there was a fat man with a big head and ears. He was the master of the Wild Lion Gate. Shen Yuan glanced at that man and said, I just came to pay a visit, but since the guards outside were so arrogant, I taught them how to behave. Is that so? You fought your way in, and this is your way of visiting? Yes, since you were so arrogant, I had to make you acknowledge me. Kid, you're quite arrogant. I am Yu Dahai, the master of the Wild Lion Gate. Speak, what brings you here? Oh, it's like this, you've been invited me. Shen Yuan chuckled. Someone, bring Yu Bin to me. After Yu Dahai gave the order, he began to scrutinize Shen Yuan closely. This kid has an extraordinary aura. He must have experienced significant situations, but I wonder what he is here for. Shen Yuan glanced around. There were several older individuals seated on both sides, likely elders, all of whom were glaring at him with angry expressions. Clearly, being invaded like this was quite embarrassing for them. "Master, did you call for me?" Yubin hurriedly ran in, having just heard about someone breaking in and was still lamenting when someone called for him. "It's him who is looking for you." Yu Dahai pointed at Shen Yuan. Yubin looked towards Shen Yuan, and when he saw Shen Yuan's face, his legs trembled in fear, and he immediately shouted, "It's this person, it's him, it's him, him." Yu Dahai was confused. Yubin said in terror, "He has a big dog, it's terrifying. Wasn't he trying to rob me before? Now I'm right here, do you still want to rob me?" Shen Yuan laughed and scanned the crowd. "Uncle, make a decision for me." Yubin had thoughts of revenge. Unexpectedly, Yu Dahai stepped forward and slapped Yubin across the face, knocking him to the ground. "Useless. You do nothing but harass female disciples or cause trouble outside. This young brother has good character. Otherwise, he would have killed you long ago. Hurry up and get lost." Yes, I won't dare anymore." Yubin's reliance was Yu Dahai, and now that Yu Dahai was angry, he naturally didn't dare to provoke him and quickly left. "This Yu Dahai is somewhat interesting." Shen Yuan smiled while stroking his chin. "Little brother, I apologize on behalf of my useless nephew. I hope you won't hold it against him." Yu Dahai came to Shen Yuan and bowed in apology. "Oh, it's nothing. They are just not as skilled. Getting beaten is nothing." Yu Dahai was also a straightforward person, and this was what Shen Yuan appreciated about him. "May I ask your surname, little brother? Since you're here, let me treat you well to make amends." Shen Yuan. After that, Yu Dahai ordered people to set up a banquet and personally brought drinks to Shen Yuan as an apology. At the banquet, the two chatted happily, and Shen Yuan found that Yu Dahai was quite a decent person. "Brother Shen, what are your plans? Would you like to stay here for a couple of days? We have a small competition in a few days at the Shangfeng mountain range, and all the sects in the range will participate. I would like to invite you to take a look and introduce you to some people." "Oh, if that's the case, then I'll intrude." Shen Yuan was actually hoping for such an opportunity, as his master sent him to experience the world and naturally wanted him to meet various people and broaden his horizons and connections. The news of Shen Yuan staying quickly spread. Some disciples, taking advantage of Shen Yuan wandering around the sect, boldly approached him for advice. Of course, there were also some bold female disciples who came to confess to Shen Yuan, but they were all politely declined. In the blink of an eye, it was time to set off, and the competition was to be held at the Shenin sect. On the way, Shen Yuan asked Yu Dahai why it was being held at the Shenin sect. Yu Dahai explained that the Shenin sect planned to take this opportunity to defeat the various sects and make a name for themselves. So that's how it is. Shen Yuan seemed to have heard something similar from Han Dongli before. In order to avoid drawing attention, Shen Yuan wore the robes of a Shenin sect disciple. By the time they reached the Shenin sect, it was already noon the next day. To celebrate the competition, the Shenin sect had invited various sects to a feast in advance. Whenever Shen Yuan heard the name Shenin sect, he couldn't help but think of Luo Tianxiang. If it weren't for the appearance of Bai Lian, he might have been killed back then, and if that had happened, his family would have also faced disaster. This grudge is unforgivable. Chapter 32, The Shenin Conference, Zhu Wuxing. The cold wind howled. The world appeared desolate and lonely. However, at the Shenin sect in the Shangfeng mountain range, it was exceptionally lively, adding a splash of color to the barren earth. The sect master of the Shenin sect, Zhu Wuxing, personally presided over this event named after his sect. This was also the first time Shen Yuan saw Zhu Wuxing. Just from his appearance, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, he exuded a powerful and calm demeanor, a true dragon among men. Shen Yuan also learned from Yu Dahai that the Shenin sect had more than 300 members, making it a major sect in the Shangfeng mountain range. "Everyone, quiet down. Please listen to me for a moment." Zhu Wuxing stood at the center of the large square, hands behind his back, his voice resonating throughout the area. Once the crowd quieted down, Zhu Wuxing continued, "My Shenin sect has been hidden for a long time, and this time, we are preparing to reveal ourselves. First, I ask for your strong support. This Shenin conference is also an opportunity to test everyone's strength. If any exceptionally talented disciples emerge, my Shenin sect will not only reward you, but also help introduce you to the Dao sect of the world." The Dao sect of the world. The reputed #1 Dao sect. Those who knew about the Dao sect couldn't help but gasp. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Zhu Wuxing smiled and said, "That's right. It is the strongest Dao sect in the ancient Lulan kingdom. There, all the outstanding talents from the Lulan kingdom gather. If you are fortunate enough to go there, your future will be limitless." Those who understood knew that Zhu Wuxing was speaking the truth. The Dao sect of the world was indeed the strongest Dao sect in the Lulan kingdom, funded by the royal family of Lulan kingdom. "Master Yu, is the Dao sect of the world really that amazing?" Shen Yuan had never heard of it before. Yu Dahai glanced at Zhu Wuxing and whispered to Shen Yuan, "You could say it's beyond comparison. In the Dao sect of the world, All the disciples are from various places in the Lulan Kingdom, and many of them are talented beast tamers and dual cultivation geniuses. In short, anyone who can enter there is not simple. I see. Shen Yuan was indeed looking forward to it. He hoped to visit one day. All right, I won't say much more. Let me explain the rules. Each sect can send 5 people, with a strength limit of 3rd rank, no age limit. All fights will be individual battles, determined by drawing lots. Whether beast tamers or others, everyone will be mixed together for the drawing. Those who fall off the stage will lose. Strength determines everything. Let's get started. After briefly explaining the rules, Zhu Wuxin signaled for the event to begin. Each sect was only allowed to send 5 people, which was indeed a bit few. Although there was no age limit, the strength limit was 3rd rank, meaning they could only select the most elite disciples to compete. From the Mad Lion sect, Shen Yuan took 1 spot, leaving only 4 remaining. This was Shen Yuan's own decision, as he wanted to test his own strength. There were 6 sects in total, adding up to only 30 people. The drawing of lots determined the matchups. Those who drew A1 would face B1, and so on. Shen Yuan drew B3 and would be on stage soon. Let the competition begin. With Zhu Wuxin's command, the referee elder took the stage, and A1 and B1 entered the ring. One was a 3rd rank body refiner, and the other was a 3rd rank chi refiner. Their battle seemed unremarkable, ultimately ending with the chi refiner's victory. In the second match, a beast tamer came up, and it was slightly interesting, but the outcome was not in doubt, with the beast tamer winning decisively. In the third match, it was Shen Yuan's turn to take the stage. Due to his slight disguise, Han Dongli and Meng Haoran did not recognize him. Shen Yuan's opponent was a woman, also a 3rd rank beast tamer. Kong Jia, please enlighten me. Qing Ming, please. Shen Yuan used a name derived from his master, Qingyun Daoist, and called himself Qing Ming. As soon as Kong Jia came up, she summoned her contracted beast, a 3-tailed white fox, a high-grade monster. To respect his opponent, Shen Yuan summoned his flame lion, which he had upgraded to a monster general level, just right to match a 3rd rank beast tamer. Flame Lion, Han Dongli, and Meng Haoran, who were watching from below, were momentarily stunned. The Flame Lion was quite rare. Therefore, they couldn't help but suspect Qing Ming's identity. However, suspicion aside, they had no evidence and didn't dare to rashly approach. Come on, they fight, we fight. As you wish. The Flame Lion charged forward to battle the 3-tailed white fox. Their masters also fought alongside them. Kong Jia was still a 3rd rank chi refiner. A chi refiner's combat relies on spellcasting, so for Shen Yuan, as a body refiner, to win against her, he had to get close. Kong Jia used a set of sword techniques, with attacks coming one after another, and Shen Yuan took several moves head-on. The chi refiners do have some advantages over the body refiners. Once I find a good chi refinement method, I should be able to raise my chi level. Shen Yuan relied on the golden body technique, continuously approaching Kong Jia. He can actually take my sword moves head-on. Realizing Shen Yuan's intention, Kong Jia increased her attack speed and became even more fierce. Golden body. Shen Yuan had a sudden inspiration and tried to use his chi to activate the golden body technique. In an instant, the chi within him flowed through the meridians to his limbs and bones, penetrating every pore and every bit of skin. Now, Shen Yuan braced himself against the sword moves, producing a clanging sound, and charged forward, striking Kong Jia in the chest with a palm. What? How is that possible? Kong Jia clutched her chest and took a few steps back. She didn't expect that a 3rd-grade body refiner could withstand her sword moves with his body. It seemed reckless, but he had that confidence. Meanwhile, the battle on the side of the demon beasts had already concluded. The 3-tailed white fox was no match for the battle-hardened flame lion and was thrown off the stage. This kid is impressive, Zhu Wuxin commented. The others were all very surprised. They hadn't expected that a body refiner could withstand attacks with his body and remain unscathed. So, are you going to summon your 2nd contracted demon beast? Shen Yuan didn't rush to defeat Kong Jia. He wanted her to submit. I am not as good as you, you win. In the 3rd match, Qing Ming wins. The elder referee announced the result, and applause erupted throughout the venue. After all, it was an exciting battle that delighted them. Yuban looked at Shen Yuan with an unhappy expression, clearly still brooding over earlier events. Brother Shen, you really are strong. Crushing opponents of the same realm. Yu Dahai had been growing fonder of Shen Yuan these past 2 days. How he wished Shen Yuan were a disciple of his Wild Lion sect. Sectmaster, I'll take a break to recover. Saying this, Shen Yuan sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. As for the upcoming battles, Shen Yuan had no interest in watching anymore because he had just discovered something. While fighting with Kong Jia, he thought about finding a good chi refinement method to learn, but suddenly an idea struck him, using chi to operate the golden body technique. Unexpectedly, it really worked. Previously, he had always activated the golden body technique directly with his strength and had never tried using chi to stimulate it. It seems that the golden body technique taught by Bai Lian can be cultivated by both chi refiners and body refiners. Chapter 33 Identity Exposed, Falling into Crisis. At dusk, the setting sun illuminated the arena, shining brilliantly with figures constantly moving. Before the sun set, the second round of battles had already concluded, with a total of 8 people advancing, one of whom had a bye. Tonight, everyone rested at the Shenin sect. Brother Shun, I see you have a chance to reach the pinnacle. Perhaps Zhu Wuxin will recommend you to the Tianxia Dao sect. Maybe. However, I don't want to go to the Tianxia Dao sect for now. Shen Yuan knew that the time wasn't right yet. He still needed a few years of training. While the Tianxia Dao sect indeed had excellent teaching resources and access to various talents, Shen Yuan believed that it was merely a fade without any real combat experience, far inferior to what he could gain outside. Moreover, Shen Yuan had a master. He didn't think the elders of the Tianxia Dao sect could compare to Qingyan Daoist. Just one Bai Lian could intimidate the Shenin sect. How could someone who made Bai Lian show such respect be ordinary? Hearing Shen Yuan's words, Yu Dahai didn't ask further. After all, he had been the sect master for many years and had a good eye for people. If he were to evaluate Shen Yuan, he could only say he was no ordinary talent. Therefore, what he could do now was to befriend Shen Yuan. In the deep of night, Shen Yuan was alone in his room, validating his thoughts from earlier, using the chi refining method to activate the golden body technique. After circulating for one cycle, Shen Yuan found that merging chi refining and body refining was remarkably effective. It seems that from now on, it's enough to just cultivate the golden body technique. Now he just needed to elevate his chi level. A sleepless night. The next morning, the Shenin conference continued. Today, Shen Yuan relied on combat to practice the ideas he had from the previous night. In this way, Shen Yuan easily won the battles. Using the mixed application of chi refining and body refining with the golden body technique, achieving excellent results. This child is worthy of the Tianxia Dao sect. Zhu Wuxin had a keen eye. Through careful observation, he naturally discovered Shen Yuan's extraordinary qualities. Unknowingly, the conference was nearing its end, and Shen Yuan, without a doubt, was destined to reach the pinnacle, rightfully so. Clap, 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 clap. The arena erupted with intense applause because they had witnessed the growth of a genius. Sect Master Yu, you've taken in a good disciple. Yes, given time, your Wild Lion sect will surely be renowned throughout the world. Congratulations. Various sects congratulated him. At that moment, Yu Dahai wished more than anything that Shen Yuan was truly a disciple of his Wild Lion sect. All right, everyone quiet down. Zhu Wuxin looked at Shen Yuan, saying, I am prepared to recommend the Wild Lion sect disciple Qingming to the Tianxia Dao sect. Do the various sect masters have any objections? None. 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 Zhu Wuxin nodded in satisfaction. As long as he recommended Qingming to the Tianxia Dao sect, when Qingming grew up, his Shenin sect would undoubtedly gain fame throughout the world. Moreover, he would become Qingming's guide, and Qingming would surely thank him and repay him. By then, the future of the Shenin sect would be bright. Just as Shen Yuan was about to refuse, a sudden voice rang out in the arena. Qingming is not a disciple of my Wild Lion sect, so this spot cannot be given to him. It must be given to me. The one who jumped up to speak was Yu Bin. You, who are more a hindrance than a help, quickly stepped down. Yu Dahai scolded angrily. Impossible. This spot is mine now, ha ha ha. Yu Bin laughed wildly. At that moment, everyone turned to look at the Wild Lion sect. Yu Dahai quickly bowed in apology. Zhu Zongzhu. My disciple has a problem with his head. He is speaking nonsense. You're the one with a problem. Zhu Zongzhu, you must believe what I say. This person is not from my Wild Lion sect. Yu Bin shouted again. Shen Yuan looked at Yu Bin, a glimmer of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Who is he? Zhu Wuxin directly asked Yu Bin this time. Originally, Yu Bin did not know Shen Yuan's name, but unfortunately, Yu Dahai told him. And so Yu Bin directly said, his name is Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan. Once this was said, the first to recognize him were Han Dongli and Meng Haoren. The other sect masters also learned of Shen Yuan's identity during the incident with the Luo family. Therefore, Shen Yuan was now completely exposed. All of this was to blame on that Yu Bin. Shen Yuan, you are so bold. There is a path to heaven that you do not take. And you come to hell without a door. Meng Haoren, backed by his master Zhu Wuxin, now became extremely arrogant. Upon hearing this, Yu Bin seemed to sense that Shen Yuan had enmity with these people and quickly said with a smile, Zhu Zongzhu, he should be the person you all want. Since that is the case, am I not making a contribution? Please give me the spot to the Tianxia Dao sect. Give it to you? You think you deserve it? You're just trash. Zhu Wuxin didn't even bother to look at Yu Bin. Upon hearing Zhu Wuxin's words, Yu Bin was filled with anger but dared not say anything, only standing there obediently. Now, he just wanted Shen Yuan to die to relieve his hatred. Sect Master Yu, thank you, but no need. Shen Yuan turned his gaze to Zhu Wuxin. Now what do you say? Zhu Wuxin looked at Shen Yuan, feeling somewhat conflicted inside. because Shen Yuan's talent was indeed astonishing. But he happened to have enmity with the Shenin sect. Although Zhu Wuxin had no direct enmity with him, he had heard that the Shenin sect had forced Luo Tianxiang to her death and had made enemies with the Shen family. Thus, Shen Yuan was bound to avenge Luo Tianxiang and the Shen family, creating an unresolvable grudge between them. Therefore, Zhu Wuxin, as the sect master of the Shenin sect, made a decision. If this child could not be used by him, then he absolutely must not be kept alive. Today was the perfect opportunity. Seeing that Zhu Wuxin did not speak, Shen Yuan could tell from his expression and immediately said, "Before we make a move, I want to state that the Guangshi sect has nothing to do with me, so I asked the sect master to let them go down the mountain first." Shen Yuan knew that Yu Dahai was a good person and did not want to involve him. "Shen Yuan, master you, don't say too much. Just go down the mountain." Zhu Wuxin looked at Shen Yuan and hesitated for a moment, then said, "All right, I admire your courage. Someone, please let the Guangshi sect go down the mountain." At the same time, Zhu Wuxin also ordered other sects to leave. He did not want too many people to know about this matter. After everyone withdrew, only Shen Yuan remained on the scene besides the people from the Shenin sect. Watching Shen Yuan standing straight and showing no fear, Zhu Wuxin sincerely said, "Shen Yuan, I truly admire you. If you are willing to put down your hatred, not only can we turn our enmity into friendship, but I can also recommend you to the Tiandao sect. How about that?" Shen Yuan sneered. "I have no enmity with your Shenin sect, but if you are willing to kill Meng Haoran and Han Dongli, I will agree." "Master, don't listen to his nonsense. He is trying to sow discord between us." Meng Haoran was anxious. "Shut up. Look at how you are acting. You can't even keep your composure. With just this point, how can you compare with Shen Yuan?" Zhu Wuxin scolded him, feeling frustrated. "Shen Yuan, let them go, and I will compensate you. How about it?" Zhu Wuxin still wanted to negotiate. Unfortunately, Shen Yuan only wanted Meng Haoran's life. Not possible. Is it really impossible? Zhu Wuxin could not afford to carry the reputation of killing his own personal disciple for the sake of outsiders, especially since he was the sect master of the Shenin sect. Shen Yuan looked at Meng Haoran with a face full of killing intent. "I will not rest until one of us is dead." Zhu Wuxin sighed and looked up at the sky. "Alas, since it is like this, then kill." Chapter 34. Fight. Let's fight to our heart's content. Shen Yuan swept his gaze across the entire arena. He knew that today there was no escape. "Shen Yuan, I do indeed admire you, so I won't bully you. The grudge between you and Haoran, you can settle it yourselves. Is that so? You speak so nicely. Will you really just watch as I kill him?" Shen Yuan sneered. He understood Zhu Wuxin's intention. It was merely to maintain a good reputation. "Shen Yuan, you are too arrogant. You originally had a great future, but now, it ends here." Zhu Wuxin signaled Meng Haoran to go. "Shen Yuan, you should have died that day, yet I have allowed you to live until now. Today, let me end it for you." Meng Haoran shouted loudly and rushed forward in a single step. Is he a body refiner? Shen Yuan wanted to test Meng Haoran's strength and charged forward as well. Meng Haoran threw a punch, and Shen Yuan also threw a punch. Bang! The two fists collided, and Shen Yuan surprisingly took half a step back. "It seems his strength is stronger than mine. He should be close to a fourth-tier body refiner," Shen Yuan guessed inwardly. In a fist fight, body refiners could easily and effectively test each other's strength. Seeing Shen Yuan step back, Meng Haoran couldn't help but laugh, completely forgetting Shen Yuan's earlier performance on the ring. "Shen Yuan, you should summon your contracted beast. Otherwise, you are no match for me." "Just you? Do you think you are worthy?" Shen Yuan knew Meng Haoran was not a beast master, so he wouldn't summon a beast. "Kid, do you dare to look down on me?" Meng Haoran suddenly took out a sword and swept it across. The sword aura like a rainbow, full of momentum. Now I understand why he is worthy of being the chief disciple. Turns out he is a dual cultivator of energy. Shen Yuan activated the golden body technique and dispersed the sword aura with a palm. Shen Yuan, not only is he a beast master, but he is also a dual cultivator of energy. His talent is simply monstrous. Zhu Wuxin said this because he could see that Shen Yuan's previous battles had effectively combined energy, achieving excellent results. In this respect, ordinary dual cultivators could not compare to Shen Yuan because their cultivation methods were independent. Using energy was energy, and using force was force. Shadowless sword technique, attack. Meng Haoran activated the sword technique, and the sword transformed into 2, then 3, and then became shadowless. He really has some skills. Shen Yuan sensed danger and first activated the golden body. "Go!" Meng Haoran shouted loudly, and the sword aura surged like rain towards Shen Yuan. "Golden body, activate!" Shen Yuan half squatted in place, activating the golden body, and a faint golden glow radiated from his body. What kind of technique is this? How come I have never seen it before? Zhu Wuxin was very surprised. When the shadowless sword aura hit Shen Yuan's body, it sounded like rain hitting a steel plate. making a loud noise but causing no harm. As the sword aura dissipated, Shen Yuan gathered his vitality and merged it with his strength. Crushing fist. Shen Yuan threw a punch, like a dragon emerging from the sea, fierce momentum forming fist energy that rushed straight at Meng Haoren. This strength, this momentum. How can it be so strong? Shadowless sword technique, block. Meng Haoren held his sword in front of him, using vitality as a guide to form a giant sword. Bang! The fist force collided with the giant sword, producing a huge noise, and both dissipated simultaneously. Take this move. Shadowless sword technique, slash. Meng Haoren leaped up, gripping the sword with both hands, once again gathering his vitality to form a giant sword in the air. Slash. The sword came down with the force of 1,000 pounds. Soft palm. Shen Yuan stood his ground and used both hands to withstand the sword. What? How is this kid so strong? Haoren's sword strike was something no third tier could withstand. How did he do it? The onlookers discussed in whispers. Zhu Wuxin rested his chin on his hand, frowning. The golden body technique is indeed strong. This soft palm can actually absorb the attack. Otherwise, how could I have caught this sword? After catching the sword, Shen Yuan activated the golden body technique again. One finger. Shen Yuan knew this was a great opportunity. Before Meng Haoren landed, he attacked him, and the other side would definitely not be able to block it. He concentrated all his power into his right index finger, revealing the immense power contained within. Since Meng Haoren was still in the process of landing, he couldn't react in time and was hit squarely. Uffed. Meng Haoren spat out blood, lost his balance, and fell heavily to the ground. You brat. Meng Haoren rolled over and jumped up, but felt his stomach churning and quickly sat down to adjust his breathing. You have lost. Prepare to die. Shen Yuan charged forward and kicked directly at Meng Haoren's head. Alas. Zhu Wuxin sighed. Han Dongli, you go. Han Dongli had been waiting for a long time. Upon receiving the order, he appeared before Meng Haoren in the blink of an eye, blocking the kick with his arm and simultaneously grabbing Shen Yuan's leg, throwing him out. Old bastard. Shen Yuan braced himself with one hand on the ground, flipping over and landing steadily. If the younger ones can't handle it, the old ones will come. You really are despicable and shameless. Shen Yuan mocked them first. Humph, kid, if someone hadn't saved you that day, you would have been my dead soul by now. Today, no one can save you. Han Dongli's eyes were full of killing intent. Is that so? I think you can't. Shen Yuan was now absolutely confident in defeating Han Dongli because his hellhound had awakened. No more verbal disputes. Come on. Han Dongli took the lead and slapped down towards Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan took the blow head on, feeling his stomach churn and stepping back several paces. This Han Dongli is clearly much stronger. Shen Yuan knew that a 5th-tier body refiner had a strength of at least 10,000 pounds. A 4th-tier body refiner had a strength of 5,000 pounds, and Shen Yuan estimated his current strength to be around 3,000 pounds. Therefore, Shen Yuan forcibly received a force 3 times greater than his own. If it weren't for relying on the golden body technique, he would have probably suffered severe injuries. Good kid, do you have the ability to take another palm strike? Han Dang sneered and struck again. This time, Shen Yuan dared not take it head on. He rolled to dodge. It seems that today he would have to fight with his back against the wall. Perhaps this would be his last battle? Today. Let us fight it out. Shen Yuan had already made plans. He never thought about leaving, and the opponent would not let him go. If Zhu Wuxin were to strike, Shen Yuan might not even be able to withstand a single move. Hellhound, come out. As Shen Yuan's voice fell, a giant black shadow gradually appeared in the square. What? What is this? Such a big dog. And it has 3 heads. With this size, it should be at the level of a demon emperor. The appearance of the hellhound caused a great stir. Woof. The 3 dog heads barked simultaneously, the sound echoing throughout the square. This kid is actually a 5th-grade beast master. Zhu Wuxin frowned, his fists cracking with tension. You actually hid your strength. Han Dang also frowned. He had no confidence in defeating the hellhound. After careful consideration, Zhu Wuxin finally made up his mind. This kid cannot be left alive. Chapter 35. The Gate of Hell opens. Hellhound, go for it. No matter what. You must kill those 2 guys. Shen Yuan had made up his mind. Even if he died, he would take down Meng Haoren and Han Dang. Woof. The hellhound charged out. Run. Han Dang did not dare to engage the hellhound because he felt its overwhelming aura and killing intent. But could he escape? The hellhound had targeted him and was relentless in its pursuit. In the vast arena, 1 man and 1 dog chased each other madly. Meng Haoren, it's your turn. Shen Yuan charged directly at Meng Haoren, who had already recovered. However, due to his earlier defeat, he felt somewhat intimidated and dared not confront Shen Yuan head-on. Useless. Bring in 2 more people. Zhu Wuxin glared at the comical scene and sent out 2 elders. Now, Meng Haoren was saved, but Shen Yuan had to face 2 opponents. Moreover, these 2 were both no less than 5th grade. Master, I can handle both of them by myself. You should just take a rest. Shen Yuan communicated with the hellhound secretly. Let's go? The two elders exchanged glances and attacked. The Hellhound fought against both of them. Shen Yuan had indeed consumed a lot of energy, but he was not going to let Meng Hauren off easily. He summoned the Flame Lion to entangle Meng Hauren instead. Then, Shen Yuan sat down to meditate and recover for a while. The battle on the field remained deadlocked, although the Hellhound was fierce. It was being held back by the two fifth-grade elders and could not gain the upper hand. On Meng Hauren's side, the Flame Lion could only hold its ground against him. Seeing the situation, Zhu Wuxin shouted angrily, "A bunch of useless fools. Do I have to take action myself?" Shen Yuan kept a close eye on the situation. Even if more people joined the fight, he could still manage. The only one he feared was Zhu Wuxin, the 7th grade Qi Refiner. Bring in 2 more people. Since that's the case, Sky-Devouring Sparrow, come out. Shen Yuan no longer cared. Anyway, he was going to die. So he might as well summon all the demon beasts. However, most of the demon beasts were of too low a level and would only be slaughtered once summoned. What? How come another strange demon beast has appeared? I've never seen this before. Who is this kid? How does he have so many strange demon beasts? He can't have any more trump cards, can he? The crowd began to discuss again. Today they had certainly had their fill of excitement. Sky-Devouring Sparrow, go. Let's go as well. The Demon Lord level Sky-Devouring Sparrow could barely handle those 2 guys. After all, the sparrow's feathers were as tough as steel and very fast. Shen Yuan believed that if they were of the same level, the Sky-Devouring Sparrow would be stronger than the Hellhound. Shen Yuan, you've surprised me greatly. Zhu Wuxin finally realized how foolish his actions had been. No, if this continues, who knows what changes might occur. I should take action myself. Zhu Wuxin could not sit still. He feared that if Shen Yuan survived today, he would become a future threat. Shen Yuan, this ends here. Zhu Wuxin stood up, coldly staring at Shen Yuan. What? Are you going to take action yourself? Shen Yuan looked back at Zhu Wuxin with the same intensity. You've shocked and surprised me too much, so you must die today. Zhu Wuxin, if you take action, I will not rest until the God-hidden sect is destroyed. And it won't just be about targeting Meng Hauren. Is that so? Then let's settle this today. Settle? Then come. Zhu Wuxin struck, pushing back the Flame Lion with a single finger, heavily injuring it. Is this the power of a 7th grade Qi Refiner? Shen Yuan frowned. If that finger had been aimed at him, his body would have been pierced. Zhu Wuxin's next target was the Sky-Devouring Sparrow. He wanted to defeat them one by one to thoroughly break Shen Yuan's spirit. Again, with a single finger. Clang, striking against the sparrow's feathers. The sound proved how hard they were. This demon beast is definitely not ordinary. Zhu Wuxin was not a fool. His previous strike was merely a test. And he had already identified the Sky-Devouring Sparrow's weakness. For birds, the abdomen is generally the weakest point, so Zhu Wuxin targeted that weakness again. The Sky-Devouring Sparrow was very fast and tried to dodge, but the gap between them was too large, and it was still hit by Zhu Wuxin. This strike directly caused smoke to rise from the sparrow's abdomen, leaving a wound. Clang! The Sky-Devouring Sparrow cried out in pain. It was furious and charged straight at Zhu Wuxin. Just you. Zhu Wuxin jumped to avoid the Sky-Devouring Sparrow while gathering his strength, turning his finger into a sword, and struck towards the sparrow again. The speed was astonishing, and the force was immense. The Sky-Devouring Sparrow could not dodge at all, and it was hit in the weak spot under its neck. The Sky-Devouring Sparrow cried out in agony and fell heavily. Old man. Seeing the Sky-Devouring Sparrow in danger, Shen Yuan was furious. However, he was utterly helpless. Thus, the only one left on the field was the Hellhound. Hellhound, prepare to use your ultimate technique. Okay, master. After their communication, Shen Yuan slowly retreated to the side. Now it was time for this big dog, right? Zhu Wuxin shifted his gaze to the Hellhound and struck again. Now, Gate of Hell. The Hellhound barked loudly, and the sky changed dramatically, dark clouds gathering ominously. Soon after, a pitch-black door slowly appeared before it. Seeing this scene, the onlooking disciples were all shocked. This is the ultimate technique of a demon beast. Zhu Wuxin, well-versed in the world, recognized it immediately. Open! With a roar, the Gate of Hell slowly opened. In an instant, voices from hellish demons and evil spirits echoed from within, accompanied by ethereal, ghostly figures. It was terrifying. Some timid female disciples fainted from fright. The horrifying sounds spread, and the demonic melody ensnared their souls. Suddenly, a few disciples began to walk slowly toward the Gate of Hell. Quick, stop them. Cover your ears. Yes, I feel that door is drawing me in. It's simply too terrifying. Several disciples who had regained their senses spoke with lingering fear. Shen Yuan, what kind of demon beast is this? Why is its ultimate technique so bizarre? Zhu Wuxin wanted to get to the bottom of it. Unfortunately, Shen Yuan could not tell him. Chapter 36, Where the Heart Points. Where the Sword Goes. Shen Yuan, you have surprised me time and again. I really admire you. But let's end it here. Suddenly, Zhu Wuxin slowly floated up. Immediately, a white halo appeared behind him, surrounded by vital energy. Is he about to unleash his ultimate move? Shen Yuan frowned. He didn't know if the Hellhound could withstand it. It's that move. Shen Yuan actually forced the sect master to use that move. Shen Yuan is doomed. The people present couldn't help but get excited. Zhu Wuxin looked at the Hellhound and slowly said, "Where the heart points, where the sword goes." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, countless white light swords shot out from the halo behind Zhu Wuxin. Boom, boom, boom. All the swords pointed at the gate of hell and began to bombard it. This scene was not only magnificent, but also incredibly powerful. Hellhound, how about it? Can you still hold on? Master, his power is too strong. I can't hold on for much longer. Hearing the Hellhound's words, Shen Yuan fell silent. He knew it was finally coming to an end. Woof. With a loud bark, the gate of hell was breached. At the same time, countless sword rains fell toward the Hellhound. The Hellhound was indeed formidable, but Zhu Wuxin was a 7th grade Qi refiner, and their strengths were not on the same level. It should be noted that regardless of whether it was Qi refining or body refining, the higher the grade, the greater the gap between them. After only a short while, the Hellhound was knocked down, gasping for breath. At this moment, Zhu Wuxin stopped. Shen Yuan shook his head. It's over. Well then, let me end this. Before making a move, Zhu Wuxin asked, Shen Yuan, you are indeed remarkable. Do you have any last words before you die? Shen Yuan looked up at Zhu Wuxin. He didn't speak, then looked at the sky. Shen Yuan thought of all the people and events he encountered when he first came to this world. He had experienced a lot. If you ask Shen Yuan if he regrets it, he probably wouldn't. This world is truly wonderful. It was worth the trip. Unfortunately, he couldn't stand at the highest point to see the most beautiful scenery. I have no last words. Shen Yuan slowly closed his eyes. Sister, father, Tianxiang, master, Balian, and great-grandfather. I'm sorry, I have to leave. A tear rolled down the corner of his eye, falling to the ground, proving he had been in this world. Well then, rest assured and go. Zhu Wuxin pointed, piercing through Shen Yuan's body. Thud. Shen Yuan fell down. At this moment, far away in the sky, Shen Shi's heart suddenly skipped a beat. What's happening to me? Meanwhile, the Qingyun Taoist at Qingyun Mountain Manor suddenly opened his eyes. He is finally dead. Meng Haoran couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, unable to hide his excitement. A dazzling meteor has finally fallen. To be honest, at this moment, Zhu Wuxin felt no joy at all. Just as Zhu Wuxin was still pondering, a white light suddenly rushed from the horizon. The light disappeared, and several people appeared in the sky above the square, led by a white-haired old man, with a beautiful girl standing beside him. She grinned, revealing 2 tiger teeth. Grandpa? It's so lively down there. What are they celebrating? The old man glanced down. Inger, we are here to find something, not to play, ask, and then leave. Okay. The girl made a face and looked around. The people below are from the Shenin sect? Oh, we are looking for a plant called Tianxiang Duku. I heard there are some in the nearby mountains, so we came to take a look. Do you know anything about it? Zhu Wuxin thought for a moment. No? I haven't heard of Tianxiang Duku. Oh, in that case, we will take our leave. Sorry to bother you. The old man turned to leave, but was stopped by the girl beside him. Grandpa, it seems like there is someone lying on the ground down there. What does that have to do with us? No, Grandpa, I think he looks a bit familiar. Can we go down and take a look? Familiar? How could there be anyone familiar to you here? Let us go. Grandpa, please, let us go see. The girl began to act cute, and the old man had no choice but to shake his head in resignation and let a few people down. Seeing this scene, Zhu Wuxin couldn't help but feel nervous. The girl walked up to Shen Yuan and turned his face over to take a look. Inger, what is wrong? Oh, but looking at his current state, it seems he is dead. You go check his pulse. The old man said to a middle-aged man beside him. What? They actually know Shen Yuan? Zhu Wuxin thought to himself that it was not good because this old man gave him a very scary feeling. At this moment, the middle-aged man checking Shen Yuan's pulse said, Old master, this person still has a trace of breath. He is not completely dead. Grandpa, you must save Shen Yuan. I didn't know him well before, but he saved my life, so now I absolutely cannot watch him die. Zhaoying cried when Shen Yuan was in danger before. She had no way to help, and now it was the same. Did you do this? Zhao Ying's grandfather Zhao Guotai asked Zhu Wuxin. Grandpa, it must be him. Didn't you see he doesn't even dare to speak? He obviously has a guilty conscience. Zhao Ying tugged at Zhao Guotai's arm. Yes, I did it. Zhu Wuxin thought that he had no way to deny it. Zhao Guotai thought for a moment and said, I don't know what grievances you have, but to let you, the sect master, take action personally, I need to take this person away. You have no objections, right? Seeing Zhu Wuxin hesitate, Zhao Guotai coldly snorted. What? Do you want me to take revenge for this kid before you let me take him away? No, I wouldn't dare. Senior, please feel free. Zhu Wuxin truly had no choice. If he disagreed, once Zhao Guotai made a move, he would have even less chance. So he could only let them take Shen Yuan away. Take this kid, we're leaving. Zhao Guotai waved his hand, and a flying carpet appeared. A group of people took Shen Yuan and left. What? How could this happen? Meng Haoran fell to the ground, sitting helplessly. He was more afraid than anyone else. If Shen Yuan was really revived, then his doom would come. It's all your fault. Zhu Wuxin really wanted to slap Meng Haoran to death. If he had known this would happen, he would never have acted against Shen Yuan. Chapter 37. Shen Yuan is framed. 1 month later. In deep winter, the white snow covered the majestic Lulan city. Inside the city, in an ancient and elegant mansion. Cough, cough. Shen Yuan woke up. Where am I? I remember I was already dead, right? Shen Yuan turned his head to look. This was a luxurious room with depth. Suddenly, you've heard something. Tell me everything. And you won't be left empty-handed. The woman continued. I overheard the young lady say that this person saved her life, so she must save him no matter what. Anything else? The woman thought for a moment and said, once, when the young lady wasn't around, I heard the master say that this person might never wake up again. Very good. Just to be safe, he must never wake up. Hearing this dialogue, Shen Yuan felt a bit dazed, but he quickly reacted. He knew someone wanted to harm him. I was saved by someone, and as soon as I wake up, someone comes to plot against me. If I had woken up a little later, I would have lost my life completely. Who is so cruel? Just as Shen Yuan was still pondering, the door was pushed open. Seeing this, Shen Yuan deliberately pretended to be asleep. He had just secretly glanced. And the visitors were a man and a woman. The woman was dressed like a maid, while the man was in fine garments, clearly a wealthy young master. The maid was carrying a tea tray. The two approached the bed. It turns out to be this brat. You think you can compete with me for ing? Young Master Wang looked at Shen Yuan with contempt and reached out to pat Shen Yuan's face. Young Master Wang, I will feed him the poison right now, ensuring he will never wake up, the maid said maliciously. At that moment, Shen Yuan heard young Master Wang chuckle wickedly. No rush. Let's take care of some other matters first. Young master, isn't this inappropriate? I feel a bit uneasy, the maid said shyly and seductively. Young Master Wang wrapped his arms around the maid's slender waist and smirked. Heh, what are you afraid of? No one will come here, just this dead man. Go ahead and scream. The louder, the better. Young master. I. The maid's words were suddenly interrupted, and Shen Yuan stole a glance. Discovering that the maid's mouth had been covered, this lecherous couple actually ignored me and engaged in unspeakable acts in front of me. Shen Yuan was speechless. He had just woken up to encounter such a situation. Not only were these two messing around in front of him, but they were also planning to murder him. How could Shen Yuan endure this? I'm not Wu Dalong. I don't need you to poison me. Shen Yuan didn't want to hear the maid's voice any longer and sat up directly from the bed. How disgusting. Just as Shen Yuan sat up, he saw that guy was actually preparing to strike. At the same time, they noticed Shen Yuan. Brat, you actually woke up. Since you've discovered my secret, just go back to sleep. Young Master Wang pulled out a silver needle from who knows where and shot it directly at Shen Yuan's neck. Shen Yuan dodged to the side. The silver needle pierced the wood behind Shen Yuan, instantly emitting black smoke. It's poisonous. How ruthless of you. Shen Yuan was enraged. After waking up with great difficulty, this guy actually wanted to kill him. This is intolerable. Shen Yuan got off the bed and moved around a bit. Brat, you must die today? Oh really? I'll return that favor to you. Shen Yuan swung his fist and charged forward. Seeing this, young Master Wang pushed the maid aside and dodged. Immediately after, he took out several silver needles. However, before he could throw them, Shen Yuan had already seized his wrist. If you want to kill me, be prepared to be killed. Shen Yuan squeezed hard, using over 3,000 pounds of force to crush young Master Wang's wrist bone. At the same time, in that instant, Shen Yuan jabbed a finger at young Master Wang's temple. Young Master Wang didn't even have time to scream before he fell down like a pile of mud. The maid, witnessing this scene, screamed in shock. Shen Yuan had no intention of killing the maid, so he waited for someone to come. Sure enough, after a short while, guards rushed in. This guard knew Shen Yuan was staying here, but he didn't expect that Shen Yuan not only woke up, but also killed young Master Wang. Xiaoyan. The maid pointed at Shen Yuan, trembling. He just woke up and was coveting my beauty. I would rather die than submit. Later, young Master Wang came to reason with him, and in a fit of rage, he killed young Master Wang. What? Such a thing happened? I'll inform the master right away. The guard hurriedly left. Shen Yuan looked at Xiaoyan. He never expected that this woman would slander him and falsely accuse him. If I had known, I would have killed her too. Shen Yuan knew he couldn't act now. Otherwise, he'd really jump into the Yellow River and couldn't clear his name. After a while, a group of people rushed over. Upon seeing the room for the first time, Zhao Guotai frowned deeply. The gray-clothed elder behind him rushed in to support the already dead young Master Wang. What happened to you? The elder checked his grandson Wang Tang's pulse. It was hopeless. Immediately, he was furious. It was you who killed my grandson Wang Tang? Yes, he wanted to kill me. Why shouldn't I kill him? Although Shen Yuan didn't know these people, he could tell they were not simple. All right, I want you to pay with your life. The gray-clothed elder prepared to strike. But Zhao Guotai stopped him. Brother Wang, spare his life. Xiao Yin knelt in front of Zhao Guotai, adjusted her clothes, and cried, Master, I was just taking care of young Master Shen, but he suddenly woke up. Unexpectedly, after waking up, young Master Shen coveted my beauty and wouldn't let go of my hand, wanting to force himself on me. At that moment, young Master Wang happened to pass by and came in to save me. Later, they argued, and as a result, young Master Shen killed young Master Wang in a fit of rage. Hearing this, the old man Wang glared at Shen Yuan. Zhao Guotai, did you hear that? You raised a beast here. He killed my grandson. Shouldn't he pay with his life? Can I say something? Shen Yuan suddenly interjected. Seeing no one respond, he pointed at Xiao Yin and said, This woman is slandering me. She conspired with that Wang to murder me, poison my medicine, and they were caught in the act in this room. Then, Wang Tong tried to kill me with a poison needle, but I fought back and killed him. That's the truth. Nonsense. My grandson Wang Tong has no enmity with you. Why would he want to kill you? How would I know? Shen Yuan was fed up. How could such a thing happen right after he woke up? Chapter 38. Can't clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River. The old man, Wang, didn't believe Shen Yuan's words at all. Zhao Guotai was only half convinced. After all, he didn't know Shen Yuan well. Shen Yuan pointed at Wang Tang's body on the ground. Did you see? This guy is disheveled, which proves he was just engaging in indecent acts with that woman. It's him. He was the one who stripped young Master Wang's clothes and framed young Master Wang. Xiao Yin pointed at Shen Yuan. All right. Do you dare to drink that bowl of medicine on the table? I know you poisoned it. Shen Yuan believed Xiao Yin wouldn't dare to drink it. Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to the bowl of medicine on the table. However, to Shen Yuan's surprise, Xiao Yin actually picked it up and drank it all in one go. As a result, Xiao Yin was completely fine. How is this possible? Shen Yuan was dumbfounded. Wait, the poison might be in her. Shen Yuan suddenly realized. Subsequently, Zhao Guotai called in a maid to search her, but nothing was found. Now, Shen Yuan was completely dumbfounded. So, do you have anything to say? The old man Wang glared at Shen Yuan. It must be that woman who played a trick, but there was indeed no evidence right now. Shen Yuan's mind raced as he thought about what to do. Brother Wang, let's wait until the investigation is clear before we speak. Zhao Guotai said this entirely for his granddaughter's sake. Zhao Guotai, you are protecting a murderer. What is your intention? The old man Wang was thoroughly enraged. Wang Jiachuan, there is indeed something suspicious about this matter. Can't you wait for me to find out the truth? If this brat really did it, I'll kill him with my own hands. How about that? Zhao Guotai's temper also flared up. Once I turn my back, you might just take this brat away and then kill that maid. By then, there will be no witnesses or evidence. Why should I trust you? You. Zhao Guotai was furious. Grandpa. A voice came from outside, and then Zhaoing rushed in. What does this mean? Zhaoing turned her head and saw Shen Yuan. It's you. Shen Yuan also recognized Zhaoing instantly. Then, Shen Yuan recounted the whole story. Grandpa, Shen Yuan is not that kind of person, Zhaoing said, pulling Zhao Guotai's arm. Inger, it's too early to say that now. Zhao Guotai was also helpless at this moment. Zhaoing continued. If Shen Yuan were that kind of person, he would have attacked me back then. Now that he has finally woken up, how could he possibly target a maid? That's true, but enough. I want to avenge my grandson right now. Wang Jiachuan was reckless and struck directly. Old man. Shen Yuan shouted loudly and immediately activated his golden body to barely block it. However, he was still sent flying, crashing into the wall and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Shen Yuan. Zhaoing rushed over and stood in front of Shen Yuan. Get out of the way, or I'll kill you too. Wang Jiachuan was filled with killing intent. No, I won't let you. All right, you can go to hell with this kid. Wang Jiachuan went crazy and directly attacked Zhaoing. Zhao Guotai quickly moved to block Zhaoing, catching Wang Jiachuan's palm. Seeing this, Wang Jiachuan was furious. Zhao Guotai, you must protect this kid today, right? Just wait. I will have the national master come to take charge for Wang Tong. And if this kid dares to step out of your Zhao residence, I will definitely kill him. After saying that, Wang Jiachuan picked up Wang Tong and left the Zhao family. Sigh. Zhao Guotai sighed deeply, feeling utterly helpless. Shen Yuan covered his chest and asked, what? Am I actually in Lulan City? Shen Yuan couldn't believe it. All right, let's think about what to do next. Zhao Guotai was flustered, never expecting that Shen Yuan would bring him such a big problem. Shen Yuan walked up to Xiao Yanzi. The only reason I didn't kill you is because you've been taking care of me, but once this matter is clarified, I will definitely send you to meet Wang Tong. You can leave now. Zhaoing said to Xiao Yanzi in an unhappy tone. After Xiao Yanzi left, the guards also departed. At this moment, only Shen Yuan and the Zhao grandfather and grandson were left in the room. Shen Yuan looked at Zhaoing. I ask you, does Wang Tong like you? Zhaoing nodded. Shen Yuan then turned his gaze to Zhao Guotai. Old man Zhao, Did Wang Jiaquan come to talk to you about Wang Teng and Zhaoing? Yes, how did you know? Zhao Guotai was puzzled. Shen Yuan sneered. Then everything makes sense. When I woke up today, there was no one in the house, and I overheard the conversation between Wang Teng and Zhao Yanzi. The reason Wang Teng wanted to kill me was that he was afraid that Zhaoing wouldn't like him because of my relationship, so he wanted to kill me. And then? Shen Yuan continued. Then I pretended to be asleep. The two of them came in and said they wanted to feed me poison, but at that moment, Wang Teng impulsively engaged in inappropriate behavior with Zhao Yanzi. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I got up. As a result, after I got up, Wang Teng directly tried to kill me with a silver needle, but I dodged it. You see here. Shen Yuan brought them to the bed and found the silver needle at the head of the bed. Then, in a fit of anger, I killed Wang Teng. And Zhao Yanzi screamed. The guards came over, and then you, old man Zhao, arrived. That's how it happened. Grandpa, I believe Shen Yuan. He dares to take responsibility. How could he take advantage of Zhao Yanzi? Besides, Shen Yuan survived the poison before, which shows his extraordinary nature. Do you think someone like him would forcibly occupy a maid? Zhao Guotai stroked his beard. What you said does make sense. Zhao Yanzi is adamant about blaming Shen Yuan, probably because she fears that the matter will be exposed. And I will kill her, so she acted this way. Old man Zhao, given the current situation, the Wang family will not let me go, right? Shen Yuan had long realized this. Zhao Guotai nodded and praised. You, my boy, are calm and clear-headed in a crisis. Indeed not bad. Old man Zhao praised. But to be honest, I'm not that afraid right now. What I'm worried about is involving the Zhao family, so we must make that maid tell the truth. I'm quite relieved that you can think this way. Rest assured, I have a way to make that maid reveal the truth. But I'm afraid the Wang family will secretly send someone to take action against you. Grandpa, send someone to protect Shen Yuan, Zhaoing suggested. Fine. Considering that you saved my granddaughter in a foreign land, I will send someone to protect you. Thank you, old man. After the conversation ended, Zhao Guotai left. Zhaoing found a new room for Shen Yuan, and the two chatted in there for a long time. Zhaoing also learned from Shen Yuan how he managed to evade detection back then and how he got rid of the poison. Chapter 39. The Chief Steward of the National Master's Mansion, Yang Tianhua. Late at night, the Zhao residence was very quiet. Shen Yuan learned from Zhaoing that both the Zhao and Wang families held a transcendent status in Lulan City. Zhao Guotai was the current national master of the ancient Lulan Kingdom, and Wang Jiaquan turned out to be a prince. It was quite shocking for Shen Yuan to find that these seemingly unremarkable old men held such high positions. It seems that the road ahead is going to be increasingly difficult. Shen Yuan was very clear about his current situation, knowing that he was always in danger. Taking advantage of now, Shen Yuan needed to quickly restore his demon beasts. Shen Yuan sold some demon beasts, and then bought healing pills of the same level, healing the previously injured Hell Three-Headed Dog, Swallowing Sky Sparrow, and Flame Lion. During this month, Shen Yuan was in a coma without signing in for a lottery, and he felt like he had lost a fortune, as if he had missed out on $1 billion. Shen Yuan took this opportunity to organize the system a bit. Currently, his commonly used demon beasts were still those 4. Hell Three-Headed Dog at the Demon Emperor level, 9-Colored Phoenix at the Demon Commander level, Swallowing Sky Sparrow at the Demon Commander level, Flame Lion at the Demon General level. However, the 9-Colored Phoenix hadn't really made an appearance yet because Shen Yuan planned to cultivate it until it awakened before making a grand entrance. Additionally, Shen Yuan used up the low-level and beginner growth cards, then sold all these demon beasts to the system, leaving him with about 60,000 divine beast coins. System, oh system, when will you give me a super growth card? Once I have a demon emperor level demon beast, I won't have to fear Zhu Wuxin anymore. He thought this way, but Shen Yuan also knew that relying on the lottery, it was almost impossible to get a mid-level or higher growth card. The only thing he could rely on was achievements. The next day at noon, someone from the Zhao residence arrived. Shen Yuan was brought over by Zhaoing. In the hall, besides Wang Jiaquan from yesterday, there was also a commanding middle-aged man with a square face. Zhao Guotai looked at the middle-aged man and said to Shen Yuan, Shen Yuan, this is the chief steward of the National Master's Mansion, Yang Tianhua. He is here today on behalf of the National Master. You will recount what happened yesterday to Chief Steward Yang again. All right, Chief Steward Yang, the situation is like this. Shen Yuan repeated what he had said to Zhao Guotai yesterday to Yang Tianhua. Then, the maid Zhao Yanzi repeated what she had said yesterday as well. Chief Steward Yang, you also heard it. How could my Wang Ting possibly have an affair with a maid from the Zhao family? It's obvious this kid is lying. Wang Jiaquan pointed at Shen Yuan and scolded. Prince, please calm down. Let me ask the questions first. Shen Yuan didn't lie, and he naturally felt no fear. So what was there to be afraid of? The two stared at each other for a while. Then Yang Tianhua spoke. Shen Yuan, before you acted, did you know Wang Teng's identity? Shen Yuan shook his head. No, even if I had known, I would still have killed him. You. Slap. Wang Jiaquan slammed the table, glaring at Shen Yuan. Then let me ask you again, you overheard their conversation, pretended to be asleep, and then exposed them at the right moment. Is that what you were thinking? Yes. Yang Tianhua turned his gaze back to the maid Zhao Yanzi, fixing her with the same gaze. However, Zhao Yanzi didn't dare to meet Yang Tianhua's gaze. After all, the gap in their statuses was too great. And according to regulations, servants were not allowed to look directly at those in high positions. You said you were taking care of Shen Yuan by his bedside. And then Shen Yuan suddenly woke up, grabbed your hand, and tried to forcefully take advantage of you. Then Wang Teng heard the noise and rushed over, followed by Wang Teng and Shen Yuan arguing, and in a fit of anger, Shen Yuan killed Wang Teng. Is that right? Yes. Zhao Yanzi knelt on the ground with her head lowered. All right, I understand the situation. I will report it truthfully to the national master and let him decide. In fact, through these words, Yang Tianhua had already guessed the truth of the matter, but he couldn't afford to offend either Zhao Guotai or Wang Jiaquan. So he could only say it this way. Humph. Wang Jiaquan slammed the table and got up to leave. Zhao Guotai escorted Yang Tianhua out. After returning, Zhao Guotai said to Shen Yuan, Chief Steward Yang probably already knows the truth, but he doesn't dare to say it. It seems it's not that simple, right? Zhao Guotai nodded. Yang Tianhua will definitely tell the truth to the monarch, but the monarch may not necessarily believe it. Old Master Zhao wants to tell me that the monarch isn't that he won't believe, but that he doesn't want to believe? Shen Yuan had just analyzed that Wang Teng is the monarch's nephew, so it's impossible for him to handle matters impartially. Zhao Guotai slightly nodded. Will this implicate you? Old Master Zhao? This is what Shen Yuan is worried about. The monarch knows the truth, but if he still wants to kill you, it's for the face of the Wang family, but he touch me. Zhao Guotai said very firmly. So should I leave now? Shen Yuan, didn't want to wait here to die? No, you absolutely cannot leave before the monarch's decision comes down. Otherwise, you would be fleeing in fear of guilt, and this matter would really be attributed to you. Zhao Guotai was very clear about this. Shen Yuan scratched his head. What if the monarch sends someone to capture me? Don't worry, I will arrange for you to leave the city. But after leaving Lulan City, the next path will be up to you. Thank you, Old Master Zhao. Your kindness will be remembered by Shen Yuan. Zhao Guotai waved his hand. You saved my granddaughter's life. I saved yours, it's even. In the room, the two started chatting again. Shen Yuan. Who exactly are you? Shen Yuan smiled. I am no one. Really? Zhaoing didn't believe his words. Shen Yuan looked out at the snow. Perhaps you will know in the future. By the way, Shen Yuan, can I ask you for a favor? Zhaoing suddenly said. Shen Yuan looked at Zhaoing. So you mean, you want me to help find Tianxiang Duku? Zhaoing nodded. Yes, there must be Tianxiang Duku there. But I don't know exactly where, so I hope you can help me find it if possible. Okay, no problem. Shen Yuan didn't ask any more unnecessary questions. The next morning, Yang Tianhua came to the Zhao residence again to read the monarch's decree. However, after Zhao Guotai's maneuvering, he promised to hand Shen Yuan over within 3 days. Late at night, Lulan City was hit by heavy snow. In the wind and snow, a caravan carrying the Zhao family's flag slowly exited the city. After leaving the city, a figure detached from the caravan, gradually disappearing into the icy world. Chapter 40 Continuous Killing and Fighting. Wind, flowers, snow, and night. Shen Yuan stood in the icy world, between mountains and rivers. Shen Yuan looked at the ancient world record, which was tens of thousands of miles away from Qingyun Villa. Fire Lion, let us go? In the 1,000-mile icy terrain, a red figure ran wildly. 3 days later, the snow stopped. In a mountain inn, a jug of strong wine. Good, young master. Shen Yuan drank the strong wine. Suddenly, a few people at the table next to him caught his attention. There were 4 of them, all wearing hats and with swords at their waists. The 4 sat there silently, just drinking heavily. There was a killing intent. In the blink of an eye, a flash of knife light appeared, and several guests in the inn, including the waiter, were all dead. You deserve to die? In an instant, the body of the Hellhound exploded the inn. Demon Emperor level. 5th grade Beastmaster? The 4 were astonished. In the white snow, 4 people wearing hats and holding curved knives surrounded 1 person and 1 dog. Kill. Here. I will have no scruples. The gate of hell opens. Suddenly, the world lost color, and snow fell on the earth. What? How can there be such a terrifying skill in the world? Run. You can't escape. The demonic sound captured the soul, and the 4 floated into the gate of hell with countless snowflakes. When the wind and snow stopped, a pile of bones appeared in the white snow. However, soon, the bones were buried by the wind and snow. Here, it was as if nothing had happened. In the wild, on a tree. Whoosh. An arrow cut through the quiet night. Kill. The gate of hell opens. When the world returned to calm, a pile of bones appeared on the ground. By the river. On the mountainside. Inside the cave. In any place. Day after day, continuous killing, continuous fighting, continuous growth, continuous becoming stronger. The Wang family is quite a big player. Shen Yuan couldn't help but admire. He had traveled 1,000 miles and encountered 20 waves of people trying to assassinate him. Other than the Wang family, Shen Yuan really couldn't think of anyone else with such power. Fortunately, none of the attackers exceeded the 6th grade, which was a good thing for Shen Yuan. All of this was due to the Wang family underestimating Shen Yuan. The road ahead probably wouldn't be so easy. Shen Yuan knew that if they didn't see his head, the Wang family would definitely send stronger people. Strength. I am so eager for strength. Shen Yuan could no longer let himself be beaten without the ability to fight back. He had experienced death once in the Dali Ancient Kingdom. He had experienced death again in the Shenin sect. There must not be a third time, absolutely not. Along the way, whenever he had free time, Shen Yuan practiced desperately. Shen Yuan focused entirely on the golden body technique. One day, while passing through a mountain range, Shen Yuan encountered a 5th grade beast master. This person was also a 5th grade chi master. Although Shen Yuan had the Hellhound, the opponent's demon beast was also not bad, and it was awakened as well. Therefore, the two demon beasts fought fiercely. However, Shen Yuan's own strength was inferior to that person's. At a crucial moment, Shen Yuan erupted. He no longer wanted to experience death. Shen Yuan had a narrow escape from death, relying on the 7th technique of the golden body technique. He comprehended a battle skill. With one punch, he shattered the opponent's heart pulse, and the powerful explosive force caused an avalanche behind, burying that person. With the master dead, his contracted demon beast would automatically dissolve the contract. Want to run? It was killed by Shen Yuan and the Hellhound working together. The awakened demon beast's demon core was definitely a priceless treasure. Shen Yuan dug out the demon core and looked at the place where the avalanche had occurred. Shen Yuan was inspired and named the battle skill he had just used, Heaven-Shattering Fist. Unexpectedly, the 7 techniques could really comprehend battle skills. Now, my strength has improved quite a bit. With one punch, it has 5,000 pounds of strength, already reaching the 4th grade body refinement master. Shen Yuan rested for an hour in place before continuing on his way. One after another, the enemy's strength grew stronger. During this time, Shen Yuan also relied on his kicking technique to comprehend a battle skill, which he named 12 Paths of Kicking. On the road, Shen Yuan passed a small village and stayed overnight. However, 3 people came to assassinate Shen Yuan, and they ended up killing everyone in the village. Shen Yuan, filled with rage, violently slaughtered these 3 people like a madman. After burying the villagers, Shen Yuan forced the bodies of the 3 to kneel there, forever kneeling here to atone. Just as Shen Yuan was about to leave, he suddenly heard the cry of a baby. Shen Yuan searched the village and found a baby boy. This baby boy became the only survivor of the village. From now on, where I am, there will be you. Shen Yuan held the baby boy and continued on his way. After this incident, Shen Yuan no longer went to populated areas. He ran in the deep mountains day and night. It was also because of this incident that Shen Yuan's mindset slowly changed. In the subsequent battles, the opponents became increasingly stronger. To protect the baby boy, Shen Yuan was already covered in wounds. But in the end, relying on his strong willpower, Shen Yuan managed to turn the tables on his opponents. This time, did I get a scar on my face? Shen Yuan looked at himself by the river. The left side of his face had a deep cut from a knife's aura, the wound extending from the corner of his left eye to the side of his mouth, with visible bone inside. Does this count as disfigurement? Shen Yuan smiled bitterly, and after treating the wound, he covered his face with a piece of black cloth. Constantly fighting. Killing. Kill. 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 Finally, after more than a month, Shen Yuan stood under the city gate of Danyang City. At this moment, the 2 sets of clothes his sister had made for him were already tattered, and after a long period of battle, his nerves had been on high alert, causing his hair to become disheveled and hang messily over his shoulders. Now, there was a very noticeable scar on his face, and he used his hair to cover half of it. In his arms, he was holding a boy. At that moment, Shen Yuan looked like a proper beggar. When he entered the city, the gate guard shot him a disdainful glance. However, Shen Yuan's exposed right eye frightened the guard into submission with just a single look. The guard felt that this eye was too terrifying, like the eye of a demon from the depths of an abyss. Just a glance seemed to pull one into an endless void. As Shen Yuan walked down the street, many people instinctively moved away from him. This was not because he smelled bad, but because they felt a chill emanating from several meters away, which was somewhat eerie. Shen Yuan's current aura had been thoroughly honed. All of this was thanks to the Wang family's authority. Chapter 41. Return from training, battle with the Black Python. Under the golden glow of the setting sun, Shen Yuan stood in front of the ruins of the Shen family. Since their last meeting, he had no idea where Shen Yuan had gone, nor did he know where Shen Shi was. Sigh, would he ever meet them again? Shen Yuan sighed as he sat there until the sun set. Suddenly, he heard a voice. Hey, this is my territory. Are you trying to fight me for it? Shen Yuan turned to see that it was a beggar. Seeing the beggar reminded him of Qin Feng and Shen Yu. Where could they have gone? Shen Yuan's intuition told him that those two had long since left Donyang City. Your territory? Well, I'll be on my way. Shen Yuan didn't mind the beggar staying there. If this place could provide some shelter from the wind and rain for them, that would be quite nice. Forget it, this place is big enough. I can give you some space. The beggar, seeing that Shen Yuan was holding a child, felt a pang of compassion. After all, it wasn't spring yet, and the nights were very cold. The beggar had seen gold coins before, but had never touched one. He swallowed hard as he took the coin and held it tightly. If a woman comes by here in the future, just tell her Shen Yuan was here. Shen Yuan roughly described his sister's appearance. All right, I'll remember. Seeing that the beggar was completely focused on the gold coin, Shen Yuan shook his head helplessly and left. The next morning, Shen Yuan got up from under a big tree. A drop of dew fell on his shoulder, and when he looked up, the tree had sprouted new buds. Spring had quietly arrived. On his way back to Qingyun Mountain Villa, Shen Yuan encountered the black python. At first glance, the black python didn't recognize Shen Yuan. How did you change so much over the winter? That doesn't matter. Do you remember our agreement? Okay, I accept your challenge. Have you already had a child in just a few months? The black python said incredulously. Black uncle, I see you're usually such a serious python. But now you're saying things like this, Shen Yuan replied with a hint of annoyance. Haha, let me take you up. Thanks. Shen Yuan climbed onto the black python's back and couldn't help but remember the first time he came here, when he almost wet himself from fear of the black python. Returning to Qingyun Mountain Villa, Shen Yuan felt much lighter, especially upon entering the courtyard, which made him feel refreshed and his body involuntarily relaxed. The spring breeze was truly pleasant. You are young master? The white-clad Bai Lian looked at Shen Yuan with disbelief. Seeing Bai Lian, Shen Yuan finally smiled. Sister Bai Lian, it's me. Young master, how did you change so much in just a few months? Bai Lian also noticed the scar on Shen Yuan's face. I'm fine. I'll wash up and change clothes first, then go pay my respects to master. After washing and tidying up, Shen Yuan had transformed. Although he was still not yet 19, traces of time could already be seen on his face. His cheeks bore a scar, yet they exuded a strong determination. At noon, Shen Yuan arrived by the pond, where the Qingyun Taoist was still sitting on the green lotus as usual. Xiaobai, go brew him a cup of calming tea to dispel his aggression. Okay, sir. After Bai Lian left, the Qingyun Taoist opened his eyes. You faced 2 life and death crises and can still stand here. Indeed. These past few months of training were not in vain. Master, you knew? Shen Yuan was somewhat incredulous. He hadn't said how his master knew. Well, I believe you've gained a lot. Master speaks truly. At this moment, Bai Lian brought over the calming tea, and Shen Yuan took it and drank it all in one go. Instantly, he felt his spirit being purified. You may go now. The Qingyun Taoist closed his eyes. Shen Yuan bowed and left. Sister Bai Lian, how should I cultivate next? Shen Yuan asked as he walked. Young master, your future cultivation will all be outside. There's nothing more for me to teach you. I believe you understand what I mean by now, right? Then, Shen Yuan recounted the events that had transpired at that time to Bai Lian. I see. Since that's the case, let him stay here from now on. Thank you. Sister Bai Lian, I'll go find Black Uncle now. Shen Yuan descended the mountain to find the black python. Kid, you're here? Yes, but before we fight, I want to ask, what level are you at now, Black Uncle? The black python approached Shen Yuan, its massive snake head fixed on him. What level? It doesn't matter. I'll use strength comparable to yours to fight. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan understood. All right, then let us do this. Shen Yuan fought the black python without summoning any beast. Now, before engaging in battle, Shen Yuan would always activate the golden body technique, greatly enhancing the strength of every part of his body. Kid, here I come. The black python swept its tail towards him. Bring it on. Shen Yuan didn't dodge. Instead, he charged forward, using pure physical strength to block the black python's tail sweep. However, he was pushed back several steps and crashed into a tree. With a crack, the tree broke. The strength has indeed increased a lot. Let us see this. This time, the black python lifted its tail and smashed it down towards Shen Yuan. What a strong momentum. Shen Yuan felt a tremendous pressure, but he still didn't dodge. He used a soft palm to block the attack, dissipating a lot of the force. Yet even so, the ground below his knees was pressed into the earth. How heavy? Shen Yuan attempted to push the tail up. This kid. Shen Yuan suddenly erupted, pushing the black python's tail away. At the same time, he leaped into the air. 12 paths of kicking. Shen Yuan kicked repeatedly at the black python's tail with explosive force. With a continuous barrage of attacks, Shen Yuan kicked the black python's tail away, breaking several large trees in the process. Good kid, you've got some skill. The black python was genuinely surprised by Shen Yuan. This time, it abandoned its tail and chose to attack with its head. Here it comes. The black python opened its massive mouth and lunged at Shen Yuan, trying to give him a visual shock. But now, Shen Yuan, accustomed to life and death, was no longer afraid of such things. As the snake's head lunged down, Shen Yuan unleashed a powerful strike. Cataclysm Fist. Shen Yuan jumped, channeling all his strength into his right fist. The power of this punch was astonishing. Bang! Crack! Shen Yuan's punch shattered the black python's fangs. Kid you! The momentum on the black python suddenly surged. Seeing that things were not looking good, Shen Yuan quickly ran away. Black uncle, I didn't mean it. Don't chase me. I see you did it on purpose, kid. Today, I must tear a piece of flesh from you. Just like that. One person and one python were madly chasing each other in the forest, and wherever they passed, large trees kept falling. Chapter 42. The Goo Repelling Pearl. After resting for 7 days, Balian took Shen Yuan to see the Qingyun Taoist. Master, you were looking for me? I have a letter for you. Shen Yuan took the letter and looked at the Qingyun Taoist. Take this letter to Lijiang City in the Dali Ancient Kingdom and find someone called the Black Robe. Give him the letter, and he will understand. Lijiang City? Black Robe? Shen Yuan was slightly surprised but nodded. After that, Shen Yuan packed up briefly and went to take a look at the baby before leaving. Young master, be careful on your journey to Lijiang. Okay, I will be careful. Shen Yuan bid farewell to Balian and left Qingyun Mountain Villa. Master, is it a bit too early for him to go now? The Qingyun Taoist opened his eyes and looked at the horizon. It's not too early. He will be fine now. Besides, there isn't much time left. All right. Balian also looked at the horizon, feeling worried. Since Shen Yuan had been to Lijiang once, this time he was somewhat familiar with the route. However, he still didn't have the Lulan Jade token, making it difficult to cross the bridge. This time, he wasn't as lucky to encounter a merchant caravan either. To avoid attracting attention, Shen Yuan planned to take a different route. This method was to leap over the Lijiang River and cross through the mountains. Following the mountain range by the river, Shen Yuan reached a deserted area. Shen Yuan had already seen clearly on the map that after leaping to the other side, there would be a continuous range of mountains with unknown dangers. Given Shen Yuan's current strength, he couldn't leap over the Lijiang River by himself and could only rely on a monster. Shen Yuan summoned the sky-devouring sparrow and, taking advantage of the night, flew over the Lijiang River. Flying was certainly more enjoyable than running on the ground, but the only downside was that it made him too conspicuous. Shen Yuan didn't want to attract anyone's attention right now, so he had to choose a place to land. When Shen Yuan came here last time, he discovered something. There weren't any monsters in the mountain forests here. If there were, they could only be described as animals. Unlike the Lulan Ancient Kingdom, where there were basically monsters in every mountain range. In this forest, the most he saw were all sorts of bizarre insects. Now, if I encounter a Goo Master again, I can deal with it. Shen Yuan remembered that he had suffered a lot last time and had almost died here. Are Goo Masters really the same as Beast Masters? Shen Yuan was very curious about the answer to this question. Roar! The flame lion let out a low growl and suddenly stopped in place. They were at the edge of a valley. Could there be something up ahead? After dealing with monsters for so long, Shen Yuan understood their habits. Their ability to sense danger was much stronger than that of humans. Shen Yuan took out the map to check to get to Lijiang City. He had to pass through the valley ahead, or he would have to climb over several more mountains. Shen Yuan quietly crept forward. After advancing about 100 meters, Shen Yuan finally discovered what was happening. It turned out that two groups were fighting, one with 2 people and the other with 3. From their clothing, it was apparent they were locals. It seemed these people were fighting over something. Shen Yuan observed the standoff in the shadows. Just after crouching down for a short while, the 2 groups began to battle. To Shen Yuan's surprise, this group of people were all Goo Masters, controlling various Goo insects. The battle between Goo Masters wasn't particularly exciting, but showcased treachery and cunning to the fullest. Xie Baojun, you despicable and shameless person. I have made a great contribution, and the chief rewarded me with the Goo Repelling Pearl, yet you conspired with others to snatch it away. Humph. Who wouldn't want something as good as the Goo Repelling Pearl? Hearing their dialogue during the fight, Shen Yuan finally understood what they were fighting over. It turned out they were competing for something called the Goo Repelling Pearl, which, according to their tone, seemed quite precious. What is the Goo Repelling Pearl used for? Shen Yuan pondered. At this moment, the battle over there seemed to have reached a boiling point, with both sides suffering varying degrees of injury. One person, in particular, had been bitten by some poisonous insect on the face, causing half of his face to turn green, showing just how potent the poison was. Do Goo Masters keep their poisonous insects hidden on their bodies? Shen Yuan noticed that whenever they attacked, the insects seemed to emerge from their sleeves. If that's the case, don't they find it creepy? Just thinking about it made Shen Yuan's scalp tingle. Haha, the Goo Repelling Pearl is mine. A sudden voice made Shen Yuan look up. There was actually one person still standing while the others had fallen. This person was holding a green pearl about the size of an egg. You can't escape either. Just as the person was celebrating, one of the fallen suddenly raised his arm, and a green flying insect shot straight into that person's nostril. Immediately afterward, a scream echoed, and that person fell to the ground. The goo-repelling pearl is mine. Mine, it's mine. Whoever dares to snatch it will die. Hearing such words, Shen Yuan couldn't help but sneer. These 5 people were all self-serving individuals, starting to scramble for the pearl. Stop. Hand over the item, or die? Shen Yuan stepped forward. He never considered himself a good person. In this world where strength reigns supreme, power is the only thing that matters. Moreover, these people were killing each other. None of them were good. Kid, who are you? You dare to steal from me, Xia Baojun? Look at his clothes. He's not from the Dali ancient kingdom. Did you cross over here illegally? These people also sensed something was off. Unfortunately, it was too late. With a jab, a point, a punch, and a kick. In one breath, Shen Yuan dispatched 4 of them, leaving only Xia Baojun. Spare me. Spare you? Sure, but hand over the goo-repelling pearl. Shen Yuan smiled playfully. Okay, I'll give it to you, just don't kill me. Xia Baojun threw the goo-repelling pearl to Shen Yuan, and at the same time, a swarm of green insects flew out from his sleeve. Shen Yuan had long been prepared for this and instantly activated his golden body, rendering him immune to all insects. What? It's actually a protective technique, you bastard. Xia Baojun seized the chance to try to escape. Shen Yuan was temporarily surrounded by the insects and couldn't break free. So, Hellhound, come out. The vicious dog pounced, and the Hellhound stepped on Xia Baojun. At that moment, Shen Yuan also managed to shake off the insects. You're a beast master. Xia Baojun looked at the 3 massive dog heads with only fear in his eyes. If you want to live, tell me what the goo-repelling pearl is for. Shen Yuan stared at Xia Baojun with a death-like gaze. If I tell you, will you really spare me? Xia Baojun showed a pleading look. You don't have the right to negotiate with me. If you don't speak, you will definitely have no chance of living. All right, I'll tell you. The goo-repelling pearl, when kept on the body, can prevent others from secretly placing goo on you. I see. Dispose of him. As soon as the words fell, a scream rang out, and the 3 dog heads immediately tore Xia Baojun apart. Chapter 43, The Great Stockade Gate, The Long Brothers. After a night of travel, Shen Yuan left the dense forest and arrived at the foot of a mountain. It was quite spacious, with a wide road. I never expected to have an unexpected gain last night. The goo-repelling pearl was definitely the item Shen Yuan wanted the most right now. His greatest fear was others secretly placing goo on him. With this item, he no longer had to worry about being cursed by others. Shen Yuan walked a few steps when he suddenly saw wooden structures on the mountain not far ahead. Upon getting closer, he realized it was actually a stockade. A stockade? Wait, could this be the so-called Great Stockade Gate? If that's the case, Shen Yuan suddenly remembered Bai Lian's words to avoid unnecessary trouble, as there are always people beyond others and heavens beyond heavens. With this in mind, Shen Yuan decided to take a detour. However, things did not go as planned. Instead of avoiding trouble, trouble always found him. Shen Yuan had already been targeted by the mountain guards. The 2 of them approached Shen Yuan and scrutinized him. Where did you come from? Have you seen a few people? A few people? Shen Yuan thought to himself. It was bad. They must be asking about those people from last night. I didn't encounter anyone. I got lost and wandered into the wrong place. I'm leaving now. Shen Yuan feigned ignorance and turned to leave. Stop. I see you sneaking around. I've been watching you this whole time. The 2 men blocked Shen Yuan's way. Brothers, I look like a decent person. How could I be sneaking around? Shen Yuan said with a smile. The shorter man looked at Shen Yuan and sneered. You have such a big scar on your face, and you tell me you're a decent person? Who would believe that? Oh no. I forgot to wear a mask when I came out. If this guy hadn't brought it up, Shen Yuan would have almost forgotten he had a scar on his face. In fact, Bai Lian had previously offered to help Shen Yuan get rid of the scar. But Shen Yuan had said that he would not remove the scar until he avenged himself. The 2 men pushed Shen Yuan towards the village. Damn it. If I really go in with you, won't that be like entering a tiger's den again? Shen Yuan would never willingly walk into a tiger's den again. One wrong move, and his life would be gone. With a sharp elbow, Shen Yuan simultaneously struck backward with both elbows, hitting the 2 men in the chest. The force of 2,000 pounds killed the unsuspecting men instantly. Unfortunately, when these 2 men died, their companions were watching. Report to the village chief. Someone outside killed our 2 brothers. What? Who is so bold to come to my Xia Baojun's place to kill people? Go after him. Seeing the situation turn bad, Shen Yuan mounted the flame lion and galloped down the main road. The speed of the beast was incredible, but to Shen Yuan's shock, someone from the other side was actually flying on a swarm of insects, chasing after him relentlessly. Kid, let's see where you can run. Someone shot out a cursed insect that landed on Shen Yuan's back. However, as the cursed insect was about to crawl into Shen Yuan's clothes, it fell off. How is that possible? My wind-chasing insect can't fall off once it sticks, unless he has a cursed insect pearl. Cursed insect pearl. Old 3. I remember the village chief seemed to reward one of the brothers with a cursed insect pearl yesterday. The person referred to as Old 3 frowned. That person hasn't appeared since he went down yesterday, and 5 people disappeared last night, one of whom was the village chief's brother. What? Bao Jun is missing? Then that kid must have the cursed insect pearl from yesterday. What a good kid, he actually killed 5 of us to seize the cursed insect pearl. The 2 men continued their pursuit. Based on Shen Yuan's guess, these 2 could control the flying insects to carry them. This was enough to prove that they were not ordinary opponents. Shen Yuan was likely not their match. After diving into the dense forest, Shen Yuan slowed down. At this moment, the 2 men had already caught up. When they were very close to Shen Yuan, a swarm of red flying insects burst from their sleeves. Not good. Shen Yuan knew that any flying insect should not be touched lightly. With no other choice, Shen Yuan jumped off the flame lion and rolled into the thicket. It seemed that these 2 guys were impossible to shake off. Shen Yuan got up from the ground and stared at the 2 men. Kid, honestly confess. Did you kill 5 people and seize the cursed insect pearl? If you confess, we guarantee you'll die quickly. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. Yes, I did it. Shen Yuan didn't care anymore. Whether he admitted it or not, these 2 would not let him go. After all, daring to take responsibility was his style. Good kid, you have guts. Then I'll let you die quickly, leaving you with a whole corpse. Old 2, stop the nonsense. Let us go. Seeing their fierce punches, Shen Yuan knew they were body refiners, and at least 5th grade body refiners. Sigh, another tough battle. Shen Yuan was not afraid at all and charged forward. Although he was only a 4th grade body refiner now, with the golden body technique, he could completely rival a 5th grade body refiner. Of course, the greatest credit went to the Hellhound. Bang! The 4 fists collided. Both sides took a few steps back. Good kid, turns out you're also a body refiner. Stop talking nonsense. Take this punch. Shen Yuan took the initiative to strike. His punch was powerful. However, it was easily blocked by the 2. Kid, you can't do it. Just obediently die to avoid suffering. Old 2, can't you change your habit of talking too much? Just kill him directly. Why so much nonsense? Heh, Shen Yuan sneered. Heaven-shattering fist. Boom. The power of this move from Shen Yuan could even rival a 6th grade body refiner. The 2 men took this punch head on. Their arms went numb from the shock, and they couldn't help but frown. This kid's combat skills are surprisingly terrifying. We can't be careless. The 2 exchanged glances and fixed their gaze on Shen Yuan. Huff. This move is too exhausting. I can only use it once more at most. Shen Yuan used his big move now to intimidate them, hoping to make them cautious. This way, their mindset would change, making it easier to expose flaws. This was all experience Shen Yuan had gathered from his battles along the way. Old 2, let's quickly deal with this kid to avoid any changes. Good. The 2 raised their wide sleeves, and a large swarm of red flying insects flew out. Seeing this scene, Shen Yuan coldly said, just what I was waiting for. Hellhound. Come out. Chapter 44, Swamp Centipede. Hell's Gate, open. The pitch-black doors slowly opened in front of the Hellhound, directly sucking in the swarm of flying insects that rushed towards Shen Yuan. What? What is this thing? The insects I painstakingly raised were just swallowed by this guy? The 2 men were careless. They didn't expect Shen Yuan to have such a trick. They were surprised to find that Hell's Gate could really counter these insects. Shen Yuan was very pleased. Old 3, you are a beast master. Kid, you are from the ancient country of Luan. Shen Yuan looked at them and said, that's right. I was just passing through here, but you insisted on making trouble for me. Humph, you killed 5 of us and took the cursed insect pearl. Is this what you call passing through? If you block my path, naturally I must kill you, and so must you. Hearing Shen Yuan's words, the 2 were infuriated. Old 2, this beast seems to restrain us a bit. We should be cautious. Let's just defeat him with our fists. The 2 discussed a strategy and split their attacks. Hellhound, you take care of one, and I'll deal with the other. Yes, master. The Hellhound closed Hell's Gate and pounced towards Old 3. Shen Yuan faced Old 2. This time, dealing with just one person made things much easier for Shen Yuan. He could easily hold his own against the opponent. On the Hellhound side, it had a slight advantage, but after all, the opponent was a 5th grade body refiner, and it couldn't do much at the moment. Master, it seems someone is coming. It should be the people from behind catching up. We should leave quickly. Shen Yuan forcefully repelled his opponent, mounted the Hellhound, and fled the battlefield. Old 3, let us chase. Wait, Old 2, that kid is too sinister. If we recklessly chase after him, it will be too dangerous. Old 3 was very cautious. He suspected Shen Yuan still had a trump card. Even if they caught up, it would be hard to deal with Shen Yuan, as Hell's Gate was too restraining against insect masters. Back in the village, Old 3 reported the situation truthfully. Big brother, what should we do next? In that case, I will personally kill him later to avenge my brother. Xia Baoqing was a burly man with a beard, and the flesh on his face seemed to crawl like insects. Just looking at his face was quite frightening. On the other side, after Shen Yuan escaped, he kept running without knowing where he was going. What kind of place is this? Shen Yuan looked around and everything exuded an eerie vibe. It was clearly still daytime. Yet Shen Yuan felt it was very dark here, as if a gloomy aura enveloped the forest. Wait, why does it smell so bad? Shen Yuan looked down and realized he was in a swamp, with bubbles rising from the ground, accompanied by a faint blue mist. This place is toxic. Shen Yuan tried to leave, but found that the swamp had already swallowed up to his ankles, gripping him tightly. What terrible luck! Shen Yuan summoned the devouring sparrow, grabbing its claws, hoping to use it to pull himself up. But at that moment, a monster crawled out of the swamp right in front of Shen Yuan. When its body fully emerged from the ground, Shen Yuan was stunned. It was a centipede, nearly 10 meters long. Damn! Shen Yuan couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Although he was no longer afraid of monsters, this creature was not a monster at all. The centipede's legs looked dense, causing Shen Yuan, who already had a fear of clusters, to break out in a cold sweat. Human. It has been a long time since a human has come here. I can finally have a good meal today. The centipede spoke human language, sending chills down Shen Yuan's spine. Shen Yuan thought that after his previous ordeal, nothing would scare him anymore. But he was still too young. Unknown creatures he had never encountered were always the most terrifying. Oh, and there's a big bird. It will be enough to last me for 2 days. The centipede looked at the devouring sparrow, unafraid at all. Wait, what the hell are you? Why are you hiding here? Shen Yuan tried to communicate to calm himself down. Me? Since it has been a long time since I encountered a human, I'll chat with you to relieve my loneliness. I am the swamp centipede. And this entire swamp is my territory. Swamp centipede? Then how can you speak human language? The swamp centipede made a strange noise, which should have been laughter, and stared at Shen Yuan, saying, because I have lived for 1,000 years and have long since become a spirit. Become a spirit? Yes, for us insects. 100 years makes a monster, 1,000 years makes a spirit, and 10,000 years makes a king. What? You have lived for 1,000 years? Shen Yuan was a bit dazed. This guy looked quite big and frightening. Could it really have lived that long? All right, you have satisfied your curiosity. Now you should satisfy my appetite. The swamp centipede lunged at Shen Yuan. Devouring sparrow, let's go? Shen Yuan shouted, and the devouring sparrow lifted him up, preparing to leave. But what happened next caught Shen Yuan off guard. The swamp centipede climbed up a tree and spat out a green line from its mouth, hitting the devouring sparrow's weak abdomen, directly bringing it down. What? Shen Yuan's escape failed, falling into the swamp, and the devouring sparrow was severely injured in one hit. This is ridiculous. Human, too cunning. The swamp centipede seemed furious, crawling towards Shen Yuan at an incredible speed. At the same time, Shen Yuan suddenly felt his vision blur. He had inhaled too much toxic gas. Am I going to fall again? No, I cannot die in this place. Right now? The hellhound is definitely useless because this is a swamp. The bigger the size, the worse the trap. Just before he felt himself fainting, Shen Yuan summoned the mutated monster, the 9-colored phoenix. Count on you. After saying that, Shen Yuan directly fainted. The 9-colored phoenix was still at the monster commander level, but it was a mutated monster, different from other monsters. Upon seeing the swamp centipede, the 9-colored phoenix showed no fear and directly spewed out a ball of fire, forcing the swamp centipede back. Creatures like centipedes were most afraid of flames, so the swamp centipede was now very wary of the 9-colored phoenix. This beast master, who exactly is he? And why does he have such a powerful monster? The swamp centipede had lived for so long, naturally having eaten beast masters and monsters, but it had never seen a monster like the 9-colored phoenix. Because judging by size, the 9-colored phoenix should not be high level, yet it could restrain it. Clang! The 9-colored phoenix cried out and actively attacked the swamp centipede. Wherever the 9-colored phoenix went, fierce flames ignited. The swamp centipede was shocked to see its territory burning because it knew better than anyone that this place had not seen light for years and was very humid. Combined with the toxic gas, ordinary fire could not catch flame. But what was happening before its eyes made it realize just how terrifying the 9-colored phoenix was. Plus, fire inherently restrained it, so it now had only one thought: to escape. After driving away the swamp centipede, the 9-colored phoenix grabbed Shen Yuan and left the place. Chapter 45. Mutated Monster, North Sea God Cohen. At the foot of a cliff, Shen Yuan woke up in a daze. When he sat up, he saw the 9-colored phoenix standing beside him, looking around. I didn't expect the 9-colored phoenix to be so powerful that it could rescue me from the swamp centipede. Could this be the power of a mutated monster? The 9-colored phoenix looked at Shen Yuan with tender eyes as he woke up. Then, Shen Yuan stood up and looked around. He was at the foot of a cliff, and the terrain was quite good, allowing him to see far. After looking for a while, Shen Yuan sat down to meditate and opened the system. The sign in lottery still gave a low-level growth card, which inevitably disappointed Shen Yuan. He should quickly buy a healing pill for the devouring sparrow to recover. After doing all this, Shen Yuan looked at the system again, and the achievement section was lit up. Great! Finally, another achievement was completed. Shen Yuan was excited to see what he would receive this time. Opening the achievement section, the system prompted, "Congratulations on signing in for 200 days, achieving the Sign-In Master achievement, and rewarding you with a fusion card." The system prompted, "Congratulations on participating in the lottery 200 times, achieving the Lottery Master achievement, and rewarding you with a high-level growth card." Awesome. Another fusion card. Shen Yuan couldn't hide his excitement and quickly found 2 monster-level beasts to fuse. The system prompted, "Congratulations, you have obtained the mutated monster, North Sea God Coin." North Sea God Coin? Shen Yuan checked it out. The North Sea God Coin looked like a fish, grayish-black in color, and seemed somewhat ordinary. After obtaining the mutated monster, Shen Yuan didn't hesitate to use the high-level growth card he just received on it, allowing the North Sea God Coin to grow to the Monster Commander level. The Monster Commander level North Sea God Coin had undergone a significant transformation. First, its body color had a slight white tint, and second, its size had increased considerably, with a tail resembling that of a dragon. This was the second mutated monster he had obtained, so it seemed he now had more security. After acquiring the mutated monster, no achievements were completed, so Shen Yuan closed the system. Time to go. Shen Yuan rode the Flame Lion and left the place. 2 hours later, Shen Yuan finally found the main road. Following the road, he arrived at his destination, Lijiang City, by evening. Lijiang City at night was still bustling. Shen Yuan found an inn, planning to have a drink and take a bath, before looking for that man in a black robe early the next morning. As soon as he entered, Shen Yuan heard enthusiastic applause. Looking up, he saw a woman dressed provocatively dancing, and everyone was enjoying it, clapping enthusiastically. Shen Yuan searched for a long time, but found no empty tables. "Sir, how about I find you a spot to squeeze in?" the waiter said with a smile. "Sure." Shen Yuan nodded. The waiter led Shen Yuan to a table where only one person was sitting. After sitting down, Shen Yuan couldn't help but look at the person opposite him. This is a man, and he is wearing a black robe. This detail caught Shen Yuan's attention. Could this be the person I'm looking for? Shen Yuan thought. It's not impossible. "Sir, your wine." The innkeeper placed the wine down, and Shen Yuan took a big gulp from the wine jar, then looked at the man in the black robe. "Brother, may I ask your name?" "Me? Anonymous." The man in the black robe replied in a hoarse voice. "Anonymous? He is also wearing a black robe. Could he be hinting at something?" Shen Yuan stared intently at the man. What concerned Shen Yuan even more was that this man in the black robe didn't even look at the dancer, but sat alone drinking, seemingly indifferent to everyone and everything. "How much for this dancer for one night?" "I'll take her." Suddenly, a fat man in the inn stood up and shouted. In an instant, everyone's attention turned to him. Someone recognized him. Shen Yuan learned from them that this man was a businessman with some influence in the city. At this moment, the innkeeper rushed over and said, "Boss Lu, this dancer only performs, she doesn't sell her body. Are you saying she is a respectable woman? Get lost." Boss Lu slapped the innkeeper. Unfortunately, the innkeeper stumbled and collided with the back of the man in the black robe opposite Shen Yuan. "Sorry, sir." The innkeeper quickly apologized to the man in the black robe and then covered his face as he left. At this moment, Boss Lu was still shouting. Suddenly, whoosh. A chopstick pierced through Boss Lu's throat. With a thud, Boss Lu fell dead on the spot. Instantly, chaos erupted in the inn, and everyone began to flee. Shen Yuan had seen clearly that the chopstick was thrown by the man in the black robe right in front of him. "What's wrong? Aren't you going to run?" The man in the black robe suddenly asked Shen Yuan. "Run? Why should I run?" Others might be afraid, but Shen Yuan was not. "If you don't run, then I will." After saying that, the man in the black robe vanished like a shadow and instantly reached the inn's entrance. Seeing this scene, Shen Yuan was dumbfounded. This guy is definitely not ordinary. Shen Yuan chased after him to uncover the truth. The man in the black robe floated down the street like a ghost in the night, showing no signs of running. Shen Yuan furrowed his brows and chased closely. But the man was too fast for him to catch up. However, whenever he lost sight of the man, the black-robed figure would suddenly appear again, seemingly hinting at Shen Yuan. What does this person want to do? Shen Yuan kept pursuing until he reached a dead end. "Where are you?" Shen Yuan looked up and saw the shadow float down from above. "Who are you? Why did you bring me here? Don't you want to know who I am? Once you handle the matter with Boss Lu properly, I will tell you who I am." After saying that, the man in the black robe let out a couple of hoarse laughs and disappeared into the night. What does this guy mean? Shen Yuan pondered for a moment. Not long after, a large group of people suddenly appeared, holding torches and blocking the alley. "Kid, you killed Boss Lu, come with us." Shen Yuan initially wanted to say he didn't kill the man, but the meaning of the black-robed figure was clear. He wanted Shen Yuan to take the blame and handle the matter well. "Where are you taking me?" Shen Yuan asked. "Of course, to confess." As he spoke, the group closed in around him. "Confess? You're probably looking to kill me, right?" Shen Yuan did not believe these people were good. However, if he injured them and ran away, he wouldn't be able to handle the matter with Boss Lu. After thinking for a while, Shen Yuan decided to go with them. The group took Shen Yuan to a mansion. As Shen Yuan entered, he glanced at the sign above, which read Lu Mansion. In other words, this should be Boss Lu's home. Sure enough, as soon as they entered, the people closed the door and surrounded Shen Yuan. Kid, are you the one who killed my father? A man came forward as he spoke. Yes, I killed him. What do you want? Of course, I want to kill you. Chapter 46, Shen Yuan killed your son and grandson. In the deep of night at Lu Mansion, blades flashed and killing intent filled the air. The murderers would be killed in turn. Shen Yuan knew that the guards of the Lu family were surely stained with blood. Therefore, he had to act on behalf of justice and rid the people of harm. Shen Yuan moved among the guards, knocking them out one by one. Suddenly, screams filled the air. This kid is actually a master. Seeing the situation, the Lu family's young master took action himself. However, he still underestimated Shen Yuan's strength. After just a few exchanges, he was captured by Shen Yuan. How many people have you killed? I haven't killed anyone. Really? Then neither have I. After saying that, Shen Yuan pointed and pierced the Lu family's young master to death. The remaining guards, witnessing this scene, dropped their weapons and scattered like birds and beasts. Shen Yuan tossed aside the young master's body and walked deeper into the mansion. After walking around, Shen Yuan realized that there was not a single person left. As Shen Yuan was still in thought, footsteps sounded from outside. When he went out to see, it turned out to be a group of people in official uniforms. Seeing the corpses on the ground, the leader looked at Shen Yuan. Did you kill all these people? Shen Yuan nodded. Aren't they supposed to die? Hearing this, the other party was momentarily stunned and said, they indeed deserve to die, but you shouldn't have killed them. Oh, what do you mean by that? You killed the Lu father and son. Did you not find that there was no one left in the Lu family? Shen Yuan nodded, genuinely puzzled. Then let me tell you. The reason the Lu father and son could be so rampant in Lijiang City and their business so prosperous is entirely because there is someone standing behind them. Oh, who? Zhong Yan, the grandmother of this Lu young master on the ground. Then may I ask, what is Zhong Yan's identity? The man looked at Shen Yuan. 13th Cave. Deputy Cave Master. 13th Cave? Speaking of the 13th Cave, Shen Yuan still felt a lingering fear. That time was truly too dangerous. Understood. But there's no need to trouble you. I will go find Zhong Yan. After that, Shen Yuan leaped up to the rooftop and disappeared into the night. The man watched Shen Yuan leave and muttered to himself, if you fall into the hands of that old witch, you will definitely want to die. But you won't be able to. To learn the identity of the man in the black robe as soon as possible. Shen Yuan had no choice but to proactively go to the 13th cave to completely resolve this matter. Shen Yuan had been to the 13th cave before, so he knew the way. Halfway there, Shen Yuan suddenly heard the sound of a flute. This sound was so familiar, it was her. A woman with a scarf on her face appeared in Shen Yuan's mind. Yimeng, this is... Shen Yuan suddenly noticed that there were countless insects crawling towards him on the ground. Shen Yuan couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. This guy? Could it be that she still holds a grudge against me? Shen Yuan stomped his foot. Having collapsing fist, he punched the ground hard, killing a large number of insects. It seems you've grown stronger than before. As the voice fell, a woman in white slowly walked out from the woods. Shen Yuan questioned, Miss Yimeng, what do you mean by blocking my way? Yimeng looked at Shen Yuan. This is my territory. You entered without permission and still ask me what for? I'm here to find your father, Shen Yuan stated directly. Find my father? I'm sorry, he's not in the 13th cave right now. Not here. Then I'm looking for Deputy Cave Master Zhong Yan. What do you want with her? Yimeng asked, puzzled. Shen Yuan replied directly. I killed her son and her grandson. That's all. What? Yimeng exclaimed. What's wrong? Is it strange? Seeing Yimeng's strong reaction, Shen Yuan guessed it wouldn't be a good thing. Yimeng looked at Shen Yuan again. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. You have an extra scar on your face. If you insist on looking for Zhong Yan, you will have another scar on your neck. Are you so sure that Zhong Yan can kill me? Well, I can tell you that Zhong Yan is a 6th grade Gu master and also a 6th grade Qi refining master. Do you have any hope of living? Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan smiled slightly, the scar on his face looking somewhat ferocious. Then I want to ask, if I kill her, will your father kill me? Yimeng shook her head. In our 13 caves, it's a matter of the survival of the fittest. If the deputy cave master dies, my father won't take revenge. Is that so? Then I can rest assured. After saying that, Shen Yuan continued to walk forward. As a 6th grade Gu master, Shen Yuan was not afraid at all. The only pressure came from her being a 6th grade Qi refining master. I'll take you there. I believe Zhong Yan will give me face and leave you intact. I will help you collect your body afterward. Yimeng caught up with Shen Yuan and said, Hee, then thank you. To be honest, Shen Yuan had never really figured out what kind of woman Yimeng was. An hour later, Shen Yuan successfully met Zhong Yan. This woman looked like an old hag. Her eyes sunken, and her colorful clothing made her look extremely uncomfortable. Old lady has seen the young lady. Zhong Yan was quite courteous to Yimeng. Granny Zhong. This is Shen Yuan. He killed your son and grandson and specifically came to find you. After hearing Yiming's words, Shen Yuan was momentarily stunned, a bit dumbfounded. Does this woman want me dead? Zhong Yin seemed to have a minimal reaction to Yiming's words and instead stared at Shen Yuan. Her eyes like a venomous snake in the dark night, ready to strike. Shen Yuan tried to make eye contact with Zhong Yin, and indeed, he lost. Old ginger is still spicy. At this moment, Zhong Yin spoke. Shen Yuan, right? I like young people with killing intent the most. So, if the young man makes a mistake, I will give you a chance. If you can push me back half a step with one move, I won't hold you accountable for anything. Otherwise, considering the young lady's face, I will leave you with just a skeleton. Is everyone from the 13 caves so nonsensical? Shen Yuan was somewhat speechless. However, Zhong Yin could say such things, which showed she had great confidence. Come on, I am ready. Zhong Yin leaned on her cane, standing still, waiting for Shen Yuan to attack. As a 6th grade Qi refining master, she should rely on Qi protection. If he could break her Qi, he would definitely be able to push her back. If not, she wouldn't take a half step back. Shen Yuan was thinking of a way to break this old woman's defense with one move. Sky-crushing fist. The range was large, but probably wouldn't break it. 12 routes kicking. Continuous attacks wouldn't work either. To shatter her defense in one strike, he needed to concentrate all his power together, so it seemed that only one of the 7 techniques. One finger might be able to do it. After analyzing, Shen Yuan made a decision. Just use one finger to break her defense. Kid, I have patience. Are you still going to wait? No need. Just be ready. Shen Yuan looked at Zhong Yin, activated the golden body technique, merging his essence and power, then forced all his energy into his right index finger. In an instant, Shen Yuan's right index finger shone brightly, looking like a golden finger. Break for me. Chapter 47, Black Robe. With a loud shout, golden light flashed. Bang! A powerful shockwave spread in all directions, not only pushing Yiming back, but also causing Shen Yuan to stagger back. Kid, your finger actually broke my defense. Once Shen Yuan regained his composure and looked up, he saw Zhong Yin being pushed back a step. This meant he had succeeded. This finger has such great power, but it also exhausted all my strength. Shen Yuan couldn't help but look at his right index finger. It seems I've comprehended a new combat technique, which I will name Golden Light Breaking Heaven Finger. Shen Yuan could hardly contain his joy. Yiming looked at him and said, What are you smiling foolishly about? Oh, it's nothing. Since I won, will you keep your word? Shen Yuan turned his gaze towards Zhong Yin. Of course, I keep my word. What you did, I will not hold against you. You killed them because they were unskilled and only knew how to bully others. They would have died in front of me sooner or later. Zhong Yin lowered her head as she spoke, looking somewhat sorrowful. Unexpectedly, she knew what kind of people her son and grandson were. No wonder she was so understanding. It turned out she had long known their fate. After thinking for a moment, Shen Yuan saluted Zhong Yin. This old woman deserved his respect. Let's go? Let's go? Zhong Yin turned around. Shen Yuan glanced at Yiming and then turned to leave. Yiming said a few words to Zhong Yin before coming out to follow Shen Yuan. I didn't expect that in just a few months, you have grown so fast. I'm really surprised. If you knew what I went through in these few months, you wouldn't be surprised. What are you here for this time? Looking for someone? I have to leave now, thank you. Shen Yuan bid farewell to Yiming. This man is really hard to figure out. Yiming watched Shen Yuan's back, silently playing her flute. Shen Yuan entered the city again. Once more, he arrived at that inn. It was still the same dancer dancing there. And opposite Shen Yuan, a man in a black robe sat there, who had appeared there at some unknown point. Now, can you tell me your identity? Shen Yuan focused his gaze on the dancer. The black-robed man poured himself a glass of wine and drank it all in one go. I am called Black Robe. Sure enough, Shen Yuan was overjoyed. Come with me. With a flash of shadow, the dancer suddenly let out a scream and vanished. What happened? Just now I saw a ghostly shadow flash, and the person disappeared? Ghost. The inn was thrown into chaos again, just like the scene from the previous night. What does this guy want to do? Shen Yuan chased after him. If he had to take the blame again this time, he absolutely wouldn't accept it. However, what surprised Shen Yuan was that the black robe led him to a grove outside the city. I say, why do you always like to cause trouble? What do you want to abduct this woman for? Shen Yuan complained. The black robe ignored him and extended his hand. Where's that letter? How did you know I have a letter? And how did you know I was looking for you? Shen Yuan was puzzled, but still took out the letter and handed it to the black robe. Stop with the nonsense. There are no whys. Then what are you looking for me for? The black robe seemed somewhat displeased. I've given you the letter. I'm leaving. Shen Yuan was also quite annoyed with the black robe and turned to prepare to leave. Stop. What? Shen Yuan turned his head, instantly filled with hostility. Wait until you've read the letter before deciding whether to leave or not. Shen Yuan hesitated for a moment. This was the letter his master had asked him to give to the black robe. Why did the black robe want him to read it? Out of curiosity, Shen Yuan still took it and looked at it. After reading the contents of the letter, Shen Yuan was somewhat incredulous. The letter meant for Shen Yuan to follow the black robe and become a goo master. How is that possible? Why would my master want me to become a goo master? Could it be that he knows my demon beast was raised by the system? As Shen Yuan thought of this, his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Impossible. No matter how powerful he is, he can't possibly know I have the system. After all, this is my cheat, okay? Shen Yuan shook his head, not wanting to think about these things anymore. What grade of goo master are you? None of your business. Shen Yuan felt that following this guy to practice would definitely be torture because this guy always made Shen Yuan take the blame. In other words, wasn't this just making Shen Yuan a scapegoat? At this time, the woman had already woken up. Seeing Shen Yuan and the black robe, she couldn't help but curl up her body in fear. Shen Yuan glanced at the woman. What are you really planning to do by capturing her? The man in the black robe also gave the woman a look. Of course, it's to raise a goo for you. What? Raise a goo? You want to turn her into a goo? Shen Yuan suddenly became excited because his sister had almost been raised into a human goo. The black robe chuckled. We need her blood to raise the goo. If you want to turn her into a human goo, that is fine too. Oh, I see. Shen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go. The black robe grabbed the woman and vanished into the night. Shen Yuan hurriedly chased after them. The black robe brought Shen Yuan to a thatched cottage on the mountain, under the moonlight filtering through the forest. Shen Yuan saw a large pile of jars in the yard, not knowing what they were for. Please, let me go. The dancer trembled with fear. Shen Yuan felt pity for the woman and was about to say something on her behalf. The black robe spoke before he could. You were born on September 9th. You're 18 this year, and you're an orphan. Am I right? I am. The dancer's voice was shaking. In that case, just follow him, you won't suffer. The black robe said, looking at Shen Yuan. She'll be entrusted to you. You two stay in that house, and we'll talk more in the morning. After saying that, the black robe entered one of the rooms. In this small yard, there were only 2 thatched cottages. Helplessly, Shen Yuan had to take the dancer to the other cottage. Once inside, Shen Yuan looked around. The place was very simple, with only a wooden bed and nothing else. Is this guy a wild man? Shen Yuan couldn't help but complain. Young master, I can give you my body, please don't hurt me. As soon as they entered the room, the dancer knelt before Shen Yuan, knowing the terror of goo masters. Give my body. Shen Yuan had a good impression of this woman. She had a nice figure and face. You can do whatever you want. Just please don't turn me into a goo. The dancer spoke again. Shen Yuan had just heard the black robe mention using this woman to help him raise a goo. However, he didn't quite understand how this raising process worked. What is your name? Yin. Got it. You can sleep on the bed. I'm going to cultivate. Don't disturb me. After saying that, Shen Yuan sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. The next day, Shen Yuan opened his eyes and saw Yin staring at him. From the looks of it, she seemed to have been watching him all night without sleeping. Shen Yuan could understand this. Who could sleep soundly under such circumstances? Come with me, don't talk nonsense. Understand? Shen Yuan reminded her. Yin nodded and followed Shen Yuan. Once outside, Shen Yuan saw the black robe tinkering with something. As he got closer, he felt a chill run down his spine. The black robe had prepared a jar filled with all kinds of poisonous insects. Shen Yuan, go get a bowl of her blood. The black robe pointed at Yin Yu and said, What is that for? Shen Yuan instinctively asked. The black robe chuckled. Of course. It's for them to drink. Give these insects blood to drink. Shen Yuan was momentarily stunned. Stop talking nonsense. Do I need to do it myself? All right, got it. Shen Yuan glanced at Yin Yu and handed her a knife. Let us draw some blood. Although Yin Yu was very reluctant, she had no choice but to comply under pressure. Once the blood was drawn, Shen Yuan helped her bandage the wound. Then, he brought the blood to the black robe. The black robe took the bowl, held it to his nose, and sniffed. Such delicious blood, they will surely love it. After saying that, he poured the blood into the jar. Shen Yuan initially didn't want to look inside the jar, but since his master wanted him to become a goo master, he had no choice but to deal with various insects, and could only brace himself to take a look. After the blood was poured in, the insects went wild, devouring it. What exactly is this for? Just watch. You'll find out soon. Once the blood was completely consumed, the black robe took out 5 poisonous insects from other jars and added them to the jar. All right, just wait. Let us see which little creature survives until the end. That will be your life goo. My life goo. What does that mean? The black robe looked at Shen Yuan. I don't want to explain it to you one by one. Just go read a book. After saying that, the black robe threw a book at Shen Yuan. He caught it and looked at the cover. The book was titled Raising Goo Insects. Raising Goo Insects? Is it similar to the book on beast cultivation that Bai Lian gave me? Shen Yuan thought to himself, flipping it open to see it contained knowledge about goo insects. Before your life goo is born, you should read that book well. After saying that, the black robe went off to do something else. Shen Yuan didn't rush to read the book. He approached Yin Yu. Are you hungry? Yin Yu shyly nodded. Then, Shen Yuan took out some beast meat from the system space and told Yin Yu to roast it herself. on the other hand, went to read the book. The first thing he looked at was about the life goo. The book stated that every goo master has their own life goo. And the role of the life goo is easy to understand. It is to control those insects. Just like the insects that fly out of a goo master's sleeve. They are commanded by the life goo. The first type is to cast various goo on people. The second type is to control various insects to attack. Of course, whether it's a goo or an insect, they must be nurtured. The life goo of a goo master is like the bloodline of a beast master. Without it, one cannot become a goo master. There are many types of goo and many types of insects, and Shen Yuan only skimmed through it. To be honest, Shen Yuan wasn't interested in being a goo master at all. However, to cling to his master's thigh, he had no choice but to listen to his master. Young master, here is some food for you. Yin Yu suddenly handed Shen Yuan a piece of meat. No need, I'm not eating. Shen Yuan felt indifferent about eating or not. Afterward, Shen Yuan put away the book and found a place to practice body refinement. The black robe handed him a mask. Put this on. Although the scar on your face looks unique, I see it as if it's a bug. And I want to peel it off. Shen Yuan looked at the black robe, feeling speechless, but he still took the mask. It was a half-face mask, silver-white in color, and appeared quite exquisite. Shen Yuan tried it on, and it fit quite well. Oh, by the way, I should tell you, that woman is no longer useful. You can keep her for fun if you want, or kill her, or let her go. It's up to you. After saying that, the black robe went into the house. What kind of person is this? Shen Yuan really wanted to see the face hidden under the black robe. Back in his own room, Shen Yuan said to Yin Yu, you can go down the mountain now. Really? Thank you, young master. Yin Yu bowed to Shen Yuan and prepared to leave immediately. But seeing the darkness outside and the occasional strange sounds, she hesitated. If you're afraid to go down the mountain, just stay here. I'll take you down when I go someday. Shen Yuan glanced at Yin Yu and began to meditate and cultivate. One sleepless night passed. In the morning, Shen Yuan went to the yard, and the black robe called him over. Look, the black robe pointed at the jar. Shen Yuan looked down, and to his surprise, the jar was empty, leaving only a small silver-white snake. The black robe nodded with satisfaction. You finally got the hang of it. This is your life goo. My life goo. A white snake? If this were before, Shen Yuan might have been scared, but ever since he got familiar with the black python, he was no longer afraid of snakes. The black robe grabbed the small white snake and said, now, there's just one last step. Let it drink your blood until it's full. No way. Let it drink my blood? Yes, once it's full, it will recognize you as its master. All right. Shen Yuan rolled up his left sleeve because his right hand had a fake beast master ring that couldn't be seen by others. The figure in the black robe placed a small white snake on Shen Yuan's arm. The small white snake saw Shen Yuan's veins, bit down, and then coiled around his arm, drinking his blood contentedly. Half an hour later, what is going on? Why is this guy still drinking? Can it get full? Also, why isn't its size changed after drinking so much of my blood? Shen Yuan estimated that if an ordinary person were drained like this, they would almost be completely bled dry. The figure in the black robe chuckled. The life bug 1T grow bigger because after it absorbs your blood, it will help convert it into energy, which will be absorbed back into your body. With this energy, you can control the bugs and become a true bug master. So, you mean the life bug needs to drink my blood regularly? Yes, the stronger your energy, the more powerful the bugs you can control. This defines the rank of a bug master. Shen Yuan was truly convinced. If that were the case, wouldn't he be drained of blood all the time? In other words, it was just a cycle that wouldn't affect him at all. Chapter 49, Dark Web, Swordsman. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. During this month, Shen Yuan followed the figure in the black robe every day, learning about nurturing bugs, raising insects, and controlling them. After more than a month, Shen Yuan had barely learned the basics. Shen Yuan, I've taught you everything I can. How much you can comprehend depends on you. Well, I see what you mean. That's right, I'm leaving now. Everything here is yours. All right. Actually, I've always wanted to know your true identity. The figure in the black robe looked at Shen Yuan and rasped with a smile. One day, we will meet again, and then you will know the answers you seek. Shen Yuan nodded thoughtfully. I hope so. After that, the black robe transformed into a shadow and disappeared into the forest, watching the place where the figure vanished. Shen Yuan sighed. I should leave too. Immediately, Shen Yuan packed up all the jars in the yard, which added up to almost 20 jars. Among them, 5 were for the 5 poisons. Shen Yuan now knew that the 5 poisons were the 5 strongest bugs. The remaining jars mostly contained various insects. According to what was recorded in the cultivation of bugs, insects also had corresponding levels. A second-tier bug master could control green poisonous insects. A third tier could control blue ones. A fourth tier could control dark blue ones. A fifth tier could control black ones. A sixth tier could control red ones. A seventh tier could control black-red ones. And beyond that, there wasn't much documentation. Ordinary bug masters usually kept insects in their clothes, So when Shen Yuan saw those bug masters before, many of the insects came out from their sleeves. But there were also bug masters like Yimeng, who used tools like flutes to control them. As for Shen Yuan, he had a system space where he could raise insects in jars placed within the system space. Since living creatures couldn't be placed directly into the system space, a container was needed for preservation. After Shen Yuan tidied everything up, he left the place. Shen Yuan appeared in Lijiang City. However, he had already been targeted. Was it the people from the Great Jai Gate? In the evening, Shen Yuan arrived at the poplar forest outside the city to wait for him. Still not showing up? Good awareness, you actually found me. As the voice fell, a figure jumped down from the tree. This person, Shen Yuan felt a strong aura. And what caught his attention more was that this person's attire was not from the ancient Dali kingdom. Who are you? Why are you following me? Shen Yuan could basically confirm that this person was not from the Great Jai Gate. The young man had a sword box on his back. He smiled lightly. Shen Yuan, it doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you've become famous in the dark web of the Lulan ancient kingdom. Dark web? Shen Yuan frowned. Yes. In the Lulan ancient kingdom, there is a large dark web force, which is widespread throughout the ancient kingdom and has even infiltrated other ancient kingdoms. The dark web is like a huge spider web, growing larger and larger. Hearing this, Shen Yuan was astonished. He didn't expect such a terrifying force existed in this world. What kind of people are in the dark web? Shen Yuan now had to take this dark web seriously. The swordsman looked at Shen Yuan and smiled. I find you quite likable, so I'll tell you. The dark web is filled with powerful individuals, and its members are quite diverse, including loose cultivators like you and me, people from sects, and members of prominent families. In short, there could be all kinds of people because in the dark web, everyone is unaware of each other's identities. Everyone uses aliases. In simple terms, isn't it just an assassin force? Shen Yuan seemed to understand. The swordsman shook his head. Not quite. The main function of the dark web is like an underground black market, a place for trading various rare treasures. There are also some tasks. Completing them can yield substantial rewards. So you're not here to kill me? Shen Yuan thought it didn't seem like it. The swordsman shook his head again. No, I'm here to kill you. Regular members of the dark web don't have the authority to issue a kill order. Only the 12 lords can issue kill orders. And as far as I know, the 12 lords wouldn't easily issue a kill order. After all, you're the first in 100 years. Lords? Could it be? Shen Yuan immediately thought of something. If that were the case, the dark web was likely backed by the royal family. And the lord issuing the kill order must be Wang Jiaquan. I didn't expect I was still too careless. Shen Yuan now understood just how terrifying the person he had offended was. According to what the swordsman said, Shen Yuan had already become famous in the dark web, meaning that everyone in the dark web knew about him. In other words, every member of the dark web might try to kill him for the substantial reward. This meant that everyone around Shen Yuan could potentially be a dark web member trying to kill him. All right, I've satisfied your curiosity. Now it's time for you to satisfy me. Hand over your head. As the swordsman spoke, his aura gradually rose. You want my head? Aren't you afraid of losing your own life? Shen Yuan sneered. As long as you have the ability, you can take my head. After saying that, the swordsman made his move. 2 swords flew out from the sword box behind him. A chi refining master, judging by this aura, at least 5th tier. Shen Yuan understood that these people wouldn't dare to come after him without confidence. Catch! As the swordsman made his move, 2 powerful sword energies swept towards Shen Yuan. Sigh. Shen Yuan sighed and used his fist to break through the sword energy. Bang! With a crashing sound, the 2 clashed again. The dark web says you're a 4th tier body refining master. It seems the information is outdated. Is that so? Hellhound, come out. Without using a monster, Shen Yuan knew he couldn't win against this swordsman. A 5th tier beast master. This should be your true strength, right? The swordsman stared at the Hellhound without fear. Come on, let us fight. Shen Yuan and the Hellhound launched an attack simultaneously, flanking the swordsman. The swordsman managed to handle both sides without falling behind. This time, Shen Yuan finally realized that this guy was actually a dual cultivation practitioner. No wonder he was so confident. When attacking Shen Yuan, the swordsman used his sword. But when fighting the Hellhound, he could fend it off with his fists and feet, indicating he was very skilled in dual cultivation. Shen Yuan, if this continues, we won't be able to determine the outcome. Let us settle it with one move. All right, as you wish. This time, the swordsman activated the sword box, and several more swords flew out, adding up to a total of 9 swords. He controlled all 9 swords simultaneously, operating his mind technique. And the 9 swords flew around him. A big move? Hellhound, get ready. The Hellhound let out a loud howl, opening the gates of hell. Shen Yuan was ready, operating the golden body technique at any moment. Chapter 50. Shen Yuan versus the swordsman. 9 absolute sword formation, activate. In an instant, 9 flying swords connected, forming a sword array. Go. The 9 swords launched simultaneously, producing a series of ringing sounds. Such powerful sword energy. Can the gates of hell withstand it? Shen Yuan's expression turned serious. This scene was just like the previous encounter with Zhu Wuxin. Under such a powerful attack, if the gates of hell couldn't withstand the immense force, they would shatter. Bang! Boom! Even the Hellhound was forced back. If Shen Yuan hadn't activated the golden body in advance, he would have probably coughed up blood from the impact. Surprisingly, it held up. Not bad. Let's take another sword. The gates of hell were shattered, and the Hellhound had already exhausted a lot of energy, unable to open the gates again. This time, it was Shen Yuan's turn to take over. This time, the swordsman's attack was not simultaneous. Instead, one sword after another surrounded Shen Yuan. Sword energy, a sword energy attack. Shen Yuan's arm was already grazed, with the 9 swords entangling him and continuously emitting sword energy. In that case, 12-path kick. Shen Yuan leaped up, aiming at the flying swords. He kicked out, and the flying swords were indeed knocked away. He kicked out 12 times in a row, and all the flying swords entangled around Shen Yuan were kicked away. With some skills, let's take the final sword. The swordsman combined the 9 swords into one. A giant sword aimed at Shen Yuan. If Shen Yuan couldn't withstand this time, he would be pierced through the heart by the powerful sword energy. Go! The swordsman pushed forward, and with a whoosh, the giant sword thrust out. Golden light piercing the heavens. Shen Yuan aimed at the giant sword and thrust out a finger. A powerful explosive force forming a beam of golden light that collided with the giant sword. Boom! A massive explosion occurred, creating a strong shockwave that sent both of them flying into the trees. Uffed! Both spat blood. This kid actually broke my sword with a single finger. Truly remarkable. The swordsman glanced at Shen Yuan, clutching his chest, and disappeared into the woods. Watching the swordsman's back vanish, Shen Yuan quickly sat down to recover. He had exhausted all his energy and stamina. Of course, the swordsman was the same. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let it go so easily. It seemed that the road ahead would only get tougher. After 2 hours of recovery, Shen Yuan jumped onto a large tree, lying down and gazing at the moon. The dark web. To stop the pursuit, he must deal with Wang Jiaqian. However, Shen Yuan knew that this would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for him now. Let's see where that guy went. After the battle, Shen Yuan used his newly learned skills to secretly place a curse on the swordsman. This was a tracking curse called the wind-chasing curse. Previously, when Shen Yuan was at the main gate, if he hadn't accidentally obtained the curse-driving pearl, he would have already been cursed by Long Lao San and his brother. The wind-chasing curse has a certain range, about 100 kilometers. If one goes beyond this distance, it cannot be sensed. Cursing also requires skill. It was very difficult to place a curse on the swordsman earlier, only taking advantage of his weakest moment. Once the curse was successfully placed, unless one was a super strong individual, ordinary people would not notice it. Shen Yuan had already traced the aura of the wind-chasing curse and followed it. As dawn broke, Shen Yuan concealed his presence and found the swordsman. The swordsman seemed to have recovered and was preparing to leave. However, now that Shen Yuan had found him, he couldn't let him go easily. Shen Yuan secretly released some flying insects. The insects raised by the curse master were all poisonous. Once bitten, although there would be no life-threatening danger, a temporary decrease in strength was inevitable. A sound. The swordsman's ears were very sensitive. He heard the faint sound of the flying insects and successfully avoided their attack. How could there be such insects here? Did the swordsman run around outside all day? Of course, he knew about curse masters and immediately made the connection. This guy is quite clever. It seems that a sneak attack will be a bit difficult. Shen Yuan did not want to confront the swordsman directly. The swordsman heightened his alertness. After thinking for a while, Shen Yuan came up with another idea. Shen Yuan secretly released a few snakes. When the snakes approached the swordsman, he detected them. No, something's off. The snakes were getting closer, forcing the swordsman to take action. At that moment, one finger, Shen Yuan seized the opportunity, instantly launching a finger attack that successfully struck the swordsman's shoulder. Because the golden light piercing the heavens required charging, it could only be used for a momentary attack. This strike wasn't powerful, but it caused the swordsman pain and made him retreat. Who is it? Of course it's me. Shen Yuan stepped out. Shen Yuan, how did you find me? Wait, are you still a curse master with these insects? The swordsman was very clever and immediately figured it out. Shen Yuan nodded. Since you already know, you must stay here today. Although that last strike didn't injure you, it will definitely affect your strength. What Shen Yuan said was true. The swordsman still felt some pain in his shoulder. Shen Yuan, since I have failed, I won't attack you again. Why do you have to chase me down? The swordsman frowned. Shen Yuan stared at the swordsman coldly and said, those who want to kill me, I will kill them. That is my principle. Is that so? Then come on. Today, it's either you die or I live. The swordsman moved to attack. Unfortunately, his strength was still no match for last night. Shen Yuan summoned the Hellhound to fight alongside him, plus the devouring sparrow. Shen Yuan was determined to kill the swordsman. He never showed mercy to his enemies. What a grand gesture. Shen Yuan, how many secrets are you hiding? The swordsman's face had turned ugly at this moment. A person about to die needs no more words. The 9 absolute sword formation is merely a fleeting moment. After the swordsman died, Shen Yuan found something on him. It was an object that looked like a token, with a dark character written on it. Could this be the dark web? Shen Yuan carefully examined the token and tried to inject his energy into it. In an instant, a scene suddenly appeared on the back of the token. This thing is so magical. Shen Yuan felt that it was somewhat like a phone. He glanced at it, and the screen surprisingly indicated that the identity was incorrect. Could it be that it requires blood to recognize the master? Shen Yuan tried dripping a drop of blood onto it. Looking at the screen again, it displayed that the identity modification was successful, meaning this thing now belonged to him. Chapter 51, The Bounty Order. Shen Yuan studied the token for a long time and almost understood it. This token is called the Dark Order. It can operate through the image on the back, with 2 main functions, tasks and transactions. One can accept tasks on the Dark Order, and upon completion, go to a designated location to collect rewards. As for transactions, they involve a seller and a buyer. After deciding on an item, they contact each other for an in-person transaction. It's that simple. However, Shen Yuan had to admit that this thing was really powerful. He wondered how it was made. In short, it was somewhat similar to a system. As expected, in such a world, nothing is impossible. Shen Yuan sighed and buried the swordsman's corpse. Subsequently, Shen Yuan discovered on the Dark Order that he had indeed become famous in the dark web, just as the swordsman had said. His various information was actually on there. The person who issued this bounty order was a lord named Quan. Now, it indeed verified Shen Yuan's thoughts. It was indeed Wang Jiaqian who issued the bounty order, and Wang Jiaqian turned out to be one of the 12 lords. Shen Yuan glanced at the task of the assassination order, and to his surprise, the number of people who accepted the task had already exceeded 1,000 and was still growing. In other words, Shen Yuan now had to face the pursuit of over 1,000 people. Wang Jiaqian, one day, I will personally kill you. An extremely cold aura emanated from Shen Yuan, as if he were standing at the edge of an abyss. It seems I need to hide my identity, otherwise, I will face an endless pursuit. The masks were all half-face ones, in several different colors. Shen Yuan chose a blue mask to wear, temporarily tossing the others into his space. This way, they should not be able to recognize me easily. Shen Yuan vowed that he would keep the scar on his left cheek forever if he did not kill Wang Jiaqian. Just as Shen Yuan was about to leave, he suddenly noticed many people heading towards the city gate. Curious, he followed them to take a look. It turned out that a notice had been posted at the city gate, stating that there would be a goo insect conference held 30 miles east of the city tomorrow, and everyone was welcome to come and watch. A goo insect conference? Is it a competition among goo insect masters? Shen Yuan thought for a moment and decided to go see, as he could now be considered a goo insect master himself. In the evening, Shen Yuan was drinking while enjoying the dance. Just as he was getting into the mood, several people entered the inn, led by a young man. Where's the boss? Tell him I, Ning Yuan, want this woman. Ning Yuan turned out to be the young master of the Ning family in Lijiang. Yes, I've heard he is a goo insect master. No wonder he is so domineering. The guests in the inn began to whisper, and these words naturally reached Shen Yuan's ears. At this moment, the innkeeper hurried over. Young Master Ning, she is performing arts, not selling herself. To everyone's surprise, Ning Yuan laughed twice. What I want is a virtuous woman who performs arts. I love conquering such chaste women the most. Young Master Ning, I beg you to show mercy and let her go. I can compensate you. The innkeeper knelt down and pleaded. Ning Yuan glanced at the innkeeper disdainfully, then kicked him away. Compensation, huh? Just give me your life. After saying this, his subordinates moved to act. No. With a scream, the innkeeper fell in a pool of blood. Seeing this scene, the guests in the inn fled in panic. Yin Yu, on the other hand, was so frightened that she collapsed on the ground, her face pale. Seeing everyone so afraid of him, Ning Yuan was very satisfied, then walked towards Yin Yu, lifting her chin with his hand. Indeed a rare beauty. Come with me. I will make you feel ecstatic. After saying this, he pulled Yin Yu up, preparing to leave. Stop. The only guest in the inn, Shen Yuan, spoke up. Young master, there's one who isn't afraid of death. Let us deal with him right now. For subordinates simultaneously drew their weapons and struck at Shen Yuan. Clang. The knives bounced back as if they had struck steel. Shen Yuan sat there unmoved, while the knives in their hands were actually bent. Is this kid made of iron? The four didn't believe it and attacked again with their fists. Their fists struck Shen Yuan, but their bones were instead broken from the impact. Seeing this scene, Ning Yuan frowned. Who are you? Shen Yuan took a sip of his drink. Leave that woman behind and roll away with your people. Kid, you dare to act tough with me? Ning Yuan could not tolerate being looked down upon by Shen Yuan. To be honest, if you weren't from the Ning family in the city, you would already be dead. Shen Yuan originally intended to kill this man, But since the other party had some status in Lijiang City, killing him rashly would cause him big trouble. So he decided to warn him instead. However, Ning Yuan misunderstood this statement as Shen Yuan being afraid of the Ning family, which made him even more arrogant. Kid, you seem pretty capable, why not join me? If you want to play with this woman, after I'm done, I can reward her to you. Talkative. Shen Yuan threw a chopstick at Ning Yuan. However, Ning Yuan caught it. Seeing this, Shen Yuan realized that this person still had some skill. Kid, let me have a go at you. Ning Yuan pushed Yin Yu aside and struck a palm towards Shen Yuan. You think you're worthy? Shen Yuan turned around and met his palm head-on. Bang! The two palms clashed, and Shen Yuan remained seated, not moving an inch, while Ning Yuan was forced back. Is that all just because you have a bit of strength? Let me show you this. Ning Yuan revealed his identity as a goo insect master and released a swarm of blue flying insects. You overestimate yourself. Shen Yuan activated his golden body, ignoring the swarm of insects, and quickly charged in front of Ning Yuan. Crushing fist. What? In a panic, Ning Yuan raised his hand to block. And while he did block it, his right hand was broken. A third-grade goo insect master dares to be so arrogant. Who gave you the courage? Shen Yuan was so certain because he understood people like this. If Ning Yuan were above third grade, he would definitely release stronger insects rather than the blue flying insects that he could control at third grade. Senior, please let me go. Ning Yuan knelt before Shen Yuan, looking like a dog. Get lost. Shen Yuan kicked Ning Yuan's shoulder, sending him flying. Soon, a few subordinates hurriedly took Ning Yuan away from the inn. Shen Yuan looked at the paralyzed Yin Yu on the ground. You can leave now. The farther, the better. Yin Yu knew Shen Yuan, recognized his silver mask. But the person in front of her was wearing a blue mask, and his hair looked a bit different. Yin Yu couldn't be sure if this was Shen Yuan. I have nowhere to go. The innkeeper was a distant relative of mine, and now he is dead. I don't know where to go. Yin Yu began to cry on the ground. Shen Yuan looked at Yin Yu. His black robe was nourished by this woman's blood to help him cultivate his life goo. So out of both emotion and reason, Shen Yuan owed her a favor. Follow me for now. I will find a place for you. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 52, Goo Insect Conference, Situations Change. The next day, Shen Yuan took Yin Yu to 30 miles east of the city. This was a forest with a large clearing amidst it, surrounded by dense grass and trees. The Goo Insect Conference was held here. To his surprise, it was organized by the 13 Caves. Most of the participants in the conference were rogue cultivators, while the audience consisted mostly of city folks. The rules of the conference were divided into two types. One was to defend the ring, and the other was to challenge the ring. Regardless of which type, as long as one successfully won 3 matches, they could receive rewards from the 13 Caves. Shen Yuan stood among the crowd watching, and the conference had already begun. That Meng. Shen Yuan was somewhat surprised. Not only had Meng come to participate in the Goo Insect Conference, but she was also defending the ring. What's she doing? Before Shen Yuan could think further, the first challenger against Meng had already fallen down poisoned. After all, Goo insect masters relied on surprise attacks. It was a competition of who could better control and release insects. The second challenger went up, but also lasted only a short while before being carried away. The third was the same, unable to last more than a tea's worth of time. Sigh, not a single useful one. Meng shook her head in disappointment and stepped aside to watch. Seeing Meng's expression, Shen Yuan guessed. Could it be that she is looking for someone for the 13 Caves? Otherwise, why would they hold this Goo Insect Conference? At that moment, someone caught Shen Yuan's attention. He was very ostentatious, as if afraid others wouldn't recognize him. This person was none other than Ning Yuan from the previous night. Not only had his arm healed, but he also walked more arrogantly. This guy. Shen Yuan couldn't help but glance at Yin Yu beside him, only to see her crouching behind him, not daring to look at Ning Yuan. Looking back at Ning Yuan, he was challenging the ring. Shen Yuan didn't know if the 3 opponents had been bribed or what, but they all allowed Ning Yuan to win easily. Just as the conference was in full swing, Shen Yuan suddenly sensed something unusual. It was from the forest. Buzzing. Suddenly, many red flying insects flew out of the forest. What? It turned out to be a 6th grade Goo insect master. Shen Yuan frowned. In an instant, the red flying insects swept through the assembly. All the ordinary people watching were poisoned and fell to the ground without exception. Shen Yuan pulled Yin Yu and dodged the attack of the flying insects. However, the red flying insects seemed to have their own consciousness. They could tell who had dodged and immediately launched a second wave of attack. After all, the number of flying insects was too enormous and powerful once targeted. It was nearly impossible to escape. Shen Yuan, while dodging with Yin Yu, watched Meng's actions. He saw Meng jump onto a tree and blow a flute. As the flute sound rang out, the red flying insects seemed to stop attacking Meng. Shen Yuan had noticed this before. Meng's flute music could not only control her own insects, but could also temporarily control others' insects. Meng's niece, your flute playing has become increasingly impressive. even affecting my swarm. As the sound faded, two people walked out of the forest. Wasn't that Long Lao San and Long Lao Air? Shen Yuan recognized them at a glance. What are the people from the big stronghold doing here? Just as Shen Yuan pondered this, Ning Yuan walked up to the two. Master, second master, you finally came. Ning Yuan. So he is the disciple of those two? Shen Yuan pulled Yin Yu and hid in the woods. The other side did not notice them. Long Lao San, what do you want to do? Yimeng put away her flute and stared coldly at them. Just the two of you brothers? Suddenly, two more people walked out of the forest and came to Yimeng's side. So you two old guys are also here. I was wondering how Yimeng dared to come here. Big stronghold. If you dare to target the young lady, it seems you haven't been dealt with for years. And you're getting restless. Enough of the nonsense, come on. The four of them attacked together, engaging in battle. Shen Yuan glanced at the fighting situation and shifted his gaze to Ning Yuan. Since you are their disciple, there is no need for you to live. The big stronghold wants Shen Yuan's life, so Shen Yuan would strike first. Shen Yuan quietly instructed Yin Yu and stealthily approached. At this moment, Ning Yuan was fixated on Yimeng, drooling, completely unaware of the impending danger. He was still fantasizing that if his two masters defeated their opponents, Yimeng would fall into his hands. At that time, it would be a heavenly pleasure. Suddenly die? Shen Yuan came up behind Ning Yuan and pierced through the back of his head with a finger. Yimeng noticed Shen Yuan in the forest, but she said nothing and continued to watch the battle of the four. Lao San, Ning Yuan is dead. Long Lao Er quickly noticed this. What? Yimeng didn't take action. Who did it? Long Lao San became furious, using all his strength to push back his opponent. Who is it? Long Lao San roared beside Ning Yuan's corpse. Yimeng, was it done by your people? Unable to find the culprit, Long Lao San turned his gaze to Yimeng. So what if it was? So what if it wasn't? You dare to launch a sneak attack while the 13 Cave is holding a gathering. He deserved to die. I will make you die. Long Lao San was furious and directly reached out to grab Yimeng. Young lady, you retreat first. I will hold them off. Yimeng glanced at Shen Yuan and left the place. The two elders worked together to repel Long Lao San and took the opportunity to escape. We are leaving. But I have noted this account. Just as the two were about to turn and leave, the hidden Yin Yu accidentally made a little noise, which caught Long Lao San's attention. Who is it? Come out. Long Lao San shouted towards the forest. Alas, there is no helping it. Shen Yuan summoned the fire lion, took Yin Yu, and ran deep into the forest. He did not want to fight these two crazed individuals. Lao San, look over there. It's actually a monster. Could it be that kid? Long Lao San immediately thought of Shen Yuan. Should we chase? No, that kid is too sinister. Even if we catch up, we might not be able to kill him. Better let the village chief handle it personally. Long Lao San said this because he was distressed that the insects he had painstakingly raised were swallowed by the three-headed hellhound. The two took Ning Yuan's corpse and left the place. Seeing that no one was pursuing them, Shen Yuan stopped. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Yin Yu also knew that it was her exposure that nearly got them killed. Forget it, it doesn't matter. We should quickly find a place for you to go. It's too dangerous to follow me. There are too many people wanting to kill Shen Yuan right now. If such an ordinary person follows, death is just a matter of time. After thinking it over, the 13 Cave is currently the best choice for ensuring Yin Yu's safety. Chapter 53, Returning to Qingyun Villa. Shen Yuan took Yin Yu to the 13 Cave. From the first time he got to know the 13 Cave to now being a regular visitor, Shen Yuan had many feelings. This time, Shen Yuan met Yimeng's father, that terrifying old man with a fearsome aura. Shen Yuan, I've heard a bit about your situation. To be honest, you're not one of us. You shouldn't get involved in this matter, understand? Cave Master, I don't quite understand what you're saying. All I know is that those people want to kill me, so sooner or later, I will kill them. You should leave. I hope you won't appear here again in the future. Well, Miss Yimeng, I leave Yin Yu in your care. Shen Yuan entrusted Yin Yu to Yimeng and left the 13 Cave. He truly did not know what was going on between the 13 Caves, nor did he want to know. He came here merely to carry out his master's orders. Yimeng, Shen Yuan is in the future, he will definitely be someone who can achieve great things. If I meet with misfortune, you should leave with him when you encounter him again. Father. Seeing the comfortable environment and smelling the fresh air, Shen Yuan felt a deep sense of familiarity. Balian was still in white clothes, untainted by dust. Young master, how was this trip? Not bad. I have already become a goo insect master as per my master's instructions. Using goo in conjunction with your monster. Your strength has definitely improved quite a bit. Sister Balian, does the master have any plans for me next? Balian shook her head slightly. Tomorrow, go meet with my teacher. The next noon, under Balian's guidance, Shen Yuan met with Qingyun Daoist. His master still made him drink a cup of calming tea first. Shen Yuan, tell me your current strength. Master, I am currently a 4th grade beast master, a 4th grade body refinement master, and a 2nd grade goo insect master. Is that so? Aren't you also a chi refinement master? How did Master know? Shen Yuan was puzzled for a moment. Balian, standing beside him, said, Young Master, the golden body technique is a method of dual cultivation of gas, and I believe you have already understood its mysteries. So we have long known that you are also refining qi. Shen Yuan awkwardly scratched his head. I am currently only a third-grade qi refinement master. Shen Yuan, doesn't it feel tiring to learn so much? And is your strength improving very slowly? Qingyun Daoist opened his eyes and looked at Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan shook his head. No, I feel great, and I also understand my master's intention. Oh, tell me about it. And the more you cultivate. It may seem that you are learning a lot, but not deeply, but that's not the case. If you can integrate your learning and use it flexibly, you can completely catch your opponents off guard. Qingyun Daoist looked at Shen Yuan and nodded slightly. What you said is very true. But don't overlook that learning too much and too broadly can indeed slow down your growth. So what I want to tell you is that your talent in the path of Beast Master is the best, so you should focus on Beast Master in the future. The others are just supplementary, understand? I understand, Master. Regarding what Qingyun Daoist said, Shen Yuan had thought about it before. His system was originally a divine beast system, so he would naturally focus on being a Beast Master. However, he has the system to help him raise monsters. Therefore, he can spend more time on other practices. Good Master. Shen Yuan bid farewell to the Qingyun Daoist. In the evening, with the bright moon and gentle breeze, Shen Yuan and Bai Lian sat together under the moonlight for dinner. Young Master, spring has already arrived, and those have come out from the depths of the forest. With your strength now, you should be able to go deeper. I understand. I will raise to the level as soon as possible. After dinner, Shen Yuan went down the mountain. Now, Shen Yuan hardly sleeps. He either meditates and cultivates or fights, or is on the run. When Shen Yuan arrived at the foot of the mountain, he found a large tree, sat on it, and began to cultivate. Right now, what he wanted to improve the most was refining qi. As for raising to the level, Shen Yuan just needed to wait for the day he got a special growth card. If it weren't for the task given by the Qingyun Daoist, Shen Yuan would have planned to raise the mutated to the level first, but that was definitely not possible now. Shen Yuan twirled the ring on his finger and opened the system. He took a quick look. Apart from signing in and drawing lots every day, there wasn't much else. Sigh. It seems that to obtain a special growth card, he still had to rely on achievements. Taking advantage of the moment, Shen Yuan organized the system again, selling off useless to prepare for the awakening of the next. After closing the system, Shen Yuan propped his chin and fell into deep thought. He didn't plan to hunt in the depths of the forest because he didn't need. Forget it. I should resolve the grudges that need to be resolved. And then go find. Shen Yuan rode the flame lion and arrived at the again. Who goes there? The gatekeeper disciples recognized Shen Yuan at first. But since Shen Yuan's appearance had changed, they didn't know it was him. I'm here to find you, Dahai. Please report it. You're looking for the gate master? Please wait a moment. Seeing Shen Yuan's appearance, the gatekeeper disciple thought he didn't look like an ordinary person. So he didn't want to get beaten this time and obediently went in to report. Before long, Yu Dahai arrived. Brother, do you need something from me? Can we talk privately? If it weren't for the fact that Yu Dahai had treated him well, Shen Yuan would have barged in long ago. Yu Dahai hesitated for a moment and followed Shen Yuan to the side. Gate master, may I ask how you dealt with your nephew? Who are you? Hearing this, Yu Dahai looked at Shen Yuan in disbelief, as if he had guessed. It's good that you know, just don't say it out loud, understand? Shen Yuan squinted at Yu Dahai. Is it just facing the wall? Yu Dahai knew Shen Yuan was dissatisfied, but no matter how you put it, Yu Bin was still his own nephew. Seeing Yu Dahai nod, Shen Yuan coldly said, Do you know what I've been through because he revealed my identity? Brother Shun, for my sake, let this matter go. Aren't you doing well now? Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan smiled self-deprecatingly. I'm doing well, but do you know how I survived? Do you know how many people are hunting me? Do you know how many people have their eyes on me now? All of this is thanks to Yu Bin. If it weren't for Yu Bin, how would Shen Yuan have offended the Wang family? And how would he have become a celebrity in the dark web? Although this matter had no direct connection to Yu Bin, it was because of him that Shen Yuan was killed once by Zhu Wuxin. For this alone, Shen Yuan could never forgive Yu Bin. Brother Shun, my elder brother entrusted him to me before he died. Please spare him. Yu Dahai lowered his stance and pleaded with Shen Yuan. Spare him? If he did something wrong, he has to admit it. If he gets beaten, he should stand straight. If you keep indulging him, he will only dig a bigger hole for you. Besides, have you never thought about it? He has become like this because of your education. Because of your indulgence. If wrongdoings can always be forgiven, then why do we strive to become stronger? Shen Yuan's words were sharp, leaving Yu Dahai unable to lift his head. Chapter 54, The Strange Lake at the Peak, the Emperor Crocodile. So, Brother Shun, does he have to die? Kill him. Why not? He has harmed me so badly, and you want me to spare him? Shen Yuan snorted coldly, his attitude very firm. Yu Dahai shook his head helplessly. Recalling how Yu Bin had been spoiled by him since childhood, which had made him arrogant and overbearing. All right, I agree. Yu Dahai sighed. Shen Yuan looked at him and said, this matter will be left to you. From now on, we have no more ties. Good. Yu Dahai looked as if he had lost his soul. He initially wanted to befriend Shen Yuan, but unexpectedly lost that opportunity due to his soft-heartedness. After dealing with Yu Bin's matter, Shen Yuan left Here, he had no more grudges or ties. Next, he should go find. Zhaoying had told him before that was located within which was why Zhaoying had coincidentally come to with her grandfather that time and managed to save Shen Yuan. Therefore, Shen Yuan had to repay this kindness no matter what. Late at night, in the dead of night, with the bright moon hanging high, Shen Yuan sat on a tree. He took out and entered the dark web as Qingming. Has the bounty already attracted over 2,000 people? Shen Yuan looked at this terrifying number and shook his head helplessly. After seeing the reward for the bounty, Shen Yuan himself felt tempted. First, there were 100,000 gold and silver coins, 100 of the level, and several rare treasures that Shen Yuan had never heard of. What a big spender. That old Wang family member. With so many people eyeing Shen Yuan's head, it would be a lie to say he felt calm inside. Shen Yuan was now walking on thin ice every day. With the slightest misstep, it would be an endless abyss. Subsequently, Shen Yuan looked at other tasks and found that there were indeed quite a few tasks here, and the corresponding rewards were also very considerable. Shen Yuan thought that if nothing else was going on, he could take on some tasks. Not only could he earn rewards, but he could also gain experience, which was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But for now, that was not possible. Then, Shen Yuan opened the trading page. He wanted to see if anyone in the dark web was selling. However, after flipping through it, he found no information about. Nothing. This thing is so precious. Shen Yuan propped his chin and fell into contemplation. The next day, at dawn, Shen Yuan went into the mountains. Here, since the trees were relatively large, Shen Yuan rode the flame lion leisurely around. After a day, Shen Yuan visited several mountain peaks and even went into the mountain crevices. But he did not find any trace of. Zhaoying had given Shen Yuan a drawing of before. Its appearance resembled a grass and a flower, with a purple bean on it. Could there really be here? Shen Yuan couldn't help but start to doubt. The next day, Shen Yuan continued his search. This search lasted several days, and Shen Yuan delved deeper into Along the way, Shen Yuan encountered many. He avoided them if he could, and if he couldn't, he eliminated them. One day, at dusk, Shen Yuan climbed to the highest and largest mountain in What is that? Just as Shen Yuan reached the top of the mountain, he was greeted by a shimmering lake surface. Under the reflection of the setting sun, the lake sparkled like it was covered in gold. In front of Shen Yuan was a large mountaintop lake, formed by several mountains surrounding it, with water that appeared deep blue and bottomless. How could there be a lake here? Is there some mystery within? Just as Shen Yuan was still puzzled, he saw several enormous crocodiles by the lakeside not far away. Based on Shen Yuan's rough estimate, the crocodiles were over 10 meters long. Could these be Shen Yuan took out to check, and indeed there was a record. The emperor crocodile, a top grade, is dark green all over, with very hard scales, and few of the same level can defeat it. The teeth of the emperor crocodile are comparable to divine weapons, extremely sharp, and have immense biting power, with its weak point being its eyes. Goodness, there are actually 5 emperor crocodiles here. Judging by their size, only one should be at the demon emperor level, while the others are at the demon commander level. Shen Yuan couldn't help but gasp. This situation was indeed not small. It seemed that there must be treasures here. Shen Yuan speculated that the heavenly fragrance bean might be nearby. He absolutely could not disturb them, otherwise it would be troublesome. If there were only one, Shen Yuan could still deal with it, but with 5, and one being at the demon emperor level, he had no confidence at all. After the sun set, the emperor crocodiles dove into the lake. Shen Yuan began to act. He slowly approached the lakeside and started to search carefully. However, after circling around the lake, Shen Yuan found nothing, and the most he saw were bones. Could it be? Shen Yuan had to consider that the heavenly fragrance bean was in the lake. Looking at the dark blue water, it gave a sense of inexplicable fear. Who knows what other monsters might be hiding in the lake? If it were just those 5 emperor crocodiles, it would be manageable, but what if a more powerful beast appeared? What should I do? Should I go down? Shen Yuan hesitated for a long time, but ultimately decided to quietly enter the water to take a look. To be honest, Shen Yuan used to be very afraid of the deep sea, but after coming here and gaining immense strength, he seemed to fear it less. Shen Yuan reached the shore and slowly walked into the water. Once in the water, he realized how cold it was, chilling to the bone. Shen Yuan activated his golden body protection and swam toward the center of the lake. The deeper he went, the more profound it became. Shen Yuan gradually settled at the bottom of the lake, trying to find traces of the heavenly fragrance bean. After searching for about half an hour, isn't that? Shen Yuan spotted an emperor crocodile not far in front of him. He must not be discovered. Shen Yuan prepared to slowly bypass it. But things did not go as planned. In the water, the Emperor Crocodile was extremely perceptive. The ripples alerted it. Oh no. The moment the Emperor Crocodile saw Shen Yuan, it lunged at him immediately. In the water, Shen Yuan's abilities were greatly diminished, and he could hardly exert his strength. He could only swim desperately toward the shore. However, the Emperor Crocodile was incredibly fast in the water. Damn, what should I do? Looking at the sharp fangs of the Emperor Crocodile, Shen Yuan believed that even if he activated his golden body, he would probably still be broken through. Therefore, he could only run. Unfortunately, the Emperor Crocodile was like a fish in water, moving with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it caught up to Shen Yuan. He could only give it a try. Taking this opportunity, Shen Yuan summoned his newly synthesized mutated beast, the North Sea Divine Kuan. Although the North Sea Divine Kuan was also at the Demon Commander level, its size was much larger than that of the Emperor Crocodile. Upon seeing the North Sea Divine Kuan, the Emperor Crocodile clearly showed a hint of fear. Seeing this, Shen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. But for safety's sake, he let the North Sea Divine Kuan fight the Emperor Crocodile while he continued swimming toward the shore. At this moment, the sky had darkened, and the moonlight was exceptionally bright, shimmering on the surface of the lake. After reaching the shore, Shen Yuan lay on the beach and gasped for breath. Boom! Suddenly, the surface of the lake erupted, and a wave of energy shot into the sky as the North Sea Divine Kuan flew out. The North Sea Divine Kuan could fight in the sea and sky, as long as it could lure the Emperor Crocodile out. Shen Yuan could find a way to kill it. Shen Yuan rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Chapter 55, The Battle of Beasts. The North Sea Divine Kuan was different from other beasts. It fought using the lightning it carried. Just like now, after flying into the air, the North Sea Divine Kuan directly unleashed lightning toward the Emperor Crocodile in the lake. Wow, that is impressive. Shen Yuan had previously been unaware of the North Sea Divine Kuan's power. After he synthesized it last time, he hadn't used it at all. Now, he finally witnessed its might. The areas of the lake struck by lightning stirred up massive waves. Although Shen Yuan couldn't see the situation of the Emperor Crocodile, he felt that it must be cowering in fear. However, Shen Yuan was a bit too early in celebrating. Because of the lightning strike on the lake's surface, it alerted the other 4 Emperor Crocodiles. Suddenly, an Emperor Crocodile jumped out of the lake right in front of Shen Yuan and lunged at him. It seemed he had angered them. Shen Yuan could feel the deep malice of the Emperor Crocodile. He jumped back to evade the attack and summoned the Hellhound. Woof! The Hellhound bared its teeth and stared at the Emperor Crocodile, directly scaring it away. At this moment, the Demon Emperor-level Emperor Crocodile surfaced. It glared at Shen Yuan and said, "Human, you have angered me." It can talk. This proved it had awakened. Shen Yuan couldn't help but frown. If it were a non-awakened Demon Emperor-level Emperor Crocodile, Shen Yuan would still have confidence in killing it, but now it seemed very difficult. Because the Demon Emperor-level Emperor Crocodile had 4 Demon Commander-level minions. Emperor Crocodile, I have no intention of harming you. I only came to find something. So I hope you will be cautious. Shen Yuan was not afraid and began to converse with the Emperor Crocodile. Looking for something? I have nothing you want here. If you don't leave, I won't be polite. The Emperor Crocodile glanced at the Hellhound while speaking. If it weren't for that thing, it would have torn Shen Yuan apart by now. Impossible. I went through great pains to find this place. How could I leave easily? Of course. Shen Yuan also didn't want to start a fight easily. After all, there might be even more terrifying beings in this lake, and he needed to conserve his strength. In that case, you can stay. The Emperor Crocodile signaled 2 of its minions to attack Shen Yuan, while it itself went to confront the Hellhound. The other 2 Emperor Crocodiles were being held back by the North Sea Divine Kuan. Although the lightning strikes from the North Sea Divine Kuan looked fierce, its current level was too low to deal substantial damage to the Emperor Crocodiles. Facing the 2 Demon Commander-level Emperor Crocodiles, Shen Yuan had no intention of making a move. Other beasts might be worth a try, but the Emperor Crocodile's scales were too tough, and its teeth were sharp. One wrong move could lead to disaster for him. Therefore, he could only summon the Sky-Swallowing Sparrow. The Sky-Swallowing Sparrow resembled an ostrich, with a sharp beak and claws that were extremely sharp, possessing strong penetrating power. The Sky-Swallowing Sparrow, fighting 2 against 1, surprisingly gained the upper hand, proving its power. Fire Lion, you come out too. Roar. After the Fire Lion emerged, Shen Yuan rode it to observe the battle, aiming to avoid ambushes. Now, the area around the lake was exceptionally lively. The Hellhound was battling the Demon Emperor-level Emperor Crocodile. The North Sea Divine Kuan released lightning to hold back 2 Emperor Crocodiles. Additionally, the Sky-Swallowing Sparrow was blocking another 2 Emperor Crocodiles. This scene could definitely be described as a battle of beasts, highly spectacular. As time passed, the beasts seemed to grow weary. They all stopped attacking and watched each other warily. Who exactly are you? Why do you have such powerful beasts? The Demon Emperor level Emperor Crocodile was extremely shocked because it had encountered many beast tamers, but those people's contracted beasts were all quite ordinary, far from being a match for it. In fact, the Demon Emperor level Emperor Crocodile had already noticed Shen Yuan when he arrived. The reason the Emperor Crocodiles all went into the water was to lure Shen Yuan in. However, the Demon Emperor level Emperor Crocodile never expected that Shen Yuan's contracted beasts would be so strong. Otherwise, Shen Yuan would have long become its meal. Heh, do you still dare to ask me to leave? I had no intention of disturbing you, but you wanted to eat me. Now, it seems that no matter what the cost, I must kill you. Shen Yuan had just analyzed the situation. For now, both sides were even. However, Shen Yuan had yet to make a move, and he still had the 9-colored phoenix yet to summon. Humans, I have to admit you are impressive, but trying to kill me is not that easy. How about we call it a truce? The Emperor Crocodile of the Demon King level has already awakened its intelligence. It can think like humans, and, after weighing the pros and cons, it knows that keeping Shen Yuan is almost impossible. A truce? How can I trust you? Shen Yuan does not believe that the Emperor Crocodile has no ulterior motives. You look for your things, and I'll pretend you never came here, just like that. After saying this, the Emperor Crocodile retreated into the lake with its minions. Shen Yuan frowned. Although the Demon Beast Emperor Crocodile spoke nicely about non-interference. If he went into the lake and was ambushed, he could die on the spot. Master, its words are not trustworthy. The Hellhound said as it came to Shen Yuan's side. I know, but are you sure you can kill it? Well, not very sure. Because its skin is really tough, it nearly broke my teeth. Since that's the case, I can only take a gamble. You stay on the shore and be alert at all times. Okay, Master, you must be careful. Then, he had the North Ming Divine Koan carry him into the depths of the lake. This time, it seemed very smooth. The North Ming Divine Koan took Shen Yuan directly to the bottom of the water, and those Emperor Crocodiles were nowhere to be seen. Even so, Shen Yuan did not dare to let his guard down, remaining vigilant at all times. After diving a few hundred meters down, Shen Yuan finally saw the true bottom of the lake. He didn't expect this lake to be so deep. Shen Yuan had the North Ming Divine Koan keep watch for him while he swam down, sticking to the lake bed in search of treasure. What Shen Yuan saw was all stones and a few water plants, seemingly without anything special. After searching around, he found nothing. How could this be? Is there really no heavenly fragrant cardamom or other treasures here? Shen Yuan didn't believe it. Such a place couldn't be that simple. After that, he continued to search carefully. This time, he indeed saw a strange place. It seemed to be a large circular stone slab, which clearly did not look like it was naturally formed. In other words, this slab was placed here by humans. Shen Yuan swam closer to take a closer look. There seemed to be words on the slab. Shen Yuan hurriedly cleared away the grass and moss on the stone slab. This is the Dragon Lock Well? Shen Yuan barely recognized these 3 large characters. Could it be that there is really a dragon underneath? If this were before, Shen Yuan would definitely not believe it, but now he himself has a phoenix. So if there is a dragon here, it wouldn't be surprising. If there really is a dragon down there, is it good or evil? Shen Yuan had to consider his own safety. Chapter 56. 8 Gates of Escape, Ink Bamboo Bracelet. In the dark depths of the lake, a pair of emerald green eyes was watching Shen Yuan. This kid, I have been here for so many years without discovering anything, and he actually. Shen Yuan thought for a while and slowly moved the stone slab. At the same time, he heard the sound of iron chains rubbing against each other. When the stone slab was moved, the entrance of the Dragon Lock Well appeared. The entrance was octagonal, about 3 to 4 meters in diameter, and it was pitch black inside, like an endless abyss. Shen Yuan frowned as he looked into the well. If he said there was nothing suspicious inside, he would definitely not believe it. In the deep mountains and forests, a lake itself was already strange. But who would have thought that there would be a dragon lock well at the bottom of the lake? Should I go down or not? Shen Yuan thought for a moment and immediately made a decision. You can't catch a tiger without entering its den. Shen Yuan ordered the North Ming Divine Koan to guard the entrance of the well to prevent being ambushed by the Emperor Crocodile. Then, Shen Yuan grabbed a thick iron chain and slowly descended into the well. To be honest, Shen Yuan's heart was racing right now. The unknown is the most terrifying. With a feeling of unease, Shen Yuan didn't even know how deep he had gone. After a while, Shen Yuan noticed a situation. There wasn't a drop of water in the Dragon Lock Well, meaning that the entrance was isolated from the lake water. Unknowingly, a faint blue light was flashing beneath his feet. Could it be that he had reached the bottom? Shen Yuan took a deep breath and quickened his pace. As expected, he did reach the bottom. It was a large octagonal space, and there was nothing in sight. Wait. Shen Yuan suddenly realized that the iron chain hadn't reached the end. It was going straight down into the ground. Could it be that there is more below? But where should he go down? Shen Yuan looked at the iron chain embedded in the center of the floor and couldn't help but ponder. Could it be that there is some mechanism here? Considering this possibility, Shen Yuan began to search around. Soon, he discovered patterns and some text on the wall. Shen Yuan blew the dust away and looked closely. 8 gates of escape, a lifetime of effort. Inscription, ink bamboo. What does this mean? Is this ink bamboo a person? What does 8 gates of escape mean? Shen Yuan couldn't figure it out and shifted his gaze to the patterns on the wall. This image, is it the Bagua diagram? Before Shen Yuan came to this world, he was fond of studying the 8 gates. As far as he knew, anything related to the 8 gates could be opened as long as the life gate was found. Then, Shen Yuan began to re-examine the ground beneath him. Shen Yuan saw 8 circular platforms protruding from the ground, about a foot high. Counting them, there were indeed 8 identical platforms, just as Shen Yuan had guessed. It seemed that these corresponded to the 8 gates. Shen Yuan looked at the platforms, and he speculated that if he stood on one of them, something would definitely happen. According to the 8 gates of escape, life, injury, death, rest, opening, shock, and birth. Each position corresponds to a corresponding mechanism gate. There were no hints here. The 8 gates should be divided according to direction. Shen Yuan remembered that the life gate should be in the northeast. But here, underground, he couldn't see outside, and he couldn't use any external factors to distinguish directions. This greatly increased the difficulty. How should he find it? Shen Yuan began to ponder the methods of positioning he learned in the past. But after thinking about it, in such a fully enclosed space, there were no methods at all. Forget it, let us take a gamble. Shen Yuan chose the platform he thought was the most likely and stood on it. In an instant, the platform sank down, leveling with the ground. Boom. A rumbling sound suddenly came from the wall behind Shen Yuan. What is going on? Shen Yuan went to the dark door to take a look, and inside there was actually a black coffin. Filled with curiosity, Shen Yuan walked up to the coffin. This coffin looked very strange, with no lid, as if it were one piece. Shen Yuan tried to look around the coffin, and he indeed found a strange place. Behind the coffin, there were 3 holes, about the size of a finger. No way. This thing again? Shen Yuan estimated that this was probably a mechanism. If something went wrong, it would definitely be dangerous. 3 holes, which one should he choose? Shen Yuan supported his chin, lost in thought. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely think that one of these 3 holes was the mechanism to open the coffin, but in my opinion, the person who designed this mechanism would definitely go against the grain. Therefore, thinking of this, Shen Yuan used 3 fingers to insert into the holes simultaneously. In an instant, boom, the coffin shattered, revealing the coffin inside. To Shen Yuan's surprise, this coffin was actually a transparent crystal coffin. What was inside? Shen Yuan leaned in to take a look. There were 2 items inside, a piece of paper and an ink green bracelet. The crystal coffin had no mechanism, and Shen Yuan easily opened it. He first picked up the piece of paper to take a look. It turned out to be a last will. The paper read, "When you see this piece of paper, it proves that you are very talented. My name is Mo Zhu, and I am a mechanism master. This dragon lock well is the culmination of my life's work. I hope you can inherit my legacy and become a mechanism master. Everything I have learned in my life is contained within this bracelet." Is that it? What is a mechanism master? Shen Yuan was somewhat speechless. Could it be that this person named Mo Zhu doesn't intend to explain what the end of this iron chain is? However, Shen Yuan quickly understood Mo Zhu's intention. Since Mo Zhu didn't say anything, it meant he didn't want people who came here to seek the end of the iron chain, but hoped they would take his Mo Zhu bracelet and leave directly. Shen Yuan picked up the bracelet and examined it closely. It turned out to be a spatial bracelet with many items inside. Though he didn't take a careful look at them, this crystal coffin seems to be a treasure as well. I won't be polite. Shen Yuan directly collected both the Mo Zhu bracelet and the crystal coffin. Inheriting Mo Zhu's legacy and becoming a mechanism master held no interest for Shen Yuan. He only wanted to see what the end of the iron chain truly was. Could that door earlier be an entrance? Shen Yuan boldly speculated, then relied on the position of the door to find the location of the exit. Of course, this was just Shen Yuan's guess. If Mo Zhu, the mechanism master, did not arrange according to the modern 8 gates, Shen Yuan would be wrong. Let's give it a try. Shen Yuan made a decision and stood on the platform. Suddenly, the floor beneath him began to move in a complex manner, dazzling to the eye. Once all the floors stabilized, a circular spiral staircase appeared beneath Shen Yuan's feet. It seems I guessed right. Chapter 57, 5-Clawed Golden Dragon, Dragon Pearl. Shen Yuan looked down, and it was pitch black. Could there really be a dragon down there? With questions and a sense of unease, Shen Yuan slowly descended. After 10 steps, a long-lasting lamp suddenly lit up below. After another 10, another lamp. Just like that. It grew brighter below. When Shen Yuan reached the bottom, all the lamps suddenly lit up. There it was. In front of Shen Yuan appeared a very large skeleton. After seeing the entire skeleton, Shen Yuan could basically confirm that it was the skeleton of a dragon. And the end of the iron chain was indeed the skull of the dragon skeleton. Looking at this skeleton, what level of monster could it be? Shen Yuan was incredibly shocked because the dragon skeleton was too large, and with his current knowledge, he couldn't fathom what terrifying level this dragon had reached in life. Was it that mechanism master named Mo Zhu who suppressed this dragon here? Shen Yuan pondered while resting his chin on his hand. At that moment, something shiny below the skeleton caught Shen Yuan's attention. It was a large yellow pearl, about 1 meter in diameter. Could this be the demon core of this dragon? Shen Yuan thought for a moment, but something fell off because a demon beast's core shouldn't be this large. Could it be a dragon pearl? Shen Yuan didn't know why he thought this. Perhaps it had something to do with his past memories. I wonder if I can collect it. Although Shen Yuan didn't know what this thing was, it certainly didn't look like an ordinary object, so he reached out to touch it, inputting his energy, preparing to store it in space. However, just as he transferred his energy, a sudden flash of yellow light knocked him back. Human. A heavy, powerful voice echoed in Shen Yuan's ears. Shen Yuan couldn't help but look up, and above the pearl, a phantom of a golden dragon appeared, coiling in the air. Are you the one speaking? Shen Yuan tried to ask. Yes, I am the five-clawed golden dragon. I have waited here for 1,000 years, and finally, someone has come. Five-clawed golden dragon. Aren't you dead? Shen Yuan began to communicate with it. Yes, I am dead, but I committed suicide. I sealed my dragon soul, blood essence, and all my power within this dragon pearl. What do you mean? Shen Yuan didn't quite understand the words of the five-clawed golden dragon. The five-clawed golden dragon stared at Shen Yuan and said, I am waiting for a fated person, and you are the first in 1,000 years. So I am prepared to give you the dragon pearl. Give it to me? This pearl? What benefits can I gain from it? Shen Yuan asked the dragon pearl. Benefits, of course, are unparalleled. With my power, you will be invincible. So powerful. You must have some ulterior motive, right? Shen Yuan didn't believe that something good would just fall from the sky. The five-clawed golden dragon looked at Shen Yuan, seemingly smiling. You, in the face of such temptation, can still remain composed and calm. Your mentality is quite good. Shen Yuan looked at it without speaking. The five-clawed golden dragon continued. I have only one request. Help me get revenge. Help you get revenge? Tell me more. Shen Yuan didn't believe this was a simple matter. The five-clawed golden dragon looked at the iron chain and pondered for a moment. I believe you have seen that I have been trapped here for nearly 10,000 years because of this dragon lock chain. Later, realizing I would never see the light of day again, I committed suicide. The one who trapped me is named Mo Zhu, a mechanism master. So it really is Mo Zhu. Shen Yuan couldn't help but feel curious about this Mo Zhu. My request is to help me kill Mo Zhu and the entire Mo family. As the five-clawed golden dragon spoke, its tone trembled slightly, revealing just how much it hated Mo Zhu. Shen Yuan thought for a moment and did not tell it that Mo Zhu was already dead, but said, I don't know where the Mo family is. It might be difficult to help you get revenge. No rush. With your current strength, it would take at least 1,000 years to see the Mo family. And for revenge, it might take 10,000 years or even longer. So, I won't limit your time. You just need to remember that when you one day see the Mo family, kill. So terrifying. It takes 10,000 years for me to have the strength to contend with the Mo family? Shen Yuan found it hard to believe. If you swear to me, I will give you everything. The five-clawed golden dragon did not say much about the Mo family. Shen Yuan thought for a moment. Whether he could live that long was uncertain, but he indeed needed stronger power right now. So he agreed. Shen Yuan swore to the dragon pearl. I, Shen Yuan, will kill the Mo family when I see them in the future. Very good. If you break your oath, the dragon pearl will explode within you, causing your soul to scatter. The words of the five-clawed golden dragon made Shen Yuan frown. In this world where anything can happen, such things are undoubtedly true. All right. Sit down, just like usual when you meditate and cultivate. I will give you my power. Shen Yuan followed the instructions of the five-clawed golden dragon, closed his eyes, and sat cross-legged. At that moment, the phantom of the five-clawed golden dragon disappeared, and the dragon pearl emitted a dazzling golden light. In an instant, the golden light transformed into golden gas, all flying towards Shen Yuan's body. As the golden gas entered Shen Yuan's pores, he couldn't help but cry out in pain. This feeling was like countless needles forcibly piercing into his body. As time passed, the golden light gradually dimmed and slowly disappeared. So hot, so swollen. Shen Yuan felt as if he was about to explode. This feeling lasted for half an hour, and Shen Yuan gradually recovered. When he opened his eyes, his pupils emitted a faint golden light. So strong, such powerful strength. Shen Yuan felt that he could now punch and explode a mountain. This is the power of the five-clawed golden dragon. Shen Yuan could feel that the golden aura had merged into every part of his body. Shen Yuan tried to mobilize his energy, and a ball of golden gas appeared in his palm. Just as I thought, my energy has turned golden. Shen Yuan closed his eyes and sensed that the gas flowing within him had also turned golden. And the source of this golden aura was indeed the dragon pearl in his lower abdomen. Unexpectedly, the Dragon Ball has come into my body. It seems that what it said is true. If I violate the oath, this Dragon Ball will explode. Shen Yuan couldn't help but furrow his brow. In other words, it's as if there is a time bomb ticking inside him. The Dragon Ball must be the power of the five-clawed golden dragon. I wonder if I can separate it from my own power. Shen Yuan tried it, and indeed, he could separate them. This means that in addition to his own power, he now has the power of the five-clawed golden dragon within him. Shen Yuan thought this way because he didn't want to rely entirely on the power of the five-clawed golden dragon, as his own power is the permanent path. After several attempts, Shen Yuan found that the power he could borrow was limited because his current body was still relatively weak. If he borrowed too much power, his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. It seems that only by becoming stronger myself can I borrow the greater power of the five-clawed golden dragon. Shen Yuan had just tried to throw a punch. He is currently a 4th grade body refiner, and since he had just been promoted, his current strength was around 6,000 pounds. However, after borrowing the power of the five-clawed golden dragon, his strength surprisingly doubled, reaching a terrifying 12,000 pounds. If he then activated the golden body technique to merge with the elemental force, his strength would double again, reaching 24,000 pounds. The base strength of a 4th grade body refiner is 5,000 pounds. The base strength of a 5th grade body refiner is 10,000 pounds. And for a 6th grade body refiner, the base strength is 20,000 pounds. This means that after Shen Yuan utilized the power of the five-clawed golden dragon and then activated the golden body technique, he could instantly become a 6th grade body refiner from a 4th grade body refiner. This is simply terrifying. Chapter 58, Furious Kill of the Demon Emperor King Crocodile. After careful observation, Shen Yuan discovered that his blood had actually fused with the essence blood of the five-clawed golden dragon. However, for now, Shen Yuan had not yet discovered the effects of the essence blood. With the Dragon Ball, I am now like a tiger with wings. Now I have confidence in fighting against Zhu Wuxin. He looked around the dragon skeleton, and there was nothing else. Then, Shen Yuan planned to check other places. What is that? As he turned around, Shen Yuan noticed something behind him. His attention had been on the five-clawed golden dragon earlier, and he only now realized that there were 3 pearl grasses behind him. Could this be the heavenly fragrance bean? Shen Yuan walked closer to take a look. The 3 pearl grasses looked identical, and their appearance matched all the characteristics of the heavenly fragrance bean. The grass bore a purple bean, about the size of a thumb. It seems this really is the heavenly fragrance bean. I have gone through great hardships to find you, and I finally have you in hand. After carefully observing for a while, Shen Yuan cautiously collected the heavenly fragrance bean, pulling it up by the roots and storing it in the system space. This trip was truly worth it. Shen Yuan looked around again. There was nothing else. Then, he directly climbed up the iron chain, reaching the mouth of the dragon, locking well in one breath. Seeing that Beiming Shenkuan was still guarding the well's mouth, Shen Yuan finally felt relieved. However, just as Shen Yuan was about to leave, the Demon Emperor King Crocodile appeared with 4 little brothers. Kid, what treasure did you get down there? Hand it over. The 5 king crocodiles surrounded Shen Yuan and Beiming Shenkuan. This guy probably never intended to let me go from the start. He was waiting for me to find the treasure. Truly cunning. Shen Yuan frowned. I advise you to get lost, or I'll kill you. Kid, if this were on land, with that big dog, I might fear you a little. But this is in the water, you're no match for me. So, I won't make it hard for you. Leave the treasures you got down here, and you can go. The Demon Emperor King Crocodile made his intentions clear. Shen Yuan sneered. If that's the case, I'll use you to practice. If Shen Yuan hadn't obtained the Dragon Ball, he definitely wouldn't dare to fight the King Crocodile in the water, but now it was different. With the power of the Dragon Ball, he was completely unafraid. Shen Yuan let Beiming Shenkuan go to the shore while he blocked the attacks of the King Crocodile. With his strength of 6,000 pounds raised to 24,000 pounds, he could block the King Crocodile's attacks with his fists and grab its tail, throwing it directly away. Seeing that the 4 little brothers were no match for Shen Yuan, the Demon Emperor King Crocodile was extremely shocked. This kid must have obtained a great opportunity. I must seize it. The Demon Emperor King Crocodile personally chased after Shen Yuan. Because Beiming Shenkuan was very fast, after breaking through the encirclement, he quickly widened the distance. Thus, the Demon Emperor King Crocodile pursued all the way to the surface of the lake. No, I absolutely cannot let him escape. The Demon Emperor King Crocodile unleashed its ultimate technique. Shockwave. A powerful shockwave erupted from the mouth of the Demon Emperor King Crocodile, rushing towards Shen Yuan. Master, I'm here to save you. The Hellhound leaped up and landed in front of Shen Yuan. Hell Gate. With a loud roar, the Hell Gate instantly opened. After the shockwave entered the Hell Gate, it was like a stone dropped into the sea, causing no ripples at all. What? This guy? The Demon Emperor King Crocodile had long suspected that the Hellhound was not simple. After testing its ultimate technique, it realized the gap between itself and the Hellhound. All of you, get in there and kill it. The Demon Emperor King Crocodile was completely enraged, igniting Shen Yuan's killing intent. Immediately, Beiming Shen Yuan and the Sky-Devouring Sparrow attacked the Demon Emperor King Crocodile together, while the Hellhound closed the Hell Gate and joined the battle. As for the four little brothers of the Demon Emperor King Crocodile, they seemed to have been scared by the previous scene and hid in the lake. Too afraid to approach, Shen Yuan did not intend to kill those four demon beast-level king crocodiles. As soon as he said this, they seemed to understand Shen Yuan's words and slowly sank into the bottom of the water. I didn't want to kill you, but you wanted to kill me. So you must pay the price. Shen Yuan looked at the Demon Emperor King Crocodile. Due to being besieged, its speed was slowing down, and it seemed to be on the verge of collapse. It had been struck by the Hellhound's paw, electrocuted by Beiming Shen Yuan, and pecked by the sharp beak of the Sky-Devouring Sparrow. The Demon Emperor King Crocodile was in despair. Golden Light Breakthrough die? Shen Yuan seized the opportunity and pointed at the weakness of the Demon Emperor King Crocodile, which was its eyeball. In an instant, the Demon Emperor King Crocodile let out a miserable scream and fell heavily to the ground. Let me go? Please, let me go? I can submit to you. The Demon Emperor King Crocodile pleaded for mercy. Unfortunately, Shen Yuan did not need it. You? I wouldn't even want you for free. Which of these demon beasts is not better than you? Upon hearing this, the Demon Emperor King Crocodile pleaded for mercy again. Shen Yuan was speaking the truth. It knew it was inferior to these demon beasts, but it had awakened. Could it be that Shen Yuan was not tempted? Kill it. Shen Yuan did not want to waste any more words with the demon beast and directly ordered the Hellhound to finish off the Demon Emperor King Crocodile. Master, this guy's skin is really tough. It's a good thing. Crocodile skin? It really is a good thing. Shen Yuan ordered the 3 heads of the Hellhound to tear off the crocodile skin. Then, Shen Yuan took the demon core from the Demon Emperor King Crocodile. This was a good treasure. All right, it's time to leave. At noon, as Shen Yuan passed through a valley, he suddenly sensed someone nearby. This place seems not far from the Hidden God sect. Could it be people from the Hidden God sect? Shen Yuan quietly approached and hid behind a tree. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. It's my sister. Shen Yuan was all too familiar with this voice. How come there's another familiar voice? Shen Yuan peeked out and saw that it was indeed people he recognized. One of them was Shen Yuan's sister, and beside her were 2 others. Opposite them were 2 more people. Then, Shen Yuan heard a remark that made him extremely angry. Shen Shi, your brother Shen Yuan is already dead. I advise you to obediently become my woman. Otherwise, how will you have the chance to take revenge for him? Is it impossible? How could Xiao Yuan possibly be dead? Absolutely impossible. Hearing these words, Shen Yuan clenched his fists. When I went to the Shen family back then, your father was very stubborn. Now, he is still very stubborn. If you don't want your father to die, you should obediently listen to us. What? You actually captured my father? Shen Shi was on the verge of collapse, hearing one bad news after another. Junior sister Shen, did your brother really offend young Master Ming? A girl with an oval face next to Shen Shi looked at her and asked, Sister Huang, what do you mean by that? Shen Shi said coldly. At this moment, a man beside the oval-faced girl spoke. Junior sister Shen, if your father has really been captured, I could have my master step in to rescue him. But you need to think carefully about what I just told you. Chapter 59, Revenge Achieved. Shen Shi looked at her senior brothers and sisters, her face turning pale with anger. Li Hongwang, you might as well give up, just based on you wanting to be a hero saving a beauty. I advise you to leave quickly, otherwise, don't blame me if you die here. Meng Haoran, do you dare to threaten me? Huh, do you think I invited you here to enjoy the moon? Others may fear you, but I, Li Hongwang, do not. Seeing the 2 arguing, Han Dongli, who was beside Meng Haoran, stepped forward and said, Young Master Li, you should leave. After all, this is not your Beiyuan Gates territory. You. Li Hongwang was left speechless by this, and indeed, he didn't dare to act here. Fine, I'll leave, but wait for me. After saying that, Li Hongwang prepared to drag his junior sister Huang Xiushui away. Wait, who allowed you to take her away? Meng Haoran sneered. Upon hearing this, Li Hongwang turned around and glared at Meng Haoran. Shun, she has been given to you. What more do you want? Meng Haoran looked at the oval-faced girl Huang Xiushui and smiled. I also have my eyes on this woman. You can leave. You. Li Hongwang was so furious he almost spat blood. Seeing this, Li Hongwang suddenly understood. It turned out, the fool was himself. Huang Xiushui had never intended to leave. Fine. Fine, fine. You all are great. Li Hongwang angrily waved his sleeves and left. After the only threat had left, Meng Haoran laughed, and he laughed very happily. Young Master Meng, she will follow you from now on. You must treat her well. Huang Xiushui smiled seductively, voluntarily throwing herself into Meng Haoran's arms. Huang Xiushui, you. Shen Shi could hardly believe it. Usually looking pure and clean, Huang Xiushui actually had such a side. Meng Haoran touched Huang Xiushui's rounded buttocks, looking smug. Shen Shi, do you see? This is your pure and clean senior sister. In front of me, she is as lewd as a heat-stricken bitch. Young Master Meng. Don't say that about me. Although Huang Xiushui felt uncomfortable, she didn't dare to show it. Slap. Meng Haoran slapped Huang Xiushui's buttocks. Mocking. I said you are a heat-stricken bitch, and you are, understand? I understand. Under Meng Haoran's tyranny, Huang Xiushui had to compromise. Shen Shi, you are the same. Why not serve me well together with your senior sister? I guarantee your future will be limitless. How about it? Go away. Shen Shi roared weakly. Huang Xiushui, I give you a task. Take off her clothes for me. Meng Haoran leered at Shen Shi. Okay. Huang Xiushui, wanting to please Meng Haoran, approached Shen Shi. Preparing to act. I will kill you. Shen Shi suddenly struck, pushing Huang Xiushui back. Elder Han, you take action yourself. After I enjoy, I'll reward you. Good. Han Dongli smiled sinisterly and was about to act. At this moment, Shen Yuan's anger was completely ignited, like a volcanic eruption. One finger. Shen Yuan directly acted. Pressing towards Han Dongli. Who dares to sneak attack? After dodging, Han Dongli saw Shen Yuan wearing a green mask. However, he and Meng Haoran did not recognize Shen Yuan, including Shen Shi. Who are you? Why did you attack us? Han Dongli frowned and asked. I'm here to take your dog life. Shen Yuan spoke without any nonsense. Attacking again. Shen Yuan wanted this old man's life right away, so he used the Dragon Ball to activate the Golden Body technique, maximizing his power. So powerful. Seeing this, Meng Haoran panicked. May I ask who you are? Why did you attack us? Do you know who we are? Shen Yuan glanced at Meng Haoran, scaring him into a shiver. Because Shen Yuan's gaze was too terrifying. His momentum, his power, tightly pressed down on me. If this continues, I will be finished. Han Dongli clearly understood his current situation, so he wanted to break out of it. Great power palm. Han Dongli shouted, his momentum suddenly rising, turning from defense to attack. The palm force was like a mountain, overwhelming thousands of troops. In the past, I couldn't take one of your palms. Now, I'll take your palm with my palm. Shen Yuan gathered his primordial energy, spinning in his palm. Bang! The palms met. Han Dongli's force surged. But when it encountered the spinning primordial energy in Shen Yuan's palm, it was completely dissipated, not leaving a trace. What? How could this be? What kind of palm technique is this? Han Dongli was dumbfounded. He never expected that the soft palm could dissipate all his power. Shen Yuan was also extremely surprised. It seems I have comprehended a new combat technique. I will call it dissipating force soft palm from now on. Thinking of this, Shen Yuan suddenly pushed, and Han Dongli was directly sent flying, crashing into a tree and falling down in a sorry state. What? Elder Han was defeated? After the shock, Meng Haoran's brows furrowed even tighter. Who are you? Han Dongli lay on the ground, revealing fear in his eyes. Me? I am the one here to take your life. Shen Yuan did not give Han Dongli any chance to catch his breath and rushed over, kicking him up. Crushing fist. Shen Yuan leaped up, using all his strength in a punch to hit Han Dongli's chest. Uffed. Han Dongli spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering onto Shen Yuan's green mask. His organs were crushed, and his heart's pulse severed. Han Dongli died on the spot. How could this be? The previous scene happened too quickly. It wasn't until Han Dongli died that Meng Haoran finally woke up. And seeing this scene, Shen Shi's face turned pale because she had no idea who this person was or what his intentions were. As for Huang Xiushui, she had long been scared stiff. Old man, you finally died. Shen Yuan was somewhat excited at this moment. At least he had avenged part of his grievances. Run. This was the only thought in Meng Haoran's mind. Taking advantage of Shen Yuan's focus on Han Dongli, he prepared to sneak away. However, he was the main culprit. How could Shen Yuan let him escape easily? One finger. Meng Haoran had barely taken a few steps when his kneecap was instantly pierced by a powerful finger force. Ah! With a scream, Meng Haoran fell headlong. You want to run? I'll cripple you. Shen Yuan went over and kicked Meng Haoran's other leg, followed by another scream. Meng Haoran was drenched in cold sweat from the pain. I beg you, let me go. I can give you anything. Meng Haoran was going crazy. He never expected to end up like this. Shen Yuan sneered. You can give me anything, huh? Then I want your life. No, please don't. Die. One finger pierced Meng Haoran's forehead. Once the invincible first disciple of the Shen Yuan sect, Meng Haoran, finally died. I never expected to take revenge so quickly. Shen Yuan had to admit that his luck had been quite good recently. If Meng Haoran hadn't appeared here, how could Shen Yuan have easily killed them? No, don't kill me, please. Huang Xiushui saw Shen Yuan looking at her with killing intent and was terrified. Get lost. Killing a woman like you would dirty my hands. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiushui rolled and crawled away from here. Who are you? What do you want? Now only Shen Shi was left here, and she was equally terrified. Shen Yuan looked at his sister and took off his mask. Chapter 60. Enhanced Monster, Three-Eyed White Tiger. Sister, Is that you? The word sister instantly made Shenshi shiver. She found it hard to believe. Even though Shen Yuan had removed the mask, she still had some difficulty recognizing him, especially with the shocking scar on his face. I am Xiao Yuan's sister. Really? You are really Xiao Yuan? Shenshi still couldn't believe it, because she had once doubted whether Shen Yuan was really dead. Sister, it's really me, you've suffered. Shen Yuan went over and hugged his sister. At first, Shenshi was a bit resistant. But seeing Shen Yuan's genuine emotions and feeling that everything was right, she finally believed him. The siblings hugged for a while and slowly separated. Xiao Yuan, how did you become like this? Shenshi held Shen Yuan's face, feeling very distressed. Shen Yuan looked at Meng Haoren lying on the ground and said, all of this is thanks to them, but I have already taken my revenge. Xiao Yuan, how did you appear here? Sister, now is not the time to talk about this. I just heard them say that father has been captured. Is that true? Shenshi shook her head. I don't know, because I haven't seen father since our last parting. If that is the case, it's very likely that father is at the divine hidden sect. Sister, where are you now? Who was that Li Hongguan just now? Speaking of Li Hongguan, Shenshi's face turned angry. He is from the North Garden sect. After I left Donyang, I made my way to the North Garden sect. Once I entered the North Garden sect, Li Hongguan kept pestering me, and this time he tricked me into coming here. Sister, turn around and wait for me for a moment. Okay. Shenshi didn't know what Shen Yuan was planning, but still turned her body around. Sister, let us go? 3 days later. Sister Balian, this is my sister Shenshi. I want her to stay at Qingyun Villa for a while. Is that okay? Well, you should ask the master. Balian looked at Shenshi, who was tall and beautiful, indeed a stunning beauty. Then, Shen Yuan took his sister to find Qingyun Daoist. Master, she is my sister Shenshi. Upon hearing this, Qingyun Daoist opened his eyes and looked at Shenshi. Are you the little girl from back then? Shenshi nodded. Daoist, thank you for saving my life back then. Shen Yuan said, Master, I would like my sister to stay at Qingyun Villa for a while. Is that possible? Qingyun Daoist glanced at the siblings. Shen Yuan, according to the rules, it shouldn't be allowed. However, your Shen family and your sister Shen, she do indeed have some connection with me. Since that is the case, I will make an exception and let her stay. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Daoist. The siblings bowed deeply to Qingyun Daoist. After that, they left the courtyard. Shen Yuan found Balian again. Sister Balian, I'll leave my sister in your care for now. I'm leaving. Balian nodded. Okay, you go ahead. Before leaving, Shen Yuan gave Shenshi some instructions and then said goodbye to Balian, heading directly down the mountain. Watching Shen Yuan's figure disappear, Shenshi asked, Miss Balian, what is Xiao Yuan doing now? Shen Yuan arrived at the Shafeng mountain range, near the divine hidden sect. Father, have you really been captured by the divine hidden sect? Shen Yuan sat on a tree, wanting to go to the divine hidden sect to ask for clarification, but he knew he couldn't act impulsively. Currently, his body refining power could rival a 6th grade body refiner, but Zhu Wuxin was a 7th grade, and even with the awakened Hell Three-Headed Dog, he had no confidence in defeating Zhu Wuxin. It had been a long time since he checked the system. Hopefully, there would be surprises. Shen Yuan opened the system, checked in for today, and did a lottery draw. It seems like an achievement has lit up. Every time an achievement lights up, it is the happiest moment for Shen Yuan because he has now fully understood the system. The check-in and lottery rewards are all basic pets and growth cards. Rare items all come from achievements. Excited, Shen Yuan opened the achievement. System prompt. Congratulations, you have checked in for 300 days and achieved the check-in master achievement. Reward, 1 fusion card. System prompt. Congratulations, you have drawn lots 300 times and achieved the lottery master achievement. Reward, 1 advanced growth card. Has it really been 300 days? So fast. Usually, Shen Yuan only checked in and drew 1 lottery every day, and he didn't expect 100 days to pass again. It seems that currently, every 100 days, he can complete the check-in master and lottery master achievements. But this time a new card has appeared. Shen Yuan immediately checked the information of the fusion card. The fusion card works similarly to the combination card, both allowing monster fusion. However, the biggest difference is that the combination card allows any 2 monsters to fuse and become a mutated monster. The fusion card requires 2 identical monsters, and both must be at the monster level. What kind of monster can this thing fuse? Shen Yuan looked at his inventory and saw he had several identical monsters. After thinking for a while, Shen Yuan decided to fuse 2 rare-grade white tigers. He really wanted to find a top-grade monster to fuse, but top-grade monsters had never appeared in identical pairs. Helpless, he could only fuse the white tigers. System. Fuse the 2 white tigers. System prompt. Congratulations, you have obtained the enhanced monster 3-eyed white tiger. 3-eyed white tiger. Fusing 2 identical monsters resulted in an enhanced monster? Shen Yuan looked at the 3-eyed white tiger with confusion. The 3-eyed white tiger appeared snow white and robust, with a very conspicuous king character on its forehead. However, In the middle of the king character, there was a vertical eye, pure white, adding an eerie touch to its majestic appearance. I wonder what this eye does. Shen Yuan was eager to know how the three-eyed white tiger compared to the monsters he usually used. Forget it, let us get it to the monster commander level first. Shen Yuan used the advanced growth card he just received on the three-eyed white tiger to grow it to the monster commander level. Another achievement has been completed. Shen Yuan opened the achievement. System prompt. Congratulations, you have an enhanced monster. Achieving the enhanced monster achievement. Reward. 1 special growth card. A special growth card. How surprising. Shen Yuan was extremely excited. After so long, he finally obtained the second special growth card. The sky-eating sparrow can finally grow to the monster emperor level. Shen Yuan, in order to learn more about the sky-eating sparrow from his master, had to listen to his master and first bring the sky-eating sparrow to the monster emperor level. The monster emperor level also meant it could awaken. Shen Yuan sold all the useless monsters and, along with the remaining divine beast coins, spent 999 divine beast coins to buy an awakening pill. Then, he used 20,000 divine beast coins to buy a unique aptitude pill. Sigh, I'm broke. Looking at the few hundred divine beast coins left, Shen Yuan sighed helplessly. Chapter 61. The Death of Shen Yuan, the Mysterious Woman. After that, Shen Yuan first upgraded the sky-eating sparrow's aptitude to unique and then used the awakening pill. After awakening, the sky-eating sparrow's feathers turned jet black and shiny. Its eyes looked very sharp, and its beak became long and pointed. Looking at its claws, they were sharp and hooked, quite terrifying. Come out. Shen Yuan summoned the sky-eating sparrow to see it more clearly. The sky-eating sparrow flapped its wings and flew, its feathers looking like sharp, long swords slicing through the sky. Master, the sky-eating sparrow called out to Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan felt that the sky-eating sparrow's voice was very sharp, somewhat resembling a female voice. Sky-eating sparrow, what is your innate ultimate skill? Shen Yuan was eager to know. Master, I will demonstrate it for you now. The sky-eating sparrow spread its wings and hovered in the air, its claws coming together and its sharp beak opening. Devour the starry sky. The sky-devouring sparrow released its claws, revealing a black hole. From within the black hole, a beam of black light shot out, devouring everything in its path with an incredibly strong absorbing power, seemingly capable of swallowing anything. To put it simply, this innate skill of its was somewhat similar to the Hellhound's Gate of Hell. The difference was that the Gate of Hell emitted sounds from within, capturing souls and luring enemies into it, while the sky-devouring sparrow's ability to devour the starry sky was a black hole that consumed everything. Shen Yuan had been watching closely, and wherever the black light reached, things gradually melted away, being swallowed by the black hole. Is it really that powerful? Shen Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Master, with my current strength, I can only exert 1% of my power. In the future, you will understand the horror of my innate skill. The sparrow's words left Shen Yuan speechless once again. After the shock, Shen Yuan smiled. With you, I now have the confidence to fight against Zhu Wuxin. Master, that guy hurt me back then, I want to tear him apart. Shen Yuan looked at the sky-devouring sparrow, surprised that it held a grudge more than he did. Let's go? Shen Yuan jumped onto the sparrow and headed towards the Hidden God sect. Upon arrival, to avoid alarming anyone, Shen Yuan stealthily infiltrated the Hidden God sect. If it weren't to save his father, Shen Yuan would have stormed in directly without sneaking around. Under the cover of night, Shen Yuan searched every possible place but still found no clues. He pondered for a moment, resting his chin on his hand. As dawn approached, Shen Yuan quietly went out to the back mountain of the Hidden God sect. The back mountain was the only place Shen Yuan had hope for. If he still couldn't find any clues about his father here, he was prepared to break in. What's that? Shen Yuan saw a stone tablet with the words Forbidden Area inscribed on it. Could it be that his father was here? At the entrance of the Forbidden Area, there were 4 guards. To avoid alarming them, Shen Yuan secretly released 4 sleep goo. Now, Shen Yuan's identity as a goo master finally came in handy. Once the sleep goo took effect, the 4 men simultaneously yawned and then collapsed. Seeing this, Shen Yuan quickly slipped into the Forbidden Area. There were no guards inside, and Shen Yuan followed the path deeper in. At the end of the path was a cave. Shen Yuan raised his guard and slowly walked into the cave. The cave was dark, but there were many eternal lamps lit. Not long after entering, Shen Yuan discovered that the path spiraled downward. As he descended, the cold intensified, making him shiver involuntarily. He never expected the Hidden God sect had such a place. After about 15 minutes, Shen Yuan reached the end. What came into view was a dark blue pond. Shen Yuan circled the pond but found nothing unusual. Then, he crouched down and touched the water. Suddenly, an icy chill pierced through every pore of Shen Yuan's body, causing him to tremble. Why is the water so cold here? Since the water hasn't frozen, it must be flowing beneath. With this thought, Shen Yuan activated his golden body and submerged into the pond. With the golden body protecting him, he no longer felt the biting cold. He swam deeper and discovered a person at the bottom of the pond. No, to be precise, it should be an ice figure. This person was frozen into an ice sculpture, sitting stiffly. Father. At the first glance of the ice figure, Shen Yuan recognized it immediately. This was his father, Shen Yuan. How could this happen? Shen Yuan was devastated. Without any protection in this icy water, a person couldn't survive long at all. Shen Yuan had long since lost his breath. Frozen to death here. Father. Shen Yuan couldn't help but cry out in pain. Fearing that his father's body would be damaged, he didn't even dare to touch it. Shen Yuan never expected that their last parting in Danyang City would turn out to be a forever farewell. Zhu Wuxin, I will make sure you die a miserable death. Shen Yuan vowed in his heart to slay anyone involved in harming Shen Yuan. Not a single one would escape. He placed his father's remains into the crystal coffin he had obtained earlier. Just as Shen Yuan was preparing to leave, he noticed a peculiar place not far ahead. Resembling a spring, and the water in the pond seemed to be bubbling up from there. After calming down, Shen Yuan realized that avenging his father would not be a simple task, as Zhu Wuxin was very powerful and seemed not so easy to deal with. Therefore, Shen Yuan decided to first check out that strange place to investigate further. After swimming over, he reached out to touch it. Suddenly, an inexplicable force pulled Shen Yuan in. When he regained his senses, he found himself no longer in the water, but in a very special space. This space was special because all around Shen Yuan was flowing water, even above his head. Strangely, the water did not fall down. This was the first time Shen Yuan had seen such a bizarre sight, leaving him astonished. As he walked, he noticed that the ground beneath him was also water. Yet it did not submerge his feet. What is that? In front of Shen Yuan appeared a waterbed, and lying on it was a woman. To Shen Yuan's shock, it seemed that all the water was flowing from within this woman's body. After the initial shock, Shen Yuan slowly approached. She was a very beautiful woman, entirely snow white, lying there naked. Don't look, Shen Yuan thought to himself, stepping closer to see what kind of woman could be so stunning. He had to admit, she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, the most perfect woman. If he had to describe her, he found no suitable words. I can't look anymore. Shen Yuan felt his blood pressure rising. He shifted his gaze away from the woman and looked elsewhere. It was only now that Shen Yuan noticed that the woman's hair was actually water blue. Chapter 62. Shen Lang? Kissed forcefully. Shen Yuan believed that this woman was not dead, otherwise, she couldn't be in such a state. With this thought, Shen Yuan couldn't help but reach out to see if she had any warmth. He slowly placed his hand on the woman's forehead. In an instant, an icy chill rushed over him, causing frost to form on his arm, spreading towards his face. So cold. Is she frozen through? Just as Shen Yuan was pondering this, suddenly, the woman's eyes snapped open. Shen Yuan didn't notice. At that moment, something unexpected and unforeseen happened. The woman suddenly pulled Shen Yuan in, kissing him fiercely with her ruby-red lips. Instantly, Shen Yuan's mind went blank. When he finally reacted and tried to push the woman who was forcefully kissing him away, he accidentally touched something soft. In an instant, Shen Yuan was dumbfounded again. Brr, so cold. Shen Yuan felt as if his lips were pressed against eternal ice. After kissing for a while, the woman released Shen Yuan. You. Shen Yuan wanted to scold this woman for kissing him without consent. But when he saw her eyes, the words caught in his throat. Her eyes were the same water blue as her hair, like crystal clear seawater, pure and deep blue, without a hint of impurity. Shen Lang. The woman suddenly spoke, startling Shen Yuan. What did you call me? Shen Yuan didn't quite hear clearly and asked again. Shen Lang. The woman called out again, her voice cold yet tender. Shen Lang? What is going on? Shen Yuan was a bit perplexed. The woman spoke again. Shen Lang. I am Lan Binger. Don't you recognize me? Lan Binger? Shen Yuan searched through his memories and was certain he did not know this person. Shen Lang. Who did this to you? Taking advantage of Shen Yuan's distraction, Lan Binger removed his mask. Give me back my mask. Shen Yuan tried to snatch the mask back. But unexpectedly, Lan Binger suddenly squeezed it, and the mask instantly melted into water, flowing away. At that moment, Lan Binger cupped Shen Yuan's face, looking affectionate. Shen Lang, I am here to restore you. After saying that, Lan Binger gently stroked the scar on Shen Yuan's face with her palm. Suddenly, Shen Yuan felt a cool breeze seep into his wound. Hiss, that feels good. Lan Binger released her hand, and the scar on Shen Yuan's face had disappeared, returning to its original state. Shen Lang, you look best like this. Lan Binger suddenly leaned against Shen Yuan, causing him to shiver. A beautiful woman without clothes in his embrace was certainly a happy thing, but Shen Yuan couldn't withstand the cold. Even with his golden body protecting him, he was still cold. Every inch of Lan Binger's skin looked crystal clear and luminous, like cold ice. She seemed like an ice person. Shen Lang, are you cold? Lan Bing'er also sensed Shen Yuan trembling and couldn't help but hug him. No way. Please let me go. Shen Yuan wanted to push Lan Bing'er away, only to find he couldn't budge this seemingly delicate woman at all. Let me go? Shen Yuan couldn't take it anymore. If this continued, he would freeze to death. Shen Lang, how did you become so weak? Lan Bing'er finally noticed something was off. Shen Yuan's body couldn't withstand her icy aura. When was I strong? Shen Yuan helplessly retorted. He seemed to understand that this woman mistook him for someone else, hence the constant Shen Lang. Could you put on some clothes first? Shen Yuan looked at Lan Bing'er's naked body, and his cold body gradually warmed up. Okay, I will listen to Shen Lang. Lan Bing'er spun around in place, and the water beneath her suddenly flowed upward, slowly cascading over her head. After a while, the water gradually receded. At this moment, Lan Bing'er's hair was tied up, and she was now wearing a water blue long dress. Seeing this scene, Shen Yuan showed an incredulous expression. Sigh. Shen Yuan suddenly sighed. He had intended to restore his appearance after killing Wang Jiaquan, but unexpectedly, this woman just touched him and restored him. Shen Lang, why are you sighing? Lan Bing'er looked at Shen Yuan with affectionate eyes. Oh, I'm fine. I wanted to ask you, do you know where this is? And why are you here? Shen Yuan prepared to probe into Lan Bing'er's identity. Upon hearing this, Lan Bing'er directly shook her head. I don't know anything. I only know Shen Lang. No way. Shen Yuan could basically confirm that Lan Bing'er had lost some memories. Therefore, he decided not to ask about other matters. You can continue sleeping here. Can you take me out? Shen Yuan didn't want to waste time here. Shen Lang, don't leave me behind. Take me with you. Lan Bing'er suddenly lunged at Shen Yuan. Looking pitiful. Shen Yuan helplessly thought, did Lan Bing'er really entangle him? The main issue was that Lan Bing'er was too powerful. He definitely wasn't her match. And if he angered her, wouldn't he die in this ghostly place? Moreover, he needed to rely on Lan Bing'er to get out. Sigh. Shen Yuan sighed. Lan Bing'er, I can take you out, but you following me like this isn't a solution. Hearing this, Lan Bing'er cupped Shen Yuan's face. Shen Lang, I can transform into an ice mask and attach to your face. This way, I can always watch you. Shen Yuan, utterly confused. Shen Lang, I'm coming. After saying that, Lan Bing'er transformed into a cold mask and began to attach herself to Shen Yuan's face. No way. Shen Yuan was extremely frustrated. This woman was indeed clinging to him. Shen Yuan tried to remove the ice mask from his face, but no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge. Sigh. Shen Yuan sighed. He had to admit that this woman was truly formidable. Shen Lang, if you want me to come off, just tell me, and I will come down myself. Lan Bing'er's meaning was clear. Shen Yuan would never be able to take it off, and she would have to come down on her own. Great, just got the mask off, and now I've got it back on. Forget it, having this mask is fine. I've already gotten used to it. Shen Yuan accepted this fact. Lan Bing'er, I want to go out. Quickly tell me how to get out. Shen Lang, I will open the door for you. After saying that, the water in front of Shen Yuan gradually parted, revealing a door of void. Shen Yuan walked in. In an instant, Shen Yuan felt as if he had lost consciousness. When his awareness returned, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. This was not the forbidden area of the back mountain of the Shunin sect. Strange, how did I end up here? Shen Yuan helplessly left. Chapter 63, Furious Battle with Zhu Wuxin. Now that Shen Yaoyin was dead, Shen Yuan no longer had any concerns. What he needed to do now was take revenge. When Shen Yuan arrived at the entrance of the Shunin sect, he summoned the three-headed hellhound without hesitation. Without saying a word, man and beast charged in directly. Quick! Hurry and report to the sect master. Someone has broken in. Run. What a big dog. Shen Yuan advanced with unstoppable momentum, punching through everything in his path. No matter who came, they couldn't withstand the combined attacks of Shen Yuan and the three-headed hellhound. At this moment, inside the main hall of the Shunin sect, Sect Master Zhu Wuxin seemed to be receiving guests. To his right sat a middle-aged man. Suddenly, a disciple rushed in. Report, Sect Master, someone has broken in from outside. Say that again. Zhu Wuxin's smiling face suddenly furrowed. The disciple knelt on the ground, trembling, and said, Sect Master, there is a man outside wearing an ice mask, accompanied by a demon beast, who has fought his way in from the mountain gate. How dare they? Who is so bold? Zhu Wuxin slammed the armrest and stood up. Let the elders handle it. The disciple received the command and hurriedly retreated. Lord D, I apologize for making you laugh. Zhu Wuxin's expression instantly turned smiling as he looked at the handsome middle-aged man. Sect Master Zhu, since I am here, I would also like to see who is so bold. Let's go take a look. After saying that, the Lord D stood up and instantly flashed to the entrance of the hall. Seeing this, Zhu Wuxin quickly followed. At this moment, Shen Yuan, along with the three-headed hellhound, had already arrived at the square, the very place where he had once fallen. Could it be him? Although Zhu Wuxin did not recognize Shen Yuan, he recognized the three-headed hellhound. After all, The three-headed hellhound was a demon beast Zhu Wuxin had never seen before. He only knew that it belonged to Shen Yuan. It's actually a top-grade demon beast, the three-headed hellhound. The Lord D beside Zhu Wuxin showed a shocked expression. Top-grade demon beast? Although Zhu Wuxin was not a beast master, he knew that demon beasts were categorized into 5 grades. Generally, in such places, upper-grade demon beasts were considered good. As for rare-grade demon beasts, they were even rarer. And top-grade demon beasts were seen only once in 100 years. He did not expect the three-headed hellhound to be a top-grade demon beast. Zhu Wuxin had no doubt about Lord Di's words because he knew that Di Yun had a significant background, and his insight was beyond doubt. Looking at the bloodthirsty Shen Yuan, Di Yun asked Zhu Wuxin, "Sect Master Zhu, does this person have deep-seated grievances with you?" Zhu Wuxin looked at Shen Yuan, who was wearing an ice mask, and said, "Lord D, to be honest, I once killed a person here, and his demon beast was the hellhound. Could it be that when that person died, the contract was automatically terminated and the master changed?" Di Yun was puzzled. Speaking of death, Zhu Wuxin felt vaguely in his heart that Shen Yuan was not dead. After all, he had been taken away by someone back then. At this moment, the battle in the arena was extremely intense. Several elders were attacking Shen Yuan together, but he still held his ground. Utilizing the power of the Dragon Pearl, combined with the Golden Body technique, Shen Yuan's strength, even without using combat skills, could rival that of a 6th-grade body refining master. Although some of these elders were also 6th grade, their overall strength was not on par with Shen Yuan. However, if this continued, Shen Yuan would eventually exhaust himself. After all, activating the Golden Body technique was inherently very taxing. Heaven-shattering fist. A small-range fist attack instantly pushed back several elders. Such a powerful combat skill. His body refining technique seems extraordinary. Di Yun's eyes were sharp, and he quickly saw the clues. At this moment, Shen Yuan also spotted Zhu Wuxin watching the battle from a distance. He immediately threw Meng Haoran's head over and shouted angrily, "Zhu Wuxin, today is your day of death." Upon seeing Meng Haoran's head, Zhu Wuxin gritted his teeth, and his aura suddenly surged. "Shen Yuan, it really is you. Come on, come and die." Shen Yuan glared at Zhu Wuxin. "Last time, I intended to leave you with a whole corpse, but I didn't expect you to survive. This time, I will definitely twist off your head." Zhu Wuxin slowly rose, his aura swirling around him. Shen Yuan looked at Zhu Wuxin and thought to himself, "With my current state, I can still use combat skills 2 more times, so I must be cautious." At this moment, the square was surrounded by disciples of the Shenin sect. Where the heart desires, the sword shall go. Zhu Wuxin directly used his ultimate move, wanting to annihilate Shen Yuan in one go. Golden Body, activate. Shen Yuan activated the Golden Body with the strength of a 6th-grade body refining master. What? Is this guy really going to take on the sect master's move head-on? Has he gone mad? I bet he will be turned into meat paste. All the disciples were watching Zhu Wuxin closely. After all, in their eyes, Zhu Wuxin was an invincible existence. In an instant, sword energy rained down, bombarding fiercely. So strong. Although Shen Yuan had the Golden Body to protect him, he still felt a significant impact and pain. Hellhound, prepare to attack. Good master. After Shen Yuan blocked most of the attacks, the gate of hell opened. Suddenly, demonic sounds echoed, and ghostly wails filled the air. The disciples were so frightened that they hurriedly covered their ears. After all, they had already experienced it once. What a strange ultimate skill. Di Yun, who was watching from a distance, had a serious expression. Shen Yuan flashed to the side, taking a breath. Immediately after, 12 paths of spring legs. Shen Yuan knew that the hellhound couldn't hold on for long, so he had to disrupt Zhu Wuxin. Facing Shen Yuan's super strong leg kicks, Zhu Wuxin could only withdraw his moves to deal with Shen Yuan. 12 paths of spring legs, kicking out 12 times in succession, with Shen Yuan's current strength. Plus the enhancement of the Golden Body technique and Dragon Pearl, each attack had over 10,000 pounds of force. Therefore, Zhu Wuxin had to take it seriously. In just a few months, he had become so formidable. While receiving the blows, Zhu Wuxin thought secretly, shocked beyond measure. He began to doubt whether he had truly made the right choice. After all, Shen Yuan's growth rate was terrifying. After releasing his combat skills, Shen Yuan stood still to rest for a moment. The hellhound pounced forward. Shen Yuan's goal was to not let Zhu Wuxin catch his breath, dragging it out to find an opportunity for a fatal blow. Zhu Wuxin was a 7th-grade Qi refining master and also a 5th-grade body refining master. His body refining strength was enough to deal with the hellhound. His current thought was to temporarily conserve his strength and wait for Shen Yuan's next move. This guy? Shen Yuan saw through Zhu Wuxin's thoughts and couldn't help but frown. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not intend to summon the Devouring Sparrow. After all, the Devouring Sparrow was his final trump card. Everyone stop. Di Yun suddenly spoke from afar, entering the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Repelling the hellhound, and blocking Zhu Wuxin. Lord D, what do you mean? Zhu Wuxin was somewhat dissatisfied. After all, this was his last chance to kill Shen Yuan. If he couldn't kill him this time, after a few years of growth, he would no longer be Shen Yuan's opponent. Lord Zhu, it's best to resolve matters peacefully. How about I mediate your grudge? All right then. Zhu Wuxin had no choice but to give Di Yun this face. Afterwards, Di Yun turned his gaze to Shen Yuan. You are Shen Yuan, right? Let me introduce myself. My name is Di Yun, from the Tianxia Dao sect. Tianxia Dao sect? Shen Yuan recalled what Zhu Wuxin had said back then. Di Yun looked at Shen Yuan. Although I don't know what grievances you have with Sect Master Zhu, I hope you can give me, Di, a favor and let go of your grudges. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan sneered. Let go of my grudges? You make it sound so easy. He killed me once back then, and now he has killed my father. How can you ask me to let go of my grudges? But you also killed his disciple, right? Di Yun looked at Meng Haoren's head on the ground and said, if you want to put it that way. I had no grievances with him and the Shenin sect, yet they forced my sister Tianxiang to death. I killed his disciple. Is that wrong? Was it a mistake for us to be weak back then? Shen Yuan, everything ends here. You have avenged your grievances. As long as you are willing to let go, I, Di, am willing to take you into the Tianxia Dao sect, where the stage is more suitable for you. Shen Yuan scoffed at Di Yun's words. After all, it was because of the Shenin sect that a series of chain reactions occurred, causing him to offend the Wang family, leading to him being hunted down. Now, he was being watched by thousands in the dark web, and he could die at any moment. Every day for Shen Yuan now was like walking on thin ice, constantly being hunted. Such grievances could not be resolved by a single word from Di Yun. Seeing this, Zhu Wuxin said fiercely, Lord Di, although this child is exceptionally talented, he is unruly and brings disaster everywhere. Let me kill him to eliminate future troubles. Hearing this, Di Yun looked at Zhu Wuxin and coldly snorted, Sect Master Zhu, you have failed to educate your disciples, causing them to create trouble. Now that Shen Yuan has killed your disciple, you are even. Why do you want to kill him again? Di Yun, Lord Di, right? I have an unending feud with Zhu Wuxin. It's to the death. If you insist on intervening, you will die too. Now, no one could stop Shen Yuan from avenging his father, or else it would mean death. Shen Yuan, you are young yet possess such strength. No wonder you look down on everyone. The world is vast, and powerful individuals are as numerous as the rivers. If you insist on this, you may fall. If it weren't for Di Yun valuing Shen Yuan's talent, he would have slapped him away long ago. Who would dare speak to him like that? Then let's see. Shen Yuan had no intention of retreating now. He could only fight. Lord Di, you see? He doesn't even take you seriously, which shows how arrogant he is. Zhu Wuxin began to fan the flames. Gaining Di Yun's support, Zhu Wuxin smiled. Because today, Shen Yuan would surely die. Kill. Zhu Wuxin charged towards Shen Yuan. Hellhound, let's go. Shen Yuan and the Hellhound attacked from the left and right. They fought together once again. After several exchanges, they barely reached a standstill. It couldn't continue like this. This was the Shenin sect, which was very unfavorable for Shen Yuan. Reluctantly, Shen Yuan summoned the Devouring Sparrow. Upon seeing Zhu Wuxin for the first time, the Devouring Sparrow revealed a fierce gaze and lunged at him. What kind of demon beast is this? Di Yun, who was nearby, was once again shocked. Although he did not recognize the Devouring Sparrow, he could sense its extraordinary nature, rivaling that of the Hellhound. What on earth is this Shen Yuan? To be honest, Di Yun really wanted to bring Shen Yuan to the Heavenly Dao sect to clarify things. Once such a genius grows up as Shen Yuan's guide, his status in the Heavenly Dao sect would naturally rise. Di Yun frowned. He knew that it seemed impossible to resolve the feud between the two. For a moment, he considered whether he should eliminate Zhu Wuxin, but that thought was instantly crushed. Because Zhu Wuxin had a brother, a very terrifying existence. Although Shen Yuan had great potential, he was still not fully developed. Sigh. Di Yun sighed and continued to pay attention to the situation on the field. At this moment, Shen Yuan, in collaboration with the Hell Three-Headed Dog and the Devouring Sky Sparrow, was jointly attacking Zhu Wuxin, subtly gaining the upper hand. Shen Yuan's overall strength had increased, and he could no longer delay. Zhu Wuxin realized that his situation was dire and forcefully pushed Shen Yuan and the others away, rising into the air. The shadowless sword technique, Sword Heart. Was he going to unleash a big move again? Devouring Sky Sparrow, be ready. Shen Yuan stepped back slightly with the Hell Three-Headed Dog. In an instant, countless sword energies fused together, forming the Sword Heart. Suddenly, the heavens and earth changed color, and the momentum was incredibly astonishing. So strong. Shen Yuan frowned. He thought that even if he activated the golden body, he probably couldn't take this move. Go. The Sword Heart shone like a glowing sword. Its power was extremely impressive. At this moment, the Devouring Sky Sparrow spread its wings and released its claws. Devour the stars. In an instant, the ultimate technique was unleashed, a black hole appeared, and a beam of black light shot out, just hitting the Sword Heart. Due to the immense power contained in the sword heart, the devouring process was very slow. However, the power of the sword heart was greatly reduced. What kind of monster is this? The innate ultimate technique is actually this terrifying. Dian had lived for so long, and it was the first time he had seen such an innate ultimate technique. At this moment, Shen Yuan suddenly shouted, "Golden light breaks the sky finger." A surge of overwhelming power shot out, colliding with the sword heart. Boom! A huge explosion sound erupted. The sword heart shattered, and the finger's power dissipated. What? He actually broke my sword heart. Zhu Wuxin was incredibly shocked. It should be known that the power contained in the sword heart could hardly be broken even by the same 7th rank, yet it was shattered by Shen Yuan. Fortunately, the devouring sky sparrow devoured part of the power of the sword heart. Otherwise, how could I have possibly broken it? Shen Yuan secretly rejoiced. If he hadn't been able to break the sword heart just now, the devouring sky sparrow would have been in great danger, possibly pierced through the heart by a single sword. The sword heart wasn't fast, but its power was extremely strong, which gave Shen Yuan the opportunity. Moreover, the sword heart gathered Zhu Wuxin's strongest attack. If Shen Yuan grows up, his future will definitely be limitless, but unfortunately, his character determines his fate. Dian couldn't help but sigh again. At this moment, Shen Yuan had no strength left to fight. That last move had drained his body completely. Zhu Wuxin was the same. Gathering the sword heart had already exhausted all his energy. Shen Yuan, come with me to the Heavenly Dao sect. Dian invited again. Shen Yuan looked at Zhu Wuxin. Kill him, and I will immediately go with you. Dian shook his head. Impossible. In that case, then let us not waste words. Dian had already been somewhat displeased, and now he was looked down upon by Shen Yuan. He finally became furious. Dian's words undoubtedly proved that the Heavenly Dao sect was indeed supported by the ancient country of Lulan. No wonder all the talents were there. Now it seemed that Shen Yuan believed that some people had no choice but to go. Although Shen Yuan didn't know Dian's strength, he could feel that this person was much stronger than Zhu Wuxin. At this moment, Dian had already raised his momentum, aiming his palm at Shen Yuan. How could this be? Shen Yuan furrowed his brows. He had miscalculated. He did not expect there to be such a super expert as Dian here. Otherwise, he would have already killed Zhu Wuxin. This put him back in a difficult position. Chapter 65. Dare to harm Shen Lang. I will make you die. Genius. This is the end. After the words fell, Dian looked at Shen Yuan, and a terrifying power shot from his palm. Wanna kill me? It won't be that easy. Although Shen Yuan felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, he couldn't just wait to die. He borrowed the maximum power of the Dragon Pearl to elevate the Golden Body technique to its peak. Master, I will help you block. The devouring sky sparrow flew in front of Shen Yuan, spreading its hard wings. Bang! Clang! Unfortunately, the devouring sky sparrow was ultimately too weak. Its wings were indeed hard. But Dian's power was too overwhelming. A harsh collision sound rang out, and the devouring sky sparrow's wings were directly broken. Therefore, Shen Yuan behind it still had to bear this blow. Absolute power. Shen Yuan felt as if an ant was being pressed to the ground, feeling his body was about to be crushed. Shen Yuan couldn't withstand the pressure and spat out a mouthful of blood. Because he was wearing a mask, the bright red blood sprayed directly onto the ice mask. The bright red blood awakened the sleeping Lan Binger. Shen Lang, Lan Binger exclaimed. She realized Shen Yuan's predicament and acted decisively. Lan Binger did not transform into human form, but instead attacked in her mask form. Suddenly, water flowed down from the ice mask, forming a water wall. What is this? Dian sensed something was wrong. Suddenly, the water wall pressed towards Dian, like a towering giant mountain, bringing him immense pressure. Break it. Dare to harm my Shen Lang. I will make you die. The water wall suddenly changed shape, instantly enveloping Dian. Then, horrifying screams echoed from within the water, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking. At this moment, Zhu Wuxin, who was watching, was not only shocked, but also turned ashen. He never expected that a 9th grade Qi refining master, the top existence of the ancient country of Lulan, would be tortured like this by a mass of water. As the screams gradually faded, the water enveloping Dian slowly receded. When Dian reappeared before everyone, he had turned into a puddle of muddy, stinking water. A dignified 9th grade Qi refining master was thus killed by a mass of water. At this moment, everyone on the scene found it hard to believe, including the onlookers. Shen Lang, I'll help you heal. Lan Binger transformed into water, slowly enveloping Shen Yuan. When the water dispersed, Shen Yuan's face was still wearing the ice mask, but his internal injuries had completely healed. What on earth was that? Zhu Wuxin really couldn't understand where such a mass of water came from, which was so powerful. Shen Lang, it's my fault for falling asleep again that made you get hurt. Lan Binger began to feel guilty. It's fine. If you want to sleep, then sleep. Shen Yuan had not yet regained his senses. Now, Shen Yuan truly realized how powerful Lanbinger was. Even a 9th grade Qi refining master had no power to fight back in her hands. The disciples who were watching were all petrified. They could not have imagined such a dramatic scene unfolding. Shen Yuan, do you know who he is? Zhu Wuxin recovered his senses and looked at the muddy, stinking water on the ground, angrily asking Shen Yuan. Who he is doesn't he concern me. Next. It's your turn. Shen Yuan wanted to completely end this feud. Damn it, he actually let him escape. Now the devouring sky sparrow was severely injured, and Shen Yuan himself couldn't catch up to Zhu Wuxin, so he could only let him flee. With Zhu Wuxin's escape, the God-hidden sect instantly fell into chaos. After all, they were also afraid that Shen Yuan would turn against them, scattering like birds and beasts. Is this person from the Heavenly Dao sect? Shen Yuan looked at the muddy, stinking water that Di Yun had turned into on the ground, frowned. He knew he had gotten into big trouble again. One day later, in the mountain villa, Shen Yuan brought out Shen Yaoyin's corpse. How could this happen? She couldn't help but cry out in pain. Bai Lian, is there any hope for my father? Shen Yuan looked forward to the last glimmer of hope. Bai Lian looked at Shen Yuan and shook her head. It has been 7 days. No one can save him. Father. Shen Yuan, due to wearing a mask. No one noticed that he was already in tears. He blamed himself. If it weren't for him, how could his father have died? Sister. Shen Yuan went over to hug Shen Shi, and from now on, the two siblings would rely on each other. Look, it seems there's something in his arms. Bai Lian suddenly said. Hearing this, Shen Yuan opened Shen Yaoyin's clothes, and inside was a piece of paper. Shen Yuan opened it to take a look. The content on the paper read, Shi'er, Yuaner, if you can see this letter, do not be sad. I have completed what I needed to do. I have no regrets in death. Do not seek revenge for me. Live well. I am going to accompany your mother. Please take care of Grandpa. Father. Shen Yuan felt a pang in his heart. After the sorrow, Shen Yuan took out the crystal coffin, placed Shen Yaoyin's body inside, and buried it on the back mountain of Qingyun Villa. In the evening, Shen Yuan followed by Lian to meet Daoist Qingyun. Master. My sky-swallowing sparrow has already reached the level of a demon emperor. Good, not bad. Daoist Qingyun did not ask why the sky-swallowing sparrow grew so quickly. He only cared about the result. Summon it out for me to see. All right. Shen Yuan instructed and summoned the sky-swallowing sparrow. Daoist Qingyun stared at the soaring sky-swallowing sparrow and said, Indeed, it is as expected. Shen Yuan, I will tell you now that the sky-swallowing sparrow is a rare offspring of a divine beast. Offspring of a divine beast? Yes, it does not originate from our world. Shen Yuan felt a bit bewildered by this statement. He didn't understand what Daoist Qingyun meant. Shen Yuan had suspected several times whether Daoist Qingyun knew about his system. Shen Yuan, its origin is extraordinary. If others recognize it, it will bring you great trouble, so you must be cautious and avoid revealing it before it has grown. Okay, I understand. Shen Yuan was also clear that the offspring of a divine beast would definitely be coveted by many powerful beings. So he had to use it carefully in the future. Master, does that mean I should stay at Qingyun Villa for now? No need. I will have Bai Lian tell you your next task. You can go now. Shen Yuan nodded and bid farewell to Daoist Qingyun. After leaving the courtyard, Bai Lian followed and said, Young master, for now, you should not learn anything new. Just review everything you have learned before and solidify your foundation. Shen Yuan nodded. I understand. I wonder what task master has assigned me. Bai Lian suddenly stopped and looked at Shen Yuan. Young master. Your next task is to join an organization called the Dark Web. Chapter 66 The Rules of the Dark Web, Accepting Tasks. Dark Web? Shen Yuan chuckled bitterly in his heart. He was already a prominent figure in the Dark Web. However, he found it puzzling that his master, being so powerful, wouldn't know that the Dark Web was hunting him. If his master knew, what did that mean? Shen Yuan felt a bit confused. Young master, the Dark Web is very suitable for you right now. It indeed suits someone like me who doesn't follow the right path. Shen Yuan self-deprecatingly smiled. Bai Lian smiled lightly. We will set off in 3 days. Now, Shen Shi was living in his courtyard with that baby boy. Sister. Xiao Yuan, look. This child is chubby and fair. He will definitely be blessed when he grows up. Hearing this, Shen Yuan smiled inwardly. How could a child raised in Qingyun Villa not be blessed? Shen Yuan thought for a moment. That's good. Let's have him take our surname Shen. How about that? Shen Shi smiled and nodded in agreement. Then, Shen Yuan propped his chin and began to think. What should we name him? Suddenly, Shen Yuan had a flash of inspiration. Let's call him Shen Lang. Shen Lang, that works. Shen Shi didn't mind. She was just helping to raise him. Shen Yuan smiled and asked, Sister, do you have any plans next? Shen Shi shook her head. No, I think Qingyun Villa is quite good. Bai Lian occasionally gives me some guidance. It's much better than being in those sects, and it saves me from scheming against each other. That's true. Shen Yuan was also someone who disliked scheming. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Shen Yuan accompanied his sister for 3 days and then left Qingyun Villa again. At the foot of the mountain, the black python came to see him off. Kid, you're getting stronger. All right, I'll wait for you. Goodbye. At the foot of the mountain, in a valley, Shen Yuan sat on a tree. He first checked the system. It was still the same, requiring only daily sign-ins and draws. Hiss. Suddenly, a small silver-white snake crawled out onto Shen Yuan's shoulder, flicking its tongue. Quite cute. At least in Shen Yuan's view. Little thing, drinking my blood every day, is it comfortable? Shen Yuan stroked the little snake. This was his life-bound goo. Seeing the little snake reminded Shen Yuan of the goo worms he had raised, which he hadn't checked on for a long time. Since those goo worms were still too weak, Shen Yuan hadn't used them recently. Shen Yuan took out all the jars from his space in one breath. He opened them all to take a look. The quantity had increased quite a bit, and some had even started to change color. Not bad. After that, Shen Yuan felt the dragon pearl, which was still the same, with no changes. Thinking of the dragon pearl reminded Shen Yuan of the person in the dragon lock well. Mo Zhu, a mechanism master. Then, Shen Yuan took out Mo Zhu's bracelet. Now, it seemed that this bracelet was indeed very beautiful, a nice piece of decoration. But Shen Yuan didn't like wearing such things. Shen Yuan remembered that Mo Zhu said all his lifelong knowledge was in the bracelet. And Mo Zhu hoped that whoever received the bracelet would inherit his legacy and become a mechanism master. Unfortunately, Shen Yuan had no interest in being a mechanism master. He already had many identities, and he didn't want to learn anything else for now. Shen Yuan's consciousness entered Mo Zhu's bracelet to take a closer look. There were indeed many things inside, but there were no treasures. Basically, everything was related to mechanisms, including various designs and layouts for mechanisms, as well as methods for cracking them. Additionally, Shen Yuan discovered some novel items, like some simple mechanisms that were manually made. One item caught Shen Yuan's attention. It was something similar to a modern watch, but it looked a bit larger. Shen Yuan took this item out of the bracelet. There's a usage method? Shen Yuan saw a piece of paper attached to the back of this item and picked it up to take a look. It turned out that this was a hidden weapon mechanism called Sagittarius. Sagittarius? Shen Yuan was taken aback. This name was indeed quite impressive. The usage method of Sagittarius was also very simple. Wear it on the wrist, use Yuan power to activate the mechanism, and it would shoot out a hidden weapon. Shen Yuan originally looked down on wearing such a small item, but its appearance resembled a watch, which made him nostalgic, so he wore it on his right wrist. Let me give it a try. Shen Yuan activated his Yuan power, injecting it into the Sagittarius mechanism slot. Whoosh. An arrow condensed from Yuan power shot out from the mechanism hole of Sagittarius. The power of the arrow depended on the amount of Yuan power injected. This item seemed to be able to catch people off guard. Shen Yuan thought it looked good, so he didn't take it off. After looking at Mo Zhu's things, Shen Yuan remembered the vow made by the five-clawed golden dragon. When I see the Mo family, I will kill. Heavens, you'd better not let me see the Mo family. Although Shen Yuan had gotten used to killing, he didn't want to kill those who had no enmity with him. Sigh. Shen Yuan sighed and decided not to think about it anymore. Then he took out the Dark Order. The Dark Web was where he would be active next. After that, Shen Yuan checked the tasks. He roughly glanced at them. There were many types of tasks, and the rewards were all kinds of bizarre. For example, right now, Shen Yuan happened to see an interesting task. Task content: acquire a crocodile skin from a Demon Emperor level Imperial Crocodile. Task reward: 1/3 grade Qi refining pill. Task deadline: 7 days. Transaction location: Linjiang City. What is a Qi refining pill? Shen Yuan seems to have heard of it. This item can enhance the strength of Qi refiners. The corresponding grade is aimed at Qi refiners of the respective level. Coincidentally, Shen Yuan is currently a 3rd grade Qi refiner. Therefore, Shen Yuan is very interested in this task. According to the rules of the Dark Web, a task can only be accepted by one person. Once a task is accepted, it must be completed within the specified time. Otherwise, the Dark Web will deduct 1 credibility point. Each member of the Dark Web has 5 credibility points, which cannot be accumulated but can be reduced. This penalty is quite severe. Therefore, if one is not confident in completing a task, they will not easily accept it. At this moment, Shen Yuan took out the ancient world record to see how far Linjiang City is. Found it. It's about 4,000 kilometers away, quite close. After confirming, Shen Yuan accepted the task. There is an unwritten rule in the Dark Web that each person can only accept one task. If the accepted task is not completed, they cannot take on other tasks. Shen Yuan is very dissatisfied with this. He was thinking of accepting several tasks to complete them together for efficiency. Linjiang City, let's go. Chapter 67. The Pill Appraisal Pavilion, looked down upon. Shen Yuan rode the Flame Lion, running on the main road. Studying the map of the Lulan Ancient Kingdom from the Ancient World Record. The Lulan Ancient Kingdom has a total of 26 cities, with a main road connecting each adjacent city. After gaining a rough understanding of the distribution of cities in the Lulan ancient kingdom, Shen Yuan put away the ancient world record. At this time, Shen Yuan saw a few pedestrians on the road, as well as beast tamers like himself and various vehicles. It must be said that the transportation in the Lulan ancient kingdom is very convenient, without needing to cross mountains and ridges. After 3 days of galloping, Shen Yuan arrived at Linjiang City. Before entering the city, Shen Yuan contacted the person who posted the task using a dark order. This feature can only be used after two people form an employment or transaction relationship. After communicating, the person who posted the task asked Shen Yuan to deliver the item to the waiter at the Laifu Inn in the city. This thing is quite convenient to use. Inside the city, it was very lively, even more so than Danyang City. Shen Yuan did not linger, but directly inquired about the location of Laifu Inn and headed straight there. After entering the inn, the waiter approached. "Sir, what can I get for you?" "I want the pill." Upon hearing this, the waiter looked around and led Shen Yuan to a private room upstairs. "Sir, did you bring the item?" the waiter asked directly. Shen Yuan nodded and took out the crocodile skin from the imperial crocodile. The waiter took it and examined it carefully, confirming it was correct. "Sir, this is your item." The waiter handed Shen Yuan a pill box. Shen Yuan took the pill box, opened it, and saw that there was indeed a pill inside, which was blue in color. However, to be honest, Shen Yuan did not understand pills and had never seen a qi refining pill, so he did not know if this was a genuine qi refining pill. The waiter seemed to see Shen Yuan's embarrassment and took the initiative to say, "Sir, you can take it to the pill appraisal pavilion in the city to have it appraised." After saying that, Shen Yuan left the inn. Once outside the inn, Shen Yuan inquired a bit and quickly found the pill appraisal pavilion. Before entering, Shen Yuan looked up. The pill appraisal pavilion was quite impressive, much more luxurious than other buildings. At the entrance, a young and beautiful woman welcomed guests. With a sweet smile, she invited Shen Yuan inside. "Young master, I am Lin Ming. May I ask if you are here to appraise or trade pills?" You can also trade pills?" Shen Yuan was slightly puzzled. Unexpectedly, there was such a place. Shen Yuan was secretly surprised. He had never heard of such a place while in Danyang. Now, Shen Yuan suddenly felt like a country bumpkin entering the city. In the past, he spent all his time cultivating in the mountains and had little understanding of other cities besides Danyang. Shen Yuan sighed inwardly and said, "I want to appraise a pill." "All right, please follow me." Lin Ming led Shen Yuan to the second floor. Here, Shen Yuan saw an old man with white hair. "Elder Nye, there is a guest here to appraise a pill." Lin Ming brought Shen Yuan to the old man's side. Elder Nye looked up at Shen Yuan and said, "Hand over the pill." Shen Yuan did not hesitate and handed the pill box to the old man. Elder Nye opened it, hesitated for a moment, and his expression was somewhat displeased. "Kid, you can't even recognize a third-grade qi refining pill?" Hearing the old man's words, Shen Yuan felt a bit displeased. Meanwhile, Lin Ming cast a disdainful glance at Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan also noticed Lin Ming's condescending look, but he did not want to argue with this woman. Instead, he focused on the old man. "Are you sure this is a third-grade qi refining pill?" Shen Yuan just wanted to confirm. Unexpectedly, Elder Nye thought Shen Yuan was questioning him and immediately became unhappy. "Kid, I've been appraising pills for 100 years and have never made a mistake. Are you here today specifically to insult me with a third-grade qi refining pill?" "Insult you?" Shen Yuan was taken aback. At this moment, Lin Ming sneered. "You bring a third-grade qi refining pill here to be appraised like it's a treasure. Isn't that insulting, Elder Nye?" "Insult him? Are those who appraise pills superior?" Shen Yuan's temper suddenly flared up. He initially did not want to argue with this woman, but she not only looked down on him, but also wanted to kick him while he was down. "Kid, you must be a third-grade qi refiner, right? Let me tell you, this is the pill appraisal pavilion, not a place for you to act wild. Take your pill and get lost." After saying that, the old man directly threw the pill back to Shen Yuan, too lazy to even glance at him again. Smack! The pill box fell to the ground. Shen Yuan looked at the pill box on the ground, his brows tightly knit, but since he was wearing a mask, others could not see his expression. Suddenly, Lin Ming spoke again. "Aren't you going to take your pill and leave? Don't come here to embarrass yourself again. We only appraise pills of grade 5 and above here. It's not a place for someone like you." Lin Ming emphasized the word someone heavily. After she finished speaking, Shen Yuan looked at her with a deathly gaze. This person. Lin Ming only glanced at Shen Yuan's eyes and immediately felt a chill down her spine. "Master Nye Yunfeng, Lin Ming, you're all here." Suddenly, a young man dressed in a brocade robe appeared at the staircase. He approached Lin Ming and looked at her with burning eyes. "Young Master Feng, what brings you here?" Upon seeing the man, Lin Ming instantly transformed into a demure girl, completely different from her earlier demeanor. "Oh, I see. I have a pill that needs Elder Nye's appraisal." Young Master Feng bowed to Elder Nye Yunfeng, then turned around and finally noticed Shen Yuan beside him. "Huh? Who is this?" Upon mentioning Shen Yuan, Lin Ming revealed a look of disdain. completely forgetting Shen Yuan's earlier terrifying gaze. Oh, him. Just a poor guy who picked up a third-grade chi refining pill from somewhere and brought it here for Elder Nye to appraise. Oh, I see. Young Master Fong also showed a disdainful look and no longer paid attention to Shen Yuan. Nephew Fong Lan, I wonder what kind of pill you have obtained this time? Elder Nye Yunfeng smiled, and his current attitude was completely different from how he treated Shen Yuan earlier. Elder Nye, take a look. Fong Lan took out a very exquisite pill box, opened it, and handed it to Elder Nye Yunfeng. All right, let me see. Elder Nye Yunfeng took the pill box, and his eyes immediately lit up. Seeing Elder Nye Yunfeng's expression, Fong Lan smiled. Nephew, this is a 7th-grade body refining pill, extremely precious. May I ask where you obtained it? Nye Lao, this is inconvenient to disclose, please forgive me. Nye Yunfeng secretly nodded, generally speaking. The source of such top-grade elixirs is certainly not something that can be casually revealed. A 7th-grade body refining pill? Shen Yuan was secretly astonished. Chapter 68. Intensifying Conflict. Visitors from the City Lord's mansion. Why haven't you left yet? Lin Ming said with great disdain. I'm leaving. You all take care of yourselves. Shen Yuan glanced at the 3 people present and walked downstairs. Stop. Fong Lan suddenly spoke up. Is there something? Of course there is. My mansion is still lacking a doorkeeper. How about you go guard for me? I'll reward you with a 5th-grade chi refining pill. How about it? Fong Lan said mockingly. A blatant insult. Shen Yuan never expected that just coming to appraise a pill would lead these people to look down on him. And they even tried to take advantage of him. It seems I can't be low-key anymore. Huh? Do the people of Linjiang City all walk with their noses in the air? Shen Yuan sneered coldly. Upon hearing this, Fong Lan looked at Shen Yuan with contempt. I see you are an outsider, right? I can tell you that killing someone in Linjiang City is as easy as crushing an ant. After saying that, Fong Lan looked at Lin Ming. Seeing this scene, Shen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. He thought, how arrogant is this Fong Lan? It turns out he wants to show off in front of a beauty. Really? Then come try to crush me. Shen Yuan stood there, wanting to see how Fong Lan would back down. All right, you want to die, don't blame me. Fong Lan didn't rush to attack, but looked at Nye Yunfeng and Lin Ming. The expressions of these two were that of mere spectators, indicating that they wanted Fong Lan to show off. Kid die? Fong Lan naturally wouldn't back down. He launched his attack. A palm struck out. The palm energy surged like a roaring wave, charging straight at Shen Yuan. He's doomed. Lin Ming looked at Shen Yuan, eagerly anticipating Fong Lan to kill him with a single palm, for she had just heard Nye Yunfeng say that Shen Yuan was merely a 3rd-grade chi refiner, while Fong Lan was known to be a 5th-grade chi refiner. The gap between the two was still very large. This kid's future is limitless. Why isn't he moving? Fong Lan seemed to realize something was off. The next moment, bang, the surging palm energy hit Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan remained completely still, giving the impression that just a gust of wind had blown over him, only causing a strand of his hair to flutter. What is going on? How is this possible? Impossible. Nye Yunfeng, Fong Lan, and Lin Ming all exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with disbelief. That gust of wind was quite cool. Shen Yuan patted his clothes and chuckled. Oh no, I misjudged him. After the shock, Nye Yunfeng immediately realized. But Fong Lan thought it was just a coincidence and attacked again. Kill him. Lin Ming couldn't help but shout. Bang. An even stronger force hit Shen Yuan, causing his clothes to flutter, exuding an air of a high-level expert. Fong Lan had to admit, this was not a coincidence. Shen Yuan had that level of strength, or he possessed a treasure. Realizing this, Fong Lan, who had already formed a preconceived notion, couldn't help but think Shen Yuan was weak and simultaneously concluded that he must have a protective treasure. Immediately, he looked at Nye Yunfeng, a bit excited. Nye Lao. He must have some treasure on him. Otherwise, how could he withstand my attack? Nye Yunfeng stroked his beard and said, there is such a possibility. Huh. Shen Yuan couldn't help but sneer. He seemed to understand that it was really difficult for these high and mighty people to recognize others. This kid must have stolen some treasure from someone in the city, so it's trouble for Nye Lao to take action personally. Fong Lan said seriously. Upon hearing this, Nye Yunfeng was somewhat convinced. Fong Lan's nephew, the appraisal pavilion has rules. I can't take action, so you'd better find someone else. Nye Yunfeng smiled slightly. Old fox. Fong Lan glanced at Nye Yunfeng, knowing full well that this old fellow only wanted to reap the benefits. Shen Yuan had been watching for a long time. He also realized that these people, though appearing righteous on the surface, had their own little thoughts. Are you going to make a move? If not, I'm leaving. Shen Yuan deliberately said. Hearing this, Fong Lan became anxious. If Shen Yuan just left like this, where would he put his face in the future? Stop. Oh, is it young Master Fong? Do you have any advice? You stole treasure. Dare you let people search you? Fong Lan directly accused Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan snorted coldly. Search me? That's fine. If you find nothing, I want you to kneel and apologize. Is that okay? Upon hearing this, Fong Lan thought for a moment. Even if he lost, in Linjiang City, who would dare make him kneel? Thinking of this, Fong Lan agreed. Good. But you have to invite someone from the city lord's mansion to witness it. How about that? You are free to do so. Shen Yuan feigned indifference. This kid, seeing him so confident, could it be that he is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Nie Yunfeng frowned. Soon, the room fell silent. About half a quarter of an hour later, Fong Lan was quite capable. He really managed to invite people from the city lord's mansion. Shen Yuan looked. 5 people from the city lord's mansion had arrived, and the leader was a middle-aged man with a square face, looking quite impressive. Steward Chun, you personally came. Fong Lan greeted him with a flattering expression. Steward Chun, whose real name is Chun Guoxiong, is the steward of the city lord's mansion in Linjiang City. Chun Guoxiong glanced at Fong Lan, his expression serious. Fong Lan, you said someone stole a treasure. Who is it? It's him. Fong Lan pointed at Shen Yuan. Oh. Chun Guoxiong turned his gaze to Shen Yuan, carefully scrutinizing him. After all, Shen Yuan was wearing an ice mask, making him seem somewhat mysterious. After observing for a while, Chun Guoxiong asked, what is your name? Shen Yuan also observed Chun Guoxiong for a while and replied, others call me Ming. Ming? Yes. Is there a problem? Shen Yuan chuckled. He had gone to great lengths to hide his identity. No problem. Fong Lan said you stole a treasure. Can we search you? Steward Chun. The treasure may not necessarily be on him. Perhaps he has some space treasure as well, so we must have him hand over everything. Fong Lan suddenly shouted. Shen Yuan looked at Fong Lan, feeling that this person was becoming increasingly unreasonable and was getting more and more demanding. If it's a body search, it's somewhat acceptable, but if he wanted Shen Yuan to hand over everything, he might as well be dreaming. Steward Chun, I think a body search is unnecessary. If this person is forcibly accusing me, what can I do? Shen Yuan protested. Then what do you say? Chen Guoxiong thought. Shen Yuan didn't seem like an ordinary person. He didn't know if Fong Lan was blind to provoke such a person for no reason. What do I say? I just came to appraise a pill, yet these people want to find a sense of existence on me, which is why I invited you, Steward Chun. Fong Lan. What do you say? Chen Guoxiong said somewhat unhappily. Fong Lan noticed that Chen Guoxiong seemed to have some dissatisfaction with him and immediately said, Steward Chun, do you want me to invite my grandfather over? Chapter 69, Killing Fong Lan, Robbing the Appraisal Pavilion. Inside the room, the atmosphere was tense. Suddenly, Chen Guoxiong sighed lightly. Seeing the expression on his face, Shen Yuan guessed that Fong Lan's grandfather was probably not an ordinary person, as Chen Guoxiong clearly seemed to fear him. Fong Lan saw that the threat was effective and immediately straightened his back, becoming more assertive. Steward Chun, make your move. Fong Lan laughed, confident. Ming, I apologize. Steward Chun personally made his move. Indeed, having a powerful backing is impressive. Shen Yuan sighed, and he moved as well, crushing fist, with a loud bang. Shen Yuan repelled Chen Guoxiong. Immediately, everyone was astonished, especially Chen Guoxiong's subordinates. They had followed Chen Guoxiong for years and naturally knew his strength. A genuine 5th-grade body refiner was actually repelled by an unknown nobody? Misjudged, misjudged. Nie Yunfeng muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Lin Ming covered her cherry-like mouth, her face pale. She only now realized that the person she looked down upon was actually so formidable. If she were in Shen Yuan's place, she would definitely be ground into the floor. Kid, stop pretending here. You must have stolen some treasure. Fong Lan still refused to acknowledge Shen Yuan's strength. Sigh. Whatever, I've offended so many people. I don't care about offending you too. Shen Yuan suddenly flashed in front of Fong Lan, grabbing his neck and lifting him up like a chick. Let go of me. Fong Lan struggled desperately. Ming, don't be impulsive. Chen Guoxiong tried to stop him, but it was too late. Crack. Fong Lan's neck was snapped, and Shen Yuan let go, his body falling like a dead dog. After repeatedly tolerating, you still took advantage of me. Damn it. Shen Yuan kicked Fong Lan's corpse in front of Nie Yunfeng. You. Instantly, Nie Yunfeng's face turned extremely ugly. He knew exactly what Shen Yuan meant. As for Lin Ming, she was so scared that she didn't dare to breathe. Ming, do you know whose grandson Fong Lan is? Chen Guoxiong asked with a serious expression. Whose grandson? It definitely isn't mine. Shen Yuan smiled. Since he dared to kill, he wouldn't care. Sigh. You've caused trouble. After saying that, Chen Guoxiong sighed heavily and left with his 4 subordinates. After Chen Guoxiong left, the atmosphere in the room became very awkward. Nie Yunfeng felt the same. He had no place to hide his old face. Having been in a high position for so long, he was used to looking down on others and had never regarded Shen Yuan as a threat. Yet because of this, he brought trouble upon himself. Everyone is born equal. If you dare to look down on others, I will dare to make you fall hard. Shen Yuan walked towards Nie Yunfeng, who was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. And you, who looks down on us commoners. What if he were fine clothes? He still ended up like a dead dog, trampled under my feet. Shen Yuan looked at Fong Lan's corpse and said to Lin Ming, What do you want? Lin Ming suddenly felt her legs go weak and collapsed. The cold gaze behind the mask was too terrifying. Creak. Suddenly, footsteps came from the stairs, and Shen Yuan turned to see several people rushing up. Judging by their attire, they seemed to be guards from the Jiandan Pavilion. Nie Yunfeng signaled the guards with his eyes to take action. Forget it, this is your own choice. Shen Yuan dove into the crowd and began to fight the guards. It seemed that the Jiandan Pavilion still had some background, as even the guards were 5th tier. Shen Yuan knew that relying solely on himself wouldn't allow him to defeat these guards. Although he could use the power of the Dragon Pearl to activate the Golden Body technique and elevate his strength to a 6th tier body refiner, the cost of doing so would be too exhausting, especially when facing multiple opponents. Hellhound, come out! With a loud shout, the Hellhound began to manifest. What? What is that? So big, so terrifying. The Hellhound's fierce and menacing appearance, along with its intimidating aura, frightened everyone into retreating. Nie Yunfeng was so scared that he collapsed from his chair. It wasn't that he was afraid of the beast, but because he finally understood that the person he looked down on could shock him time and again. As for Lin Ming, her feelings were even more complicated. She never expected to miss an opportunity to befriend a powerful figure and ended up offending him instead. The massive Hellhound bared its teeth, drooling, its body filling half the room. Facing the Hellhound, the guards from Jiandan Pavilion had no courage to attack. They were merely 5th tier body refiners. With things escalating to this point, Shen Yuan couldn't avoid taking action. Hellhound, go! Woof! The 3 dog heads let out a fierce roar and charged out. Run! Run! A few guards turned and fled, but unfortunately, they were caught up by the Hellhound and knocked away. In the blink of an eye, the guards were all sent flying by the Hellhound, screams echoing. Stop! Nie Yunfeng couldn't sit still anymore. If he didn't intervene, the Jiandan Pavilion would surely be destroyed by the Hellhound. You tell me, what will it take to calm your anger? Nie Yunfeng tried to gauge Shen Yuan's tone. That depends on you. Shen Yuan wouldn't easily compromise. He intended to make the Jiandan Pavilion pay. How about a 5th tier body refining pill? Nie Yunfeng frowned. A 5th tier body refining pill? Sorry, I'm not interested. Shen Yuan chuckled. Upon hearing this, Nie Yunfeng's brows furrowed even tighter, adding a 5th tier qi refining pill. Shen Yuan shook his head. 10 of each. The 5th tier body refining pill and 5th tier qi refining pill. What? Why don't you go rob it? Nie Yunfeng stood up excitedly. Ha, you guessed it. Shen Yuan shamelessly replied. You. Nie Yunfeng was so furious he nearly spat blood. Hand it over. Otherwise, I'll tear your place apart. Shen Yuan extended his hand. Seeing this action, Nie Yunfeng clutched his chest. Lin Ming, go fetch the items. Uh-huh. Lin Ming walked out stiffly, as if her soul had been lost. Just like that, 10 pills were obtained. Don't come back after this. Nie Yunfeng's heart was bleeding. Suddenly, a domineering voice came from outside. Leaving? Where to? Chapter 70. Fighting Ling Yun. Encountering Lei Nuo. Such a strong aura. Shen Yuan frowned, readying himself for battle. Kid, who gave you the courage to rob my Jiandan Pavilion? As the voice fell, an ethereal old man floated up from the staircase. Behind him followed several others. Each person exuded an aura that made Shen Yuan extremely wary. It's you who killed Feng Lan? Asked a gray-robed elder. Yes, it was me who killed him. Shen Yuan openly admitted. Good kid, you have guts and determination, but unfortunately, you're too arrogant. Old Feng, I'll capture him and leave him to you to deal with. The ethereal old man said, directly attacking Shen Yuan. The pavilion master is making a move. This kid is doomed. Nie Yunfeng stood by, overjoyed, eager to see Shen Yuan crushed to vent the humiliation from earlier. Whoosh. A white rope flew from the old man's palm, wrapping around Shen Yuan. Run. Shen Yuan, just like the guards from earlier, had no intention of fighting against these people. Bang. Shen Yuan crashed through the window and jumped out. Humph, can you escape? The ethereal old man flew after him. 7th tier. No, he should be even stronger. Shen Yuan could feel that the aura from this old man was far stronger than Zhu Wuxin. Only 7th tier or higher qi refiners could fly. Everyone look. People on the street noticed this scene and quickly dodged. Where are you running to? The old man gathered his palm imprint and struck out. Looks like I've stirred up a hornet's nest today. Shen Yuan leaped up. Boom. Shen Yuan dodged the attack, but the stall next to him was blown to smithereens. Humph. Let's see how many times you can dodge. The old man attacked continuously, causing chaos all around the street. After dodging several attacks, the distance between them grew closer. Hellhound. Shen Yuan mounted it and raced toward the city outskirts. Beastmaster? Top-tier beast? The old man hesitated for a moment and chased after him. What to do? This old guy is relentless. Shen Yuan's mind raced as he tried to come up with a way to escape. Kid, this ends here. The old man's aura surged again as he launched another attack. Can't dodge this one. Shen Yuan pushed off the Hellhound and leaped up. 12 paths of kicking. Quick counterattack. Kicking out 12 times in a row. This kid is indeed skilled. It seems that not being serious won't work anymore. The old man gathered his essence, and countless ropes stretched out from behind him, resembling a giant spider web, pressing down towards Shen Yuan. Damn it, I'll fight back. Nine-colored phoenix, come out. Clang. A phoenix cry echoed throughout Linjiang City. Instantly, all the people's gazes in the city turned towards the city gate. What? What is this? The old man was extremely shocked. Poof. The nine-colored phoenix breathed fire, instantly incinerating all the ropes. Divine beast. How many years has it been? I actually got to see a divine beast in my lifetime. The old man suddenly became extremely excited, his eyes sparkling. Seeing the old man's appearance, Shen Yuan knew that the other party must be aware of the nine-colored phoenix's origins. He originally didn't want to use the nine-colored phoenix, but now, to save his life, he had no choice. The nine-colored phoenix could spit out strange fire, specifically restraining the old man's strange ropes. Kid, what is your name? Where are you from? Who is your master? The old man stopped and pressed Shen Yuan. Faced with a series of questions, Shen Yuan replied without thinking, I'm just an unknown nobody. A good unknown nobody. I, Ling Yun, have roamed Lulan for hundreds of years and have never seen a divine beast. I didn't expect to see one today through you. It can be considered a wish fulfilled for me. Oh, hearing the other party's words, Shen Yuan became even more certain that there were no divine beasts in the ancient country of Lulan. And the divine beast remnants his master mentioned certainly did not come from Lulan. Kid, since you want to say, I want to ask further. You can leave. Ling Yun's sudden words stunned Shen Yuan. Capture you? I don't know what kind of trouble that would bring me. You can leave. I want to tell anyone about the divine beast. Ling Yun, this old fox, is smarter than anyone else. Who is a divine beast? What kind of background could they have? Shen Yuan guessed that Ling Yun was afraid of his background, which is why he was willing to let him go. This way, Shen Yuan actually owed him a favor. It must be said, Ling Yun is truly cunning. Of course, since the other party gave him a way out, Shen Yuan would definitely take it. After all, his background was just a virtual system. In that case, I'll take my leave. Ling Yun watched the direction Shen Yuan left, muttering to himself, this kid, could he be from above? The sun was setting. After leaving Linjiang City far behind, Shen Yuan finally stopped. He had to be cautious. If that old guy didn't recognize the nine-colored phoenix, I would be finished. Shen Yuan summoned the nine-colored phoenix, and his real purpose was to intimidate. He was just about to catch his breath, when suddenly, Shen Yuan. A sudden loud shout. It startled Shen Yuan. Who are you? Shen Yuan looked towards the sound, and saw a man as strong as a tiger walking out from the woods behind him, accompanied by a monster beast. Of course, it's the one who will kill you. The man didn't waste any time and directly commanded his monster beast to pounce. Master, let me handle this. You take a break. The Hellhound also charged out. Monster beast battle. Shen Yuan stared at the man. You're the one who accepted the bounty? The man sneered. You actually know about the dark web. It seems you've also learned that you've become a celebrity in the dark web. So many people have searched for so long, yet they couldn't find your trace. If it weren't for you using that dog today, I wouldn't have known this person as you. From what this person said, Shen Yuan guessed that it was definitely because of the Hellhound. It seems that hiding my identity is useless. Once I make a move, the information will be updated in the dark web. These people have noses sharper than dogs. Shen Yuan sighed helplessly. At this moment, Shen Yuan focused on the monster beast battle. Although the opponent's monster beast looked smaller than the Hellhound, its strength was not inferior, especially its speed, which was extremely fast. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck out, hitting the Hellhound. Lightning, it can actually release lightning. Could this be a thunder leopard? Shen Yuan exclaimed. He had seen it in the monster beast pictorial. Thunder leopard, a rare monster beast, characterized by speed and fierce attacks, naturally carries lightning. Weakness, unknown. Thunder leopard, an awakened thunder leopard. Shen Yuan's expression became serious. Shen Yuan, your head is really worth a lot. I, Reno, am determined to have it today. Chapter 71, Epic Battle with Reno. Reno? Shen Yuan couldn't help but clench his fists. He knew that what lay ahead would be another hard battle. The sun had already set, and the forest darkened. In this environment, the thunder leopard's strength would increase, especially at night, which was more suitable for the thunder leopard to fight. Shen Yuan, you're also a body refiner. Let us have a go. Reno bent his knees slightly and shot out like a cannonball, with tremendous explosive power. This guy is definitely a warrior. Shen Yuan didn't dare to be careless and directly operated the golden body technique. Bang! The two fists collided, and a shockwave instantly spread in all directions, shaking the trees in the forest with a rustling sound, as if they would topple over. This guy is a 6th grade body refiner. Shen Yuan moved his fists and tightened his grip again. Shen Yuan, according to the dark web's information, you're only a 4th grade body refiner. In just a few months, you can actually contend with me. It seems you really are an extraordinary genius. Reno had to admit that Shen Yuan's talent was indeed remarkable. May I ask, if I kill the person who issued the bounty, will my bounty disappear? Upon hearing this, Reno was surprised for a moment, then laughed. Shen Yuan, you really have some ideas. Not to mention whether you can kill the Lord. Even if the Lord is truly killed by you, your bounty still won't disappear. If you want the bounty to disappear from the dark web, there's only one way. What way? The Thunder Leopard looked at Shen Yuan. Of course. It's to take your head and submit the bounty task. Only then will the bounty disappear from the dark web. Shen Yuan frowned. So if I don't die, the bounty will remain on the dark web forever, and I'll be hunted by others? Reno nodded. Yes. Even the Lord who issued the bounty has no way to revoke it. Do you understand? Understood. Since everyone wants to kill me, then I can only fight my way out. After saying this, Shen Yuan made his move again. On the monster beast side, they were fighting fiercely, with the Hellhound and Thunder Leopard both bearing various degrees of injuries. The Hellhound was originally stronger, but the Thunder Leopard's speed was too fast, leaving it without much of a way to respond. The same was true for the Thunder Leopard. Although it was fast, its attacks were somewhat weak. Heaven-shattering fist. Shen Yuan shouted, unleashing a powerful burst of energy that pushed Reno back. Good guy, what a great opponent. Reno sincerely praised, and then he also used his combat technique. Thunderous Might. Boom. A terrifying force mixed with lightning descended upon Shen Yuan like a torrential storm. What? How can his combat technique also carry lightning power? Shen Yuan was surprised, then quickly activated the golden body. Bang. Zila. Although Shen Yuan blocked it, his golden body was also broken, and moreover, his clothes started to smoke. It seems I underestimated him. Shen Yuan now realized that this person was very extraordinary, especially that last move, which actually carried thunder power. How did he do it? Shen Yuan covered the smoking area, his brows furrowing into a shape. Thunder Moon Slash. The Thunder Leopard immediately used its innate skill. It leaped up, extending its two front claws, revealing sharp claws. Whoosh. Whoosh. With two strikes, two blue arcs slashed down simultaneously. Roar. The Hellhound couldn't dodge in time and let out a cry of pain, with two obvious wounds appearing on its back. However, it was precisely because of these two scars that the Hellhound was completely enraged, entering a mad dog mode. The gates of hell, open. The Hellhound opened its blood-stained mouth, and a pitch-black door slowly appeared, opening. Suddenly, the voices of hell demons echoed, chilling to the bone. Thunder Leopard, retreat. Reno shouted. The Thunder Leopard transformed into an arc and instantly disappeared into the forest. Shen Yuan looked at Reno. This guy had a wealth of combat experience and was indeed difficult to deal with. Since that's the case, Three-Eyed White Tiger, you come out too. In an instant, a pure white tiger with 3 eyes appeared before Reno. What is this? Reno's previously calm face finally changed. He believed he had seen many strange beasts, but he had never encountered a 3-eyed white tiger like this. On the tiger's forehead, there was a large character for king, and in the middle of it, a vertical white eye that looked extremely eerie. This was the first appearance of the Demon Commander level 3-eyed white tiger. Shen Yuan was also unsure whether the 3-eyed white tiger was truly powerful or just for show. Shen Yuan, what kind of beast is this? Reno seemed very interested in all beasts and was determined to ask clearly. Noticing that the other party wasn't in a hurry to attack, Shen Yuan thought for a moment and smiled. It should be a hybrid of 2 tigers, a deformed tiger. Don't take it to heart. Is that so? Reno looked at Shen Yuan with a skeptical expression. It must be. Why don't you summon another beast to play with it? Oh, alright, let me see how it performs. After saying that, Reno activated the Beast Master Ring, and purple light flashed. The purple Beast Master Ring summoned a Demon Commander level beast. Roar. A tiger's roar erupted as Reno's contracted beast appeared. It was a tiger with purple fur and golden purple eyes. What drew attention was the Golden King character on its forehead, and its size was similar to that of the 3-eyed white tiger. What? This is the purple gold tiger? Shen Yuan remembered seeing this tiger in the Beast Illustrated Guide. It was a rare beast. That's right, this is indeed the rare beast. Purple gold tiger, Reno admitted generously. Who on earth is this guy to possess 2 rare beasts? Shen Yuan was secretly astonished. Just then roar. The 2 tigers roared simultaneously and lunged at each other. Shen Yuan, which tiger do you think is stronger? Reno now seemed like a friend of Shen Yuan's, casually discussing the earlier confrontation. Perhaps the purple gold tiger is stronger. Shen Yuan thought so because his 3-eyed white tiger had no combat experience, while the purple gold tiger looked battle-hardened, rich in combat experience. Is the 3-eyed white tiger really that weak? Shen Yuan frowned. Shen Yuan, do you believe in friendship in this world? Reno suddenly asked an unrelated question. Huh, friendship? I used to believe in it, but now I don't, Shen Yuan answered, referring to his past before crossing over and naturally to his current state after crossing over. He said this because he was very clear that in a world where strength was paramount, interests were particularly important. Believing in friendship was equivalent to exposing one's back to betrayal. Come, have a drink. Reno pulled out 2 wine pouches from somewhere and handed one to Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan did not refuse and took a big gulp. Shen Yuan, don't you want to know why I asked that? Hearing this, Shen Yuan remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Chapter 72, The Newly Listed Attribute Pills. The two found places to sit, chatting and drinking like friends. Reno took a sip of wine, tasting bitterness mixed with sweetness. The sweet part is the past. 10 years ago, I had a very good friend and a beloved woman. Back then, I felt life was beautiful. And I was happy every day, until one day, I discovered they were having an affair behind my back. When their actions were exposed, they even wanted to join forces to kill me, but I managed to escape by luck. After hearing this simple story, Shen Yuan couldn't help but remark. No wonder he is so powerful. Turns out he has the fate of a protagonist. It's commonly called a hard fate. Shen Yuan, your tiger seems to be winning. Huh. Shen Yuan turned to look, and the 3-eyed white tiger was actually pressing down on the purple gold tiger. Shen Yuan was puzzled. It belongs to the type that grows stronger the more it fights. At first, the purple gold tiger could overpower it, but it becomes more courageous as it fights. Looks like you won. After saying that, Reno stood up. Shen Yuan, I hope to meet you again someday. Reno glanced at Shen Yuan and rode the purple gold tiger, disappearing into the forest. Is this guy letting me go? Shen Yuan watched Reno's disappearing figure for a while, then looked at the wine pouch in his hand. The wine is good, bitter, and sweet. At this moment, Shen Yuan did not rush to exit the system. His consciousness lingered in the system's merchant domain. Is this a newly listed item? Shen Yuan remembered that the merchant domain previously only had various grades of healing pills, aptitude pills, and awakening pills. Now, a new type of pill called attribute pill had appeared. Shen Yuan looked closely. There were 2 types of attribute pills, divided into 2 main categories. One type was called basic attribute pill. The other type was called variant attribute pill. Basic attribute pills had 5 types: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The variant attribute pills were divided into 4 types: ice, flame, thunder, and wind. Upon seeing the variant attribute pills, Shen Yuan suddenly recalled the earlier Thunder Leopard. Its attacks carried thunder attributes. However, Shen Yuan was clear that the Thunder Leopard had not consumed the Thunder Pill because some beasts were born with certain attribute abilities. And the Thunder Leopard was one of them. The Thunder Leopard was named for its innate thunder ability. Shen Yuan thought for a moment and suddenly remembered something. System. Introduce the attribute pills. System prompt. Basic attribute pills can enhance various basic attributes of beasts, while variant attribute pills can enhance the attribute attacks that beasts naturally possess. As for how to match them for use, it's up to you. Damn. Shen Yuan couldn't help but curse. Wasn't that the same as not asking at all? His system was exceptionally arrogant. Shen Yuan really wanted to slap it to death. Adjusting his mood, Shen Yuan decided to research it himself. Each type of pill had a simple introduction. Metal attribute pill enhances the beast's basic attack power. Wood attribute pill enhances the beast's basic vitality. Water attribute pill enhances the beast's basic agility. Fire attribute pill enhances the beast's basic explosive power. Earth attribute pill enhances the beast's basic defense. Through the simple introductions, Shen Yuan generally understood the uses of the basic attribute pills. So damn expensive. Shen Yuan looked at the prices below and felt a pang in his heart. Basic attribute pills were worth 666 beast coins. Looking at the variant attribute pills, they were different from basic attribute pills, which enhanced attribute attacks. The system's earlier prompt had some use. Variant attribute pills enhanced the attribute attacks that beasts possessed. This meant that if the beast did not have any of the 4 attribute attacks, giving it a variant attribute pill would be pointless. Looking at the introduction again, ice pill enhances the beast's ice attribute ability. Flame pill enhances the beast's fire attribute ability. Thunder pill enhances the beast's thunder attribute ability. Wind pill enhances the beast's wind attribute ability. The prices of these 4 variant attribute pills were all worth 888 beast coins. Wow, that's almost the price of an awakening pill. Shen Yuan was speechless. Subsequently, Shen Yuan used the growth cards obtained from recent sign-ins and sold any beasts he could sell. In the end, including the remaining amount, Shen Yuan obtained just over 80,000 beast coins. Looking at these attribute pills, Shen Yuan decided to buy one to give it a try and see how it worked. The most frequently used beast by Shen Yuan was the Hellhound. So he first considered it. After thinking for a moment, he realized that while the Hellhound's attacks were fierce, its attack power was a bit lacking. Since that was the case, he decided to buy a gold attribute pill to enhance its attack power. After purchasing it, Shen Yuan immediately fed it to the Hellhound. After consuming the basic attribute pill, the beast showed no visible changes. To see if it was effective, he would have to observe the actual situation. Soon after, Shen Yuan summoned the Hellhound. How do you feel? He asked. Master, I can feel that my power has increased significantly, probably about 1/5 of my previous strength. The Hellhound replied, 1/5. Looking at it that way, it was still worth it, considering it was a permanent enhancement. Although Shen Yuan felt a bit of pain spending the money, it was still a good investment. Next, Shen Yuan took out the Dark Order. It was a bit frustrating that such a big thing happened on his first mission. However, the rewards were quite rich. Not only did he receive the task reward, a 3rd-grade chi pill, but he also received an additional 10 5th-grade body refining pills and 10 5th-grade chi pills. It was a huge harvest. After submitting the task, this mission was considered complete, and he could take on new tasks. Shen Yuan looked at the task board, and one task caught his attention. It wasn't that the task was special, but because the submission location was in Lulan City. Although Lulan City was very far from here, he needed to deliver the Tianxiang Duku to Zhaoying, so he had to make a trip to Lulan City. Shen Yuan opened the task to take a look. Task content: a 5th-grade beast master is needed to escort a convoy. Task reward: 10 monster lord level monster pills. Task deadline: 1 month. Task location: Lulan City. Monster lord level monster pills? That seems a bit low. Shen Yuan finally understood why not many people were willing to take on this task. High risk, low reward. However, for Shen Yuan, it wasn't a big deal. He wasn't lacking anything right now, especially things that beasts could use. For him, doing tasks was merely a form of training. As for the rewards, he didn't place much importance on them. However, Shen Yuan didn't rush to take the task, as the journey was too far. He planned to do some simple tasks along the way. Shen Yuan also just discovered that completing a task smoothly would earn him a reputation point. Reputation points have 2 functions. The first is that once a certain number of reputation points are accumulated, the dark web will grant corresponding titles to increase notoriety. The second function allows reputation points to be exchanged for items on the dark web. Chapter 73. Escorting the convoy, one person died. After spending over half a month, Shen Yuan arrived at Lulan City. Along the way, he completed 5 tasks. During this period, he also encountered members of the dark web. However, he killed them all. Among them, the one who contributed the most was still the enhanced Hellhound. Although its strength only increased by 1/5, it still elevated the Hellhound's overall power level. Of course, there were other reasons as well. Shen Yuan's strength was advancing too quickly, which led most people to underestimate him. Lulan City. This time, Shen Yuan had truly entered a tiger's den. To avoid drawing attention, he could only operate at night. Late at night, with the moon hidden and the wind high, Shen Yuan quietly approached the Zhao residence. Shen Yuan noticed that the Zhao residence was heavily guarded, with a person stationed almost every few meters. He remembered that last time, there weren't nearly this many guards. After some thought, he deemed it unlikely that the Zhao family had encountered a serious incident. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. But right now, it seemed almost impossible for Shen Yuan to sneak in. To uncover the truth, Shen Yuan decided to hide in the shadows and observe for a night. As a result, nothing happened throughout the night. Only the guards changed shifts, and their numbers remained the same. Sigh. Shen Yuan sighed and quietly left. Finding a secluded spot, he took out the Dark Order and entered the dark web. The task in Lulan City was still available, so Shen Yuan immediately accepted it. Since he couldn't enter the Zhao residence for the time being, he planned to do tasks while looking for opportunities. Shortly after accepting the task, the other party sent a message, instructing Shen Yuan to go to an inn in Lulan City. Following the instructions, Shen Yuan found the person at the inn. The person was from a convoy, consisting of about 10 people. Through brief negotiations, Shen Yuan learned that 4 of these people were also hired like him to escort the convoy. The leader of the convoy was a bald man. He told Shen Yuan that this trip was headed to Jingzhou City. Jingzhou City was adjacent to Lulan City and not very far away. After the bald leader left, Shen Yuan couldn't help but look at the other 4 people who were escorting with him. 3 men and 1 woman, all appeared quite young. Were these people also members of the dark web? Shen Yuan speculated silently. Late at night, the convoy set out. The task for the 5 of them was to clear the way and provide rearguard. According to the bald leader's arrangement, Shen Yuan led 1 man and 1 woman ahead to clear the path, while the other 2 men provided rearguard. That guy, isn't he just wearing a broken mask? What right does he have to be at the front? One of the men in the back grumbled. All right, stop complaining. We're just here to get paid. Why care about others? The other man replied in a low voice. One of the men in the back was somewhat displeased with Shen Yuan. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan, who was leading the way, felt the weight of his responsibility and naturally had to remain vigilant. At that moment, the woman beside him asked, "Do you think we will really encounter robbers?" Shen Yuan thought the man behind him would respond, but after waiting for a while, that person didn't say a word. To ease the woman's awkwardness, Shen Yuan took the lead in replying, "Although I also hope we don't encounter them. I must say that we have a high chance of running into them. Otherwise, the escort agency wouldn't have gone to such lengths to hire us." "Oh, may I ask your name, young master?" the woman inquired. "Me, Qingming. Shen Yuan replied. The woman murmured a few words and said, My name is Huayu. I hope young Master Qingming will take care of me. All right, Qingming, we are approaching the mountains. Be cautious, the bald leader reminded. I understand. Shen Yuan looked up towards the front, and indeed, a large mountain range loomed ahead, shrouded in mist and exuding an eerie aura. It seemed that the leader was aware that something might happen here and intentionally reminded him. A thought suddenly flashed through Shen Yuan's mind. The ground beneath him creaked, and the sound of rustling leaves made Shen Yuan feel an ominous premonition. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing a rustling sound in the forest. What is that? Everyone stop! Shen Yuan shouted and leaped up, punching the raised ground in front of him. Boom! A loud noise erupted as dirt and leaves flew in all directions. Who is it? Shen Yuan shouted as he dispersed the obstacles in front of him. Kid, you're quite alert. A voice came from the tree. Everyone looked up to see a figure in black standing on a tree, next to which squatted a very large rat. Is that a burrowing mole? Shen Yuan recalled that this type of beast was recorded in the Monster Beast Compendium. Burrowing moles are mid-grade beasts characterized by their ability to ignore soil and move freely. They have two powerful incisors that can induce a state of dormancy if bitten. Their weakness is their lack of strength. Although burrowing moles are mid-grade beasts, their unique abilities make them very difficult to catch. It seemed that this person was also a beast master. Shen Yuan frowned. He was unsure if the figure in black had any accomplices and what their strength was. Leave your belongings and go. The figure in black commanded from the tree. At this moment, two men lagging behind walked over and looked at the man in black. Saying leave? Just you? Who allowed you two to come to the front? Shen Yuan scolded. One person was already unhappy with Shen Yuan, and after hearing this, he completely exploded. Who are you? Why should I listen to your orders? Hearing this, Shen Yuan was about to speak when the bald captain came over to stop him. Qingming, Li Fei, don't argue. Resolving the crisis is the priority. Shen Yuan gave the bald captain some face and no longer paid attention to Li Fei. So have you discussed it? If you don't want to die, hurry up and get lost. The man in black spoke again, his words sharp. I'll destroy you. Li Fei was already angry, but since he was with Shen Yuan, he planned to vent his anger on the man in black. At the same time, he wanted to prove himself, to show that he was stronger than Shen Yuan, that he was the strongest. Li Fei made a move. He was a 5th-grade body refiner. With one punch, the tree the man in black was standing by was directly smashed by Li Fei. Brute. The man in black leaped up, swinging his large hand. A beam of black light rushed straight at Li Fei. Li Fei didn't dodge or evade, protecting his head with both hands. This guy is too reckless. Shen Yuan sneered. Bang. The black light struck Li Fei, directly causing him to spit out blood. Knowing he couldn't take it, he still insisted on showing off. Shen Yuan sighed and prepared to go save Li Fei. After all, they were on the same side. But at that moment, a finger of black light suddenly pierced through Li Fei's forehead. No one expected the man in black to be this fast, precise, and ruthless. Li Fei died just like that, without any clarity. Is there anyone else who isn't afraid of death? Come at me. The man in black beckoned to Shen Yuan and the others. Chapter 74, The Crisis of the Zhao Family. 6th grade, Qi Refiner. Shen Yuan frowned. This person was not easy to deal with. Qingming, do you have confidence? The bald captain asked Shen Yuan, not even glancing at Li Fei. Obviously, Li Fei's death seemed to be within his expectations. Confidence? I'll have to try. Shen Yuan got ready, prepared to make a move at any time. The man in black looked at Shen Yuan, sweeping his gaze over everyone. You all, come at me together. Arrogant. This person was extremely arrogant. Shen Yuan didn't want to show off, so he arranged for the other 3 to assist him in the attack. The 3 had no objections. After all, Li Fei was a living example. Go. The 4 of them attacked together. Shen Yuan leaped up and kicked towards the man in black. The others were responsible for flanking from the sides. Just you? The man in black scoffed, waving his large hand. A beam of black light rushed straight at Shen Yuan. Arrogance will only lead to a worse fall. Shen Yuan shouted. 12 paths of kicking. Kicking continuously with tremendous strength, he instantly dispersed the opponent's attacks. What? The man in black was momentarily stunned, realizing he had underestimated Shen Yuan and quickly retreated. Just me, what about it? Shen Yuan broke through all the man in black's attacks and aimed a kick at his chest. Careless. The man in black leaned back to dodge Shen Yuan's attack. At that moment, the flanking attackers moved. Some were body refiners, and some were chi refiners. Drilling mouse go. Swoosh. The drilling mouse burrowed underground and in the blink of an eye reached a man, bursting out from the soil. Stinking rat. The man couldn't evade in time and tried to block the drilling mouse's charge with both hands. Not good. Shen Yuan glanced over. The drilling mouse suddenly opened its mouth and bit down on that man's hand. With a scream, the man fell to the ground. The toxicity of the drilling mouse was very strong. Although it wouldn't kill, It could cause someone to fall into a coma. A small drilling mouse took care of you all. Let us see how you fight me now. The man in black became arrogant again. Three-eyed white tiger, come out. Shen Yuan, in order not to reveal his identity, had to give up summoning the Hellhound and chose the three-eyed white tiger instead. Therefore, in this battle, the three-eyed white tiger had a significant advantage. What kind of beast is this? Seeing the pure white, three-eyed white tiger, the man in black looked somewhat bewildered. The others were the same. They only just realized that Shen Yuan was a beast master. Tear it apart for me, Shen Yuan said to the drilling mouse and the three-eyed white tiger. Roar. The three-eyed white tiger let out a roar, charging directly at the drilling mouse. Seeing the three-eyed white tiger's fierce momentum, the drilling mouse seemed very wary and quickly burrowed into the ground. Just when everyone thought the three-eyed white tiger would be unable to do anything to the drilling mouse, it suddenly leaped up and swiped down at the ground. Bang! Dust flew, and leaves scattered. The drilling mouse was directly slapped out by the three-eyed white tiger's paw. So strong? Not only was the man in black shocked, everyone else was too. No wonder it's a reinforced beast, Shen Yuan thought to himself, very satisfied with the three-eyed white tiger's performance. Humph. Just as the three-eyed white tiger was about to pounce and bite the drilling mouse, the man in black threw a punch. Unfortunately, the three-eyed white tiger dodged the attack, and the drilling mouse was thus saved. You're quite good. The man in black pointed at Shen Yuan and then disappeared into the forest. Who on earth is this guy? Why does he feel so strange? Shen Yuan felt that this matter was not as simple as it appeared. Qing Ming. It seems I still have to rely on you. The bald captain walked over and patted Shen Yuan on the shoulder. It's fine. This is what I should do. Shen Yuan didn't take this matter to heart. What he cared about was the identity of the man in black. Afterwards, the convoy set off again. As for the deceased Li Fei, he was dragged away to be buried. After passing through this mountain range, Shen Yuan relaxed his guard and approached the bald captain. Hearing this, Jianyang hesitated for a moment, then said, since you've guessed it, I'll tell you. The man in black from last night. I confirm I know him. That person is called Hong Tiansheng, a very powerful beast master in that mountain range. He wanted to rob the convoy because I offended him. Offended? Then why didn't he kill you? He didn't kill me because I am from the Zhao family. You must know what position the Zhao family holds in Lulan City. He doesn't want to offend the Zhao family. But if it's just a robbery, the Zhao family wouldn't take it so seriously. That's true. As long as there are no casualties, the Zhao family shouldn't make a big deal out of it. Wait, the Zhao family you mentioned, is it the national master Zhao Guotai? Jianyang nodded. Aside from that Zhao family, there are no other Zhao families in Lulan. Shen Yuan did not expect that the convoy he was helping to escort actually belonged to the Zhao family. Then Shen Yuan asked, do you know if anything has happened recently in the Zhao residence? Why are there so many guards? Hearing this, Jianyang looked around and leaned closer to Shen Yuan's ear to whisper, Qing Ming, in light of your contribution last night, I'll tell you. The national master offended the national lord and is being confined at home. Do you understand? You must not speak of this carelessly, or it will cost lives. Okay, I understand. Shen Yuan nodded, finally clearing things up. It turned out that after Zhao Guotai let Shen Yuan go last time, the national lord found out and was very displeased. However, Zhao Guotai held a high position and had a glorious military family for 3 generations. So the national lord couldn't do anything to Zhao Guotai, only temporarily confining him. It seems I've ultimately implicated them, Shen Yuan sighed. Returning to the front of the convoy, Shen Yuan propped his chin up and began to think. He estimated that if this continued, Zhao Guotai's position would surely become precarious and very passive. While it wouldn't lead to death, it would bring a severe blow to the Zhao family, causing a drastic decline. Sigh, what needs to be faced must eventually be faced. Shen Yuan didn't want to implicate the Zhao family any further. Therefore, he didn't have time to let himself grow. He could only stand up and confront it. Shen Yuan planned that after the escort mission was completed, he would bravely stand up to face it. A few days later, the convoy was safely delivered. Throughout this journey, Shen Yuan was contemplating countermeasures. He was very clear that once he stood up, he would face countless powerful opponents, and at that time, he would truly be unable to escape. But if he didn't stand up, the 1,000-year foundation that the Zhao family had painstakingly built would be destroyed by him, an outsider. Oh heavens! Why can't you give me a little more time? Chapter 75, Reviving the Ancestor, Zhao Zilong. The sun set, and the twilight was like blood. Shen Yuan stood in front of the Wang mansion. Who are you? Several guards drew their swords and stepped forward. Me? Shen Yuan. So you are Shen Yuan. Take him down. Shen Yuan did not resist. Just like that, Shen Yuan was taken into the Wang mansion to meet Wang Jiaquan directly. Shen Yuan, I thought you would escape to the ends of the earth, Wang Jiaquan said calmly, as if Shen Yuan's arrival was within his expectations. Your Highness, I have come. And I ask you to be merciful and spare the Zhao family. Shen Yuan was forced to soften his stance. Wang Jiachuan took a sip of tea and stared at Shen Yuan for a moment. Shen Yuan, you are indeed a rare talent. If you hadn't killed my grandson Wang Tong, I would have supported you wholeheartedly, and the ancient kingdom of Lulan would have backed you as well. Unfortunately, I must avenge this grudge. For so long, Wang Jiachuan had sent out countless people, only to find nothing, showing how much he had underestimated Shen Yuan at the beginning. Well, if you make a mistake, you must admit it. If you get beaten, you must stand straight. Today, do as you see fit, but before that, I want to meet the Zhao family grandfather and grandson. I hope your highness can fulfill this. Shen Yuan cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. Shen Yuan, I respect you as a man. I will let you see them, and at the same time, I can give you your final dignity. Afterward, I will give you a proper burial. Wang Jiachuan no longer hated Shen Yuan, but he would not be lenient when it came to avenging his grandson. All right, thank you, your highness. Then, accompanied by many experts from the Wang mansion, Shen Yuan arrived at the Zhao residence. When he saw Zhao Guotai, Shen Yuan noticed that the old man seemed to have aged quite a bit. Zhao Ying also looked much more haggard. Shen Yuan, why have you come? Zhao Guotai was surprised. Old Master Zhao, I have come to thank you for saving my life back then. With that, Shen Yuan bowed respectfully. Oh, Zhao Guotai immediately guessed something and couldn't help but sigh. Shen Yuan looked at Zhao Ying and said seriously, I made a mistake, and I will bear the consequences myself. Not let you bear them for me. You fool. Zhao Ying was furious. This is for you. Shen Yuan took out a Tianxiang cardamom and handed it to Zhao Ying. This is Tianxiang cardamom? You actually found Tianxiang cardamom? Zhao Guotai was extremely excited. Kid, you are loyal and righteous. You are quite good. With the Tianxiang cardamom, I owe you a debt. Hearing this, Shen Yuan shook his head. Old Master Zhao, I must go. After saying that, Shen Yuan resolutely turned to leave. Shen Yuan, Zhao Ying suddenly shouted. Seeing Shen Yuan's back disappear, Zhao Ying anxiously said, Grandpa, are we really not going to care about Shen Yuan's matter? Ancestor? What ancestor? Zhao Guotai looked up at the sky and said, the Zhao family has an ancestor who has never died, but due to various reasons, he has fallen into a deep sleep for 1,000 years. I once saw in an ancient book that Tianxiang cardamom can awaken the ancestor. So I have been looking for Tianxiang cardamom. So that's it. If the ancestor comes forward, he can save Shen Yuan, right? Yes, we should go revive the ancestor first. Wang Mansion. Throughout the journey, Shen Yuan had thought about resisting, but the people around him were too strong. If he acted rashly, it would only lead to a quicker death. So, he could only drag it out and wait for an opportunity. Shen Yuan, come over for a cup of tea. It's time to set off. Wang Jiachuan beckoned Shen Yuan over. Okay. Shen Yuan slowly walked over. Wang Jiachuan suddenly asked, Shen Yuan, why do you always wear a mask? I have injuries on my face, afraid of scaring others. Not mentioning the mask, Shen Yuan almost forgot that his mask belonged to a woman. But this woman was in such a deep sleep that she couldn't wake up. Lanbinger, can you hear me? Shen Yuan tried to communicate with her. Do I really have to spit blood to wake her up? Shen Yuan remembered that last time in the Shenin sect. It was because Di Yun beat him until he spat blood that he woke Lanbing. Wang Jiachuan saw Shen Yuan standing there motionless and reminded him, hurry up and drink tea. It's time to set off. Seeing Wang Jiachuan urging him, Shen Yuan could only go and drink the tea. All right, if there are no last words, let's get started. Wang Jiachuan sat there watching, wanting to see Shen Yuan commit suicide. Nearby, 10 experts surrounded Shen Yuan, making escape impossible. Now, Shen Yuan placed his only hope on Lanbinger. After all, last time, even a 9th grade chi refiner like Di Yun was killed by her in one move. But this time, no matter what Shen Yuan did, even if he kissed her, Lanbinger did not wake up. Do I really have to spit blood? Shen Yuan thought for a moment and could only try this method. Just as Shen Yuan was about to act, suddenly, stop! A man flew in from the sky above the Wang family. He was imposing and extraordinary. Who are you? I want to take him away. The man pointed at Shen Yuan. Take me away? Who is this person? Shen Yuan was somewhat bewildered. Wang Jiachuan looked at the man and said, who gave you the courage? Go tell the national lord, I am Zhao Zilong. With that, he waved his hand. And a strong wind swept up the dust, and Shen Yuan felt a hand grasping him. When the dust settled, Shen Yuan had disappeared. Zhao Zilong. Wang Jiachuan seemed to remember something and hurried to the national lord's mansion. Outside Lulan City. Senior, who exactly are you? Why did you save me? Zhao Zilong looked at Shen Yuan. My name is Zhao Zilong. Don't worry about the matters of Lulan City. With your talent, one day you will go to the upper world, and I will wait for you there. Go. After saying that, Zhao Zilong left directly, leaving Shen Yuan in a daze. Zhao Zilong, the upper world? Could it be that he is from the Zhao family? Thinking of this, it seemed to make sense. Shen Yuan looked in the direction of Lulan City, which had almost become his burial place. In that case, the Zhao family should be fine, and since that's the case, I should leave. Shen Yuan summoned the Flame Lion and headed in the opposite direction from Lulan City. Chapter 76, Strengthening Beasts, Blood Kirin. 1 month later. In a certain mountain range, Shen Yuan sat with his back against a large tree, holding a dark order. Now, I have completed 50 tasks and have 50 honor points. I just need to save a bit more to exchange for something. Then, Shen Yuan looked at his bounty order. The number of people taking the bounty had already exceeded 5,000. According to Reno, Shen Yuan's bounty would remain as long as his head didn't fall, unless the lord who issued the bounty voluntarily completed the task. Wang Jiachuan would definitely not let it go after escaping Shen Yuan a month ago, so the bounty would continue indefinitely. Over the past month, more than a dozen dark web members had tracked down Shen Yuan's whereabouts, but failed to kill him. Of course, Shen Yuan's latest information had also been updated on the dark web. Sigh. Shen Yuan sighed. He couldn't even hide his identity now. Not to mention whether he could take off his mask. Even his beasts alone would be enough to expose him. Unknowingly, autumn had already arrived. The forest had become much desolate. Shen Yuan turned his ring, opened the Divine Beast System, and completed today's sign-in lottery. Have any achievements been completed? Shen Yuan was overjoyed and opened the achievements. System prompt. Congratulations, you have signed in for 400 days, achieving the Sign-in Master achievement. Reward, 1 fusion card. System prompt. Congratulations, you have drawn the lottery 400 times, achieving the Lottery Master achievement. Reward, 1 advanced growth card. It's already been 400 days, over a year. This was the second time Shen Yuan had obtained a fusion card, so he wasn't as excited as the first time. After that, Shen Yuan found 2 identical top-grade demon beasts, Qilin, to fuse together. These were the 2 top-grade demon beasts he had managed to gather over the past 400 days. The system prompted, congratulations, you have obtained the enhanced demon beast Blood Qilin. Blood Qilin? Just hearing this name makes one a bit uncomfortable. Shen Yuan looked at the system. The Blood Qilin was entirely blood red, with blood-red eyes, as if it had been pulled out of a sea of blood, which was quite unsettling. If an ordinary person saw this thing, they would probably be scared half to death, right? Immediately, Shen Yuan used a high-level growth card on the Blood Qilin, and it grew to the level of Demon General. Another enhanced demon beast at the level of Demon General. I wonder how its strength compares to the 3-eyed white tiger? To test the Blood Qilin's abilities, Shen Yuan found a few demon beasts and summoned the Blood Qilin. The Blood Qilin appeared vividly in front of him, and even Shen Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit creeped out. The visual impact was too strong. Those demon beasts, upon seeing the Blood Qilin, instinctively retreated. Just in terms of aura, the Blood Qilin had already won. Come on, let me see your strength. With a command from Shen Yuan, the Blood Qilin pounced forward. It was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Those demon beasts were scared and fled in all directions, with the Blood Qilin relentlessly pursuing them, looking as if it were not afraid of death, crashing through everything in its path. Just the towering trees were broken by the Blood Qilin's force. This guy fights recklessly. Shen Yuan closely followed, observing carefully. After extensive observation, Shen Yuan finally noticed something strange. The Blood Qilin was incredibly brave, charging through without hesitation. And although its skin was thick, it would inevitably suffer some superficial injuries due to its reckless crashing. However, it was precisely because of these superficial injuries that Shen Yuan discovered the Blood Qilin's remarkable ability. The wounds on its body healed at a visibly rapid pace, meaning the Blood Qilin's blood had an extremely strong recovery ability. Wow, this ability is impressive. As long as it isn't severely injured or killed instantly. It doesn't fear being hurt. No wonder it charges in recklessly. It turns out it isn't afraid of injury. Shen Yuan couldn't help but admire this ability. It was indeed incredible. Roar. A loud roar came as it rushed towards Shen Yuan. This guy is not holding back. Shen Yuan then took out the Dark Order. He was preparing to study the trading system because he had received many rewards from tasks lately, and many items were useless to him, so he planned to sell them. Shen Yuan chose to sell on the dark web because trading there was based on item-for-item exchanges. If money was involved, that would be a private matter. Currently, Shen Yuan wasn't short on money. He searched every person he killed clean. As a result, Shen Yuan's system space was almost becoming a treasure junkyard. There were heaps of spatial treasures like spatial rings and bracelets, each containing all the belongings of their former owners. What Shen Yuan wanted to sell the most right now were various levels of demon cores. The most precious one was the demon core of the Demon Emperor Crocodile. According to the rules, each person can only list 3 items for trading on the dark web. Moreover, for each item, what they want in exchange must be clearly stated before it can be listed. Its rules are as strict as task rules. If a buyer engages in fraud after choosing to trade, they will also lose credibility points. The rules of the dark web are very strict. Anyone who dares to break them will face consequences ranging from loss of credibility points and expulsion from the dark web to being hunted down by the dark web until death. Therefore, no one has ever dared to commit fraud on the dark web. After thinking, Shen Yuan decided to sell the Demon Emperor Crocodile's demon core. along with 100 Demon General level Demon Cores and 10 Demon General level Demon Cores. The item he wanted in exchange was Chi Refining Pills. After entering all the item information completely, the listing was completed, and now he was just waiting for buyers. Now, Shen Yuan also understood the uses of Chi Refining Pills and Body Refining Pills. The grade of the pills corresponds to the level of Chi Refiners and Body Refiners. Take the 3rd grade Chi Refining Pill, for example. Its effect is targeted at 3rd grade Chi Refiners, and using the Chi Refining Pill will greatly improve their training speed. The same applies to Body Refining Pills. Since Shen Yuan learned about the effects of Chi Refining Pills and Body Refining Pills, he used the 3rd grade Chi Refining Pill he obtained last time. After a month of effort, Shen Yuan had already achieved the strength of a 4th grade Chi Refiner. The level of a Chi Refiner is defined by their control over Chi and the strength of their elemental power. Unexpectedly, Chi Refining Pills and Body Refining Pills are treasures. I didn't know this before. Shen Yuan now feels that Dongyang City is indeed somewhat backward. There aren't even these 2 types of pills in the city. Shen Yuan also understands why Nie Yunfeng from the Pill Appraisal Pavilion feels so pained. Currently, Shen Yuan has 10 5th grade Body Refining Pills and 10 5th grade Chi Refining Pills. Shen Yuan is still a 5th grade Body Refiner, so he can just use these 10 5th grade Body Refining Pills. I'll practice here while waiting for buyers. After making up his mind, Shen Yuan took out a 5th grade Body Refining Pill. The 5th grade Body Refining Pill was brownish green, about the size of a regular bird egg, and it smelled of very pure medicinal fragrance. Of course, Shen Yuan didn't understand pills, and he couldn't differentiate them. After all, pills can't be distinguished by color. Smack! Shen Yuan threw the Body Refining Pill into his mouth, and it melted instantly. What a strong aura. I need to practice quickly. Bang! Hey ha! Before long, the forest was filled with the sounds of banging and various chaotic noises, mixed with Shen Yuan's shouts. Chapter 77. Trading, Encountering Shen Beichen. 10 days later, the forest was even more desolate, with a thick layer of fallen leaves on the ground. Whoosh! Shen Yuan threw a punch, and the punch's wind was fierce, stirring up the thick fallen leaves, filling the sky. Boom! A towering tree, at its thickest part, was directly shattered by the punch, and wood chips flew everywhere as it crashed to the ground. With this punch, I didn't use the power of the Dragon Pearl or activate the Golden Body technique. I relied purely on physical strength. Judging by the damage to the tree, the force of this punch should be around 20,000 pounds. Shen Yuan patted his clothes, very satisfied with that punch. The base strength of a 5th grade Body Refiner is 10,000 pounds, while the base strength of a 6th grade Body Refiner is 20,000 pounds. This means Shen Yuan is now already a 6th grade Body Refiner. All of this is thanks to those 10 5th grade Body Refining Pills. Shen Yuan took 1 Body Refining Pill every day and maximized its effect, which is how he was promoted to 6th grade Body Refiner. If he had trained in the usual way, it would have taken at least 1 or 2 years, or even several years, to reach 6th grade Body Refiner. Of course, everyone's training methods and physiques are different, which leads to some people progressing quickly while others take a long time. This is also why some Body Refiners are still 5th grade Body Refiners even after reaching 50 years of age. Simply put, they lack talent. Shen Yuan is still under 20 years old and is already a 6th grade Body Refiner. This is largely due to his talent. When Shen Yuan crossed over, his father told him that he had great talent in body refinement. Coupled with his diligent daily training and constant battles, that's why he has grown so quickly. On the other hand, Shen Yuan's talent in Chi Refining seems to be much weaker. He has only just become a 4th grade Chi Refiner. However, Shen Yuan has another identity, a Goo Master. His innate Goo, the white snake, diligently absorbs his blood every day to help him convert energy. Shen Yuan can now control blue flying insects. This means he has been promoted to a 3rd grade Goo Master. As for the Beast Master identity, he relies on the system, which saves him a lot of trouble. Shen Yuan found a place to sit down and took out the Dark Order. It seems someone wants to trade with me. Shen Yuan took a look and saw that all 3 of his items had been bought by the same person, so he just needed to go for the trade. The trading location was decided after private discussion to be in a mountain range within Linjiang City. Shen Yuan chose this location because it was close for the other party, and he also had business to attend to in Linjiang City. Soon after, Shen Yuan set off. 3 days later, he arrived at the mountain range near Linjiang City. After waiting for half an hour, the other party appeared. There were 2 people, one of whom Shen Yuan surprisingly recognized. This person was the one who initially wanted to harm him, Shen Beichen. How could it be him? What is he doing here? Shen Yuan was very surprised. However, he was wearing an ice mask, so others couldn't see his expression or his appearance, and thus Shen Beichen did not recognize him. Did you bring the items? Asked the middle-aged man beside Shen Beichen. Yes, of course. What about the items I requested? Shen Yuan knew that Body Refining Pills and Chi Refining Pills were precious, so he didn't ask for too many. He exchanged 3 5th-grade Chi refining pills for the demon core of the Demon Emperor King Crocodile. 10 demon cores of the Demon Commander level were exchanged for 5 4th-grade Chi refining pills. 100 demon cores of the Demon General level were exchanged for 5 4th-grade Chi refining pills. Of course I brought them. Let's see your items. After saying this, Shen Beichen took out 2 bottles and said, in the left bottle, there are 3 5th-grade Chi refining pills. In the right bottle, there are 10 4th-grade Chi refining pills. Take a look. Shen Yuan glanced at Shen Beichen, took the bottles from his hand, and at the same time, took out 3 bags containing the 3 types of demon cores from his space. Both sides then began to check the items. The grade of the demon cores was very easy to distinguish, just like the color of the Beast Master rings. White is for Beast level demon cores. Green is for Demon King level demon cores. Blue is for Demon General level demon cores. Purple is for Demon Commander level demon cores. Orange is for Demon Emperor level demon cores. Red is for Demon Monarch level demon cores. However, for Shen Yuan, who couldn't distinguish the pills, the Chi refining pills indeed puzzled him. However, Shen Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He took out the Chi refining pills he had previously obtained from the Pill Appraisal Pavilion to compare them. They looked exactly the same on the outside. And when he smelled them, the results were similar as well. At this point, Shen Yuan was relieved. The other party did not deceive him. Is everything all right? Yes. No problem. But I have a question. Oh, what do you want to ask? Who is this person beside you? Shen Yuan had thought earlier that if Shen Beichen had turned over a new leaf, he would act as if he had never met him. However, if Shen Beichen was still the same, he would have no reservations. The man looked at Shen Beichen and said, "He is my disciple Shen Beichen. What's the matter? Do you know him?" Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan shook his head. "I don't know him. I just saw that he is quite talented. He must be someone outstanding, right? You flatter me. If there's nothing else, we will take our leave." All right. After that, the man took Shen Beichen away. After their figures disappeared, Shen Yuan secretly followed them. Earlier, he had quietly placed a tracking curse on Shen Beichen. "Master, I always feel that the person just now seemed familiar, especially his eyes. I feel like I've seen them somewhere," Shen Beichen finally asked after holding it in for a long time. His master was named Galin. Galin looked puzzled. "From what you say, I also find it a bit strange. He seemed to be deliberately questioning me just now. He might be probing your identity?" Shen Beichen rested his chin on his hand and said, "Master, I thought about it, and that person should be Shen Yuan. It must be him, there's no mistake." "Shen Yuan, the one you said wanted to harm you?" Shen Beichen nodded. "Yes, Shen Yuan took my fiancée and even attempted to harm me. I managed to escape by luck and then met you, Master. Disciple, don't worry, I will help you take revenge." Galin was quite fond of Shen Beichen because Shen Beichen had good talent and was also a beast master. If he grew up in the future, he would definitely be grateful to him. By then he could rest easy. However, what Galin said next poured cold water on him. "Disciple, you underestimate Shen Yuan too much. He is now a 5th-grade beast master and a 5th-grade body refining master." Galin was a member of the dark web, so he knew all about Shen Yuan. "What? How is that possible?" Shen Beichen was shocked. "No doubt about it. Wanting to kill him won't be that easy." Galin was not an impulsive person. He wouldn't act without certainty. All right. Shen Beichen became excited again, as he seemed to have imagined Shen Yuan kneeling in front of him. Chapter 78, Tianxian Sect, Qi Wei. In the evening, the moon rose above the mountains, and the moonlight filtered through the scattered branches, twinkling on the withered yellow leaves. Shen Yuan hid in a grove outside the Tianxian Sect. The Tianxian Sect? Shen Yuan took out the ancient realm record, opened it, and found the map of Linjiang City, locating the Tianxian Sect within the mountain range on the map. Looking at the records, Shen Yuan knew that any sect recorded in the ancient realm record must have strength and a certain history. Unexpectedly, after Shen Beichen left Donyang City, he came here. What about Shen Hao? Is he with him? The next morning, the autumn wind was chilly. Shen Yuan struck up a conversation with a lean mountain guard disciple under the pretext of passing by. Of course, Shen Yuan gave the other party some benefits. "Brother, can I ask you something? Do you know Shen Beichen?" "Of course. He has been with our Tianxian sect for more than half a year. When he first came, Elder Galin took a liking to him and directly accepted him as a disciple. Since then, he has become quite famous in the Tianxian sect." "Oh, really? How does he treat you all?" Hearing Shen Yuan's question, the mountain guard disciple looked angry and said, "He is favored by Elder Galin, acting recklessly in the Tianxian sect. On the surface, he looks like a gentleman, but privately he often teases the female disciples. Those female disciples dare not speak out against him, and when he encounters senior sisters stronger than him, he licks up to them like a dog. Not only that, but he often bullies us male disciples with lower status." "I see. I understand now." After thanking him, Shen Yuan turned and walked into the woods. After walking a few steps, he jumped onto a tree and propped his chin up, deep in thought. "This guy really hasn't changed, as my great-grandfather once said. If you can spare them, Do so, but if this continues, the Shen family's reputation will be completely ruined, and he bullies men and women alike. It's simply beastly. If it were someone else, Shen Yuan naturally wouldn't care about such matters, but he was just looking for a reason to kill Shen Beichen. And now he had a justifiable reason. Later, he could also explain to his great-grandfather. After making up his mind, Shen Yuan planned to find a way to lure Shen Beichen out. He approached the mountain guard disciple again. Brother, to be honest, I am actually a family member of Shen Beichen. I have urgent matters to discuss with him, so please help me get him to come out and see me. After saying this, Shen Yuan quietly slipped the disciple some benefits. All right, big brother, wait here. Seeing Shen Yuan's generosity, the mountain guard disciple understood. Not long after the disciple went inside, he came back out. Big brother, he said for you to go in and find him. Go in. Has he guessed my identity? Shen Yuan thought for a moment and decided to go in and take a look. Inside the Tianxian sect, the place was very spacious. Even more imposing than the divine hidden sect, looking vibrant and full of energy. Truly a major sect, the heritage is impressive. Shen Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. However, what surprised Shen Yuan was that the disciple actually brought him into the main hall of the Tianxian sect. What's going on? Shen Yuan frowned. Inside the hall, it was resplendent and imposing. On the high platform in front, sat a middle-aged man with a square face, who had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, looking extraordinary. On his left and right sides, there were 4 people each, all middle-aged men and women. What caught Shen Yuan's attention was that Galin was among them. As soon as Shen Yuan walked into the main hall, everyone's gaze turned towards him. You are Shen Yuan? Asked a middle-aged man with a square face, staring at Shen Yuan. How does he know my name? It seems Shen Beichen really guessed my identity. Shen Yuan thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, I am Shen Yuan. Not humble, not arrogant, calm and composed. He truly is a person of exceptional talent. Impressive. I am Han Zhongtong, the leader of Tianxian sect. Leader Han, may I ask why you invited me here? Han Zhongtong's eyes sparkled as he looked at Shen Yuan and said, Tianxian sect wishes to befriend you. Befriend? Shen Yuan hesitated for a moment. Yes, I would like to invite you to observe the training of my Tianxian sect disciples. What do you think? Since Leader Han is so sincere, I wouldn't dare to refuse his face. Shen Yuan said this, but he was also aware that things were definitely not that simple. All right, let Elder Galin take you to have a look. After saying that, Galin stood up and nodded to Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan looked at Galin. Okay, then. The two walked out of the main hall together. As Shen Yuan's figure disappeared, Han Zhongtong swept his gaze across the people on his left and right. Everyone. What do you think of this young man? Please give your evaluation. A charming young woman on the right stood up and said, Leader, although he is wearing a mask and I cannot see his face, he gives me an extraordinary feeling, especially the aura he carries, which seems to contain a killing intent that is not something an ordinary disciple can compare to. I feel the same way. He indeed has a killing intent, said a man beside the young woman, standing up in agreement. Do you all think this way? Han Zhongtong scanned the whole room. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in unison. All right, you may all leave now. After the elders took their leave, Han Zhongtong closed his eyes and fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan followed Galin to the Tianxian sect's training ground. Shen Yuan, this is the training ground of Tianxian sect. What do you think? Galin asked with a smile. Shen Yuan looked into the distance. The training ground was indeed large, with many disciples engaged in sparring, and few practicing alone. Not bad. Very good. Shen Yuan responded perfunctorily, as he did not think much of this kind of training method. Come, I will show you around in detail. All right, Elder Gu. Galin led Shen Yuan into the training ground, weaving through the crowd. Shen Yuan's arrival immediately attracted many gazes, with various expressions of confusion, provocation, admiration, disdain, and incomprehension. Hello, Elder Gu. Greetings, Elder. The disciples greeted Galin very politely. At this moment, a striking female disciple approached and asked, Elder Gu, may I ask who this is? Galin smiled and introduced. This is Shen Yuan, a guest of Tianxian sect. The leader asked me to bring him to observe. A guest? Many people cast surprised looks. Since you are here to observe, why not give us some guidance? The female disciple said. Chi Wei, don't be reckless. Galin reprimanded. Elder Gu, let her do as she wishes. Shen Yuan also wanted to test the depth of this woman who dared to provoke him. In that case, please be merciful. Galin then asked the disciples to step back, clearing a large space. Shen Yuan looked at Chi Wei. Although this woman was not stunningly beautiful, she was definitely outstanding, with a unique aura that was indeed captivating. Miss Chi Wei, may I ask if you are a chi refining or body refining practitioner? What level are you? Shen Yuan intended to clarify before fighting at an equal level. To his surprise, Chi Wei shouted and directly attacked. Chapter 79, Defeated in Sparring, Ridiculed. This woman. Shen Yuan shook his head helplessly and moved forward to meet her. Chi Wei kicked out horizontally. Bang. Shen Yuan raised his hand to block her jade-like leg. This kick had a force of about 5,000 pounds, reaching the standard of a fourth-grade body refining master. Considering she was just a young girl, he didn't expect she had some skills. Shen Yuan punched and dashed forward. Humph, you underestimate me. Qi Wei also threw a punch, wanting to collide with Shen Yuan. She actually did not block or dodge. Could she really take my punch? Thinking this, Shen Yuan held back some strength, controlling the force to about 5,000 pounds. Bang! The fists collided, and neither retreated. What? Turns out he is about at the same level as Sister Qi. Yeah, I thought he was really powerful. This is quite disappointing. The watching disciples all shared their opinions, and almost everyone thought Shen Yuan was trash, a show-off. Sister Qi, take him down. Take him down. The disciples cheered loudly. Gulin stood aside, quietly watching without commenting. At this moment, Shen Baichen appeared out of nowhere and came to Gulin's side. Master, did you see? Shen Yuan really has this level of strength. It would be easy for you to defeat him. Gulin glanced at Shen Baichen. If he weren't a member of the dark web, he might have almost believed Shen Baichen's nonsense. One could only say that these people really didn't know how famous Shen Yuan was in the dark web. Disciple, just wait and see. Gulin believed Shen Yuan would definitely reveal his true strength. After all, who wouldn't want to stand out and earn everyone's respect and admiration? Little girl, you look about 15 or 16. To have such strength is indeed impressive. Shen Yuan sincerely praised. Humph, my strength is not just this. Today I will defeat you. Qi Wei shouted and attacked again. The two exchanged blows continuously, using fists and feet, and it was an exciting back and forth. If this is all you have, then let us end it here. Qi Wei shouted, and Shen Yuan saw her movements. She seemed to be activating her body refining technique. Huh. Qi Wei charged forward, throwing punches in quick succession. Each punch seemed fiercer than the last, with more power behind them. Seeing this, the disciples cheered. Take him down. Take him down. With everyone cheering her on, Qi Wei gathered her strength and pushed Shen Yuan back with a punch. You won. Shen Yuan chuckled. He never intended to take this seriously. He was just playing with these people. As long as they were happy, that was enough. After all, what Shen Yuan feared most now was becoming famous. You're nothing special. Qi Wei looked at Shen Yuan with disdain. Trash. Useless. Garbage. The watching disciples began to hurl insults. Shen Yuan scanned the crowd. He didn't want to argue with these people. It was fine if they called him trash, as long as they didn't challenge his bottom line. Master, did you see? He can't even defeat Qi Wei. Shen Baichen looked at Shen Yuan with contempt. This guy, can he really endure being insulted like this? Gulin would not doubt Shen Yuan's strength. Shen Yuan walked to Gulin's side, and he saw Shen Baichen looking at him with disdain. Elder Gu. Tianxian sect is full of hidden talents, each one a peerless genius. I truly admire it, Shen Yuan said with a cupped fist. Shen Yuan, why not use your true strength? Gulin deliberately asked. Shen Yuan chuckled. I have already done my best. I am indeed not Qi Wei's opponent. At this moment, Shen Baichen glared at Shen Yuan and said, Shen Yuan, I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you forcing me out, I would still be stuck in that broken place in Dongyang City. Really? Where is Shen Hao? Where did he go? Didn't he come with you? Upon hearing this, Shen Baichen shouted, How dare you mention Brother Hao? If you hadn't forced us out, how would he have died? What? He died? Shen Yuan was a bit surprised. Shen Baichen coldly snorted. Not long after I left Dongyang with Hao, we encountered a few people who robbed us and wanted to kill us to silence us. Hao and I fought hard, but we were no match for them. In the end, Hao fought with all his strength and tragically met his end, allowing me to escape. Is that so? Shen Yuan stared at Shen Baichen, unable to believe his words. A person like him, who would do anything for himself, would show loyalty in a critical moment? In Shen Yuan's view, it was highly likely that Shen Baichen had betrayed Shen Hao. Alright, you two are still family. So let's stop arguing. Gulin stepped in, and the tense atmosphere between the two eased. Baichen, you can leave first. I still need to take Shen Yuan to see other places. Gulin signaled to Shen Baichen. The latter understood, and as he was leaving, he glanced at Shen Yuan. That look was as venomous as the one he had after being humiliated by Shen Yuan. Then, Gulin took Shen Yuan, and they chatted as they walked. Shen Yuan, may I ask where your master is? Me? I have no master. I'm like a wandering ghost. Really? Yes. Shen Yuan remembered the words of Qiong Yun Daoren. Even in death, he must not mention his master's name. After walking for a while, Gulin suddenly stopped and looked at Shen Yuan. To be honest, the sect leader has recognized your potential and wants to invite you to join the Tianxian sect. So he asked me to privately gauge your intentions. Shen Yuan smiled and said, I am used to being free as a cloud and a crane. I am not accustomed to being restrained. So please tell the sect leader that I appreciate his kindness, but I must decline. I see. What a pity. The Tianxian sect recently discovered a cave, and we wanted you to go with us. But since you are not a disciple of the Tianxian sect, it wouldn't be proper, and other disciples might have objections, so we'll have to forget it. What is this guy trying to imply by saying this? Shen Yuan thought for a moment and asked, "May I ask what kind of cave it is?" Guilin whispered in Shen Yuan's ear, "I heard from the sect leader that it seems to belong to a legendary alchemist, Juqing." An alchemist? Yes. There should be many miraculous elixirs left inside. Alchemy was currently Shen Yuan's greatest interest, so he wanted to learn more. "Elder Gu, let us go meet sect leader Han." All right. Guilin took Shen Yuan to find Han Zhongtong. Shen Yuan cupped his hands and said, "Sect leader Han, I appreciate your kindness, but I would like to ask you to let me go see that alchemist Juqing's cave. Of course, as a reward. I am willing to exchange something or agree to 3 of your requests." Upon hearing this, Han Zhongtong looked at Guilin, who nodded slightly. "All right, you can come along. I don't want anything from you. Consider it making a friend. Then I thank you." Chapter 80, Conspiracy, Buried Alive Shen Yuan. The next day, in a mountain range behind the Tianxian sect, Shen Yuan followed several elders and disciples to a rocky cliff. "Shen Yuan, this is the cave of the alchemist Juqing." Guilin pointed to a cave entrance at the base of the cliff. "Oh." Shen Yuan looked in the direction pointed by Guilin. It was a very small opening, resembling a dog hole. "Is this the cave of the alchemist Juqing?" Shen Yuan was taken aback. "All right, everyone listen to my command." The elder speaking was relatively older. He stepped forward and struck the area near the cave entrance with his palm, widening the opening. The disciples waited outside while a few elders went in to check the situation. There were 6 elders who had come, and the older elder arranged for 4 of them to enter, led by Guilin, while he stayed outside with another female elder. Shen Yuan looked at the commander and, seeing he didn't speak, responded, "All right." Shen Yuan followed the 4 in, entering the cave. Once inside, he found it surprisingly spacious, resembling a large hall that could accommodate many people. "Everyone, let's investigate," Guilin instructed. The group dispersed to examine the area. Shen Yuan wandered around and quickly discovered several openings. "Elder Gu, come and take a look." Shen Yuan called them over. Guilin observed the openings in front of him, rested his chin in thought for a moment, and said, "To prevent any danger, let's go in and check. Once we confirm it's safe, we'll regroup outside." "All right." The other 3 elders agreed. Since there happened to be 5 openings, Shen Yuan suggested, "Let me check one too." Guilin glanced at the other 3 elders, and they had no objections. "Then be careful." Subsequently, the 5 of them each chose an opening to enter. The cave was very dim, barely allowing them to see anything. Shen Yuan felt the walls as he walked. They were dry and even a bit dusty. An indescribable feeling arose in his heart. After walking for about 15 minutes, Shen Yuan arrived at a larger space. What is that?" Shen Yuan saw something shiny on the ground, but it was too dark to discern what it was. Out of curiosity, he crouched down to take a closer look. "What is it?" Shen Yuan reached out to grab it, and as he applied force, suddenly, rumble. The entire cave began to shake, as if it were about to collapse. Shen Yuan could no longer care about anything else. He hurriedly ran towards the entrance. But when he reached the entrance, he realized it had been blocked. Now, Shen Yuan didn't dare to strike forcefully. He was afraid it would exacerbate the cave's collapse. Could it be? Shen Yuan had sensed something was off earlier, and it seemed they had taken advantage of his current interest in qi refining pills to set him up. Tianxian sect, Guilin, just wait. Rumble. The stones above began to fall, and the cave looked like it was about to cave in. Outside the cave, at the entrance, the disciples had vanished, leaving only the 6 elders standing there. "Do you think this mountain can bury Shen Yuan?" "Of course." "Is Shen Yuan made of iron?" "In an hour, we'll find his corpse. Don't worry. Shen Yuan is doomed." Guilin stared at the scene, remaining silent. He felt unable to be happy at all. He hadn't known Shen Yuan for long, but Shen Yuan's words and actions over the past 2 days were completely different from what Shen Baichen had told him. Whether it was integrity, attitude, or humility, he bore no resemblance to the villain Shen Baichen had described. As for accepting the assassination order, it was because Shen Baichen said Shen Yuan was an irredeemable person that he accepted it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the assassination order. After all, he had the support of a sect and didn't need to risk his life outside. Ultimately, Guilin was an upright person at heart. At that moment, boom. The rocky cliff completely collapsed. About an hour later, let us start searching. The 6 elders moved into the pile of stones, beginning their search for Shen Yuan's body. They lifted large rocks and searched for about half an hour, but found nothing. He can't have run away, right? Impossible. We must not have searched thoroughly. Yes, everyone. Search carefully. Just then, Shen Baichen suddenly ran over excitedly. "Master, have you found Shen Yuan's body?" Shen Baichen asked with immense excitement. If Shen Yuan died, he would have no more worries. "All right, I'll help search too." Shen Baichen joined the search for Shen Yuan's body, hoping to find it himself so he could resolve his pent-up hatred. "Why can't we find him? Did he fly away?" "Don't be ridiculous. With such a large mountain on top, where could he fly? Could he have burrowed underground? He is a 5th grade body refining master. Where could he burrow?" The group exchanged remarks, continuing their search. Where could he have gone? Shen Beichen, furious, smashed a stone weighing over 100 pounds with a punch. Just then, suddenly, boom. The pile of stones suddenly exploded, and a column of water shot up into the sky, reaching a height of 100 meters before finally stopping. Everyone looked up and saw a person standing on the water column. It was Shen Yuan. They recognized him at a glance. Do you really think you can kill me? Shen Yuan looked down at the crowd, his green robes fluttering. At the crucial moment earlier, Lan Binger had woken up, allowing Shen Yuan to escape. Otherwise, he would have had to rely on the demon beasts. Swallowing Heaven Sparrow, come out. Shen Yuan roared. Clang. The Swallowing Heaven Sparrow spread its wings and soared. What? What is this? The elders were startled upon seeing the Swallowing Heaven Sparrow. Is this Shen Yuan's true strength? Gulin frowned tightly. Blood Kirin, you come out too. Roar. A blood-red Kirin gradually appeared before everyone. What is this? Who exactly is he? How could he have such terrifying demon beasts? Several elders felt fear just at the sight of the blood Kirin. Impossible. Shen Beichun, hiding behind a large rock, was so scared that he fell to the ground. Go. Kill them all. Shen Yuan was furious. These guys actually wanted to bury him alive under a mountain. Then, he would use this mountain to bury them instead. An eye for an eye. Bang bang bang. The blood Kirin ran wildly, crashing through anything in its path. Even houses-sized stones were shattered by its charge. Clang. The Swallowing Heaven Sparrow let out a loud cry, piercing to the ears, extending its sharp claws to lock onto its target. Run. The elders saw these two demon beasts and had no thought of fighting back. After all, they were only helping out in the first place. Gulin had promised them some benefits, so would they risk their lives? Dream on. Run. Can you escape? Shen Yuan summoned the Hellhound and the three-eyed white tiger. Today he was determined to kill all these people. Chapter 81. Furious Killing of 6 Elders. Battle with Han Zhongtong. Roar. For demon beasts battled against 6 elders. With Shen Yuan observing. These elders were mostly at the upper level of 5th rank. The Hellhound and Swallowing Heaven Sparrow were Demon Emperor level and had already awakened. Not to mention the Hellhound had consumed a metal-type pill, enhancing its strength. They easily took on 2 opponents each, especially since the elders were unwilling to fight. As for the three-eyed white tiger and blood Kirin, although they were only at the demon commander level, their innate abilities were overwhelmingly powerful. The three-eyed white tiger grew stronger the more it fought. It could be called a battle-crazed beast. The blood Kirin, no need to say more, charged like a wild bull without any hesitation. Its mere aura was enough to intimidate opponents. Where's Shen Beichen? Seeing that the demon beasts could handle the elders, Shen Yuan prepared to deal with Shen Beichen himself. But unexpectedly, Shen Beichen had disappeared. Damn, Shen Yuan didn't know which direction Shen Beichen had fled. With his current strength, he couldn't lock onto the other's aura, so he had to give up for the time being. At this moment, the battle between the demon beasts and the elders had reached a fever pitch, and some elders were already unable to hold on. Shen Yuan, spare us. Yes. We were forced into this too. It was all Gulin's instigation. You should look for him. Hearing these words, Shen Yuan treated them as mere farts and completely ignored them. Instigation? Don't they have any brains? In the end, weren't they just after those benefits? So damn it. Especially Gulin. Shen Yuan knew this person was a member of the dark web, and he must have taken a bounty to act this way. Ah no. Sizzle. With a scream, the only female elder was pierced through the heart by the Swallowing Heaven Sparrow's sharp claws. Seeing this scene, the others panicked even more, instantly revealing flaws. Uft. Bang. In quick succession, the Hellhound tore one person apart. The blood Kirin crashed into another, killing him. Shen Yuan, I'm sorry. With that, Gulin's head was crushed by the Swallowing Heaven Sparrow. Sorry for me. What does that mean? Shen Yuan truly did not understand the meaning of this statement. This was Gulin's heartfelt words as he was dying. He had never intended to harm Shen Yuan, but was misled by Shen Beichen's deceitful words, resulting in a grave mistake that cost him his life. It must be said that Shen Beichen not only betrayed his father, but also his master. In short, everyone who could be used by him was thoroughly exploited. Just as Shen Yuan was pondering the meaning of that statement, the last 2 elders also fell down. Shen Yuan successfully annihilated the 6 of them. The only regret was letting Shen Beichen escape. Afterwards, Shen Yuan went forward to loot everything from their bodies and buried them under the pile of stones before leaving. He guessed that this matter was also related to Han Zhongtong, the sect master. Shen Yuan. Han Zhongtong frowned upon seeing Shen Yuan. Soon after, a bad premonition surged in his heart. Shen Yuan stared at Han Zhongtong, his gaze sharp as a knife. Sect Master Han, you've given me a great gift. Is that so? I'm glad you like it. Han Zhongtong had to reassess Shen Yuan. He had seriously underestimated the person in front of him wearing the ice mask. Speak. How do you want to die? Shen Yuan asked. Shen Yuan, you killed them. That's your skill. If you want to kill me, you can certainly try. With that, Han Zhongtong stood up, suddenly shaking, his aura skyrocketing. Huh, this aura is stronger than Zhu Wuxin. After the surprise, Shen Yuan prepared himself for battle. Shen Yuan. Oh, what is it? Why did something happen over there? Where's my master? Qi Wei pointed at Shen Yuan and asked. Your master? Who is your master? The female elder who went with you. At this point, Shen Yuan remembered that the female elder was pierced through the chest by the swallowing heaven sparrow. Qi Wei. There's no need to ask, your master is dead. Han Zhongtong said directly. Han Zhongtong looked at Shen Yuan. He killed her. How is that possible? He can't even defeat me. How could he have killed my master? Qi Wei looked incredulous. He lied to you, lied to all of us. He killed 6 elders of my Tianxian sect for treasure, do you understand? Boom. Like a bolt from the blue, Qi Wei was instantly petrified. I know it's hard for you to believe, just watch. With that, Han Zhongtong attacked directly, and Shen Yuan had to block it. With one palm. Shen Yuan caught it without moving an inch. This alone was enough to prove Shen Yuan's strength. You. Qi Wei stared at Shen Yuan, her eyes blood red. Get lost. Don't get in the way here, otherwise, you'll die too. Shen Yuan knew he was in no position to argue, so he decided to go all out. If Qi Wei insisted on avenging her master, then Shen Yuan wouldn't mind sending her on her way. Shen Yuan, wait for me. I will definitely avenge my master. For sure. With that, Qi Wei ran out. Shen Yuan looked at Qi Wei's back and said, Han Zhongtong, I thought you were a decent person. I didn't expect you to play such schemes to frame me. Hearing this, Han Zhongtong sneered and said, Shen Yuan, so-called integrity is just a cover for the strong. I've experienced it. Shen Yuan used the power of the Dragon Pearl to activate the Golden Body technique and took the initiative to attack. Han Zhongtong was calm and steadily received Shen Yuan's attack. Is that so? I bet you don't have this ability. Shen Yuan shouted. 12 routes of kicking. Han Zhongtong jumped back and then continuously unleashed palm strikes, using his palm strength to block Shen Yuan's successive kicks. Good martial skill, but unfortunately, the power is too weak. Now it's your turn to receive my move, Mountain Splitting Palm. Han Zhongtong gathered his palm print. Such a strong aura. He should be an 8th rank Qi refining master. Back then, when Shen Yuan fought Zhu Wuxin, it was somewhat difficult, while Han Zhongtong was a rank higher than Zhu Wuxin. Although Shen Yuan was promoted to a 6th grade body refiner, the gap became larger with each grade up. Therefore, Shen Yuan had no confidence in receiving this palm strike. However, not accepting it was not his style. Let us bet on the golden body. Shen Yuan borrowed the power of the Dragon Pearl, operating the golden body technique to its peak, merging his energy, and then directing the fused energy to his limbs and bones. In an instant, Shen Yuan's body emitted a golden light, shining brilliantly. At this moment, Han Zhongtong's palm print was also completed, and the size of the palm print could rival a mountain. Go! Han Zhongtong pushed hard, and the palm print pressed toward Shen Yuan like a landslide. Come on! Shen Yuan was prepared. When the two collided, bang! Boom! A tremendous roar echoed through the heavens, and the shockwave from the collision spread in all directions, its power devastating and destructive, leaving ruin in its wake. What is happening? What was that sound just now? I just felt an extremely terrifying force. So horrifying. Chapter 82 Dan Book Volume. You actually blocked it? Han Zhongtong was incredibly shocked. This palm strike might not even be able to be received by a 7th grade. How could it be received by Shen Yuan? Wait, I remember. Han Zhongtong suddenly recalled that Shen Yuan had emitted a golden glow earlier, and he guessed that Shen Yuan had relied on this to block his palm strike. That is a body refining technique. Who exactly is this kid? Why does he have such a powerful body refining technique? Han Zhongtong had traversed the world, and he of course knew that some people could significantly enhance their strength through special body refining and chi refining techniques. I actually blocked it? Shen Yuan was equally shocked. He had thought that even if he couldn't block it and got injured, he could still escape. However, he didn't expect reality to give him a pleasant surprise. Shen Yuan, you really surprised me, but you must die. Han Zhongtong adjusted his breath, preparing to strike again. This guy is too strong. I can only talk about it later. Shen Yuan summoned the sky-devouring sparrow and fled directly. After all, people at their level were very cautious. Seeing that the other party did not pursue him, Shen Yuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The reason he had engaged with Han Zhongtong was to test the opponent's strength for future planning. Shen Yuan arrived in a valley. Sky-devouring sparrow, protect me. Okay, master. Shen Yuan found a tree to sit on and recover since he had just used all his available power to block that palm strike. After recovering, it was already dark. Shen Yuan lay on the tree, looking at the bright moon in the sky. It seems that I have turned misfortune into fortune. That move just now can be considered a battle skill understood through the golden body. Shen Yuan named that move Indestructible Body. Tianxian sect, I remember. Shen Yuan rode on the Flame Master and headed toward Linjiang City. On the way, he encountered a dark web member sent to kill him, who was directly killed in anger. By the time he arrived in the city, The horizon was already tinged with white. The reason Shen Yuan came to Linjiang City was for the elixir. Shen Yuan went directly to the Jiandan Pavilion. When Lin Ming saw Shen Yuan, her smiling face instantly froze. Don't make a sound. Go tell Nie Yunfeng that I have something to discuss with him. Shen Yuan looked coldly at her. As long as she dared to shout, he wouldn't mind being ruthless. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming hurriedly nodded, like a chick pecking at rice. She was extremely frightened. Last time, she almost lost her life because she underestimated Shen Yuan. This time, no matter what, she dared not be careless. Of course, Lin Ming was so obedient mainly because the pavilion master had told her that if Shen Yuan came in the future, she should not make a fuss. Please follow me. Lin Ming took Shen Yuan upstairs to the usual place, where they met Nie Yunfeng. Shen Yuan, you really have guts. Nie Yunfeng was also very shocked. He didn't expect Shen Yuan to come so quickly. Shen Yuan smiled and said, I ate 10 bear hearts and leopard livers. Speak up. What is the matter? Nie Yunfeng dared not offend this murderous god. Oh, it's like this. I came to ask you about elixirs, and I hope you can enlighten me. Shen Yuan stepped forward and cupped his hands. If it were before, Nie Yunfeng might have looked down on him, but now, he did not dare to do so because after Shen Yuan left last time, Pavilion Master Ling Yun personally educated him. One must not underestimate anyone, even if the other party is a beggar. Since that is the case, follow me, Lin Ming, stay below and say I'm not seeing guests today. Nie Yunfeng arranged things and took Shen Yuan further upstairs. Last time, Shen Yuan had only gone to the second floor, but the Jiandan Pavilion's loft had 9 levels. Is there only you as a Dan appraiser in the Jiandan Pavilion? Shen Yuan suddenly asked. From what you say, does the Jiandan Pavilion have branches? Shen Yuan was somewhat surprised. At this point, they had arrived at a room on the 3rd floor, and Nie Yunfeng poured a cup of tea for Shen Yuan. The Jiandan Pavilion does have many branches in Luolan City. Nie Yunfeng did not reveal too much. Shen Yuan did not ask further. He took a sip of tea and said, I came today to ask you how to identify elixirs. This, you want to learn in a short time. I can only briefly tell you that elixirs are divided into many types, and to identify their type and grade, you mainly rely on your eyes and nose. Oh, please continue. Nie Yunfeng took a sip of tea and said, each type of elixir has a different smell, and to distinguish them, you need to remember their scents. Of course, before recognizing elixirs, you must first understand the herbs and ingredients in the elixirs. Otherwise, you won't be able to differentiate some elixirs. Is that so? It does seem a bit troublesome. Shen Yuan knew that this was definitely not something that could be learned in a day or two. At this moment, Nie Yunfeng stood up and handed a book to Shen Yuan. This is our Jiandan Pavilion's unique Dan book volume, which records various elixirs, their components, and methods to identify them. In short, whatever you want to know is in this book. Shen Yuan took the Dan book volume and looked at it. It was a thick book. This Dan book volume should be a treasure of your Jiandan Pavilion, right? Why are you giving it to an outsider? Shen Yuan was slightly puzzled. Upon hearing this, Nie Yunfeng fell silent for a moment. Qingming, let me put it this way. Our pavilion master thinks highly of you. So he instructed me that whatever you want, we can provide for you. What? Your pavilion master thinks highly of me? Shen Yuan was somewhat confused. He had offended many people along the way, and the Jiandan Pavilion was one of them. But he didn't expect that the pavilion master Ling Yun not only let him go last time, but also took the initiative to befriend him this time. He was indeed somewhat perplexed. Oh, by the way, the pavilion master asked me to tell you that with him around the Fong family, you don't need to worry. But privately, you should still be cautious. Additionally, this item is also a gift from the pavilion master to you. Take it. Nie Yunfeng took out a token and handed it to Shen Yuan. What is this? Now Shen Yuan was somewhat confused. Was Ling Yun treating him like a son? Nie Yunfeng explained. This is our Jiandan Pavilion's Dan token. With this, you can purchase elixirs at half price at any Jiandan Pavilion. So awesome. Shen Yuan was shocked. Since we are now being honest with each other, I might as well tell you, our pavilion master has never treated anyone like this. So you understand my meaning, right? I understand. Shen Yuan was still a bit confused. This made him feel like Ling Yun's illegitimate son. Alright, let us leave it at that. You shouldn't stay too long. By the way, there's one more thing to tell you. Lin Ming is actually a good child. She was just influenced by me, so please forgive her for what happened last time. I want to hold it against her. When leaving, Nie Yunfeng gave Shen Yuan a few elixirs as an apology. When Shen Yuan arrived downstairs, Lin Ming hurriedly came over. Young master, about the last time. It was my fault. To express my apology, I would like to invite you to dinner. Dinner? No need. I can't dare to appear openly in Linjiang City. Maybe next time. After saying that, Shen Yuan laughed heartily a couple of times and disappeared from Lin Ming's sight. What does he really look like? He is truly a mysterious man. Lin Ming murmured a few words and suddenly felt a sense of relief in her heart. Chapter 83, Puppet Master, Iron Man Sparta. In the mountains outside Linjiang City, Shen Yuan first used the Dan medicine sent by Nie Yun Feng, then carefully looked at the Dan book scroll. He didn't expect there to be so many types of Dan medicine. It seems that to become an immortal, one still has to rely on medicine. That Ling Yun, sending this and that, made it seem like he owed me something, which is quite embarrassing. Shen Yuan looked at the Dan Ling and smiled helplessly. Shen Yuan. Suddenly, a distant shout echoed through the forest. Who? Shen Yuan stood up and turned around but found no one. Shen Yuan. The voice rang out again. Are you trying to scare me? Come out. Shen Yuan activated the golden body technique and raised his guard. Suddenly, a gray shadow rushed towards Shen Yuan at high speed. Shen Yuan quickly extended his arm to block it. Hiss. That hurts. Shen Yuan felt as if his arm had been hit by something very hard. When he looked up, he saw a very strange figure floating in front of him. What on earth is this? Shen Yuan stared at the figure, which looked human but was not quite human. Because it was an Iron Man. It seemed as if it had been cast from molten iron, exuding an aura of iron all over. What are you? Shen Yuan tried to communicate with the figure. Is this really a person? Shen Yuan had some doubts. Don't waste your breath on it. It can't talk. Suddenly, a man walked out from behind the Iron Man. No, it should be said to be a dwarf, as this person's height was less than half of Shen Yuan's. But his face looked like that of a middle-aged man. The dwarf looked up at Shen Yuan. Of course, I'm here to kill you. Because you people from Lulan are too useless, I decided to travel a long distance to kill you. From what you said, you are a foreigner. Shen Yuan was slightly surprised. Have you heard of puppet masters? The dwarf suddenly asked an irrelevant question. Shen Yuan shook his head. Hearing this, although the dwarf looked up at Shen Yuan, his eyes were extremely disdainful. You haven't even heard of puppet masters? You Lulan people are too backward. When we from Xixiao were in school, we already knew about Lulan's beast masters. Xixiao? School? Are you saying that Lulan's education is too backward? Shen Yuan chuckled. Yes. Since you don't know, I can give you a lesson before you die. The dwarf said proudly. We puppet masters can control various puppets in battle. Somewhat similar to your beast masters, but we puppet masters are more powerful because our puppets are not afraid of pain and death. That's pretty impressive. Then can I ask, what exactly is this puppet of yours? Shen Yuan looked at the Iron Man and asked. It is a puppet made of fine iron. In our Xixia, it is called Sparta. Sparta? Shen Yuan laughed. These foreigners really have talent. The dwarf seemed to sense that Shen Yuan was looking down on him and immediately became furious. Sparta? Kill him. With a command, the Iron Man Sparta moved. Its movements looked very stiff, like a robot. Since the foreigner was so friendly, Shen Yuan couldn't be polite either, so he summoned the Hellhound. Hellhound, let me remind you. This guy is very tough. Don't break your teeth on him. Master. The Hellhound charged forward. It originally wanted to bite, but since Shen Yuan had warned it, it changed its attack method and used its head to slam into it. Is this really a demon beast? The dwarf looked at the huge Hellhound. Feeling like an ant in comparison, the Iron Man Sparta faced off against the Hellhound. Now, Shen Yuan realized that the dwarf was not lying. The puppet really was not afraid of pain. Unless one could crush it with sheer strength, the consequences would be just like the Hellhounds, struggling without reward. This made Shen Yuan quite troubled. The puppet should have weaknesses. With this thought, Shen Yuan began to observe carefully. I told you, beast masters are useless. Such a big demon beast can't do anything to Sparta. The dwarf directly laughed at Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan ignored him, based on his observations. The Iron Man Sparta was made entirely of iron, like a hole, with no flaws. However, he noticed a hole the size of a finger at the back of its head. Shen Yuan rested his chin on his hand and thought, could that hole be where the puppet master controls the puppet? Master, this guy is too tough. He's fast, strong, and doesn't feel pain or fatigue. You need to think of a way. The Hellhound could only keep dodging and didn't dare to fight head-on, making it feel helpless. I already have a plan. You don't need to worry. Shen Yuan had a sudden idea. He quietly sent a goo worm over to stealthily crawl into that hole. Shen Yuan could only give it a try. He hoped the goo worm could interfere with Iron Man Sparta to avoid attracting the dwarf's attention. Shen Yuan took the initiative to talk to him. I want to ask, who sent you to kill me? Sent. No. I'm a member of the dark web, understand? The dwarf's words shocked Shen Yuan. He didn't expect that there were foreigners in the dark web. He vaguely remembered that the first dark web member who tried to assassinate him, that swordsman, had mentioned that the dark web had infiltrated abroad. He didn't expect it to be true. Boom. Suddenly, the Iron Man Sparta was knocked away by the Hellhound and fell to the ground, motionless. How is this possible? The dwarf was shocked. Sparta had actually lost. Could it be that the goo worm's interference worked? Shen Yuan was somewhat uncertain. Sparta, get up. No matter how the dwarf shouted, Sparta did not respond. This meant that his puppet had suddenly lost its control. Good. Take this chance to finish him. Shen Yuan charged towards the dwarf. You? The dwarf pulled out a black stick from nowhere and leaped up, smashing it down towards Shen Yuan. What a strong momentum. Shen Yuan switched from offense to defense, catching the stick with his soft palm and pushing it away. He didn't expect this guy to be a chi refining master. Shen Yuan activated the golden body technique and charged again. Shen Yuan, I know you are a 5th grade body refining master. You are not my match. Accept your fate. After saying that, the dwarf raised the stick again and fought with Shen Yuan. Whoosh. Bang. The dwarf wielded the stick skillfully, with power and momentum, seemingly gaining the upper hand. Hellhound, get ready. Shen Yuan informed and charged forward again. Chapter 84. Fighting the demon infant, killing the dwarf. The gate of hell, open. With a loud shout, the pitch-black gate of hell opened, and the voice of a demon echoed. The innate skill of a demon beast? The dwarf glanced at the hellhound and had to take it seriously. Humph. In that case, let the demon infant come out. The dwarf gathered energy in his palm, and soon a baby slowly appeared. What is this? Shen Yuan frowned. The demon infant looked very frightening, its eyes white, blood flowing from its 7 orifices. And it had a slight smile. Go. The dwarf directly threw the demon infant towards the gate of hell. This action shocked Shen Yuan. But what happened next left Shen Yuan utterly astonished. After the demon baby was thrown to the gate of hell, it unexpectedly began to laugh eerily. Soon after, a sound scarier than the voice of a demon came from the gate of hell. How can that sound be described? It was like a baby crying, yet also like a baby laughing, as if 2 voices were mixed together. The demon baby not only ignored the gate of hell, but also broke it in an instant, which was simply unbelievable. In fact, it couldn't be said to be broken. Rather, the 3-headed hellhound closed the gate of hell itself after hearing that sound, because continuing to open it would serve no purpose and would only waste its power. Shen Yuan was affected by that strange sound, completely losing the will to fight. Take this. The gnome suddenly swung a club down. Shen Yuan was unable to dodge in time, and if he got hit like this, he would definitely be dazed. In a moment of desperation, he thought of the iron head from the 7 techniques. He activated the golden body technique, forcing power into his head. Bang! The club hit Shen Yuan's head squarely. However, the gnome's arm went numb from the impact. Such a hard head. The gnome exclaimed in surprise. Hee. It's an inherited iron head skill. Shen Yuan did not expect the effect to be so good. After a moment's thought, Shen Yuan summoned the sky-devouring sparrow. Another demon beast? Although the gnome was surprised, he wasn't overly shocked. Sky-devouring sparrow, I leave the demon baby to you. Yes, master. After receiving the order, the sky-devouring sparrow began to display its ultimate skill. Devour the starry sky. A beam of black light shot straight at the demon baby. At that moment, the baby sounds in Shen Yuan's ears disappeared, all swallowed up. The devouring light shone on the demon baby, which showed a painful expression. Could it be that the books are all lies? The gnome couldn't help but begin to doubt. Do you have any puppets? Summon them all. What? Are you in such a hurry to die? The gnome stared at Shen Yuan, thinking of a countermeasure. He indeed had more puppets, but that was his last trump card. After all, he only had 3 puppets at the moment. Puppeteers are different from beast masters. Puppets are extremely difficult to refine. And just these 3 have already exhausted all his effort. He just didn't expect that Shen Yuan's demon beasts had such terrifying innate skills that could counter his puppets. Otherwise, in the case of a regular beast master, just the Iron Man Spartan would be enough to deal with them. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan was taken aback for a moment and sneered, just give up? You want to kill me, and if you can't, you say to give up? Foreigners really know how to joke. How about this? Consider it a favor owed to you. If you come to Xixiao in the future, I will treat you to top-notch service. How about that? Top-notch. A one-stop service? Sorry, I'm not interested. 4 demon beasts attacked the gnome together. At the crucial moment of life and death, the gnome used his last trump card, but it was still of no use. After all, Shen Yuan's demon beasts were no ordinary demon beasts. They all had their own special abilities, completely countering the puppets. Shen Yuan, I am a person of the ancient country of Xixiao. You cannot kill me. The gnome pleaded for mercy. Oh, why is that? Shen Yuan thought. Could it be like modern times? Because I am a distinguished guest of Lulan. If you kill me, Xixiao will take revenge for me, and at that time, Lulan will definitely not let you go. Hearing this, Shen Yuan laughed. In this world where the strong are respected, strength is paramount. A super strong person can rival an ancient country. Who would fear such an illusory thing? Kill. With a command, the gnome was torn to pieces by the 3-headed hellhound. Let me see what treasures you have. Shen Yuan approached and searched the gnome's body, only to find that this guy was a pauper. No wonder he wanted to kill him. It turned out he had no money to spend. Master, what about that Iron Man? The 3-headed hellhound looked at Iron Man Spartan. Feeling a headache, Shen Yuan smiled. I'll keep it for now. It might be useful later. As for the gnome's other 2 puppets, they were killed by the demon beasts. Especially that demon baby, which looked terrifying. Shen Yuan didn't want such a thing. After cleaning up the area, Shen Yuan left. He was feeling a bit troubled. He didn't expect foreigners would have their eyes on him. After walking for a while, he returned to the villa and it was already evening. Bai Lian learned that Shen Yuan had entered the dark web and was quite satisfied, instructing him to meet Qingyun Daoist with her the next noon. Back in his own courtyard, his sister Shun, she was feeding the baby. Of course, it was beast milk. I'm fine. Sister, are you getting used to it here? Of course I'm used to it. This place is great. That's good. Subsequently, Shen Yuan picked up the baby boy to take a look. Shen Lang, have you been obedient to your sister? Shen Yuan pinched Shen Lang's face. Yeah. Shen Lang giggled at Shen Yuan, as if telling him he was very obedient. The next day, at noon, Shen Yuan followed Bai Lian to meet Qingyun Daoist. As usual, Bai Lian first prepared a cup of concentration tea for Shen Yuan to drink. Qingyun Daoist said, Shen Yuan, after joining the dark web, you should do more tasks when you have time. It will help you train and also earn rewards. The disciple understands. Shen Yuan had long since implemented this. What? Join the Tianxia Dao sect? Chapter 85. The first Dao sect in the world. At the foot of the mountain, Shen Yuan was engaged in a fierce battle with the Black Python. This was the agreement made between them during Shen Yuan's last outing. Speaking of the last time, it must be mentioned that Shen Yuan knocked out one of the Black Python's teeth, which led the Black Python to remember him until now. Therefore, this time the Black Python would not be careless. No more fighting, no more fighting. I can't beat you. Shen Yuan said helplessly. Kid, this time I'll spare you. Let's battle again next time. The Black Python flicked its tongue at Shen Yuan. Someone who didn't know might think it was going to swallow Shen Yuan whole. Well, go on. The Black Python watched as Shen Yuan left. This kid is growing really fast. I estimate that in a few years, I really won't be his match. The Tianxia Dao sect, the first Dao sect of the ancient country of Lulan, gathered the best talents and geniuses from across the nation, making it a place of great renown. The Tianxia Dao sect is located within the city of Lulan. Shen Yuan knew this. He took out the ancient world record, selected the route he wanted to take, and headed straight there. The journey was quite smooth, although there were people from the dark web appearing. They were all eliminated by Shen Yuan. He now vaguely felt that there seemed to be far fewer people pursuing him than before. As for the reasons behind this, Shen Yuan had pondered. He guessed there were roughly two reasons. Firstly, most people did not want to go through the trouble of looking for him. And even if they found him, they might not be able to kill him. And there was even the possibility of being counter-killed. After all, there were already many living examples. Secondly, the weak couldn't defeat him, and the strong were unwilling to take action. After all, the strong are very cautious people. With so many people previously trying to kill Shen Yuan and failing, many began to suspect that Shen Yuan had a significant background. This was good too. Finally, things could be a bit easier. Shen Yuan arrived at Lulan City, already more than half a month later. After arriving, he did not go into the city, but went directly to the vicinity of the Tianxia Dao sect. Is this the Tianxia Dao sect? Shen Yuan looked at the scene before him, quite shocked. First, what caught his eye was the entrance of the Tianxia Dao sect. On either side of the entrance stood 12 towering stone pillars, each engraved with various strange demon beasts. In the middle, facing the 24 stone pillars, there was a very large human-shaped statue. The statue depicted a middle-aged man, looking lifelike, especially his two eyes, which were vivid. Just a glance seemed to plunge one into an endless abyss, incredibly deep. In his left hand, he held a tower, and a sword hung from his waist. Looking at his feet, there was a stone tablet with the 4 large characters Tianxia Dao sect inscribed on it. The 4 characters of Tianxia Dao sect were actually at his feet, which meant that this person was the founder of the Dao sect. Shen Yuan thought for a moment, and then looked up into the distance. The Tianxia Dao sect is different from other sects. It is located on many flat mountains rather than being built on a mountain peak or halfway up like other sections. The main reason for this is probably that the Tianxia Dao sect is too large. Subsequently, Shen Yuan inquired a bit and found that the disciples guarding the gate had much higher quality than those of ordinary sections. The people told Shen Yuan that there are 2 ways to enter the Tianxia Dao sect. The first is through recommendation. The second is to participate in the selection process. Shen Yuan didn't expect to rely on recommendations, nor did he want to use that method. As for the selection, according to what the person said earlier, the Tianxia Dao sect holds a selection once a year, with only 10 spots available each time, and the selection date is set for the first day of each year. Shen Yuan, who had been away for a long time, had already forgotten what day it was today. Fortunately, he casually asked that person and learned that today was already the 15th day of the 12th month in the ancient calendar. The ancient calendar is the common year system used in the ancient world, where a month has 30 days and a year has 12 months. The ancient world does not record years, only months and days. There are still 15 days left. I need to gather some information about the Tianxia Dao sect to avoid being embarrassed if I can't pass the selection later. With that in mind, Shen Yuan left. Shen Yuan wanted to enter the city, but his ice mask was too conspicuous and easily recognizable. He now felt that this ice mask was sometimes a pitfall. He couldn't even disguise himself. The main issue was that this blue ice was still in a deep sleep and hard to wake up. Sigh. Maybe I should get a straw hat to wear. After thinking it over, Shen Yuan decided to use this method. In the evening, Shen Yuan sneaked into the city, found a shop, and directly bought a straw hat and a raincoat to wear. After disguising himself, Shen Yuan entered a tavern. "Guest, are you staying or dining?" The waiter, seeing Shen Yuan's attire, was not surprised, as all kinds of people come through. "Dining, I want a private room." Shen Yuan did this to avoid the crowd. After the food and drinks were served, Shen Yuan took out 2 gold coins and threw them to the waiter. "Wait a moment, pour me some wine. I have something to ask you." Seeing Shen Yuan's generosity, the waiter quickly poured him a glass of wine and smiled. "Guest, please ask. I've known the secrets of officials for decades and the trifles of common folks." Shen Yuan downed the wine in one go before saying, "I want to know about the selection process of the Tianxia Dao sect." The waiter poured more wine while saying, "Every year, about a few hundred people participate in the Tianxia Dao sect selection, but only 10 spots are available. Of course, the spots from recommendations are not included. The selection is based solely on one's own strength." "Well, just tell me how the selection works." Shen Yuan raised his glass and continued drinking. "Guest, the selection method of the Tianxia Dao sect varies each year, but there is a basic selection that is fixed." "Oh." The waiter continued pouring wine. "The Tianxia Dao sect has a strength testing stone. To participate in the selection, one must pass the basic selection, which requires demonstrating a strength of 10,000 pounds on the testing stone before proceeding to the next selection. Is the baseline that high? 10,000 pounds is equivalent to the 5th rank, right?" Shen Yuan was slightly surprised. "Yes. After all, the Tianxia Dao sect is filled with elites. Only the best can enter." The waiter sighed before suddenly adding, "By the way, I forgot to mention, participants in the selection cannot exceed 20 years of age, otherwise, they won't even have a chance." "Cannot exceed 20? Shen Yuan thought for a moment. He would be 20 in 6 months, as his birthday is on May 20th. "Guest, do you have any other questions? You can go now." After the waiter left, Shen Yuan poured himself a drink. For now, he didn't need to worry because his basic strength was already 20,000 pounds, which was more than enough. Suddenly, the door to his room was slammed open. Shen Yuan turned around to see a drunken man stumbling in. "Where's this? Where is Xiao Cui?" Chapter 86, Beating the Son of the Rich. "Xiao Cui? What Xiao Cui?" Shen Yuan looked confused. At this moment, he noticed that the man's clothing did not seem like that of an ordinary person. "Where did you take my Xiao Cui? Return her to me." The man suddenly charged at Shen Yuan. "Get lost." Shen Yuan raised his left foot while sitting in the chair and kicked the man out the door. Due to the noise, 2 people quickly arrived at the door. Seeing that they were dressed alike, Shen Yuan guessed they must be this guy's personal bodyguards. "Young Master Su." The 2 helped the moaning young Master Su up. And then this young Master Su spat out a mouthful of blood. The bodyguards were frightened and quickly checked. They found that several of young Master Su's ribs were broken. And they glared at Shen Yuan. "You dare to injure young Master Su? You must be tired of living. You came in the wrong room and are blaming me?" Shen Yuan glanced at the 2 with some displeasure. "I think you are looking for death." One of them supported young Master Su, while the other charged at Shen Yuan. Judging by his momentum, he seems to be at the 5th rank. Shen Yuan didn't underestimate him. He immediately stood up and caught the opponent's punch. He actually has some skills. No wonder he's so arrogant. The man attacked again. Shen Yuan shifted from offense to defense. In just a few exchanges, he pushed the opponent back. "Kid, do you dare to reveal your name?" Unfortunately, Shen Yuan would never tell him. "Get lost, or you'll die." Shen Yuan's killing intent was palpable, and the man, frightened, did not dare to say another word and hurriedly left with the other bodyguards supporting young Master Su. Seeing them gone, Shen Yuan prepared to close the door and then leave through the window. However, just as he reached the door, a man holding a folding fan suddenly appeared in front of him. "I am Qin Chuan. May I come in for a drink?" "No." Shen Yuan did not have time to play with these rich young masters. "Humph." Qin Chuan opened his fan and said, "In Luan City, ordinary people must give me." "Qin Chuan, face, do you still refuse me?" Saying this, Qin Chuan closed his eyes, waiting for Shen Yuan to grovel, but what he received was, "That's none of my business." Hearing this, Qin Chuan's expression darkened. "Kid, do you know who you just injured? He is the precious son of Lulan City's wealthiest man. Su Sanjiang, Su Fu. Wealthy man. Su Sanjiang, Su Fu. So what? Shen Yuan had already offended a prince. Why would he fear a rich man? Qin Chuan sneered. "So what? If I, Qin Chuan, don't protect you, you won't survive the night. Of course, if you submit to me, I can ensure you see tomorrow's sun." "Submit to you?" Shen Yuan laughed. "This unknown fool. Kneel down and submit to me. Follow me in the future, and I, Qin Chuan, will protect you." After Qin Chuan finished speaking, he was very pleased with himself, already picturing Shen Yuan kneeling and begging him. What an idiot. Bang. Shen Yuan forcefully closed the door, hitting Qin Chuan on the nose, making him scream in pain. Kid, you're dead. Shen Yuan kicked the door and left, holding his nose. Shen Yuan poured himself another drink. Are all rich and powerful young masters this stupid? Shen Yuan shrugged, went to the window, and prepared to jump down. Just as he opened the window, he found several people standing below, all looking up at him. They came so fast. Shen Yuan was startled and closed the window. Just as he turned around, suddenly, boom, his door was smashed to pieces, and several people rushed in. At the forefront was a big-bellied man, with two people standing on each side of him. Kid, are you the one who injured my son, Su Fu? The big-bellied man was none other than Lulan City's wealthiest man, Su Sanjiang. What do you want? What do I want? I want to twist your head off and use it as a chamber pot. After saying that, he signaled for the four people beside him to attack together. A trivial matter. If you want to fight or kill, since that's the case, I'll accompany you to the end. Shen Yuan knew that he couldn't leave until this matter was resolved. The four guys were all at the 6th rank. Shen Yuan had already tested their strength. Since this was a tavern, summoning monsters was troublesome and he couldn't unleash his full power, so he gave up on that idea. Instead, he used the power of the Dragon Ball and activated the Golden Body technique to enhance his strength. This kid, what kind of strength does he have to suddenly increase so much? The four were also slightly surprised. Shen Yuan analyzed the current situation and believed that he couldn't delay any longer. Immediately, he executed the sky-crushing fist. Boom. A massive explosion directly destroyed the place. Then, taking advantage of the moment, Shen Yuan summoned the sky-devouring sparrow, leaping onto its back and flying towards the outskirts of the city. He is actually a beast master. Su Sanjiang was furious and crushed the Buddhist beads in his hand. Nightingale, go after him, Su Sanjiang shouted, and suddenly a figure flashed behind him, disappearing in an instant. The sky-devouring sparrow flew over the city, immediately attracting the attention of many people, all of whom wore shocked expressions. After all, the sky-devouring sparrow was a monster they had never seen before. Is no one chasing after him? Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief. Clang. Shen Yuan was extremely shocked because the black eagle was very large, and based on his estimation, it might be an emperor-level monster. Until now, the strongest monster Shen Yuan had encountered was only at the emperor rank, and now he had come across an emperor level 1, which left him astonished. Master, its aura is very strong. It is indeed an emperor-level monster, the sky-devouring sparrow replied. Hearing this, Shen Yuan frowned deeply, forming a shape. He had never fought against an emperor-level monster, but according to the records and cultivation of monsters, emperor-level monsters far surpassed emperor-ranked ones in all aspects of strength. The most important thing was that emperor-level monsters had comprehended postnatal absolute skills. The so-called postnatal absolute skills refer to the unique skills that monsters comprehend after breaking through to the emperor level. Of course, postnatal absolute skills cannot compare to innate absolute skills, as innate absolute skills improve with the monster's rank and gradually become perfected. In contrast, postnatal absolute skills are fixed, only varying in power at different ranks. The black eagle behind was the black feather eagle, a superior monster characterized by its sharp black feathers on its wings, comparable to black iron, and its claws were equally terrifying. Its weaknesses were its lower abdomen and neck, which were relatively vulnerable. Overall, it was similar to other birds, with both strengths and weaknesses, and nothing particularly distinctive. Master, it's just a mixed feather bird. If I hadn't awakened, I definitely wouldn't be its opponent. So I want to give it a try. Alright, I'll give you a chance. Let's talk once we lure it to the mountains. Chapter 87. The Sky-Devouring Sparrow vs. The Black Feather Eagle. 30 miles outside Luolan City, in a mountain range. Shen Yuan stopped, and the opponent followed closely. Let's settle this. Good. Shen Yuan turned to face the opponent, a young woman dressed in black. At such a young age, possessing an emperor-level monster is truly impressive. Shen Yuan generously praised her. No more nonsense, let's go. Nightingale leaped up and landed on a tree, commanding the black feather eagle to attack. Sky-Devouring Sparrow, you go as well. Shen Yuan didn't choose to watch from the sidelines, but charged towards the opponent, wanting to test Nightingale's depth. Whoosh. Nightingale suddenly drew a long sword, shining under the moonlight. Uft. A sword chi swept across the air. Shen Yuan kicked it away. Immediately after, he executed the 12 paths of thrusting kicks, launching a series of fierce attacks. Nightingale calmly retreated while using sword chi to block. This woman is very deep. Shen Yuan frowned. He guessed the opponent was likely a 6th-ranked chi refiner. All 12 kicks Shen Yuan unleashed were blocked by Nightingale. Nightingale was not to be outdone. It was her turn to counter. Meteor stab. Nightingale controlled the sword with her palm, and the long sword began to spin wildly, forming a vortex around the blade, sparkling like starlight. Then, she thrust the sword forward. Whoosh. A flash of white light, like a shooting star. In an instant, the sword was right in front of him. Such speed. Shen Yuan did not dodge, but instead used the golden light-breaking finger to counter Nightingale's sword technique. Such powerful finger techniques. Nightingale looked at Shen Yuan's fingers glowing with gold and frowned slightly. The Black Feather Eagle is at the Emperor level, and its power and speed are stronger than the Sky-Devouring Sparrow. Yet still, it couldn't handle the Sky-Devouring Sparrow. Of course, the Sky-Devouring Sparrow couldn't do anything to the Black Feather Eagle either. Now it was a matter of whose absolute skill was stronger. Suddenly, the Black Feather Eagle soared and gradually formed a vortex of energy around it. Black Whirlwind. With a cry, the Black Feather Eagle became the center of a powerful whirlwind. Is this the innate absolute skill of the Black Feather Eagle? Shen Yuan and Nightingale both looked towards the monster. Then, the massive black whirlwind swept towards the Sky-Devouring Sparrow. Look at mine, devouring the starry sky. The Sky-Devouring Sparrow spread its claws, and a black circle appeared, shooting out a beam of black light instantly. Wherever the black whirlwind passed, not a blade of grass was left. Seeing this, Shen Yuan was slightly surprised. I have to say, this innate absolute skill is very powerful. How will it compare against devouring the starry sky? The Sky-Devouring Sparrow controlled the black light, directing it towards the black whirlwind to devour it. Wherever the black light went, everything gradually disappeared, turning to dust, swallowed by the black hole. Unexpectedly, there exists such a terrifying innate absolute skill in the world. Nightingale's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. When the devouring black light illuminated the black whirlwind, the aura of the whirlwind slowly diminished, clearly being devoured. However, devouring takes time. It's not instantaneous. So the Black Feather Eagle did not give up, desperately lunging towards the Sky-Devouring Sparrow. As long as the black whirlwind could engulf the Sky-Devouring Sparrow, it would surely die. Unfortunately, while the Sky-Devouring Sparrow released its innate absolute skill, it could also move, constantly retreating as long as it ensured the black light could shine on the black whirlwind. As the whirlwind continued to diminish, the Black Feather Eagle still did not give up. However, Nightingale couldn't hold back any longer. Upon hearing her master's command, the Black Feather Eagle stopped the whirlwind and revealed its true form. Seeing this, the Sky-Devouring Sparrow controlled the black light and shot it directly at the Black Feather Eagle. Clang! The Black Feather Eagle let out a cry and quickly dodged. At the same time, it used its postnatal absolute skill. Black Eagle spreading wings. The Black Feather Eagle spread its wings to fly, and the black feathers on its wings transformed into arrows, shooting towards the Sky-Devouring Sparrow. Upon seeing this, the Sky-Devouring Sparrow abandoned its attack on the Black Feather Eagle's true form. It needed to block these arrows, or it would be finished. When the devouring light enveloped the arrows flew for only a short while before being gradually devoured. Is this its postnatal absolute skill? Although it seems not as powerful as the innate absolute skill, Shen Yuan could feel that each arrow contained tremendous power. Shen Yuan sighed. Indeed, it is an emperor-level monster. Even a superior monster is so formidable. At this moment, due to the overwhelming number of arrows and the Sky-Devouring Sparrow having released its innate absolute skill for quite some time, its power was nearly exhausted. Master, the Sky-Devouring Sparrow chirped. Shen Yuan understood and summoned another monster. The North Sea Divine Koan takes the stage. Once it appeared, the North Sea Divine Koan immediately unleashed its special ability, the power of thunder. It shattered the arrows released by the Black Feather Eagle with the might of thunder, helping the Sky-Devouring Sparrow block the final attack. What kind of monster is this? Nightingale initially had no reaction upon seeing the North Sea Divine Koan, as Beast Masters typically possess multiple monsters. However, when she saw the thunderous power of the North Sea Divine Koan, she instantly lost her composure. As a senior Beastmaster, she naturally knew that some magical beasts were born with special abilities, but such magical beasts were extremely rare. It was one thing that she had never seen the North Sea Divine Koan, but it was another that it was also a magical beast with special abilities, which made it hard for her to remain calm. Where did this magical beast come from? Nightingale instinctively asked. No comment. Could Shen Yuan tell others that he had a divine beast system? Of course not. Just now, when he summoned the second magical beast, Nightingale also wanted to summon her second contracted magical beast, but it seemed unnecessary now. Shen Yuan clearly saw the Black Feather Eagle transform into a red Beastmaster ring attached to Nightingale's wrist, and he also noticed that she had another orange Beastmaster ring. This meant that Nightingale had another Emperor-level magical beast. Are we still going to fight? Shen Yuan suddenly asked. Nightingale shook her head. There's no point in continuing. I can't kill you. In that case, I'm leaving. As for how this woman would report back, it was none of his business. Nightingale looked in the direction Shen Yuan disappeared and murmured to herself. Is this person really Shen Yuan? After returning to the tavern, Su Sanjiang scolded Nightingale fiercely. Fortunately, his son was only injured and hadn't died, so he temporarily set this matter aside, planning to seek revenge when he encountered Shen Yuan again. On the other side, Shen Yuan lay on a tree, not planning to go to the city, as the city was full of troubles, filled with people who walked with their noses in the air. Chapter 88. The Selection of the Heavenly Tao Sect. Time flew by, and it was already the day of the Heavenly Tao Sect selection. Shen Yuan had been staying in the forest these days, doing basic training every day to consolidate his strength. On the first day of the new year, Shen Yuan arrived at the Heavenly Tao Sect. So many people. Shen Yuan looked at the crowd gathered in front of the statue and couldn't help but exclaim. He stood at the back of the crowd, waiting. After about half an hour, an old man with white hair flew in from the air. Everyone, it's that time of year again for the selection, long time no see. The old man's voice was powerful and covered the entire venue. Instantly, everyone fell silent. The old man looked down at the crowd and said, I am Chu Yuna, and I will preside over this selection. I look forward to seeing you shine here. I promise to be absolutely fair and just. The rules are the same as usual. You must first pass the basic selection to qualify for the real selection. After saying that, Chu Yunha waved his hand, and a stone tablet fell from the sky, slowly landing on the ground. Everyone's gaze turned towards the stone tablet. It was a green stone tablet about 10 feet tall, covered with a layer of white aura that flowed around it, looking very magical. This is the testing tablet. Whether you are a chi refining master or a body refining master, you can test your strength on it. You just need to unleash your strongest strike. The minimum passing score is 10,000 pounds. Everyone, line up and get ready to start. After that, Chu Yunha gestured for the disciples below to help maintain order. Here at the Heavenly Tao Sect, even the most arrogant people behaved themselves and no one dared to show discontent. Shen Yuan stood among the crowd, voluntarily lining up. He then looked around. There were 10 people in each row and 50 in each column, but the last row didn't have enough people. Calculating like this, there were actually nearly 500 people participating in the selection. Were all the people here at the 5th level? Shen Yuan looked at the many youthful faces, secretly guessing that if that were true, it would indeed be impressive. Then, the testing began. The first person stepped up and punched the stone tablet, causing the white aura to flow rapidly and form white characters. 1 1 2 3 5. This meant that this person had struck with a force of 12,235 pounds. The second person stepped up and also exceeded 10,000. The third person stepped up and their strength exceeded 15,000. The fourth person stepped up and registered over 9,000 pounds. Those who did not pass simply turned right and left. Thus, the testing continued in a tense and exciting manner. After testing a dozen or so, someone finally burst out with a force of 20,000 pounds. This was a man, robust and burly, and judging by his appearance, he looked a bit anxious. Therefore, many suspected he was over 20 years old. After these people passed the strength test, a disciple came forward with a life wheel to check their ages. The burly man stepped up and placed his hand on the life wheel. Then the testing disciple shouted, 16 years old. What? Did I hear that wrong? At that size? He's only 16? Surely there's something wrong with the life wheel. Many raised doubts. Seeing the commotion, Chu Yunha stepped forward and said, the life wheel cannot be wrong. You can test with peace of mind. That guy, looking like that, is only 16 and already a 6th level body refining master, truly a genius. Shen Yuan had to admit that this person's talent was indeed high. Then, the testing continued. After testing over 100 people, a plump woman stepped forward, catching Shen Yuan's attention. Shen Yuan recognized her. She was Hua Yu, who had escorted goods with him last time. This woman had a good character and was quite pleasing to the eye, leaving Shen Yuan with a good impression. He remembered that Hua Yu was a chi refining master. At this time, Hua Yu's test results came out, over 12,000 pounds, and her age was 19. Hua Yu was quite good, Shen Yuan murmured, continuing to wait. After testing a few dozen more, another familiar figure appeared. This person was Li Hongguan, Shen Shi's former senior brother from the Beiyuan sect. It was he who had deceived Shen Shi. Shen Yuan remembered that this person's strength was not very strong, yet he had somehow managed to pass. It's good that this guy passed. It will allow me to take revenge for my sister. Shen Yuan smiled coldly. As time passed, it was finally Shen Yuan's turn. When Shen Yuan stepped forward, he attracted a lot of attention. After all, his outfit was too flamboyant. Wearing a raincoat and a straw hat was one thing, but he even wore an ice mask, making him look like a celebrity. Shen Yuan walked up to the testing tablet and punched it. Boom. 1 2 3 4 5. 5 characters appeared, immediately causing many people to burst into laughter. This guy thinks he's something special. Look at his outfit. I thought he was some big shot. What a joke. Many people began to mock Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan ignored them and continued to walk over to test his age, then stood there honestly. All right. Everyone be quiet. Chu Yun's tone was clearly displeased. Instantly, everyone shut their mouths. Before long, the testing was finally completed. Over 200 people passed the basic selection, while those eliminated were either lacking in strength or were too old. Chu Yun stepped forward and said, first of all, congratulations to you all for passing the basic selection. Next comes the real selection, which is also the time to verify your strength. Are you ready? Ready. The response was loud, echoing through the heavens. After calming down, Shu Yunha continued. Very well, take them to the Void Gate. Void Gate? What is that? Shen Yuan was momentarily stunned as the crowd had already lined up to walk into the Heavenly Tao sect. Under the guidance of the disciples, everyone arrived at a large courtyard. In front of them, a black void gate appeared. This door looked like a swirling vortex of air, with black aura constantly rotating. At this moment, Shu Yunha flew above the courtyard and looked down at the void gate, saying, "Here is where your next selection will take place." The void gate is a simulated space. You will know what it is like once you go in. Simulated space? Everyone showed puzzled expressions. Shu Yunha did not elaborate much, but directly stated the rules. After you enter, you will fight inside, and the last 10 people to come out will be the final 10 for this selection. Old Shu, will we die in there? Someone asked. No, it's a simulated space. If you die inside, you will come out directly. It won't affect you at all. Of course, if you don't trust that, you can leave now and forego the selection. Instantly, everyone fell silent. Understood. All right, go in. With that order, everyone walked into the void gate one by one. Chapter 89. Battle in the Simulated World. When everyone regained consciousness, they found themselves in various places within the simulated space. The simulated space mimicked the outside world, complete with mountains, rivers, and lakes, and it had day and night as well as spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Shen Yuan landed in a mountain range with a chilly autumn breeze. He looked around. The scene was just like reality, with no differences. I didn't expect there to be such a place. Indeed, this world is all-powerful. And why do I feel like I'm in a battle royale? Seems quite interesting. Shen Yuan tested his own strength and felt no discomfort or suppression, although some people might have hidden their power during the strength test, given their ages. Shen Yuan didn't believe anyone here could exceed the 7th rank. Subsequently, Shen Yuan began searching for targets. For him, this was not only a selection but also a great opportunity for training, allowing him to compete with many talented individuals. After crossing a valley, Shen Yuan didn't see anyone but spotted a demon beast. Wait. Shen Yuan remembered that Shu Yunha had said that demon beasts couldn't be used here, and the identity of beast masters was invalid. So where did this demon beast come from? Shen Yuan pondered for a moment and suddenly understood. Since it was a simulation of the real world, having demon beasts was indeed normal. Moreover, Shen Yuan speculated that the purpose of these demon beasts was not only to interfere with the contestants, but also to test everyone's ability to deal with demon beasts. According to Shen Yuan's guess, the reason why demon beasts couldn't be used here was probably that the Tianda Dao sect wanted true talents who relied on their own strength, not those who depended on demon beasts, hence the prohibition. Since that is the case, let us go. Shen Yuan charged towards the demon beast. Roar. The demon beast let out a roar and rushed towards Shen Yuan. The two collided. Bang. Shen Yuan smashed the demon beast's skull with a punch. This was a demon lord level beast, and for him, it was utterly suppressed. Not to mention Shen Yuan's own strong power. His rich experience in battling demon beasts was enough to handle it easily. Kid, is it fun to bully small animals? A voice suddenly came from behind. Shen Yuan wiped the blood from his hands, turned around to face the speaker, and sneered. Then let me bully you. After saying that, Shen Yuan moved. The other party moved as well. Bang. With a clash of fists, Shen Yuan directly shattered the opponent's arm. How is this possible? I remember you only had a strength of 10,000 pounds. The man exclaimed, clutching his arm in shock. In life, one must be low-key, understand? After saying that, Shen Yuan pointed and ended the opponent's life, taking one blood. After the man died, his body disappeared. Shen Yuan guessed it must have been teleported outside, after all. This wasn't real death. You're quite strong. Just after finishing the battle, another person appeared. Shen Yuan was very pleased with the heads that came to him willingly. This person was much stronger than the previous one, but with less combat experience than Shen Yuan and slightly weaker in strength, so he was still crushed, paying the price for his arrogance. Just you two, compared to the dark web people, you're nothing. Shen Yuan also felt that, how to put it, although they were all 5th rank, the people from the dark web could exert great pressure on him. But these people were like mere decorations. To put it bluntly, they were like flowers in a greenhouse, pretty but useless. Indeed, those who can enter the dark web are not ordinary characters. After that, Shen Yuan left this place and continued to search for his next target. As evening approached, the sky darkened. Shen Yuan prepared to find a tree to rest for a while, but unexpectedly, someone was hiding in the tree. Wow, are you that cautious? Shen Yuan kicked the person down and then directly eliminated him. After lying on the tree, Shen Yuan laughed. No wonder I hadn't encountered anyone for half a day. It turns out some people want to survive to the end. He thought this way, but didn't dwell on it. Even if someone could survive to the end, it didn't matter. Shen Yuan would definitely be in the top 10. After all, He had absolute strength, unless he encountered a 7th rank. Late at night, a sword energy suddenly swept towards Shen Yuan. An ambush? Shen Yuan supported himself with one hand and kicked the sword energy away. Kid, with 10,000 pounds of strength, to have lived this long, I must say, you're really lucky. Is that so? Then you're about to be unlucky. Shen Yuan landed on the ground and looked at the opponent. You should feel honored to become a stepping stone on my path to becoming strong. Stop talking nonsense. Shen Yuan was too lazy to talk to this boastful guy. He directly attacked. 12 paths of kicking. What? The man was startled by the momentum and hurriedly used sword energy to block. Die. Shen Yuan broke through layers of sword energy, delivering a kick with 10,000 pounds of force directly to the opponent's chest. One kick, and he was dead. There are always some self-righteous people. Shen Yuan shook off his clothes and left this place. Before dawn, Shen Yuan eliminated a few more people. He didn't keep track, but he estimated he had taken down a dozen or so. Shen Yuan walked out of this mountain range, and before him was a snowy landscape. This space is truly magical. Shen Yuan sighed as he stepped onto the snow, hearing a crunching sound under his feet. Is that a sound? Shen Yuan walked to the right, turned a corner, and saw two people in a fierce battle, a man and a woman. Isn't that Huayu? She seems to be at a disadvantage. Shen Yuan hid in the shadows to watch the fight. Golden light breaking the heavens. A beam of golden light shot out, piercing the man's head. This startled Huayu, who turned to look at Shen Yuan. Thank you. Be careful. Shen Yuan saved her once because they had collaborated before and he had a good impression of her. However, if there was a second time, Shen Yuan would not intervene. After all, everyone has their own fate. After Shen Yuan left, Huayu couldn't help but recall his figure. Why does this person look so much like him? Shen Yuan climbed up the snowy mountain. Suddenly, two people pounced out of the snow. Shen Yuan had no time to dodge and instantly activated his golden body. Even so, he was still pushed back by the two. Despicable. Shen Yuan coldly stared at them. They were two men, one fat and one thin. The thin one grinned and sneered. What is so despicable? Winning is all that matters. You have a point. I'd like to ask, were you originally together or was it a temporary team-up? Why should I tell you? The other party seemed to have guessed Shen Yuan's intention. Shen Yuan shook his head. I was just curious, that's all. Alright, you can die now. Shen Yuan knew these two had some skills, so he directly activated the golden body technique, doubling his power from over 20,000 pounds to over 40,000. Shen Yuan's golden body technique was still at the second level. It wasn't that he didn't want to advance further, but the third level required extremely high standards, needing to comprehend the complete 7 battle techniques. Shen Yuan was momentarily distracted, and the two men had already launched their attack. Bang! Their fists met his 4 hands, and he firmly received the blows. Chapter 90, A Strange Woman, Milan. Diamond Palm. Divine Wind Leg. After the two people distanced themselves, they simultaneously unleashed their combat techniques. You're not bad, but unfortunately, you've met me. Transforming Force Cotton Palm. Shen Yuan used his left hand to catch the palm strike and his right hand to intercept the kick. With Shen Yuan's power, he could only dissipate half of the opponent's strength, but that was enough for him to withstand their attack. What? This kid is too weak. Heaven-cracking, earth-shattering fist. Boom. The powerful explosive force instantly sent both of them flying, and after they hit the ground, they spat blood, staining the pure white snow with a scarlet hue. This strength is almost at the 7th rank. After realizing what happened, the two wanted to escape. But how could Shen Yuan let them go? He chased after them, delivering a punch to each, sending them out for free. TCH, they really can't take a hit. Shen Yuan climbed over the snowy mountain and arrived at a lush green meadow, which resembled a scorching summer day. Just as he stepped into the knee-deep grass, a giant blue python swam toward him. The blue pattern python was actually at the level of a monster emperor. Shen Yuan looked at its blood-stained fangs and was slightly surprised. This guy must have just killed someone. A strong smell of blood mixed with a foul odor wafted from the python's mouth, nearly knocking Shen Yuan out. He couldn't help but wonder which unfortunate guy had been swallowed. It would be better to commit suicide than to end up in a mouth that resembled a cesspool. Shen Yuan moved to the side, looking for an opportunity to strike. The blue pattern python swung its tree-like tail towards Shen Yuan. On the grass, it had an absolute advantage, making it difficult to deal with. Shen Yuan leaped up to evade the sweep. However, the blue pattern python raised its tail and slammed it down, giving Shen Yuan no chance to catch his breath. Damn, with no point of leverage. Shen Yuan couldn't muster his strength and had to activate his golden body to block. Even so, he was still sent flying, crashing hard onto the grass and chewing on some blades. It seemed he could only engage closely. Maintaining distance would give it an even greater advantage. Analyzing the situation, Shen Yuan began to move left and right, searching for an opportunity to close in for an attack. Given its massive size, the blue pattern python would find it hard to react. Hiss. Take this punch. Shen Yuan struck the python's body with a punch, causing it to hiss in pain. Human. You've angered me. You've angered me too. Prepare to die. Shen Yuan gathered his strength, preparing to punch through the snake's body. Vine entanglement. Taking advantage of Shen Yuan's moment of concentration, the blue pattern python unleashed its innate ultimate skill. In an instant, a thick green vine sprouted from the python's tail, climbing onto Shen Yuan's body and instantly wrapping around him. I was careless. I didn't expect it to awaken. Realizing the danger, Shen Yuan tried to break free but found the vine too sturdy. Just as the vine was wrapping around his neck, he quickly raised both hands. I'm all in. Shen Yuan bent his arms, channeling all his strength into his elbows. With a powerful elbow strike, he slammed down, causing the vine to pause its growth, but only for an instant before it resumed its entanglement. Seeing this, Shen Yuan, in a fit of rage, struck repeatedly with his elbows. Bang! Bang bang bang. After dozens of hits, the vine finally retreated. This kid has gone mad. The blue pattern python felt its tail burning with pain. I remember, I just attacked 72 times. Each elbow had about 5,000 pounds of force. It seems I've gained insight again. Let us call it the 72 elbow strikes. Phew. It's good it ran away. I need to recover. Shen Yuan sat down to meditate and recover. Suddenly, a voice whispered in his ear, tired, huh? Shen Yuan turned to see a strange woman. Why was she strange? Because she was dressed very revealingly. With just some grass covering her upper body and a grass skirt on her lower body, nearly exposing her backside. Shen Yuan didn't know what to say. Was this considered seduction? If so, he was sorry. Shen Yuan was only interested in improving his strength and had no interest in women. How about I come serve you? The woman said, swaying her hips as she walked towards Shen Yuan. Stop. Don't come any closer. Shen Yuan didn't believe this woman was simple. What if I don't? The woman didn't stop, and her palms gathered a ball of green energy. Something's off. Shen Yuan sensed that this woman was unusual. Most people's vital energy was white and transparent, while this woman's was actually green. As for Shen Yuan, his own energy only turned golden when he borrowed the power of the Dragon Pearl. He never dared to use that power openly, so whenever he borrowed it, he would integrate the golden energy into his body, making it undetectable to others. But this woman didn't hide it at all. Who exactly was she? You are Shen Yuan, right? The woman suddenly said. Who are you? Looks like you've been watching me for a while. Shen Yuan didn't deny it. Anyone observing closely could figure it out. Me? Since you asked, I'll tell you, I'm Milan. And I can also tell you that I'm not from the dark web. Milan? Shen Yuan was slightly surprised. This woman knew about the dark web, but claimed not to be part of it. Who was she really? Why was she paying attention to him? Catch this. The green energy in Mulan's palm instantly formed a green vine whip, striking towards Shen Yuan. Damn, I didn't provoke you. Shen Yuan jumped back to dodge the vine whip. He sidestepped while moving closer to Mulan. Just as rumored, she had some skills. Mulan controlled the vine whip, attempting to bind Shen Yuan. Having just been entangled by the blue pattern python, how could he allow himself to be captured by Mulan again? Cotton palm. Shen Yuan reached out, trying to grab the vine whip, but Mulan wielded the whip with great agility, and he missed. Where did this crazy woman come from? Shen Yuan complained as he continued to approach Mulan. You're a 6th rank body refinement master, right? Let us play. How did she know he was a 6th rank body refinement master? The dark web's information was still at the 5th rank. How was this woman so well informed? Shen Yuan hesitated for a moment, but Mulan's fist had already come crashing in. Bang! The two fists collided, and neither side retreated. This woman was also a 6th rank body refinement master? Shen Yuan was very surprised since his punch had over 20,000 pounds of force. Hee. Mulan suddenly smiled at Shen Yuan, revealing 2 small dimples. Chapter 91, I'm still too young. The eyes behind the mask stared at her. Shen Yuan wanted to say that if this woman had dressed conservatively, he would definitely think she was a pure and cute girl. After all, Mulan's appearance belonged to that category, like a neighborly little sister, a delicate beauty. But unfortunately, her outfit was revealing. What a gas dual cultivator. Who are you really? Shen Yuan fixed his gaze on Mulan's eyes and noticed that her pupils also contained some green. Fortunately, her hair wasn't green. Who I am seems unimportant. Rather, I'm quite interested in uncovering your mask to take a look. What? Have you never seen a handsome guy or something? Shen Yuan scoffed and created some distance from Mulan. Watch your feet. Mulan suddenly leaped up, delivering a single-legged split. Shen Yuan instinctively looked up and instantly saw something he shouldn't have, since Mulan was only wearing a grass skirt. But because he hesitated for that moment, he couldn't react in time. In a moment of desperation, Shen Yuan instantly used Iron Head. Bang! Mulan's bare foot landed squarely on Shen Yuan's head. That was close. Shen Yuan estimated that if he hadn't used Iron Head, that kick would have knocked him silly. Good body refinement technique. Not bad. Mulan slowly lowered her long jade-like leg. What exactly do you want? Shen Yuan was genuinely a bit stunned. All right, see you outside. Mulan turned and left just like that. Shen Yuan looked at Mulan's back. Those straight jade legs were indeed very enchanting. Looking further up, it was something he shouldn't be looking at. This woman was truly inexplicable. Shen Yuan sat down and began to meditate and recover. Just as he finished recovering, 3 people, who clearly had no sense, showed up. As long as they came in groups, Shen Yuan didn't need to worry at all. His only concern was when he was alone. Taking down 3 at once was quite nice. Shen Yuan directly used the 12 paths of kicking at the 3 of them in succession. When the opponent blocked, Shen Yuan was not surprised. After all, those who had survived until now certainly had some skills. It was better to resolve this quickly. Without hesitation, Shen Yuan borrowed the power of the Dragon Ball and activated the Golden Body technique. Instantly, his strength of over 20,000 pounds surged to over 60,000 pounds. A 7th grade body refiner typically only had a base strength of 50,000 pounds. What was up with this kid? The 3 felt Shen Yuan's aura suddenly rise. They wanted to run, but it was too late. Shen Yuan charged up and directly crushed them with his power, instantly killing all 3. However, this took a toll on his body. His own strength was only a little over 20,000 pounds, and when he borrowed the equal strength from the Dragon Ball, his body could just barely handle it. At this point, activating the Golden Body technique meant his body was already overloaded. Shen Yuan had only recently discovered that as his strength increased, borrowing the power of the Dragon Ball and activating the Golden Body technique allowed for a significant boost. However, conversely, the side effects became quite apparent. When he was at the 5th grade, this state could be maintained for at least half a quarter of an hour. But in the 6th grade, he could only maintain it for a few minutes. While recovering, Shen Yuan began to think. Soon, he realized where the problem lay. He was too greedy. The 2nd layer of the Golden Body technique could double his strength. So there was no need to always borrow the equal strength from the Dragon Ball. As long as it was enough, that would be fine. In other words, these side effects were all brought on by the Dragon Ball. Before he had the Dragon Ball, he could maintain the Golden Body technique for half an hour. But now, after acquiring the Dragon Ball, he habitually borrowed its power first before activating the Golden Body technique, which directly overloaded his body. It seemed he was too reliant on the Dragon Ball. He should try to avoid using it in the future. This time, Shen Yuan took a full 2 hours to recover. The sky had already darkened. Shen Yuan didn't rush to find a target. Instead, he lay down on the lush grass. He was summarizing his battle experiences from the past few months. After careful reflection, Shen Yuan felt he was still a bit impulsive. It seemed he was still too young and had experienced too little. A cool breeze blew, making it quite pleasant. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching him. Shen Yuan quietly hid. Since he was determined to change, he needed to start from the present. The figure got closer and closer. With the moonlight, Shen Yuan saw the person's face. It was him. Shen Yuan was very surprised. This person was none other than Li Hongguan. He was surprised because he thought someone of Li Hongguan's strength would not have survived until now. Shen Yuan quickly analyzed the situation, and only 2 explanations made sense. First, Li Hongguan had been very cautious and was hiding all along. Second, Li Hongguan had concealed his strength. Seeing Li Hongguan's flustered appearance, Shen Yuan believed the first explanation was more plausible. Stop. Shen Yuan stood up from the grass. Who are you? Li Hongguan had never seen Shen Yuan before, so he had no idea that the person before him was his enemy. You are Li Hongguan of the Beiyuan sect, right? Who are you? Upon hearing Li Hongguan's acknowledgement, Shen Yuan immediately took action. Bang! Li Hongguan was caught off guard and flew away like a kite with a broken string. Please, let me go? It hasn't been easy for me to come here, and it's even harder to have made it this far. I am the hope of the entire Beiyuan sect. Li Hongguan knew he was no match for Shen Yuan and immediately knelt down to beg for mercy. If it were an ordinary person, Shen Yuan might consider letting him go. But this person had almost caused the death of his sister. How could Shen Yuan let him go? Let you go, huh? Yes. As long as you let me go, after I get out, I will have my master thank you properly. He is the leader of the Beiyuan sect. Whatever you want, he can give you. All right. Thank you, thank you. Li Hongguan got up and ran a couple of steps, but then a hole appeared in the back of his head. Shen Yuan didn't directly attack. Instead, he used the mechanism of the Sagittarius to shoot through Li Hongguan's head. This thing was quite useful. Shen Yuan had forgotten to use it ever since he put on the Sagittarius. It was only now that he remembered to use it after seeing it casually. If not for that, he would have treated the Sagittarius as a watch all along. Seeing Li Hongguan's corpse disappear, Shen Yuan murmured, "When I meet you again after getting out, you will truly die." After that, Shen Yuan left the patch of grass. He walked until dawn without encountering anyone else. It seemed that the people inside here were getting fewer and fewer. He wondered if there were still 20 left. After thinking for a moment, Shen Yuan continued searching for targets. Unknowingly, Shen Yuan arrived at a bamboo forest. Upon seeing the bamboo forest, Shen Yuan couldn't help but think of the masked woman playing the flute in the bamboo forest, Imeng. Who? Come out. The wind swayed the bamboo leaves. Reminiscent of a gentleman. Chapter 92, Zhao Fei, Jilingyan. In front of Shen Yuan, on a bamboo stalk stood a young man in white, holding a folding fan. He looked gentle and refined, with a youthful face that appeared to be only about 18 years old. Young man, I feel you resemble someone. Upon seeing the other person's face, Shen Yuan indeed felt a sense of familiarity. Oh, please tell me who. The young man politely cupped his hands. Is your surname Zhao? Yes. Then that's it. I am Zhao Fei. May I ask your name? Shen Yuan did not tell him his name, but said, You can leave. Zhao Fei smiled slightly. Leave? I still want to spar with you a bit. Saying this, Zhao Fei waved his folding fan, and a row of bamboo leaves shot through the air. Since that's the case, I will oblige. Shen Yuan used the soft palm to dissipate the force and caught the bamboo leaves. Immediately afterward, with a leap, Shen Yuan bent his knees slightly and launched himself forward. Bang! He punched the bamboo Zhao Fei was standing on, shattering it, and the bamboo leaves danced chaotically. Flying dragon dance. Zhao Fei twirled his folding fan, and the swirling bamboo leaves gathered together with the airflow, transforming into a flying dragon. Good move, flying dragon dance. Shen Yuan exclaimed. Even a scholar like this fought so elegantly. Shatter. Shen Yuan used an extremely domineering crushing fist to smash the bamboo leaf dragon. Not bad. Let's meet again outside. Zhao Fei put away his folding fan and vanished into the bamboo forest. Shen Yuan chuckled. Didn't he expect her to have a younger brother? And it seemed he was also a gifted prodigy. After passing through the bamboo forest, Shen Yuan arrived in a desert. Here, he encountered a demon beast again. It was a desert fish. According to the Monster Beast Illustrated, the desert fish is a rare demon beast that can only survive in desert areas. It is extremely rare, moving freely in the sand as if it were in the ocean. To think he would encounter such a rare creature here. The desert fish resembled a shark, with sharp teeth and strong biting power. However, it was only at the demon commander level. Shen Yuan exchanged a few blows with it, and the opponent seemed wary. Disappearing into the sandy sea. One must admit that trying to kill a desert fish in the sandy sea was nearly impossible. Under the blazing sun, Shen Yuan walked in the desert for 2 hours. At this moment, in front of Shen Yuan, on the scorched earth under the blazing sun, there was actually a bright red rose standing resiliently, swaying in the wind. Is this the legendary desert rose? Shen Yuan hurried over to take a look. And it was indeed exactly like the desert rose described in the legends. It grows in the desert, thrives under the scorching sun, and possesses a remarkable ability to withstand heat. What a pity, this is just a simulated world. It would be great if he encountered it outside. Shen Yuan shook his head and reluctantly left. However, he felt that he had gained a lot from this experience. Unbeknownst to him, as the sun set in the west, the scorching earth turned crimson. Shen Yuan saw the shimmering surface of the water, glowing brilliantly under the sunset. He had encountered a desert oasis. After rushing over, Shen Yuan leaped and jumped straight into the lake. It felt so refreshing. Shen Yuan was not afraid of the heat because he had an ice mask made from blue ice, which was enough to shield him from the scorching sun. That said, encountering an oasis in the desert was an exhilarating experience, so he naturally wanted to take a dip. Shen Yuan took off his clothes and swam freely on the lake's surface, feeling very comfortable. Pervert. A sudden delicate shout startled Shen Yuan. Indeed, it was a woman's voice. But why was there a woman here? Shen Yuan submerged his body in the lake and looked around. Behind him, there was a woman hiding in the water, her head peeking out just like his. When Shen Yuan turned to see her, their eyes met, creating a still moment like a painting. Look again, and I'll gouge your eyes out. The woman suddenly shouted, breaking the silence. You haven't revealed anything, so why can't I look? Shen Yuan chuckled. The reason he kept staring at the woman was that she was quite extraordinary. Her beauty was captivating, but what Shen Yuan cared about was her hair. Her hair was a striking shade of fiery red. I'll kill you. The woman raised her hands, fiery energy emerging from her palms, instantly igniting the lake's surface and rushing towards Shen Yuan. As expected, her energy was also fiery red. Shen Yuan stirred the lake's surface, punching the flames away and dousing them with splashes of water. However, Shen Yuan had been careless. In an instant, his body was exposed. Upon seeing something, the woman was immediately taken aback, her face turning redder than her hair. Damn, I was seen? Shen Yuan quickly jumped onto the shore and put on his clothes. Pervert. I must kill you. The woman shouted, but she didn't dare to come out of the lake. Although Shen Yuan had been honest with her, she couldn't be completely open with him. Why are you shy? It's just a little extra flesh. What's the big deal? Shen Yuan crossed his arms, looking at the woman in the lake with a smirk. He thought to himself that if this woman were the earlier encountered Mulan, she probably wouldn't be afraid of Shen Yuan's gaze and would have jumped out directly. You. Jilingyan was so furious that she nearly exploded. Born noble. Who dared to be so disrespectful to her? Unexpectedly, today she found herself bathing in the same lake as a lecher who wouldn't even show his true face. She had to kill Shen Yuan and gouge out his eyes to quell her anger. Alright, since we were honest with each other, I want to kill you. With that, Shen Yuan left the oasis. Once he saw Shen Yuan's figure disappear completely, Ji Yan hurriedly put on her clothes and chased after him, determined to kill Shen Yuan. After leaving the desert, Shen Yuan encountered no one else. At night, he arrived at a small grove. Can you stop following me? Aren't you afraid I might do something to you in the grove? Pervert, die? Ji Yan held a red silk and wrapped it around Shen Yuan. You saw me first. I was at a disadvantage, yet you won't let it go, women. Shen Yuan sighed, fending off the red silk. Shameless. Flame tornado. The end of the red silk suddenly ignited, forming a vortex, and a burst of flame shot out. Be careful not to burn yourself. Shen Yuan chuckled, not daring to be careless. Heaven-shattering fist. With a whoosh, he punched out, scattering the flames and igniting the forest. You're no match for me. Just leave. Shen Yuan could sense that Ji Yan was just a fifth-tier qi refining master, and there was still a gap between them. If you could summon beasts here, I'd make sure you die a horrible death. Ji Yan stomped her feet in anger. Oh, Shen Yuan was taken aback. It turned out this woman was also a beast master. Tell me your name. Once we're outside, I'll make sure you regret it, shameless pervert. Ji Yan placed one hand on her hip and pointed at Shen Yuan with the other. Since you want to know so badly, I want to tell you. Shen Yuan patted his bottom and left the grove. Die, I want you dead. An extremely furious roar echoed from the grove. Chapter 93, The Hall of All Beings of the Heavenly Tao Sect. Daylight broke. Just as Shen Yuan was about to rise and look for a target, he suddenly lost consciousness. The others were the same, not yet realizing what had happened. It seemed that it was over. He wondered who the 10 people were. Shen Yuan glanced over at the others. To his right was Ji Yan with her fiery red hair. Upon seeing him, her already slightly red eyes seemed ready to spit fire. To his left was Mulan, who had changed into a green dress that covered her long legs. Mulan smiled at Shen Yuan, revealing 2 cute dimples. She now looked like the girl next door. Next was Zhao Fei, who managed to hold out until the end, which was within Shen Yuan's expectations. Further along, Shen Yuan spotted Huayu, which surprised him. It wasn't he that he looked down on her, but in his impression, Huayu was indeed relatively weak. She looked over at him, seemingly saying thank you. As for the remaining 5 people, Shen Yuan had not encountered them and had never seen them before. There were 4 men and 1 woman. Chu Yunhe walked up to the 10 people, scanning them with his eyes, pausing briefly on Shen Yuan, who had been mocked by many when he first appeared. Congratulations. You are now disciples of the Heavenly Tao Sect and will be under its protection. Chu Yunhe nodded with satisfaction, seemingly pleased with this year's 10 individuals. Alright, I'll leave the next matters to Zhou Xingchen. He will be responsible for arranging things for you. With that, a dashing young man in white approached. He looked at the 10 people and said, I am Zhou Xingchen. Follow me. The 10 followed Zhou Xingchen into a magnificent and grand hall. Before entering, Shen Yuan glanced around. This hall was called the Hall of All Beings. Upon entering the hall, Shen Yuan noticed that someone seemed to be waiting for them. Directly in front of him, on the throne of the hall, sat a remarkable middle-aged man, flanked by 5 people on each side. Palace Master, the people have been brought. Zhou Xingchen bowed to the middle-aged man and stepped aside. The middle-aged man slowly stood up and proclaimed, First, congratulations on entering the Heavenly Tao Sect. I am the Palace Master of the Hall of All Beings. Morong Bo hello, Palace Master. To show their respect, the 10 people bowed together. Morong Bo nodded. Since you have joined the Heavenly Tao Sect, you are now part of it. Now, I will explain the general situation of the sect to you. The Heavenly Tao Sect has been established for over 10,000 years, with a long history and strong power. To this day, there are more than 10,000 members in the sect. Upon hearing this, the 10 people, including Shen Yuan, couldn't help but gasp in shock. Everyone in the world knows how powerful the Heavenly Tao Sect is, gathering many prodigies, but no one outside knows that it has so many members. Perhaps most of the disciples of the Heavenly Tao Sect might not even know this. Morong Bo continued, the Heavenly Tao Sect has developed into 4 divisions, 1 academy, 2 halls, 3 palaces, and 4 pavilions. I won't go into details here. You can learn about it yourselves. Morong Bo glanced over the crowd, his gaze lingering on Shen Yuan for a moment before continuing. Now, let me remind you of the rules. Once you enter the Tianxia Dao Zone, you must abide by various rules. Everything is conducted according to regulations, with clear rewards and punishments. One important rule I want to emphasize is that you must not go out on your own. If discovered, you will be expelled immediately. How is this different from being in prison? Shen Yuan felt displeased. Then, Morong Bo added, the 10 people sitting here are the elders of the Zhongxing Hall. You can consult them on matters related to cultivation, and for trivial affairs, you can find your senior brother Zhou Xingchen. He will help you resolve them. After saying this, Zhou Xingchen took the 10 of them away. After meeting the hall master, Shen Yuan and the others became disciples of the Zhongxing Hall. As all new arrivals start in the Zhongxing Hall each year, the term Zhongxing Hall means the Hall of the Common Disciples. Zhou Xingchen took them to receive the clothing, jade tokens, and a book from the Zhongxing Hall. The book is titled Tianxia Daozong. Fellow junior brothers, that is where you will be living. Zhou Xingchen pointed to a large square building in front of them. Everyone looked up. The building was indeed very large and tall. After arranging their living quarters, Zhou Xingchen left. As for wanting to know about the Tianxia Daozong, they could read that book. It has everything. Shen Yuan lay on the bed, feeling very uncomfortable. He was already used to resting in trees. Since the rooms were shared by 2 people, Shen Yuan and Zhao Fei agreed to stay in the same room. Now, can you tell me your name? Zhao Fei sat upright on the bed. My sister? How do you know I have a sister? Do you know her? Zhao Fei was taken aback. Then, Shen Yuan opened the book Tianxia Daozong. He briefly glanced through it. The book covered a variety of aspects and even detailed the distribution of the Tianxia Daozong. Shen Yuan mainly focused on what Murong Bo had just mentioned: 1 courtyard, 2 halls, 3 temples for pavilions. 1 courtyard refers to the Elder Courtyard. 2 halls are the Reward and Punishment Hall and the Task Hall. 3 temples are the Zhongxing Hall, Tianji Hall, and Xixing Hall. 4 pavilions are the Library Pavilion, Divine Weapon Pavilion, Spirit Medicine Pavilion, and Internal Affairs Pavilion. All the names are easy to understand. The 10 of them are currently disciples of the Zhongxing Hall and do not need to be responsible for any affairs. They only need to cultivate on their own. However, comparatively speaking, the Zhongxing Hall has the lowest monthly stipend. According to the rules, if they want to go to other halls, pavilions, or courtyards to handle affairs, they need to pass the corresponding assessments. Of course, aside from the Zhongxing Hall, there aren't many people needed elsewhere. Therefore, the Zhongxing Hall has the most diverse group of people. There is also an unwritten rule in the Tianxia Daozong that Shen Yuan finds very troublesome. During the 3-month observation period, they cannot leave the Daozong. Not even if the sky falls. If they insist on leaving, they will no longer be a part of the Tianxia Daozong. Damn it! Shen Yuan couldn't help but curse. What did you say? Zhao Fei, who was sitting there, was taken aback. Soon, Shen Yuan discovered an even more annoying aspect. During the 3-month observation period, they couldn't go anywhere else in the Tianxia Daozong and could only cultivate in the Zhongxing Hall. Isn't this nonsense? Who comes here that isn't above the 5th rank? They aren't newbies, yet it's so frustrating. Shen Yuan truly couldn't understand the Tianxia Daozong's intentions. However, it was also clear from this that even ordinary geniuses would no longer be geniuses once they arrived here. Since you won't let me do anything, I'll find something to do myself. Beneath the ice mask, the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. Chapter 94, Cultivation Ground Provokes Trouble. In the evening, Shen Yuan lay on his bed, crossing his legs. I haven't checked in today. Let me check in first. Shen Yuan twisted the ring and opened the Beast System. Check in. System prompt. Congratulations, you have received a pet cat. Lottery. System prompt. Congratulations, you have received a medium growth card. Medium? Not bad. I remember last month I drew 4 medium growth cards, 10 primary growth cards, and 16 low-level growth cards. With this in mind, Shen Yuan seemed to understand a bit. In the first 300 days, he mostly drew low-level and primary growth cards. However, in the last 3 months, medium growth cards had gradually increased. Especially last month when he drew 4 medium growth cards, which were worth 40,000 beast coins. Today is only the 3rd of the month, and I've already drawn a medium growth card. It seems that as time goes on, medium growth cards will become more frequent, and even high-level growth cards may appear. This made Shen Yuan quite happy. If it were always low-level and primary cards, who knows how long it would take to afford those attribute pills. As for achievements, currently, only check-ins and lotteries are completed every 100 days. As for the others, Shen Yuan still couldn't figure them out. Shen Yuan checked the number of check-in days. It was currently 453 days, still 47 days short of 500. I should organize the system. Shen Yuan used up all the growth cards. He obtained a total of 32 beast-level monsters, 16 king-level monsters, and 5 general-level monsters. Beast-level monsters are worth 100 beast coins each. King-level monsters are worth 1,000 beast coins each. General-level monsters are worth 10,000 beast coins each. Shen Yuan looked at it. To be honest, he was already uninterested in low-level monsters. To prepare for fusion, he sold all monsters below the top grade, earning around 65,000 beast coins. Adding what he had left, Shen Yuan now had over 70,000 beast coins, just enough to buy a basic attribute pill. Shen Yuan opened the marketplace and looked at the 5 types of basic attribute pills. He decided to purchase a water attribute pill to enhance the agility of the sky-devouring sparrow, which means increasing its speed. After purchasing, Shen Yuan immediately administered it to the sky-devouring sparrow. increasing its agility by 1/5. Then, Shen Yuan closed the system. The next day, Shen Yuan arrived at the cultivation ground for common disciples. Because he was wearing an ice mask, he immediately attracted the attention of many disciples. Who is this guy? I feel like I haven't seen him before. Could he be a newcomer from yesterday? It's possible. Since he's new, why don't we teach him the rules here? After a few people discussed it among themselves, they approached Shen Yuan. This junior brother, you are a newcomer from yesterday, right? Yeah? What's wrong? Why are you wearing a mask? Are you afraid to show your true face? What does that have to do with you? At this remark, a few of them raised their eyebrows, looking displeased. Since you're new, you should understand the rules. Go pay a visit to Brother Lu, and he will look out for you in the future. Brother Lu? Look out for me. Can he even do that? After Shen Yuan finished speaking, a muscular guy walked over. I am Lu Hu. Do you think I can protect you? Lu Hu. I'm still a jaguar. Shen Yuan chuckled. Although Lu Hu didn't understand what Shen Yuan was saying, he could feel that the other party was mocking him and immediately put on a serious face. Kid, if you don't understand the rules, we'll make you understand. After saying this, a few people stretched their muscles. Seeing that the other side was about to make a move, Shen Yuan also stretched his muscles. Kid, still dare to provoke? Get him. Let him know my strength, Lu Hu. With a command from the big brother, several little brothers rushed toward Shen Yuan. Look, there's a fight over there. Let's go take a look. It must be Lu Hu bullying the newcomer. Sigh. That kid is brave. He actually dares to fight Lu Hu. Instantly, nearly 100 people in the cultivation ground surrounded them. At this point, Shen Yuan and the others had already entangled themselves. He first tested a bit. These people were mostly at the 5th rank, with some close to the 6th rank. However, they were numerous. Shen Yuan thought for a moment, activated the golden body technique, and doubled his strength to over 40,000 pounds. This immediately widened the gap between them. This kid was almost at the 7th rank. Looking at his groaning subordinates on the ground, Lu Hu couldn't help but clench his fists and frown. He never expected that the first newcomer he encountered this year would be such a tough opponent. What? No way. This newcomer is so powerful? He single-handedly defeated Lu Hu's subordinates. It turned out he really had strength. No wonder he wore a mask to show off. The onlookers began to discuss among themselves. Some female disciples instantly turned into infatuated fans, shouting, "Masked brother." Damn, these women. Many male disciples shook their heads helplessly. They had expressed their affections to some female disciples before, but they had completely ignored them. But now, upon seeing the strong Shen Yuan, they instantly lost their composure and wished they could be intimate with him. Shen Yuan glanced at the loudly shouting female disciples. Their looks were all quite good, and in the eyes of ordinary male disciples, they could be considered goddesses. Lu Hu feeling defeated? Haha. A man stepped out from the crowd, laughing heartily. Wow, it's senior brother Gu Qi. Yes, he's so handsome. Instantly, those female disciples were enamored with Gu Qi again. After all, this man was indeed very handsome. This scene made many male disciples unhappy. They were all thinking, is this the goddess they can't have? Gu Qi, what are you so proud of? If it were you, wouldn't the outcome be the same? Lu Hu sneered. The man named Gu Qi walked up to Shen Yuan and said, Junior brother, I guarantee that no one in the Hall of All Beings will dare to bully you. Hearing Gu Qi's words, Shen Yuan immediately understood that these people were forming factions again. Shen Yuan hated this kind of thing the most. His Shen family had been ruined by such factions. Thinking of this, Shen Yuan smiled and said, So you are senior brother Gu, and you are senior brother Lu, right? How about you two have a match? Whoever wins, I will follow. Gu Qi and Lu Hu were both taken aback. Wasn't this clearly stirring up trouble between them? However, they both recognized Shen Yuan's potential and decided to take a gamble. All right, I have no objections. Me neither. Soon, everyone cleared the area for the two to duel. At this moment, Shen Yuan heard the crowd whispering again. Hey, who do you think will win? That's hard to say. Senior brother Gu is a 6th rank chi refiner, while senior brother Lu is a 6th rank body refiner. The outcome should be only a slight difference. I bet senior brother Gu will win. The speaker was a girl. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan thought of something fun. Since that's the case, why don't we play some bets? No matter who wins in the end, I will pay you all double. All right, I bet senior brother Lu will win. I bet senior brother Gu will win. I bet. Chapter 95, a knockoff Chenhaonan. The eastern training ground of the Hall of All Beings was bustling with excitement. Everyone was cheering for their chosen bets. Shen Yuan watched the two in combat. They were indeed fiercer than ordinary disciples. After all, they were both 6th rank. But Shen Yuan was not interested in their outcome at all. In the end, Gu Qi won by a narrow margin, forcing Lu Hu back. Junior brother, I won. Gu Qi walked over to Shen Yuan with a smile on his face. Oh, you won, so go do what you need to do. But thanks to senior brother for providing everyone with such an exciting duel. Come on, everyone give senior brother Gu some applause. Immediately, clap, clap, clap. The warm applause erupted, and Gu Qi's face turned green with anger. Kid, are you messing with me? Messing with you? Shen Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Congratulations. You got it right. Everyone, give another round of applause. Clap, clap, clap. Seeing Shen Yuan playfully teasing Gu Qi, many male disciples felt a sense of relief and clapped vigorously. Making such a noise early in the morning. What is this? A deep, powerful voice suddenly rang out from the back of the crowd. The elder is coming. Everyone make way. In an instant, everyone retreated. Under everyone's gaze, the elder walked over slowly. The elder swept his gaze over the crowd. Shen Yuan respectfully handed over the bets placed by the disciples to the elder, saying, Elder, this is a tribute for you. Everyone was very enthusiastic towards me, so they gathered together. I hope you understand. The elder glanced at Shen Yuan and, in front of everyone, directly took what Shen Yuan handed over, thinking to himself, this kid is quite tactful. However, the disciples watching this scene secretly cursed Shen Yuan for being shameless. All right, everyone disperse. The elder shouted, and everyone reluctantly scattered. Shen Yuan quickly asked, Elder, what is your surname? My name is Wu Feng. What is the matter? Do you need something? Elder Wu, I have nothing. Take care. After sending off Wu Feng, Shen Yuan took out many items from the system space and compensated everyone one by one, and everyone received them. This made everyone smile happily again. Giving Shen Yuan a thumbs up, some male disciples wished they could immediately become sworn brothers with Shen Yuan. And those female disciples wished they could marry Shen Yuan on the spot because he was so damn rich. Each of them not only received the gold coins Shen Yuan gifted, but also various cultivation resources. This is simply the foolish child of a landlord. Indeed, using money to win people's hearts is the strongest. Shen Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Now, Shen Yuan had been labeled as a high, rich, and handsome person in the hearts of these people. As for Gu Qi and Lu Hu, one had a dark face, and the other had a green face. They were both big figures in the Eastern training ground, and they had been played by a newcomer. How could they swallow this anger? However, it wouldn't be good to start a fight, so the two of them hit it off and prepared to deal with Shen Yuan together. Who exactly is this person? After the crowd dispersed, a young man propped his chin in thought, inadvertently revealing a beast taming ring on his wrist, which had a red color. After leaving the Eastern training ground, Shen Yuan arrived at the Southern training ground. According to Tianxia Daozong, there are 4 training grounds in the Hall of All Beings, East, West, South, and North, all of which are the same, and disciples can cultivate in any of them. There are no restrictions. Upon arriving at the Southern training ground, Shen Yuan found that there were more people here than in the East. Some were sparring, some were cultivating alone, and others were sitting together talking sweet nothings. It was lively. Indeed, it was the #1 sect of the ancient Lulan kingdom. Shen Yuan stepped forward, looking around. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure, Jilingyan. The other party was also very perceptive, and their eyes met instantly, charged with tension. Shameless scoundrel. Jilingyan shouted loudly, throwing her red silk. This girl has such a temper? This immediately attracted everyone's attention. Shen Yuan helplessly sighed. When did my charm become so great? Who are these two? Yeah, I've never seen them before. The crowd began to discuss. You must be newcomers, right? Give this senior brother some face. Peace is precious. A man walked out from the crowd, handsome and outstanding. Get lost. Jilingyan was furious and didn't care who it was. She cursed. The man was somewhat displeased and looked at Jilingyan, but when he saw her stunning beauty, his frown relaxed. Junior brother, it must be your fault. Quickly apologize. The man suddenly turned against his own. Shen Yuan immediately scorned. Suck up. What? What did you say? The man didn't hear clearly. Nothing. She told you to get lost. Can't you understand that? Shen Yuan chuckled. Kid, do you know that the training ground in the south is under my protection, Chen Haonan? If you dare to act wild here, every time I see you, I will beat you up. Chen Haonan. Damn. Shen Yuan laughed. This is definitely a knockoff. You guys, come here and teach him a lesson. Chen Haonan pointed to a few people in the crowd. Senior brother. A few people stepped forward, showing great respect for Chen Haonan. Shen Yuan looked at Chen Haonan and said, this is your territory? Then I'll make sure you can't hang around here. After saying that, Shen Yuan charged out. Bang, 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 bang. In just a few moves, Shen Yuan knocked down these little brothers. Immediately, cheers and shouts erupted. Mass brother awesome. Mass brother cool. Mass brother nice. Shen Yuan raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, then said, it seems that everyone here doesn't like you, so you should get lost quickly. Kid, you're looking for death. Chen Haonan got angry, rolled up his sleeves, and an orange beast tamer ring shone brightly. Barbarian bull, come out. Moo. With a bull's roar. A brown bull slowly appeared. Shen Yuan looked at the barbarian bull. It looked very solid, muscular, especially its 2 thick horns. If this thing poked someone, it would definitely hurt. A demon emperor level barbarian bull. Not bad. Shen Yuan didn't summon a beast because he wanted to test the barbarian bull. After all, The barbarian bull was an absolute powerhouse-type beast. Kid, it's not too late to kneel down and apologize now. Otherwise, when your intestines are on the ground later. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Really? Shen Yuan smiled and said to everyone, later, I'll slaughter it and make a bowl of authentic beef ramen from my hometown. Upon hearing this, everyone stared at him, puzzled. Beef ramen? Someone wanted to ask. Where's your hometown? Barbarian bull, charge. Shen Yuan commanded. Moo. The barbarian bull pawed at the ground a couple of times and charged at Shen Yuan. The momentum of the barbarian bull was fierce. Shen Yuan didn't dare to confront it head-on and had to leap away to dodge. Humph. The barbarian bull turned around and charged again. Watch my heaven-crushing, earth-shattering fist. Chapter 96. Blood Kirin debuts, shocking everyone. Boom. A punch with tens of thousands of pounds of force struck the barbarian bull's head, causing it to go wild and bellow in confusion. Instantly, everyone was taken aback in shock. The Demon Emperor-level barbarian bull, that charge was at least 50 to 60,000 pounds, and Shen Yuan actually forced it back? What the hell? This junior brother is a beast. Right. He was actually able to push back the barbarian bull with one punch. Damn. My arm. Shen Yuan took a sharp breath. To avoid embarrassment, he had to let his arm hang limply. That punch just now, with the support of the golden body technique and the explosive power of the heaven-crushing, earth-shattering fist, had at least 60,000 pounds of force. But even such a powerful punch left his arm numb. I have to say, this barbarian bull is really fierce. This kid. Shen Yuan's brows furrowed into a shape. Behind him, Ji Lingyan stared wide-eyed, her expression one of disbelief. After a moment, the barbarian bull regained its senses, staring at Shen Yuan with eyes the size of bull testicles, seeming ready to spit fire. At this moment, the soreness in Shen Yuan's arm subsided. He moved it around and felt fine. Barbarian bull. Shen Yuan suddenly shouted. The barbarian bull understood its master's intention, wildly pawing at the ground, panting heavily. Is it going to unleash its ultimate move? Shen Yuan clenched his fists. He didn't dare to confront the barbarian bull head-on anymore. With so many people watching, he hesitated about whether to summon a beast. He was worried that once the beast was summoned, his identity would be exposed. Forget it. Let us bring out the Blood Kirin to test it. These people only know about my other beasts. They definitely don't know about the Blood Kirin. With that thought, Shen Yuan summoned the Blood Kirin. Roar. A loud roar echoed through the training ground. What? What is this? At the first sight of the Blood Kirin, everyone was shocked because its appearance was too terrifying, all blood red, as if it came from a blood prison. What? He is also a beast tamer. Ji Lingyan covered her mouth, unable to believe it. Barbarian bull, charge. Moo. With a bull's roar, the barbarian bull charged at the Blood Kirin. Although the Blood Kirin was only at the demon commander level, it didn't back down and charged forward with full force. The two power-type beasts collided. Boom. The deafening sound of the collision filled the air, dust flying everywhere, and shockwaves of force spread in all directions. So strong. Such powerful strength. Everyone was knocked back. The two beasts crashed their massive heads against each other, testing their strength. The demon commander level Blood Kirin could actually hold its ground. It was indeed fierce. Shen Yuan clenched his fists, extremely excited. Moo. Roar. The two beasts erupted simultaneously, both being knocked back. This is definitely a top-tier beast. Shen Yuan's teeth ground together, his fingernails digging into his flesh. Defeat for me. Shen Yuan suddenly attacked Shen Yuan. The latter was caught off guard and was kicked 12 times by the 12 road kicking technique. Uffed. What? As the crowd reacted, they were again taken aback in shock. Brother Chun. Some of his fans in the crowd shouted in disbelief. I'll remember you. Shen Yuan clutched his chest, glaring at Shen Yuan with visible killing intent. Get lost. If I see you again, I'll take your life. After Shen Yuan left, the crowd erupted in cheers. Clearly, these people had been oppressed by him. Mass Junior brother, you're really fierce. Yeah, Shen Yuan usually acts so arrogantly. It's really satisfying to see him get his comeuppance today. Mass brother. The crowd cheered. Shen Yuan signaled everyone to be quiet, then walked up to the dazed Ji Lingyan. So, do you still want to fight me? You're very strong, I admit. But I'm also a beast tamer. Fire spirit bird, come out. As her voice fell, a flash of fire appeared, and a giant bird covered in flames slowly emerged in the sky. Clang. A piercing sound echoed through the heavens. Fire spirit bird. Beast Encyclopedia doesn't record it. Could it also be a divine beast remnant? Shen Yuan frowned tightly, staring at Ji Lingyan. This woman is not simple. Moreover, judging by the fire spirit bird's size, it should be at the demon emperor level. Fire spirit bird attack. Clang. The fire spirit bird flapped its wings, and the intense heat rushed towards him. This beast has a natural fire ability? Shen Yuan looked at the fire spirit bird. Boom. A ball of fire surged towards the Blood Kirin. My God, what is this? Today is truly an eye-opener. The onlooking disciples exclaimed loudly. Seeing the rolling flames, the Blood Kirin still didn't back down, charging directly at the flames. Has it gone mad? Someone screamed in shock. Shen Yuan stared at the Blood Kirin. He didn't know if the Blood Kirin was truly brave or just reckless. Boom. The flames were dispersed, instantly engulfing the Blood Kirin. Under the burning flames, the Blood Kirin's blood-red fur appeared even more eerie. It won't be burned to death. Will it? Someone worriedly asked. Shen Yuan knew the Blood Kirin had strong recovery abilities, but being on fire, would it really be fine? Roar. The Blood Kirin suddenly let out a loud roar, shaking its body. Then, a jaw-dropping scene occurred. In front of everyone, the Blood Kirin actually shed a layer of skin, and the flames fell away. Then, everyone's eyes nearly popped out. The Blood Kirin's fur actually grew back at a visible speed, which was terrifying. What? What kind of beast is this? Jilingyan bit her red lip, equally shocked. I have to say, today's Shen Yuan is too astonishing. Blood Kirin, you truly are against the heavens. Shen Yuan secretly marveled. No, I don't believe it. Fire Spirit Bird, attack. Jilingyan shouted madly. Clang. The Fire Spirit Bird let out a cry, its wings rapidly vibrating, and the flames burned even more fiercely. A scorching wave. The Fire Spirit Bird unleashed its innate ultimate skill. Everyone scatter. Seeing the situation was not right, Shen Yuan shouted loudly. In an instant, all the onlookers felt an intense heat and hurriedly stepped back. Under everyone's gaze, wave after wave of flames surged towards the Blood Qilin. No, the flames are too fierce. One wave after another, the Blood Qilin can't recover at all. Thinking of this, Shen Yuan prepared to summon the sky-devouring sparrow. But at that moment, a terrifying aura rushed towards them, suppressing the entire scene. A figure appeared in the air above the training ground and struck down with a palm, extinguishing the flames. Don't stop. A deep and powerful voice echoed through the sky, shocking everyone to the core. Looking at the battle-scarred training ground, the man in the sky sneered. What great skills. Just two disciples of the Hall of All Beings. Yet they fought more fiercely than the sect competition of the Heavenly Tao sect. You truly are remarkable. Disciples, pay your respects to the master of the Seven Stars Hall. Except for Shen Yuan and Jilingyan, everyone bowed and saluted the man in the air with great respect. Chapter 97, Master of the Seven Stars Hall. Kill 1,000 blades. The Master of the Seven Stars Hall has a very powerful name. Kill 1,000 blades. In the Heavenly Tao sect, everyone knows that Kill 1,000 blades is an absolutely ruthless person. Therefore, everyone was certain that Shen Yuan and Jilingyan would be expelled from the sect. Fighting within the sect, expelled from the sect. After a long silence, the merciless voice descended upon the two like a towering mountain, pressing down without mercy. Is this the end? Shen Yuan felt a moment of disappointment, but for someone like him who disliked being restrained, this might be the best outcome. Shen Yuan accepted it willingly. However, Jilingyan was not willing. You have no right to expel me from the sect, Jilingyan said coldly. Hearing this, Kill 1,000 blades looked down at Jilingyan. A joke. I preside over the Seven Stars Hall and hold the power to kill. The fact that I haven't disposed of you is already a grace. Upon hearing this, the disciples broke into a cold sweat. They had been here long enough to know this was the truth. They vaguely remembered that a few years ago, there was also a disciple who fought with someone in the training ground and severely injured the opponent, only to be caught by Kill 1,000 blades. At that time, Kill 1,000 blades also wanted to expel that disciple, but that person refused to accept it, claiming to be from a certain family. Just because of that sentence, he completely angered Kill 1,000 blades, and in a fit of rage, blood spattered the training ground. Later, that family did come to the Heavenly Tao sect, but it was only to apologize. This is the power of Kill 1,000 blades. Grace? Do I need your grace? Jilingyan seemed very unconvinced and continued to confront Kill 1,000 blades. Hearing this, the disciples all felt their hearts leap to their throats. They really didn't want to see the bloody scene from years ago again. Very well, dare to provoke me? This is where it ends for you. Just as Kill 1,000 blades finished speaking, 3 more people appeared behind him, also flying in the air. Kill 1,000 blades, I heard someone is fighting here. Is that so? The speaker was none other than the master of the Hall of All Beings. Morong Bo. Hearing this, Morong Bo frowned. Kill 1,000 blades. This matter should be handled by the Punishment Hall. Kill Master, leave it to us. The 2 people Morong Bo brought were indeed from the Punishment Hall. Hand it over to you? Sorry, this woman I will kill. Even if the sect master comes, it won't matter. This is what I say. Kill 1,000 blades' words were extremely domineering, but he indeed had that strength. Sigh. Morong Bo sighed, looking down at Shen Yuan and Jilingyan. These 2 just arrived yesterday. Are they really going to die in his Hall of All Beings today? He felt somewhat unwilling. Little girl, I have to say, you have great courage. Before you die, tell me your name. Jilingyan. A good name. Do you have any final words? Final words? You think you can kill me? Jilingyan's tone was extremely disdainful. This sentence undoubtedly shocked everyone again. They never expected that facing death, Ji-Ling-Yan would still dare to provoke kill 1,000 blades. Immediately, everyone began to guess her background. But after guessing, did kill 1,000 blades fear the great families of the ancient Lulan kingdom? It seemed he did not fear them at all. Sigh. Many people sighed inwardly. Ji-Ling-Yan possessed such a powerful monster beast, originally like the rising sun, destined to shine brightly in Lulan. But now, she was like a meteor, swiftly passing through the sky, leaving only a brief moment of color before vanishing. Wait, I have something to say? Shen Yuan suddenly spoke. Kill 1,000 blades nodded slightly. Shen Yuan said, the reason we fought here was entirely due to another person. Oh, I was just planning to spar with her. But that Shun Haonan suddenly intervened, using a monster beast against me. Out of desperation, I summoned my monster beast, and it escalated into what it is now. Shen Haonan. This master will deal with him. You can leave now, or I will kill you too. After speaking, kill 1,000 blades gathered energy in his palm. And the heavens and earth changed color. This guy can even cause the heavens and earth to change just by gathering energy. What terrifying level has his strength reached? 9th grade? No, definitely beyond that. At this moment, Shen Yuan's heart was like a turbulent sea, rising and falling. You can go, Ji-Ling-Yan suddenly said to Shen Yuan. Hearing this, Shen Yuan's heart suddenly calmed down. They were originally unrelated people, but because of the desert oasis in the simulation space, their fates intertwined. Die. Kill 1,000 blades unleashed his power, and a massive palm print pressed down below. What strength, such powerful force. Shen Yuan emitted a golden glow, leaping into the air. What? Is he crazy? What am I seeing, my God? The disciples all widened their eyes in disbelief. Kid, I admire your courage, but this is where it ends. Kill 1,000 blades did not expect Shen Yuan to be so reckless. Are you crazy? Ji-Ling-Yan exclaimed. Crazy? No, I just want to give it a shot. I'm not someone who waits to die. Heaven-crushing fist. A roar echoed through the sky. Boom. The huge explosion rattled the entire training ground. Looking up, the golden light shattered, and the palm print dissipated. Bang. Shen Yuan fell heavily, blood spraying across his mask. A mere newcomer dared to break my sky-turning palm. Kill 1,000 blades expression turned extremely ugly, and his aura suddenly rose. Who told you to block for me? Ji-Ling-Yan looked at Shen Yuan, who fell to the ground. Not knowing whether to be angry or how to feel, tears welling up in her eyes. Kill 1,000 blades, stop. Can't you see how bright this kid's future is? Morong Bo blocked kill 1,000 blades, for he saw Shen Yuan's potential for the future. Shen Yuan slowly opened his eyes, feeling dizzy. Was this spitting blood in vain? Shen Yuan bitterly smiled. He had just borrowed the double power of the Dragon Pearl, forcibly increasing his base strength to over 60,000 pounds. Then operated the Golden Body technique to double that strength, and finally used the extremely powerful heaven-crushing fist. In other words, the power of Shen Yuan's punch just now was at least over 150,000 pounds, reaching an unprecedented terrifying intensity. Yet even so, he merely broke kill 1,000 blades palm technique and was severely injured. Shen Yuan thought this would awaken Lan Banger, but contrary to his expectations, this time spitting blood on the mask had no effect. Morong Bo, step aside. Kill 1,000 blades raised his aura to a terrifying level. The disciples couldn't withstand the pressure and were all forced to kneel down. Sha Qiandao, if you insist on making a move, I will report this to the sect master. Do as you wish, but I have decided to kill these two today. Sha Qiandao once again activated his technique, and a fierce wind howled, causing the world to lose its color. At this moment, Ji-Ling-Yan seemed to become particularly calm. She looked up at Sha Qiandao and took down the red jade pendant hanging from her neck. Then, she bit her finger and let a drop of red blood fall onto the pendant. In an instant, a brilliant red beam of light shot straight into the sky. Chapter 98, Super Big Shot, overwhelming the masses. What happened? Can anyone tell me what happened? My God. At this moment, everywhere in the Tianxia Dao sect, everyone witnessed the strange phenomenon in the heavens and earth. Thunderclouds rolled, lightning flashed, and fierce winds howled, forming a terrifying black vortex. Not far away, a red beam of light shot up into the sky, looking quite ominous. In a very simple courtyard of the Tianxia Dao sect, under a newly sprouted willow tree, two old men with white hair were engrossed in a game of chess. General, is there a mistake in the chess? Above the training ground, the thunderclouds rolled, and Sha Qiandao appeared like a god of death, bringing immense pressure to everyone. You dare to challenge my authority? You will die? In an instant, the thunderclouds turned into a blade, and the lightning flickered. A single strike was aimed at Ji-Ling-Yan. Amidst infinite terror and shock, everyone closed their eyes, knowing that with this strike, Ji-Ling-Yan would surely be reduced to ashes. Shen Yuan lay on the ground, looking at Ji-Ling-Yan, surprised that this woman was so calm at this moment. Could it be, as the blade came down, in the nick of time, A powerful and resonant female voice descended from the heavens, like rolling waves, crashing towards Sha Qiandao and the others. Boom. In an instant, the four were pressed down, struggling helplessly on the ground, unable to lift their heads. The thundercloud blade was directly pierced by the sound, shattering into pieces. When the voice landed, a graceful figure slowly stepped out from the red beam of light, enveloped in a fiery aura, appearing hazy and indistinct. At this moment, everyone below was pressed down and unable to lift their heads, except for one person, Yan. How is this possible? Sha Qiandao lay on the ground, his face filled with fear. He could never have imagined that the newcomer could suppress him to the point where he couldn't lift his head just by her aura. How terrifying was this? Mother, Yan suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this word, everyone seemed to be struck by lightning, instantly petrified. Who would have thought that a female disciple who had been selected on her own would have such a terrifying mother? Even more terrifying was that her mother seemed to have descended from the heavens. You dare to kill my daughter? You have quite the audacity. The woman spoke, and her voice echoed throughout the Tianxia sect. Those not in the training ground had no idea what was happening. The two old men who had been playing chess dropped their pieces in shock and hurried towards the training ground. Lingyan, come with me. This small sect has no need to exist. The woman spoke, and everyone was once again shocked. A small sect? The first Dao sect of the Lulan ancient kingdom is being referred to as a small sect? And it has no need to exist? Everyone was momentarily stunned. Senior, please stop. The two white-haired old men rushed over, stumbling at the shock of the woman's words. They never expected that what they had initially thought was a trivial matter would attract such a powerful being. Oh, give me a reason. Senior, please consider the Dao sect. Oh, the Dao sect, is it his? Yes, the Dao sect was established entirely by him. In that case, I will give him some face. Thank you, Senior. The two top figures of the Lulan ancient kingdom were frightened to the point of breaking out in cold sweat. If the Tianxiao Dao sect were destroyed, they would be eternal sinners. Mother, save him. Lingyan looked at the barely conscious Shen Yuan, her face showing no emotion. The woman did not ask much and waved her delicate hand gently, sending a fiery aura towards Shen Yuan. However, when this aura touched Shen Yuan, it was unexpectedly rebuffed. When she saw the icy mask on Shen Yuan's face, her beautiful eyes widened, but due to being enveloped in flames, no one could see her expression. Shen Yuan, in a daze, heard the voice of Lan Binger. Have you finally woken up? Shen Yuan forced a bitter smile. Then, the mask on Shen Yuan's face transformed into flowing clear water, slowly covering his entire body. Only Lingyan and her mother, as well as the two old men, witnessed this scene. It really is her. Lingyan's mother murmured. Lingyan, on the other hand, showed an expression of great surprise. As for the two old men, their pupils contracted, looking stunned. After a while, the water receded, reforming into a mask on Shen Yuan's face. Shen Yuan regained his senses and stood up from the ground. Earlier, when Lan Binger was about to take action, Shen Yuan stopped her, as he didn't want to expose himself. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. Shen Yuan bowed to Lingyan's mother. To his surprise, her mother sneered. It wasn't me who saved you. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan said nothing further. Lingyan, do you want to stay here? Mother, you can leave. Upon hearing this, her mother said nothing more, merely glanced at Shen Yuan, and her graceful figure gradually disappeared. After Lingyan's mother left, everyone felt a weight lifted off their shoulders. Except for Sha Qiandao and a few others, the others still did not dare to stand up. The two old men looked at Shen Yuan and Lingyan, still in a daze, unable to fathom that these two people had such formidable backgrounds. Two young friends. I am Lu Yu, the sect master of the Tianxia Dao sect, and he is the deputy sect master Zhu Wushan. May I ask how to address the two young friends? The old man smiled, introducing their identities first. Lingyan coldly looked at Lu Yu and said, Lingyan. Qingming. Shen Yuan also responded coldly. Very well, please follow me. Lu Yu then glanced back. Sha Qiandao and Morong Bo, you come too. Shen Yuan looked at Lingyan, and the two followed. As they were leaving, Deputy Sect Master Zhu Wushan scanned the entire area. What happened today? Keep it buried in your hearts. If anyone dares to speak of it, I will personally kill him. After they left, the disciples stood up, exchanging glances, none of them daring to speak. Who is Zhu Wushan? He is a character even more ruthless than Sha Qiandao, absolutely serious about what he says. Lu Yu took Shen Yuan and the others flying through the air, so no one saw Shen Yuan and Lingyan's faces. Zhu Wushan, alone behind them, shouted at every place they passed by, just pretend you didn't hear or see anything earlier, and you are not allowed to discuss it. Otherwise, I will personally take action to eliminate you. Lu Yu brought them to the courtyard where the chess game had taken place. Located in the center of the Tianxia Dao sect. Two Hall Masters, please explain the situation. Lu Yu looked at the two, extremely dissatisfied, as this incident almost led to a major disaster. I think I should speak. Shen Yuan proactively stepped forward. Good. Lu Yu had no dissatisfaction towards Shen Yuan. After all, he had witnessed it firsthand. Subsequently, Shen Yuan briefly recounted the situation, acknowledging his mistakes as well. After listening, Lu Yu turned his gaze towards Murongbo, expressing his discontent. Murongbo, I think this is your fault. Did you explain our Tianxia Dao sect's rules properly? Murongbo immediately pondered. He knew he had to take the blame. But he couldn't avoid it, and could only step forward to admit his mistake. Sha Qiandao, you really are a killer. Having stayed in a high position for so long has made you arrogant. This time, you almost brought disaster upon the Tianxia Dao sect. What do you think should be done about you? Lu Yu was very clear that the reason Ji Lingyan's mother did not kill Sha Qiandao was to let him handle it. If the handling was not done properly, it could lead to endless troubles in the future. Sha Qiandao was also very shrewd. He said, I will leave it to the sect master to handle. And I have no complaints. He knew that if he talked back now, he would undoubtedly die. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu thought for a moment, and, to be safe, he had to ask, you too, how do you want to deal with him? I have no objections.